We don't have much time. Begging the question, it's a logical fallacy in which an argument's premise assume the truth of the conclusion. If we assume the Earth's a ball, then look at the sky. Then look, what we assume matches the sky because that's how we came up with the ball. Therefore, Earth's a ball. That's a fallacy. And so basically, in summary, the use of fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving, is the definition of sophistry. So I would hope maybe we can have an honest conversation void of fallacies, and I think it'll be much more productive than usual. So that's pretty much all I got.
Cool.
All right, awesome.
Before we...
Thank you so much.
Okay. Is it open now? It's open time?
No, not yet. Let me just get my little spiel here real quick.
Right.
So thank you so much for your opening statements, guys. Before we kick into the opening discussion real quick, I just want to say that if it's your first time here with us at Modern Day Debates, that we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we want you to feel welcome no matter what walk of life you're from. And if you have a question or a comment for one of tonight's debaters, please fire it into the old live chat, and be sure to tag me at Modern Day Debate. Super chats will go to the top of the list. All we ask that you please please attack the argument and not the person. Insults will not be read, and that goes for the general discourse in the live chat as well. Our invaluable moderators are working tirelessly to elevate the conversation, so please show them and each other the respect you deserve. Our guests are linked in the description below, whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast. So click their links if you like what you're hearing. Check them out as soon as you can, and hit the subscribe button. We have plenty more debates coming your way that you don't want to miss, including tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. Daniel Hikikachu will be squaring off with JF Garape to discuss religion, race, and society. So you don't want to miss that. Please subscribe immediately. And with that, we will kick it into the open discussion. Gentlemen, at your first word, I will start your timer for 40 minutes.
All right. So before we get anything else, are you saying that the sun, like it does this? Like it stops and then disappears into something? I don't know. You showed a picture of where it's hovering above the horizon. I get what you're saying, but like, what do you say? Is it what like? I don't know. Like what the hell is that supposed to be? Are you saying it goes like disappears into clouds? No, but I don't get what you're trying to say with that.
There wasn't any clouds there. What are you talking about?
You showed a picture of the sun over the ocean or something, right?
Yeah.
And it was hovering over it, right? It looked like it was disconnected like this, like it was that little gap.
Yeah.
So what are you saying is happening at that point? Exactly. I don't.
It's disappearing into the vanishing point of the atmosphere.
Right.
But you guys claim that it disappears behind the curve of an Earth. That proves that actually it'll disappear, have nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. And many people say the sunset's impossible on a flat Earth, which is just really ignorant. And you can go look at the sun; it disappears above the horizon. So that's the point. It's just to preemptively address the denialism.
It was a very interesting picture with a different story behind it. I didn't understand what you were talking about for a sec.
All right, so go behind the curve of the Earth in that video, though.
Do what?
You agree? It's clearly not going like behind.
Well, it is, but it's hidden behind it. Like that's the point of refraction, and I have a wonderful bank of clips talking about how refraction is very important.
Refraction.
If you would like to hear them. What's up?
Refraction made the sun disappear.
Well, it affects light, and what does the sun emit?
It makes things disappear?
But what does the sun emit? How do you see the sun with light?
How did it make it disappear, though?
Because of refraction over the horizon. I don't know why this is difficult. I don't understand why this is hard.
I understand refraction very well.
I know, but I don't understand the concept of what you're trying to say. I don't get what you're trying to say it's doing. Okay, but is the sun physical or not? Is the sun a physical thing, or do you think it's a plasma?
I don't think
you don't know. Okay, so you don't have a view on it either way. Okay, so that's not.
Yeah, you just believe what was said to you, though. Like, why do you believe what you think about the sun?
I have a friend that works at ADS or ALS, I guess, and they launch things like CubeSats, and they even do ESPA class satellites. What?
Went to the sun?
It doesn't need to go to the sun.
So
if we get out of Earth, then the flat Earth is gone. What are you talking about? If we have a thing in space, and I can pay some dude that I know $10,000 to put one of the tests I've done into space, I don't care. That's it. And you can't falsify all that information. You can't take something that me or another engineer's built and then say, oh, well, actually, it doesn't do that. You can't trick people who build things. You can't go to ALS and say, I need you to launch this CubeSat that my class has been building for a year into space and then falsify data. Like,
what?
Do you realize how many are sent up in like an ESPA class satellite? Do what?
Geostationary?
No. CubeSat. It's a. There's thousands of private companies, but my friend works for us, ALS, and we contract with them sometimes because we do robotics projects, and so they send up hundreds of CubeSats that are built by colleges and personal use, which is what I did one time. It's $12,000 to $10,000 to build one. There's kits online, and then you contract them. They even do brokerage accounts now, so you can get it like basically for I don't know what Tesla charges or whatever Elon's shit. No, it's a satellite. It's just a tiny box.
Geostationary, man.
I know, but these aren't. That's what I'm saying. They're tiny boxes, and they orbit the Earth, and you can put whatever. I mean, within reason, whatever you want on it. No weapons or anything.
Okay.
And they're sent up hundreds at a time by miscellaneous people, and you can't just like. Do you think they're capturing them in like a net in the rocket before they hit the dome, and then they like bring them to a secret lab and just like falsify all the information for these thousands? Because they're launched constantly.
I covered strawman fallacy.
Well, that's not a strawman. That's a question. I don't know how you explain the hundreds and thousands of things that get sent up. Like per year, it's a private company. These aren't governments.
We send stuff up on a flat Earth?
What? Because you can't orbit a flat Earth. What do you mean? What? How would you orbit a flat Earth? It would look wonky. Also,
orbits of satellites.
Have you seen? Do you know what a globe? I don't even have a ball next to me. I have a moon.
Oh my god!
Do you know what a moon versus a flat thing looks like from above it? You can tell the shape from above. It's
really?
It's not. Yes, really.
So you
can tell the shape of two objects.
The shape of the Earth is what you're saying.
Yes, because the math is needed. You can't just shoot them up and go, "Oh God, I hope it gets into orbit, guys." We didn't do any calculations. I hope it hits that.
Dude. It goes in circles.
What's it? You have to do lots and lots of calculations before you even touch the satellite. You can't just shoot it up and go, okay, guys, I hope it hits whatever. I hope it starts floating around. Like, it's not just blindly shot up, right? We know what we're doing. That's the problem. Okay.
So, hey, can I ask you some questions, though, man? So we can, like,
go ahead.
Let's just get the big part. Let's get the big part of it out of here, okay?
It's kind of cool.
So, like,
it's the lamp.
You just kind of believe the story you were told, right?
Well, no, because first off, I have a personal connection with the person who runs the company, and second off, the amount. In general, dude. What do you mean?
Like, you just believe the story of the Earth in general because that's kind of like what's accepted and what you were told, right? Have you ever tested?
Are you talking about overall?
Yeah. I'm trying to get the
specific topic. Oh, you're trying to go broadly, as in like the whole field.
Well, I just want to see where we are. We only have a few minutes. I want to like.
Yeah.
You agree that, like, for one, falsifications independent of replacement, the globe Earth's a positive claim we were all told. You can go test it.
I don't know about that.
Why not?
So, because there's, again, hundreds of thousands of companies. There's millions of people that rely on these. Ooh, Amazon launches CubeSats now. That's cool. There's thousands of companies that do this. There's millions of humans that work with these concepts every day. That's not one guy saying, guys, I saw Bigfoot in the forest. That's... like, I'm not corporations building their entire, like, they get paid millions of dollars per launch to bring these boxes into space. You can't just
I'm not denying that stuff goes in the sky, man. How many times I got to say that?
It's not going in the sky, is it? It's orbiting and it's projected, and you can see it. You can track them, and then you can go, hey, guys, my thing that I built that I'm getting this data from, usually through SSTV because that's really cheap, I am getting it through this. It will be above this spot at this time. Here's the orbited path that it's taken, and I can look up and I can get a transmission line of sight from it. Right.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the path projected on a flat projection?
Yes, it's like this. It's goofy. And again,
no, it's a perfect flower of life. Like the ISS is a perfect sacred geometry.
It's a what?
You can have an orbit over a plane.
I missed the word what you said.
It's like the ISS, for example, has like a sacred geometric trajectory over a flat projection. You can have things orbit over top of a plane. I have no idea
what sacred geometry means.
All right, man. This is what I'm trying. Okay, how about this? What is your response to my presentation? Do the positive
I did take notes on that. So first off, where did you get all those Einstein quotes? Because they're very well done. But did you make the pictures or what?
Yeah.
Okay, you should go into that then. That's actually, you might make some money doing like inspirational quotes or something. Those are.
I don't do this for money, man.
Those were pretty. No, not flat Earth, just in general. Because those quotes were pretty.
Thank you, man.
So first off, for the first one, it goes, what is it? An optical experiment? Well, no, you can't use an optical. It doesn't matter. That's the key word. So you're you're cutting out this whole section. Yeah, okay. He said optical. That's not.
What about the terrestrial experiment quote? In the next quote, he says any terrestrial experiment, which means any experiment on the Earth.
For what? Rotation or the shape of the Earth?
Or motion of the Earth.
for motion of the Earth, as in rotation or as in scooting around space?
Well, he
There's
says
multiple motions that it's doing.
Yeah,
It's not just spinning.
The orbit. He says that the rotation is either the sky moving or the Earth moving. They're interchangeable coordinate systems. They're identical. They're not physically different at all. So the way that
you're talking about orbit, you're saying you can't measure orbit from down here. Is what you're saying?
It's impossible to tell if we're actually orbiting.
Well, I mean, I suppose with one reference frame, no, you can't. But we don't have just one reference frame, so that's irrelevant.
Well, on the Earth, we only have one. So you're saying we have to believe in outer space travel, right?
Well, I don't have to believe in it because I know the fucking person that does it. See, we always go back to that. This will always revert to, you don't know because you haven't seen it. Yes, because I've said things with people that, like colleges, like groups, do this. This is a thing. It will always
How far in
revert to that
space
topic.
do they go, bro?
I have no clue. Depends on the system.
Okay.
ESPA goes up to about. Let's see. I don't know. I don't.
And how do
remember
they
the numbers.
verify the distance? Like, I've actually debated an aerospace engineer, and I've actually talked to people.
Well, I'm
who
not
work
an
in
aerospace
Hanwha
engineer. Like I said, it's my friend's company. I do robotics projects. I don't do aero. I think space is cool. I do this for entertainment. I don't really care about space. And that's another thing is like, if the Earth was flat. Oh my God! If the Earth was.
Change the jellyfish
Alexa,
water.
stop it.
Alexa,
If the
tell
Earth-
them the Earth is flat.
don't ask that. I completely lost what I was saying now.
It's okay. Why can we send radio
Oh, well.
transmissions 10,000 miles horizontally?
Well, it depends on the radio transmission. Also, horizontally, as in it would be shooting off the edge, or horizontally, as in if I'm here, if I'm here and I want to send a transmission here, I can go like that.
That's not horizontal.
I
You'd hit the curve.
What's it? I'm talking about if there's two people, right? If we're two people here, right? Let's do it
Hit
on a
the
flat
curve.
first. Let's do it on a flat earth first.
Okay.
So if we're two people and we're standing right here,
Mhm.
are you saying that like this is? Imagine this is 10,000 miles, or whatever. You're saying that they can send a transmission across, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's on a ball, the surface of the ball is still horizontal. It's like when you fly in a plane. It's still horizontal because you're keeping with that. That's like that's. I don't. What?
No.
What do you
no,
mean?
no. Okay. I got you. Okay. So, like,
I think. Go ahead.
trust me, I got you, man. You'll
I
get
don't-
there. But
I
so,
don't
like,
know
in a
what you're-
plane.
Very
In a plane, the story is in a plane we fly like the Earth is horizontal, but
Right.
it's just because it's locally flat and it's level and it's maintained by gravity that's bending us around a ball. This doesn't
Yes.
work with radio transmission.
No, but that was my analogies. I'm trying to say is that's what you're saying.
Doesn't work with
Because it's
radio
on-
though.
It's flat, is what I'm saying. On the flat Earth, you're going like this.
Let me
right?
tell you what your side's answer is. So then you can
Sure,
tell
go
me if you
ahead.
believe it. So they sent it 2,200 miles. It was supposed to get blocked by the curve of the Earth at 200 miles, and it didn't. So what they did, they then came up with the idea of the ionosphere, and they say that the radio waves go up into the sky and then they bounce up and down.
Yeah, but that's not horizontally. What's it? You said horizontally. I know about ionic bounces, and
Yeah,
I know
so we
about
shoot
Earth moon
them
Earth
line of
bounces as
sight.
well. But that's not line of sight. You are bouncing it directly up and then back down.
No, that's not how we
Just
shoot
like when
them,
you do
though.
it to the moon, you can do an Earth moon Earth bounce, which is also something that's very interesting, and
Well,
only
listen,
works
man.
when the moon is there.
Marconi shot them,
Yeah,
shot the radio transmission horizontally using line of sight. He didn't account for anything to do with the ionosphere. They didn't even know it existed. And the first attempt, it was received 2,200 miles away. So then they came up with the idea of the ionosphere because they're like, there's no way it should have done that if the Earth's a ball. So then they're like, oh, well, if it's going horizontally, the Earth's going to drop underneath it, which means it's going to start going up to space. So it must have bounced back down. So it was just an
Are
ad
you
hoc
talking about a
explanation.
specific experiment?
Yeah, Marconi's radio transmissions, the first
But
long
is it-
distance radio transmission over the Atlantic
Okay.
Ocean.
I have no idea how you do it other than shooting it upwards. You could bounce off a satellite. You could do whatever you want. I have no idea what you're talking about with the other.
Well, we can move on, but that debunks.
But again, the Earth Moon Earth bounce while we're on radios is a thing that is done by amateurs constantly.
Really.
Really.
You have verification of that?
Yes, in fact, I talked to Toon because I just did a
Oh my
ISS. I just met him recently. I did an ISS. You could actually get an SSTV signal from the space station if you have a big enough antenna. And I have nasty old computers over there that are from like 2004 with a ton of old software on them. And we got it. And I'm going to be putting it on my YouTube channel in a few minutes. And basically, they send out. Do you know what SSTV is? Do you know what that
SSTV?
SSTV is a way of transmitting images, like very, very. Okay, it's a very basic way of sending pictures. Is all you need to know for this.
Okay.
So you can actually get a picture that they send, and it has a timestamp. It takes a picture of. It's usually whatever. It's of crew members of the Earth. They take a picture, and then you can actually receive it. based on when the ISS is there, and you can get that image. It'll render it out. It's not really rendering, whatever. It'll throw it out, and then you have it, and it matches up exactly with where it is, what time they say it's going to be, and it also shows what they're saying.
Oh my
So-
gosh, bro. Okay,
What?
so you don't.
Oh my
okay,
gosh!
okay.
What do you want other than that? Which I got a picture
I asked you for
directly sent.
verification that people send
Yes.
radio transmissions off the moon, and you brought up an anti-flat earther on the internet, bro. How come every time
No,
I
no.
want some
He
actual
wanted.
verification,
What's it?
it's some
I didn't
weird
say he did it.
anti-flat
What's it? I didn't say that. I said
you did?
I was talking to him because he was interested in getting my footage. He is irrelevant. He is
I
not
asked you
part
how
of
you
this.
verified it, and you
I
said
know.
I talked to
I'm
McToon.
telling you, yes, I talked to Toon because he was very interested in this as well, because he does flat Earth stuff, and he contacted and we discussed it because it's very interesting and it's something that you can reproduce on your own with the correct equipment, and it's a thing. Like you could do it. It's not. You have to go into a secret NASA bunker.
He
and,
hasn't done it.
Take drugs. I'm not talking about Toon. I don't care.
No
about
one's
him.
done it. Everyone says
I've
that
done
anyone
it.
can do it.
You can go on YouTube and see other people that have done it.
You
We
haven't done
stand
it.
out there. Yes, I have. I
Oh, yeah.
stand out there with my fucking radio and my giant ass antenna on my back, and you can hear it come in. And then you take that data that came exactly when it was set to come out, and I come to this old computer and I run it through what is it, RTSS TV, and it generates the whole thing, and it shows me the picture. It's just sound. It is transmitted from that. I went out into a field, grabbed it, recorded it on just a normal MP3 player, and brought it back to the computer, and it shows what it should show. Like
what it should
how do you
show,
get-
meaning
yes,
what?
meaning not a flat Earth.
That doesn't make any
What
sense.
do you want to do other than that? What do you mean it doesn't make sense?
First of all, if you
go on
could
YouTube,
send,
hold on. I'm gonna go on YouTube right now
Del,
and type in.
Hey Dell, do me a favor,
Hey,
man.
what?
Just try to give Witz a little bit more time to respond.
Oh yeah. I don't want to overtalk you. Sorry, what's it?
You're a little bit
all
hyped,
good.
but it's okay.
you
Yeah,
could-
a little bit of booze.
if you could send radio waves to the moon, that wouldn't debunk the flat Earth anyway. But because like plasma interacts with radio transmission, right? If it was something like that, but the truth is that people claim it a lot. But did you shoot it away from the moon and see if you got anything back? No. Did like
yes,
every
that's
time
a
someone-
standard operation. That's part of the teaching experience
Everyone's
because it
no.
has to be very precise. Yeah. The same with the lasers. When you shoot a laser at the moon, you can shoot at the reflectors or the moon itself. The moon is a really shit receive, but you can actually send data if you hit the reflectors just right, and you can get it back with an acceptable range of clarity. It's
One
a known
photon out of
thing.
30 million.
No. I'm talking about if you hit the reflectors specifically on the moon. You can target it. You can not just hit the moon. You can move over a little bit, and if you're lucky, you'll hit the reflectors. And in that case, you get usable. You can send up a data packet. And you can receive data that's somewhat usable, which tells you that it came back. It's not just some miscellaneous thing that's over. And then what you do is you point it away from the moon, even a fraction of it, and then you shoot it. And then I guess aliens find it like 10,000 years later, but you don't receive anything back. And that is, again, showing that it's something physical. I just Googled on YouTube ISS SSTV. That's all you do. And there's like thousands of results. The first result is some cop holding a ham radio. Officer Josh does an ISS transit. And there you go. And he gets the image. Curiosity
so it's not the
Mars
moon,
rover.
it's the ISS.
What?
So now we're not talking about the moon, we're talking about
No,
the
no.
ISS.
From the ISS, the SSTV, you said I haven't done it myself.
Oh.
Yes, I have, and also you can go on YouTube. Some dude did it with a Baofeng, some cheap like $30 radio in his phone.
I
Like
don't
it's
deny
not
that something's
difficult,
up in the sky that they call the
but
ISS.
okay. So so it's not just something's in the sky. This is what NASA says. This will be in this spot at this time, and it's very precise.
I know,
You have
I've
to be
tracked
very
it.
precise.
Yeah.
We're not looking at the ISS. I'm not using a telescope. Okay, that's not what we're doing. We go out. I go out in the field. I have a backpack with a giant antenna, and I have my radios. And we go out there exactly when it says, and we get an SSTV signal, which sounds like a screeching dog. And you get that signal, and then you come back and you put it through RX SSTV. I think that's what it's called. I haven't used it in a long time. And it's right there, and it generates using that sound. This is how we send images, and it takes whatever image they decided to send at the time. Sometimes it's a crew member, like an ID card. Sometimes it's a picture of Earth. You can get whatever. It's varied. It's not standardized to what I know. It might be. I don't know. But the point is, we're not just looking up and saying, "Look, there's a thing in the sky." We are getting something back from it that we would expect at the same time that we would expect.
I've tracked it. I know that you can track it, and it's where it's supposed to be when it's supposed to be. This is the thing. You brought up the moon, then you subtly shifted it over to the ISS. I never denied
Well, I
the
already
ISS.
told you about the
I would
moon,
much
but
rather talk about the actual subject, which is this: is the Earth a ball that spins in a vacuum? And is the Earth's surface curving? And I asked you about radio transmission, plane survey data, long distance laser tests. Like, can we talk about
what's it? I don't care about any of that stuff because I don't
care
know
about
about that
actual
stuff.
evidence.
I know about the satellites that my friend sends up that go around the curve of the Earth. I know about
my
the
friend in the
radio
military who said
that I
the Earth's
use.
flat.
Well, I don't know him. What's it?
See what I'm
This
saying?
is-
You see what
That's
I'm saying?
one
Doesn't
dude.
mean
Yes, I am see what you're saying because that's one dude in the military as opposed to a multi-million-dollar company that has thousands of clients that do this every day. There is a difference. You can't equate the two. Those
No,
aren't the same thing.
Those are your claim
completely
is dependent upon me denying you can put stuff up in the sky, and I don't
What do you mean?
deny that.
I'm not denying you put stuff in the sky.
I
I'm
know
sure on a
someone that
flat
puts
Earth,
satellites in the
you could
sky
get
who
a
says the Earth's
giant-
flat, bro.
You could get a giant suction cup and stick it to the dome. I'm not saying you can't do that on a flat Earth. What I'm
No one's
saying,
saying
I'm
that.
not saying that's your point. I'm just saying as an analogy. I'm not saying you can't put things in the sky on flat Earth. That's it. I'm telling you, it's not just up in the sky. It is a known location, and it's getting. Fucking man. It's getting the not only the location data, but all of the experience. Because you can put on whatever experiment you want. It's not standardized. It's not. You have to do this camera this direction and you can't do it otherwise. You can do whatever the hell you want to do as long as it's not a gun. And you can put it up into space. You can take pictures of whatever the hell you want. You can do any kind of sampling you want. I don't think you're allowed to return them to Earth yet, but you can eventually, I think, with the
This is
dual
not true,
manifest.
man. Why are you spreading misinformation on the internet?
What's it? You can go. I can give you his email right now.
Please
You
do.
can go and you can ask him, hey, I want to send up a CubeSat. What is the estimated cost? And then he will give it to you and you could crowdfund it. It's not that you guys bought didn't you have like a $20,000 gyros? Not you,
Oh
but
man,
Flat
look,
Earthers.
this is my wait. Can I,
You can crowdfund that and send it up yourself. It's
No,
cheap.
you're talking a lot about something that doesn't prove anything. I'm trying to be patient, but like,
That's it.
listen carefully, man. Please,
Go ahead,
listen
go ahead.
carefully. Listen
Go
carefully. You're saying things that aren't true. You're saying going into space, and then I asked you how high did they go. You said you don't know. The truth is that there
That's
are
not
very
relevant,
specific
though.
regulations about how high you can put something up in the sky. So you're just saying
which is
words
why
that isn't
you
true,
do it through a known corporation that
and they
deals with
have
all
to
that.
adhere to the law.
Yes, but that's why you use them with it because
Okay,
they
how
deal
high
with
do
all
they
the
go?
bullshit, and
How high
I
do
can
they
just.
go?
I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not
Specifically relevant to
relevant.
your
It's it.
point.
If I pay some jackass $10,000 and they take this little satellite with a camera, this is a Lego Harry Potter. That's what I have on my desk, and I shoot that bitch up here, and it's circling the goddamn Earth, and it takes a picture. It's gonna show what it's gonna show. There's no there's no argument. It takes a picture with his little Harry Potter glasses, and he goes, wow, guys, look at this. I privately paid this other private company to look at the Earth, and that is what it shows.
You can't go high enough to take a full picture of the Earth with a private
What's it?
satellite.
Weather balloons go high enough to take pictures of the Earth.
Okay, see what I'm saying? You see, just for the audience,
What's
he's
it?
claiming that somehow this proves the Earth's a globe, and it objectively doesn't. And I ask him, how high is it? He doesn't care. Now he's
Yes,
saying
because
that
that's not relevant.
weather balloons go high enough. They don't. Okay, like according to your model's math, you would have to be hundreds of miles. In fact,
What's it?
according to your model's math, you couldn't see the curvature of the Earth from the ISS, which is 255 miles up. So,
I would
and
love to
even
see those
according to
numbers.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? You wouldn't see it. Now, you guys disagree with Neil
I
deGrasse
don't care
Tyson.
about Tyson.
Yeah,
He's
right.
an
You
idiot.
disagree with the
He's an
mainstream
idiot.
scientific communicator.
He's not amazing. He's a communicator.
just said that.
I am in a scientific field for real. He has never been mentioned one time. He is
Yes,
a
he
guy
knows
that
the
stands
math.
up. He doesn't though. He's a guy that goes up on stage and talks out his ass, and he's a jackass. I don't care about what he says. He's stupid. He's
But
smart.
you just
in some
admitted you don't
aspects.
even know the math.
He's
You don't even know the
he's
height.
smart. The height is irrelevant. If it takes
How?
a picture and I see a goddamn ball, it's a ball. It doesn't matter if it's 20 feet up or 50,000 feet up. If I see a ball when I take a picture of a camera with a camera that does not have a fisheye lens, it's a ball.
You mean to
It
teach you
doesn't
about it?
matter. It doesn't matter if I go from here and take a picture. This is a test tube. This will always be a test tube, no matter from here or here or here. That was weird. Or here or here. It does not change. And you can go on YouTube. I think it's called Mage or something, the Mage 2 thing, and they put strings across so you know it's not warping,
Yeah. I
right?
know all about it.
And then what
Another
did it show
anti-fighter.
with it? What did the picture show?
It
What did
shows
the
that
video? It's like an hour long.
Yeah, the strings actually are slightly distorted, and the horizon's not in the middle of frame, and the camera's angled. So the truth of the matter is that you get curvature, you get convexity with any lens. It doesn't have to be a fisheye lens, a rectilinear lens. Any lens is a circle. Okay, in fact, they imitate the eyes, right? So you have a circumference of light, you have a circumference of vision, you have an arc of vision, you have imposed convexity of any lens, and you can prove this by once the balloon goes up and down, it changes. That's because the angle of view combined with the convexity of the lens causes like an illusion of convexity. For you to say that somehow proves the Earth's a ball when I'm talking about physical, tangible, empirical measurements on the surface that prove it's not one, that's insane to me. That doesn't make any sense to me.
So we're going to do a litmus test. Do you know what a pinhole camera is? What's it? And why that would be important to have on a satellite?
I know what a pinhole camera is.
Okay, so lenses are very sensitive. So removing a lens is a massive benefit. Okay. So that whole argument you just made is irrelevant because you are using a pinhole camera, which does not, by definition, does not have a lens to distort anything. That is the point.
Okay, can you show me pinhole satellite?
Degraded over, because the lenses, just like in the ISS, it's actually really interesting. You can see on some of the old footage, the lenses degrade over time, including the CMOS sensors in the cameras themselves, and they make little snowflakes, which is very interesting. And it's very, very harsh for computers up there. And so the minimum parts you can use is what you should use. And so when you remove a giant point of failure, if you send a thing, you spend a ton of money, you send up a thing, you don't want it to be dead in a few months because it's being hit by radiation all the time and solar rays and all other kinds of bullshit. You want to remove all the parts you can. The lens is a very big part, and because of that, you don't get distortion. Not that that's what they're testing for. You're not disproving flat Earth with the satellites, but it's just a side effect.
Okay, so what satellites are you saying goes to space and sees the Earth with pinhole cameras?
What do you mean, what satellites?
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Are you talking about
I just looked it up and Google doesn't. What?
It's not a mainstream satellite. What's it? These are personal projects. Oh. It's not a class satellite. It's an ESPA class satellite. It's on a multi-distribution center. So they put it in a rocket, and then they're basically just attached like bricks, and you stack them together like this, and then they get shoved into a rocket, and you shoot it up into space, and then it opens up, and they all go, and then they're all out in space. It's not like whatever satellite. I don't know the class names. There's a Japanese one that does weather. It's not a corporation. It's not. It doesn't have a class name. It's just like D3, whatever ID they gave it from the company.
Okay, so how high is it? How much curvature do you see? Have you actually seen these, or are you just saying
Google
stuff? Have you actually seen the pictures?
Height isn't thing. Yeah, what's it? I hang out with him. I just had like a ton of.
I don't care about you having friends
last week.
Please stop saying that.
No. But what's it? It's not I'm having friends. This is a direct field that is related. I've gone in. This is a thing. You can go on my Instagram, and I have pictures of stuff.
I know people that have done it.
It's a dope thing. What's it?
Done what? That's just a weird argument.
Done what?
That have sent up cubes, our private satellites, and even rockets 60 miles.
That sounds not true. I'm sorry, but that just sounds. I don't care about rockets. What's it?
So rockets with camera 60 miles.
Are you talking about Mad Mike?
Lower than that.
Hey,
are you talking about Mad Mike?
Question. I can't hear what's it. Can you just calm down a little bit, Dylan, please?
If I sent something 60 miles, are you saying that wouldn't give me better evidence or lack thereof than something lower than that?
No, but I don't know why you're talking about flat earthers send up a rocket that isn't Mad Mike.
I was making a point. Mad Mike wasn't a flat earther.
Do it then. Oh well, I guess
I was making a point though. Keep invoking your friends. I don't care. I haven't said, I have a friend that works on satellites that says the Earth's flat, because that's not an actual argument. That's a fallacy.
What's it? I'm just bringing that up as an example. They own a company. You can go to the company right now. It's not my friend from the bar told me that he likes to build satellites in his garage in his free time. It's here's the company. I can give you their contact details. I can give you the product specifications you need to build the satellite to be able to be viable for launch. This is not dude in a bar that told me he's super epic. This is a corporation.
Dude, the whole time we've been talking, you've been talking about satellites, okay? And you don't even know how high it is. You don't know how much of the curvature. So can we talk about actual evidence, man? Because we have direct observations on the Earth where we see mountains from 255 miles away, where the entire mountain's usually blocked by curvature. And we send radio transmissions thousands of miles. We send lasers dozens of miles. We've tested.
What are lasers made out of? What are lasers made out of?
What are lasers made out of?
Starts with an L. It starts with an L. What is it made out of?
Why are you changing the subject?
What's it? You just said lasers. What are lasers made out of?
What are lasers made out of? I get what you're saying. I get you're saying.
They're made out of light. What's it? Yes, what's it? It's a known fact.
Yeah,
we
but I don't even understand refraction. I know way more
I
about
don't
it than you.
care, Witsit. I don't need to understand
So
because
you're
I know.
ignorant, is what you're
Witsit.
Okay, I can't hear you guys. You guys are talking at the same time. What's it? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I think it sounds like you're ignorant on the position. Like, I get that you think it's refraction, but basically what you're saying is, and for the audience to understand, when we see the mountains hundreds of miles away, or when we shoot lasers too far, you're saying that the Earth acts in just a way via refraction to give us this huge illusion that makes the globe look exactly like it would if it's flat, and then shows us mountains that are obstructed by multiple miles of Earth curve, lifts them up and makes it look flat where we can see all the mountains. Is that what you believe?
No, it doesn't look flat with it. You see the tops of buildings. If it was flat, you would see the building. You don't see that. You see the tippy part of a thingy at some point sometimes. Like, that's it. In the picture you showed in your intro, Witsit, when you see the city, you don't see the city. You see the tallest skyscrapers. That is completely consistent. That's not inconsistent. You
No,
don't
the curve
see
is
a
supposed to
whole
block all of them.
What? No, it's Witsit. If the Earth is flat, it's not going to magically just show what we predict on a globe. And moreover, the entire point of science, contrary to what others say here, is that you don't have to do everything yourself. You write a paper and then people test it and you can build off of that. That is the point of science. I don't want to have to go back and learn about basic refraction so that magically can make me a headset that projects holograms in my room. We understand it obscenely well. I don't need to understand it personally to know that these people are using it in a practical way and they disagree with you.
We don't understand it extremely well.
I just said I don't understand it.
No, the people you're talking about don't. The subject matter expert
build
doesn't.
photonic lenses that project holograms in my room don't understand it.
Okay,
But
can I respond?
do.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the reason that's not the same is because that's Snell's law, which is one medium to another. A lens is a different type of medium. Yes, we understand how light interacts with lenses very well. That's not the same as a singular medium where we just try to guess. We emailed the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, the subject matter expert for atmospheric refraction. He explains we don't understand it. He's like, dude, we don't completely understand atmospheric refraction at all whatsoever. We have to use a differential of Snell's law. It's just okay. It has its own problems, and we don't really understand what's going on in the atmosphere. So that's not the same as someone using refraction with lenses based on one medium to another with a very verifiable, repeatable type of science. I don't deny that we understand refraction from medium to medium. You don't understand on the Earth. And objectively, when we see the mountains hundreds of miles away, you have to believe those mountains are completely blocked by Earth curve, but that the mountains get lifted up in an illusion and look like we can see them from 100 miles away, and it makes it look like the Earth's flat because we can see all the way to the shoreline of the mountains. That's what you have to believe. That's not.
Are you talking about the person that made the curve calculator that includes refraction and disagrees with you, says that you're right? The person that, by the way, check out my GitHub, liked one of my projects, and we talk a little bit. Are you really going to make that claim with it? Really? The software is open source, just like mine.
The Earth curve calculator.
No.
That was Walter Bislin, and Andrew Thomas Young.
Yeah.
He is
the subject matter expert in refraction. Yes, I am aware.
He admits we don't know what it is.
Yes. Okay.
So stop saying we know it exceedingly well.
What's it? I personally do not need to specialize in anything other than the thing that I do here. That is the entire point of science.
Yeah.
When there is thousands and thousands and thousands of people that say that you are wrong, that work in fields that include refraction in every single way, and light, things like what is it? I don't know where it is. It's some other hologram thing. It's a cube. And that does use one medium, by the way. That's not lenses. And that plugs directly to PC as a display. We understand this enough to build technology. You can't say it's wrong when we can take it. We can take our understanding and make a new thing. You can't.
I don't think you're listening to me.
What? What's it? I just said it doesn't use a lens. I just said it doesn't use a lens. It uses one medium. There's not two. There's no lens. The Magic Leap has lenses. This does not. It's a separate thing.
It has one medium and it's using refraction?
Yes. It refracts the light back, and it's a prism, but it's one part. It goes like this through, so you can get a 3D effect through it. That's the entire point. Yes. Yeah. When we understand these concepts and we can use them to build practical things, some random person on the internet saying "nuh-uh" is not good enough.
That's not what I did.
What have you built using this? Any concept of flat Earth? What practical thing has anyone ever built?
Nothing. 99% of things built doesn't require anything to do with assuming the Earth's a globe.
Every single thing that I have in here uses things like gravity.
Gravity
For calculations.
doesn't mean that.
Yes.
First of all, gravity is an agreed upon average of going down.
It's not.
That
It's
is
a measured average. It's not agreed
Okay.
upon. It's a measured number.
okay. You think that debunks me? Do you know what my position on that is?
Well, yes, I've heard you say the same thing like 5
It's
times.
intrinsically electrostatic. We have a
It's
downward
not
electric current.
electrostatic, Witsit. First off, a lot of the machines I use are obscenely sensitive to electrostatics, and you would fucking know if it was that. Second
Name one
off,
that's not
they're-
electrostatic.
Second off, name one what?
Name one piece of machinery that you use that's not electrostatic.
I'm telling you right now. Second off, they have a common ground. Witsit. Do you know what that
Can't
means?
name one.
I just said all of them. Witsit.
They're
said they have
all
a
electrostatic.
They have a common. Do you know what that means? Do you understand what that concept
you
means?
ground them?
In like first
Yes.
grade electrical engineering. Do you know what
I
common
know what it
ground
means.
means? Okay,
Yeah.
so why would something that's over here get affected by something over here if it's all common ground? They're all at
Get
equal
affected by-
potential. Why would, you're saying it's causing gravity. That's what you think gravity is caused by, correct?
There's a downward electric current on the Earth. Yeah,
Yes, and that's what you're saying pulls things down, correct?
it doesn't pull
Because
things
I
down.
would assume. What?
It pushes down.
It pushes down.
We have a measurable
What?
downward
So it's
electric
like,
current.
It's like, so if I was standing, this paper's getting a lot of use. If I was standing on this, are you saying that it's like raining down on to like push down?
I'm just telling you what's provable. You want to talk about
No,
science? you can,
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So if I'm standing
to
on the
listen
earth,
more then.
this is your thing, right? This is flat Earth. You're saying that it's pushing down on me to keep me down, or
downward
it's
electric
pulling me
current.
down,
Yeah.
or it's pulling me down.
No, there's a downward electric current that goes from the sky down to the Earth.
Right. But you're saying that's what gravity is.
Is everything's electric?
In
yeah.
your model. Are you an electric universe person? No, you can't be because that uses a globe.
Well, it
guess
doesn't
that's-
need a globe, but I would say everything's
Well,
electric. So anyone not
totally.
claiming it, I will say this: that in your paradigm of a globe, it will shift to a geocentric electric universe, guaranteed, 100%.
that's not
But the
flat.
Earth's also not a globe, so sorry.
What? So why'd
You'll
you
get
bring-
there.
Why'd you bring that up, Winston?
You'll get there, bro.
About geocentrism.
You'll get there, bro.
I don't care about
Do you-
geocentrism. Winston.
do you agree that science doesn't care about philosophical bias or religions or anything like that? It's just what is the facts? What can we test? If we have a hypothesis and the evidence disproves it, we throw our hypothesis out. You agree science is
Yeah.
like antithetical to religion?
I agree that what you said as an example is like a high school level of scientific method. But if you're talking about does it use those things, no, it's meant, the entire purpose of it is to cut out biases. That's
Well,
why it exists.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Science is the process of cutting out feelings
I agree.
and emotions and getting the pure information.
I
Regardless
agree.
of what
I agree with you,
feel.
but that's not what they
Yes.
do when it comes to the Earth, bro. Like whenever
I'm
they
saying.
discovered that, listen, they said gravity is the
Okay.
bending and warping of space time. That's relativity. So that means this amount of mass makes this much gravitational effect. Then they looked at the sky and they saw the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that relativity predicted for the amount of gravity they saw. So did they
Right.
throw their hypothesis out and say, the evidence didn't match our prediction? No, because it's a religion. They said, oh, we'll come up with a new idea called dark matter. We don't know what it is. You can't see it. It's called dark because we can't observe it, but we'll keep our religion together because we don't want the earth to be in the center and to have a special position. That's what it is. It's a religion. It's the antithetical of space.
This is space. Do you see this?
Yeah.
There's something here. You don't know what it is. I don't think you could guess what it is. You don't know what it is. That doesn't mean there's nothing there. Just because we don't know what it is does not mean that we don't know that there's something causing something. There is something here that is bending this paper in this shape, right? We know that. We're not going to throw out the concept of my room because this shape, we don't know what's under this paper.
And we know relativity's wrong. It made a prediction and it was wrong.
What's it? Relativity is one of the most tested things we've ever
Oh
done.
my God.
What's
No,
it?
it's not. It was
It
literally
is. It's
applied-
vital in satellite. That again, going back to the CubeSats, this is like it's taken into account. You can't just say nah.
Actually, special
Also, this
relativity
is a
predictions
hand.
applied to
You would have
satellites
never
didn't.
guessed that this was a hand.
See, I know all about this stuff, man. I'm sorry.
Didn't
You
know it was
read
a
into the
hand.
wrong one. If we talked for
What's
7 hours, I would correct you on every
What's
part
it?
of it. Special
What's it?
relativity's predictions for satellites didn't
Goodness.
work, actually. Someone had to come in and fix it with a brand new mathematical construct because special relativity didn't work for satellites.
I'm not talking about special. What's it?
That's what's used for satellites. See what I'm saying? And the point is that dark matter is not a real thing. It's a religion, bro.
What's it? I
See, if
just
come up with
showed
a
you the
theory,
concept.
Hold
I
on,
just
Dell. Dell,
showed you.
let's let him finish his thought real quick.
All right, go ahead.
think about it. If I come up with a theory and then I go find some evidence and it contradicts my theory, dude, I have to throw my theory out. Okay, that's
I know.
science. The evidence doesn't care what you think or about your feelings or your opinions or what everyone else thinks, or we'd have to go back so much. Science is just what the facts are. When we went and looked at the facts, it debunked our claim of relativity. It debunked what we thought the universe was. And that was over a century. That was a century ago, 1933, so just under 100 years. And they still don't know what it is, still can't define it, but they, instead of thinking maybe relativity is wrong, maybe our assumption about the universe is wrong, they keep their religion of the Copernican principle, and then they just make stuff up. And that is not science, bro.
Do you understand how your truck works at a very basic level?
Sure.
Like a car, okay? Do you understand it from a complex level? If I gave you a bunch of scrap metal, could you build a working Ford?
No,
Probably not. It doesn't matter if you can't, because when you sit your ass in your truck or whatever you have, it'll go. It doesn't matter if you're brain dead or a dog or a chicken hitting the gas pedal. It's going to go forward. The understanding is irrelevant to the concepts that work. I don't care about the philosophical. I don't care about that. The point is, when you demonstrate it practically using technology, it does not matter. You
can't demonstrate the bending and warping of space and time. You can't demonstrate length contraction, that all objects in matter are contracting in motion. You can't demonstrate these things. It's a theory. It's a philosophy.
What's it, please?
I'm sorry. Can you measure length contraction? Do you know what that is?
Depending on your reference frame, what's it? This is like...
Oh, no.
This is like... No, depending on your reference frame. I didn't say no. I said depending on your reference frame.
Who's measured it?
This is like... This is like Googleable. I don't know why you're bringing this up. This is like I could open it and Google it. This is not
dude, I don't have to Google it, dude. I research your religion.
I'm telling you,
man. I don't Google your religion. I read the leaders of your religion. I don't need to Google anything.
That's not what I said.
Look. These are just
That's not what I said.
Look, I read your religion, dude. I don't Google it and read mainstream articles. I read the leaders of it. Okay.
Wait, hold up that other one. The second one.
You should read this book.
Yeah, that one. What is that?
You should read
it. Oh, God. I thought that said Ken. I'm sorry. I was going to have to yell at you for having a Ken Wheeler book. Jesus.
No, his books are free anyway. You should also read this one.
Do what? The mod said something.
Look, all I'm trying to say, man, is like,
hold on. The moderator guy said something. What did he say?
That we have 13 seconds.
We got a few more seconds left. Go ahead and wrap it up.
Let me just say this to you, man. I think I would have a beer with you or something, man. Like, I don't dislike you or anything. All I'm saying is, I think you would be surprised that it's not as scientific as you think, and maybe you're letting people make philosophical decisions for you. And if you were in a cult of philosophy, you would probably not want to just blindly believe it. I don't think so. Look into it or don't, man.
What do you mean philosophical?
The idea that the Earth can't be special or unique and it has to be like in this random position, that's a philosophy.
But if we're this tiny little ball in this massive galaxy and we're the ones that have life, that is 1 billion times more amazing than a shit flat Earth that's a tiny little like aquarium. Like, as God, I would do something that's amazing and giant that we can explore for the end of time as humans, as opposed to making a tiny little like snow globe.
What if the Earth is so big that you could have to explore it for the end of time?
Are you talking about like extra land?
Yeah, and there is extra land. That's what all the other people say. What's up? We'll get there, man.
That's what you say, or that's what the other people say?
That's what people throughout all of history said until the last 100 years.
Oh, well, yeah, because we didn't have good maps. We had.
You mean government telling us that we can't leave a circle?
Sea monsters drawn on our old pictures. Like, that's not a real thing. We had the Kraken den over here that you can't go by. That's not scientific. That doesn't mean there's a Kraken that the government's hiding the Krakens. Like, that's okay. That's dude. Again.
No, now we have a circle that says you can't leave your circle, like the Hunger Games, and the slaves are arguing with the other slaves saying, "There's no circle."
That was a pretty good analogy. I'll give you that one. Yeah. That was pretty good.
Nice. You guys ready for the Q&A now?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I do have to like use the bathroom. Is there any way I can get like a minute?
Sure.
I'm sorry. Or I'll try to hold it a little bit. Maybe when he gets a question, I'll dip off.
I think it's like 30 minutes, so it's not. You just feel the whole.
If you want to go ahead, I'll just make some announcements real quick and do the ad.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, man.
Whatnot. No problem. So yeah, I just want to let everybody know once again that our guests are linked in the description below if you like what you heard tonight. So whether you're listening on YouTube or via the podcast, they are linked in the description. So go ahead and check them out as soon as you can. And I just want to let you guys know about tomorrow's debate once again on at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Time, Religion, Race, and Society. That's going to be Daniel Hakikachu versus J.F. Garape. And they're going to be crossing swords here tomorrow night. So just don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can check out all those. And just want to also let you guys know that we'll be doing a after show on my channel tonight. So if you want to hear the conversation keep going, if you want to participate, it'll be an open mic. So the link to join will be there in the description below of that video. So if you want to continue the conversation, come on over and check that out. Link in the description below once again. And I guess that's all the announcements I have. Dell, you want to say anything to the audience about your channel? What do you do over there?
I post not very frequently. Usually it's just mirrors of things I do in other channels. And then some of the work I do with machine learning, like a synthesized voice cloning that I'm working on that uses neural networks to generate like realistic speech. I've progressed, like shown progress of that. I posted like a year ago. It sounded really creepy, and now it's basically indistinguishable. But other than that, I don't make very much YouTube content.
Got it. Yeah, somebody just pointed out that there is no link for you in the description. So now that is fixed, ladies and gentlemen. So now there should be a link there. If you refresh it, you should be able to see it there now. And What's It is back. Awesome. So we will go ahead and get into the Q&A. Just so it's fair, do you want to just tell people real quick what's on your channel?
Whatever YouTube allows. No, we talk about all kinds of stuff. We don't just talk about the Earth. We talk about a bunch of topics. So it's pretty cool. We have a School in the Globers session. So maybe some
School in the
come
Globes.
learn about their belief and decide if you think it's true. But yeah, we talk about a bunch of urban subjects.
Awesome. Excellent. Okay, so I'm putting 35 minutes on the clock, and we'll go ahead and kick it to the question and answer section. So the first question comes in from Kango44 for $50 New Zealand. They say, what's it? New Zealand is 1,600 kilometers across. It's in full sunlight 2 hours before Sydney, Australia. Auckland, New Zealand is 2,000 kilometers from Sydney. So sunlight stops 400 kilometers short of Sydney for a couple of hours. Why?
Because actually the sun appears to be like, I know you guys are going to get triggered, but it appears to be like a projection. We took the azimuthal and declination readings from a longitudinal position all around the Earth for an entire year, and we mapped it out on a flat projection, and it works perfectly as a toroid, so it seems to be like a position relative to the observer in the torus field. And you can also take a container, put a light over top of it, and it covers a certain amount of the Earth. And also, I don't claim a map. If they did hypothetically lie about the Earth, it would be ignorant to think we have like a perfect map. That doesn't even make sense. So
got it. Thank you so much. Next question coming in once again from Kango44 for $10 New Zealand. They say Sony announced the launch of a project called Star Sphere, which allows users to rent a satellite camera in space to take photos of the Earth freely. So
yeah, that's I get the claim. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Samsung also had satellites in space that crashed and were actually connected to balloons. But I mean, even if they send something up in the sky, I don't dispute that you could use like solar powered drones that can stay in the sky for long periods of time. I don't dispute that you can send things into the sky. And I don't believe any type of pictures that have imposed convexity, right? We can test the surface of the Earth here. So it's a misnomer that flat earthers deny you can put stuff in the sky. We don't believe any claim about going out into a vacuum thousands and thousands of miles away, which is why I continually asked the height they go. But anyway.
Got it. From Ozian Talks for $5, they say, why do surveys only work when up to 100 miles? I'm sorry. Why do surveys only work up to 100 miles according to your evidence? What is your IV and DV to demonstrate it is an accurate measurement?
Yeah. So that's independent and dependent variable. Measurement isn't science. Math is a description. Science is an explanation of a cause and effect relationship. Measurements are not independent and dependent variable related at all. But yeah, we take a vertical plumb, we establish a local horizontal, so the perpendicular to the plane, and we take measurements. And then, of course, assuming the Earth's a globe, as you increase distances, you're going to have to make like assumed calculative corrections. So any practical use case, you're going to measure in small increments. So for 100 square miles, that's plenty for engineering, which is why all real life engineering where people's lives are at stake, it uses plane survey. We take physical measurements of the Earth as a plane in order to do engineering, which is the point. So.
Got it. And the next question coming in from Kango44, once again from $50 New Zealand. They say, what's it? Given you have no formal education in math, physics, geology, surveying, engineering, optics, computer graphics, etc., someone could tell you pretty much anything and you could believe it. So why anyone would listen to you?
I covered that in my opener, my bro. Do you spend $50 to say that? That's called a credentials fallacy. The credentials fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone dismisses an argument by stating that whoever made it doesn't have proper credentials, so their argument must be wrong or unimportant. Right? Nikola Tesla dropped out of college and literally changed all of electrical field theory for the remaining history of mankind. So it doesn't really matter what my credentials are. It matters what the actual substantive argument presented is and what the empirical evidence states. And then you add me in there as well, saying I would just believe anything that's not true. I don't believe in fairy tales about how there are an infinite amount of planets and galaxies in the ever-expanding universe of nothingness. So I don't just believe anything. I actually need empirical evidence. Ironically, you believe anything.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Alan Beaupre for $5 Canadian, they say, Witsit, how can the flat Earth be falsified?
Repeatable physical measurements of tangible Earth curvature. If you could physically prove an actual tangible Earth curvature, this whole debate would be over. If you could physically tangibly verify the radius value, but you can't, which is a problem as you're making that positive claim. So,
got it. Del, do you want to just say anything about that one since we don't have many questions for you coming in?
Yeah, I'll take the next one. I have to go. Somebody's at the front of the house. I'll be right back, like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
I guess just keep doing questions. I'll be right back. And then I'll be up to say stuff on the side after he's done. I'll be back.
Found one comment. Okay. All right, Austin. One more for you from Malavia for $2. They say Austin showing again how remedial his understanding is.
I'll just add on, man. The truth is, man, let's be real. I understand the globe better than 99% of people that believe in it. So, we don't have to lie. It makes it weird.
And then from Zach Carrington for... All right, welcome back. Zach Carrington for $4.99. They say, Witsit, stop cherry picking Ken Wheeler and Einstein. Neither support your position. You are using the principles of science to try to debunk science.
Okay. Cherry picking means if you read it in context, it would refute the position that I invoke, and that's not what happens at all. And I invoke Einstein to actually elucidate the ignorance of the people that defend the globe, right? They don't have a justified belief. They believe the earth is this globe model, but they don't know what it is. They don't even understand it. It's like someone telling me the Bible's true, but they've never read Genesis. It's just a weird religion. It's a cult. So I bring up Einstein just to show what the religion actually says, like what the belief is, which is that you can never prove the earth is orbiting the sun from the earth. It's just a belief that we have. It's philosophical, blah, blah, blah. Like that's the only reason Einstein's brought up is to correct the misnomers regarding the globe model. So,
all right. Del, do you want to just take a quick second to respond on that one?
I mean, I don't know if cherry picking is a good word, but maybe selectively. Does cherry picking imply dishonest? Is that like deliberately lying? Or?
Yeah, pretty much. Like your intention.
I don't know about that. I heard somebody call you a con man too. I don't know about that. I think it's more just, I don't want to say misunderstanding, maybe stupidity over ignorance or over malice. I don't think you're like deliberately trying to do anything sketchy. At least for, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you don't think the earth is flat and you're just scamming people. I don't know, but I don't think that. I think you're generally just kind of off on the side somewhere.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a very profitable market plan, would it?
No, it probably would not.
Let's let Austin just have the quick last word, and then we'll move on to the next one. Austin, do you have anything else you want to say about that?
No, I mean, obviously, I went and tested the earth, and I know it sounds crazy to even dare question it, but I went and tested it myself, and yeah, they lied about the earth. I mean, it's not for everyone. Flat Earth's not for everyone, so.
All right. From Mark Reed for $5 American, I believe. Amazing, or maybe Australian. Sorry. Amazing work on the debate, Del. You showed Austin he had no idea what he's talking about. Would love to see a channel and see more of your debates.
Yeah, I have.
Got a fan out there.
I have one from Modern Day Debate mirrored on my channel, and then one. I don't know. I don't know if it's Flat Earth related. It was with some weird schmo. His name was like Smo, and he was some religious guy that was talking about Flat Earth, and he was trying to use it to justify his geocentrism that was also like heaven here. It was very odd. So if you want to get like high and watch something funny, that's what you should do. I might make debunking content if people actually are interested in that. But it's fun. I enjoy it. It's a good time.
Awesome. From Dario Durick for $5, they say all the proof that globies have is math and theoretical. Do you have physical evidence of a globe, not just CGI pictures from NASA?
Well, yeah, because, CubeSats that I've done, the ISS thing that I personally did out in the field in the cold. I don't know what else you want besides like literally showing it and then also verifying that a space station is there. But other than that, no, I have no physical proof that's not from NASA, besides those things that are not from NASA.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then from Chainsaw Cat for $10, they say, Del, you should throw in the towel. You are out of your league.
I do have a towel somewhere, but it's covered in alcohol from washing my board. Rubbing alcohol, not like booze.
From Rad Crad for $5, they say, what do you think the actual reason for the world's governments lying about Earth, the flat Earth? Why would they lie, and what do they seek to gain by it? Honest question.
Why did the government lie about there being weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East? Like, asking me why the government's lie is insane. In fact, I would ask you, why would you believe that NASA is the one federal governmental agency that doesn't lie? Well, yeah, there's all kinds of motivations to lie. Like I said, if you've ever seen the Hunger Games, there's something called a 60th South Latitude. They drew a circle around you. Private, free exploration beyond that is literally illegal. They have to give you permission to do it. So in the scenario that there was extra land and they don't let you leave it, I don't see how you wouldn't put that together. And then they always say you can go, but you actually objectively can't go there without their permission. So that's one of the reasons. There are many reasons. I mean, this is one of the things. Look, I'm going to say this real fast, but say that I discovered that my parents adopted me. Right. And then I go up to my friend and I say, look, dude, turns out my whole life's a lie. My parents adopted me. Right. And you're like, wait, that's crazy. Let me see the evidence. I show it. And you say, well, who are your real parents? And I say, I don't know. And the person responds, oh, well, until you know who your real parents are, I don't believe you're adopted. That would be really weird. And then if you say, well, why'd your parents lie to you and say that you weren't adopted? That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So that's my long way of explaining with a rudimentary analogy that's kind of independent of if they did lie or not. But yeah, it's your own journey, man.
All right, got it. From Chainsaw Cat. I'm sorry, no. From Sunflower for $5, they say, Del, sacred geometry or not, the flower of life is just a geometric pattern of overlapping circles of an equal radius in 2D space. Why is that funny?
The flower of life is what? What is it? Does it have some kind of, because you're calling it sacred geometry, is it some kind of spiritual thing? Like when I go into Matt, I'm asking you actually what's it like. I am wondering. Like
it's just like this perfect balanced geometry that's seen throughout all of
Is
nature.
it called sacred just because it's like really perfect, or does it have some kind of spiritual? Okay, so it's not literally God,
like sacred, like a god. No.
Okay, because when you said that, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? What's it? Yeah. But yeah, no, I get you. You're good. But yeah, I guess it's funny because I thought it had to do with like sacred god or something, math. I don't know. It's a funny word.
Oh, there's some overlap here. How did that happen? Okay. From Kango44 for $10 New Zealand, they say, Witsit, they think that your knowledge is poor. Delco has actually done stuff and it easily debunks your rubbish. Your only response is that people who do stuff are lying.
I didn't say anyone lied, though. So, wow. You know what's weird? Is that you just lied. That's what's weird. You watched the debate and then you lied about what happened. Like, actually do stuff. Yeah, I actually do stuff. I take multiple time lapses of the star trails over the ocean and they never intersect with the marine horizon, which they should if the Earth's a ball. I actually take long distance observations. We've done laser tests. We actually do actual testing of the surface of the Earth. Everyone that believes the globe does nothing but talk behind the keyboard. So it's easy to conform to consensus, and what's popular is not true and what's true is not popular. So that's not really my problem. I don't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with, I know he believes that his friends send satellites to space, but he's never thought to question how high do they go and what are the limits and what do the government allow you to do and how long are they up there, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, yeah, I mean, believe what you want to believe, man. Just understand that you're in a belief system.
Okay. Just 1 second. Just checking to make sure I have all the questions in line. Okay, great. Halfway Crook for $5. They say a guy in the field explains in detail to Witsit, and he just denies it. One army guy says, "Yeah, it's flat." Witsit believes him. What would convince him? None.
I specifically said that I don't bring up my friends in the military, which I know multiple, or my friends that are pilots, or the astrophysicists and former astronomers and aerospace engineers that work on satellites that say the Earth's flat. I don't bring these people up because what other people think, or the fact that they have some credentials, doesn't actually substantiate the position. That's a fallacious argument. That's the reason I brought it up. And when you say he explained it in detail, he didn't even know the height that these things supposedly go. And then he went to space, which of course they claim is the Kármán line, which is 60 miles, 100 kilometers, 62 miles, which is an arbitrary determination. Not even all countries agree. So what is space? How high did it go? What did they see? These are important first base questions if you're going to say it proves the Earth's a ball. So, I mean, I guess you should rewatch the debate, maybe.
All right. And moving on. The next question from Toby Walker for $20. They say, Del, why does the magnetic field from the theoretical convection currents in your geodynamo not align with your proposed rotational axis? Sorry. Let me just start.
Why does it not align?
Yeah, let me start over because
I have no idea. But if it was fake, they wouldn't make it up to be inconsistent. That would be stupid.
Yes. Why does it not align with your proposed rotational axis, but also not provide a consistent field and not shift on schedule as theorized?
Well, I guess you should Google that or ask somebody who knows, because if it was fake and a conspiracy, they wouldn't make an inconsistency to where people would go, why is this obvious thing obvious? That would be stupid as a conspirator. So that's dumb. Well, I mean, if you're trying to hide something, you're not going to deliberately add these giant plot holes into your thing so the people, like, that's silly.
Well, they're trying to explain real evidence. Like, I know, but do have real evidence.
Just because I don't know about a specific topic, I've already given you, first off, a ton of stuff in my field. I don't venture into other fields because I'm not an expert in that. And I'm perfectly happy to say that.
He's asking you a question that, according to like the top levels of your own paradigm, isn't known. So, to be fair,
my answer is I don't care.
Okay.
Because it's not relevant. Because it's first off, I'm sure you figured it out. Second off, it's not relevant because if it was fake, you would make it a consistent story.
No, you have to use real evidence. That's why they can't make it fake, dude. My gosh. They have to use real life evidence on the surface.
Are you saying that they took real measurements and they tried to like bend it into a ball? Is that what your point is?
Yeah.
Or that they made up the entire thing and then it's
we can measure the Earth's magnetic field on the surface, so they have to try to make it work with their dynamo model. They can't just lie about the magnetic data. You and I can go take that data.
All right, let's have the last word on that because I believe that question was for him. So let's go ahead and move on to the next question. For Mark Reed for $5, they say, show the measurements you have done to measure the downward electromagnetic force you claim exists and how you have performed experiments to prove it.
I never claimed that I performed experiments to prove it, but you can just look up the Richard Feynman lectures on atmospheric electricity. It's well known. You can use many different things to measure the downward electric current of the Earth. It's very weak. I think it's like 1 microamp per square meter or something like that. But it's just objectively there. There's a downward electric current in the Earth. You can measure it. So you should just look up your own paradigm, like, Richard Feynman, atmospheric electricity lectures. They explain it pretty well. And that would create a downward bias. And that's all that I'm saying. All I'm doing is acknowledging what is provably there. So,
okay, got it. Then from Flat Earth Nation, I believe, FE Nation, for $5, they say, question for Del. You said scientific facts. Show one experiment with water sticking to the outside of a spinning ball.
Well, first off, fact as in colloquial, as in it's ridiculous to debunk or it's not literally a fact. You never prove things. You want to keep things open. That's the entire point, right? That's why Einstein got famous. It's not from... That's... Okay, so why would labs pay people to repeatedly confirm the same things over and over again? I don't get why people think that. The whole entire point is to learn something new and to break what we already understand. That's the point of science, is to move forward. And just like Witsit said, it doesn't matter about feelings. It doesn't matter how sacred our globe or whatever. If we're presented with real evidence, it would change, right? Because feelings don't matter. The problem is there is no real evidence.
There were 10,000-mile transmissions, but whatever.
Well, we already went over that.
You ignored it. Okay.
No, I explained it. I told you 2 ways to do it. I didn't.
Okay,
I gave you 2 examples
of
it being done.
No.
All right.
What else do you want?
You got it.
Okay. From Dario Jurek for $5. They say, Dell, I do robotics and automation, and I can certainly say that it doesn't require me to believe that the Earth is a globe. You lie.
Well, no, that's called the. I want to be mean. I'll say grease monkeys. There's a difference between taking some pre-installed selection from KUKA and installing it into a building and actually developing like an in part or an embedded system that utilizes things on like 2-micron levels to where gravity and other things do become an issue. And also I'd be interested because that's saying robotics and automation is fairly general, and I'm questioning that. Because that is a core value in everything, including the autonomous inertial compensation that I work on for bipeds, which requires gravity and not just down. So if those things are walking, it ain't flat, and they're walking. So there's your answer. I'm not concerned with people, what they say, that they get one of the pre-made cells from KUKA, and they go in and install it, or they go and update the firmware. That's not, I'm trying not to be rude, that's not good. A good expert in the field. I'll say that.
All right. From Earth's First Space Slater for $5, they say, Austin can explain why a Selene Lion debunks a ball Earth. Is it Dion? Because there's an E. Maybe it's
Selenilian.
one word. Selenilian? Selenilian?
Selenilian. Selenilian.
Selenilian, it's a certain type of eclipse.
Got it. Okay. Got it. Should we move on?
What was the question?
What was the question?
Was it for him or for me?
Probably for you. You disappeared.
Hello?
He's asking you,
Am I here?
like, how does a selenilian
Hello?
eclipse work?
Oh,
you
he's
know?
here. Did it just... Okay, can you hear me? What's it?
I can hear you.
Because I think things just fell. All right. So I have no idea, and again, I really don't care.
Oh. Would you want to know if the model of the Earth was wrong?
Well, yeah, I'm interested. What's it? I'm not going to come up and take my free time on a Thursday. If I on 6 o'clock started at 4. Oh, welcome back. Starting at 4. If I didn't like care, I obviously have effort put in. But the point being, I just look it up right now. Oh, look at that! They even have little graphics. That's the thing with these questions about globe Earth. You can just there's like a billion pictures that explain it. It's a diagram right here.
Your
Like,
lifetime believing what you Googled in front of the entire audience, bro.
Yes, Witsit, because it's not my field of expertise, and I already provided you multiple examples in my field that show that the Earth is a ball. This is a secondary question, even a tertiary question that some random person's asking, and it's not my field of expertise. So what I did is I went on here and I looked at these cool pictures, and they're all the same from different sources. So what that tells us, yes, what that tells us is that if multiple people, multiple companies are coming up with the same answer, that's probably the correct answer. And
they claim that even though the sun and the moon are up in the sky during the eclipse at the same time, that it's actually an illusion. And when we see the sun during the eclipse in the sky at the same time as the moon's in the sky, actually the sun isn't there. It just looks like.
Well, yeah, I have a picture of it right here. I have a diagram.
I've seen the diagram. It shows a straight line with curved lines below the globe, and it says it lifts up optically. It's refraction. It's an illusion.
We live the atmosphere reflects light, making the sun and moon appear higher in the sky, and we know refraction exists in the atmosphere.
So to move the entire sun.
Let's let Austin have the last word on that, and then let's move on.
Go ahead.
Well, they claim that the refraction moves the entire sun. So basically what that means is when you see a sunset, according to these guys, you don't actually see the sunset. It's already down below the Earth. It just looks like it's setting. You never actually see the real position of the sun. It just is always an illusion. Every single time you've ever seen the sun, it's not really where you see it. It's always being refracted. That's what they claim. And that, to me, that's just insane, bro. Like, I don't just believe whatever I need to keep a model alive. So, teach their own.
Okay, from Swanee, for $5 to say, Witsit, is it possible for the Earth to be so large that you can't see the curve? You claim it's flat, but it could be just so big you see no curve.
Well, yeah, the radius would have to be like over 250,000 miles based on some of the observations we have. But that doesn't work, though, because the radius value has to be correct for like the stuff he's claiming, like orbital trajectories of satellites, the radius of orbit of a satellite, for the gravity to be what it supposedly is, for the day-night cycle, for the seasons, for the distances from relative planets, blah, blah, blah. You could go all day. All of it depends on the radius value. So if that number is wrong, the entire model's wrong. You couldn't just say it could be a bigger ball. It can't be. the whole model's wrong if that number's wrong. So yeah, that's why we falsify the R value, and that's why the government censors it, and that's why they prop up Flat Earth Society that misrepresents what we actually say, you know. So I mean, pretty
Those are a
obvious to
bunch of
me.
Ubers. Those guys are stupid. I'm sorry.
Why would they do that though? Why would they
Because
promote like
they're
a fake
stupid
story?
with it. Because I think they get paid. Okay, so on
Why,
shills,
though?
they're definitely because they get
But
paid
why?
money. Because
Why would
get
they
paid money.
lie about what we say, but they not get
I'm
censored?
not talking
Why do
about
I get
you.
censored,
I'm
but they don't get censored?
specifically them. Are you talking? Is that the group with Mark Sargent and all them?
Supposedly Mark Sargent said, yeah, but I'm saying, yeah,
well, Mark
they
Sargent
say
is a
crazy
plant.
stuff. They
He's
say
a
crazy
corporate
stuff.
plant for advertising. So that's
I'm
why.
asking you, why do you think that I get censored, but Flat Earth Society doesn't get censored?
Because he's a corporate plant that's used for advertising, and you're a person talking on YouTube.
Why would they not? Why would they promote Flat Earth Society that says that we think we're a disc accelerating up and all
Because
this
he's
crazy
used
stuff?
as a marketing strategy. Mark Sargent
Oh,
isn't a
because
real
I'm
flat
making
earther.
legitimate points.
Yes,
and I actually have
yes.
a valid argument.
Mark Sargent isn't a real flat earther. He's a person that they use for marketing, which is why he appears in commercials. And so he gets pushed up. It's not anything to do about if you're true or not, but that's why he's not censored, is because he's literally a marketing tool.
And
like-
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about the Flat Earth Society.
I
but-
thought that's what that was, is the whole meme of we have members all around the globe. Isn't that what they put out?
yeah.
I thought that was Mark and his buddy.
Yeah, why would you make
whatever.
Flat Earth look stupid if it just really was stupid? Wouldn't you just let like me just excel through the
Well-
algorithms and everyone laugh at me?
Well, no, because if Sony came up to you or whatever that company that does ads with them came up to you and said, "Do you want to make a mockery of yourself online for money?" You probably would say no. But he's done that.
Well,
Like he's
But if
been
Flat
in
Earth is
ads
just
where they're
actually
like,
stupid, right?
After you're-
Wouldn't you
after
just
you're flying
let
off
the
somewhere,
Flat
let's move on
Earthers
to the
be?
next one, okay?
Yeah, all I'm saying is if Flat Earth was really stupid, you would let the Flat Earther, the real Flat Earthers, and what they really think, you'd let everyone see it and laugh at it and see how stupid it is. But I am heavily censored, bro. Like it's a laughing, like it's a joke that how censored I am, and that doesn't really make sense. I mean, we've seen the government likes to censor things that are true. I'm not saying that proves it's true, but it's just weird. It's weird that Flat Earth's propped up via Flat Earth Society, but I'm like heavily censored. I think that's weird personally, but whatever.
Okay. Next question from Shane Cup for $4.99. They say, why are there no real pictures of satellites? Why are they all CGI? Could it be that they don't really exist?
what do you mean? Like in space? Or just in general? Well, I'll do both, I guess. For in space, because sending up a second satellite to take a picture of a satellite, just to take a picture of a satellite, is a stupid idea, and that's really dumb. And the second thing is, I have seen them, and I know a person that owns a company that makes them, and I've seen them go away from me into a rocket and then leave that rocket and then get data back that I'm expecting from space. So there, I guess that's both questions answered on that one.
Got it. From Shiloh Carpenter for $5. They say, here's to buy a book about your religion so you can debate it. However, what is your biggest belief that you live on a ball other than satellites?
The best argument?
Yes, let's go with that.
Okay. My best argument for living on a globe? I mean, the pictures. Even though, I don't know how many people, you could just Google average American amount of people who are photo forensic experts and then cross that with how many of them say that the Earth or all the pictures of Earth are fake, and it's fairly minimal. So that alone is enough to say, well, the pictures are probably real. And then, of course, we could take pictures of the moon landing site from Earth independently. I mean, I can keep going if you want. It's all practical. It's all stuff you can do yourself if you are that dedicated. Miscellaneous viewer, you yourself can do these things.
All right. From Jay for $4.99, they say, why don't you conduct the experiment described by T-Jump using a ham radio to measure the distance to the moon and verify the Earth is round?
If you think that sending a ham radio signal to the moon verifies that the Earth is round, you don't have any business talking publicly in this conversation, bro. Okay. Secondly, you'd have to assume the duration of time is actually within a medium of assumed vacuum of space, because you actually have to take the duration of time with the signal and the propagation rate to actually get the distance, blah, 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 which you just assume and beg the question of the vacuum of space. And even if you did send a signal to the moon, again, how would that prove the Earth's a ball? That's absolutely insane. Secondly, you would actually have to leave the moon because the Earth would be spinning underneath it, which they don't do. So what a cool story. In 2.8 seconds or 2.4 seconds, the Earth would spin underneath the moon, and it would always be relative to the time of year that you did it. and none of that's taken into account. So it's just a whole bunch of cool story, bro.
All right. And the next question coming in from Harry Chairstepper for $5. They say, for Witsit, how can you go on about the science being a religion and then proceed to make up and believe your own baseless claims?
I don't just blindly believe anything. So that's actually the point that you don't get. The only part that I blindly believe is I adhere to some spirituality. Like I know that there's a creator and I have anecdotal evidence for it. And I know the necessary antecedent of creation is a creator and no one could debate me on creationism. But like when it comes to science, I don't make up stuff. I said there's a measurable downward electric current on the earth. The father has electrical field theory, said there's electromagnetic background that sustains electromagnetic energy called the ether. It's the only way that it could work. I know that current science doesn't understand light, doesn't understand quantum, doesn't understand the cosmological scale. There's tons of holes in it. I don't believe stories from other people that have philosophical bias. I suspend belief. Science is the opposite of that. So whenever you ask me to speculate about like the earth or the sky and stuff like that, where I can't independently verify it, then I speculate. To turn around and be like, you're making definitive claims. No, I'm not. I admit what speculation. That's the difference. You guys claim that the belief you have is actual science when it requires blind faith. And that's why you're being corrected, because you have a religion and you call it science. That's the problem.
All right. How much time do we have left here? 5 minutes. Okay, guys. We have more questions than we have minutes left in this quick question and answer. So if you send any more super chats from here on out, I'm just giving you a fair warning that there's a very good chance that it will not be read. But do my best. If they come to the after show, I will try to take any questions that were not super chats with me. Anyways, the next question coming in from Sky Scion for $4.99. They say Dell's only proof of physical evidence is a light in the sky, aka the International Space Station. Yikes! If the Earth was a globe, you could list way more than that, bro.
I did. What was that again? My only evidence was what? A light in the sky?
A light in the sky. This is the ISS.
I know, actually. First off, I didn't talk about viewing the ISS. I talked about getting data from it myself when it's supposed to be there. I didn't look at it. I don't have any telescopes. So that's incorrect. Second off, like everything else I brought up, including the pictures and the satellites that are, again, that I did myself. This is like a college thing. It's not like, I don't know, it's not classified. It's college kids doing stuff for fun experiments to learn things. It's like, what else do you want? Here's pictures. Here's data that I received from space to this at the exact time I expected. Like, there you go. It's not just, I saw a light in the sky and that must mean that everything's real. That's not even close. I think that's a dishonest question. I don't believe that's an honest inquiry right there.
Okay. From Earth is Life for $20, they say, how does a flight from Dallas to South Korea and a flight from Johannesburg to Sydney take the same amount of time, yet on a flat Earth, they are vastly different distances?
Yeah, the other flight, the second flight actually flies in jet streams, which can add up to 300 to 400 miles per hour to the plane. So if you fly 900 miles per hour ground speed, even though your airspeed is 500 miles per hour, to their static air pressure around the plane, you would go significantly farther, wouldn't you? So also don't make map claims anyway. But yeah, they fly with jet streams.
All right. And then from Sky Scion, once again for $4.99, they say Dell saying Witsit like he's talking down to him. Yet it's obvious he barely knows about the globe and does not know how to debate with logic. Yikes.
So presenting physical, practical things that you yourself could do in your own home or pay to do isn't like proof. Also, was I saying your name in a bad way? I'm sorry if it came off like that. Like, was I? Yeah. Was I saying your name incorrect? I don't know. I don't know what that part is.
The tone of your voice, bro.
Okay, I don't know what the hell that part's about. But yeah, so I guess that's the answer.
I think you are a little overly cocky about this, but it's okay. I understand why, so it's all good. Like, I think compared to other people that debate this, you're like significantly cooler, honestly. So.
Well, I try and not assume that you're deliberately malicious. I might be wrong, but that's what I start off with until shown otherwise. So
you'll get there, man. You'll be a flat earther one day, maybe.
I don't know about that, but I'm fine with saying that you're a genuine person for now.
You'll get there, bro.
All right. Next question from Mark Reed for $5. They say Feynman Feynman worked in quantum gravity. So why do you appeal to an authority that disagrees with you and says the opposite?
What? First, okay, dude, that's called an all or nothing fallacy. It's like if you invoke this guy, you have to believe everything he said or you can't invoke him. That's so stupid, dude. That's so stupid. Okay. If I invoke a hostile witness as to correct you people because you don't know what you're talking about, and it's not Richard Feynman that says there's atmospheric electricity, it's objective. You can go out and measure it yourself. It's well known and provable. There's a downward electric current from the sky to the earth. It has nothing to do with Feynman. And yeah, Feynman actually gives a bunch. He's like, the truth is that people in this realm, the anti-flat earth realm, they lie a lot. But the actual physicists, they're very blunt. They're like, oh, we don't know anything about quantum. Anyone that claims they understand quantum is lying or stupid. Like, oh, we have a huge gap. The Copernican theory could be wrong. Oh, the earth could be the center. But then you come in these circles and they're like, no, it's definitely a fact. We're a ball that flies through space and nothingness. So yeah, it's whatever, bro. I brought him up to make the point that like you guys are in a cult of scientism and you're like, oh, the scientists say this. So I give you your little leaders correcting you to save time. It's called a hostile witness.
All right, thank you so much. We do have 8 questions left on the list, guys. I'm gonna try to go through them as fast as I can. If
Sorry,
you
that
guys
was long.
don't mind. The next question is from Nick for $5. They say for both, what if you broke a body of water up into infinitely small pieces and measured them all? What would we see?
Nothing, because if you divided them infinitely, you would never get a chance to measure them. If you mean break them down to the point of where they're an atom, you would see an atom. Do you have an answer for that, Witsit? I don't. If you broke it down infinitely small, you would see nothing because it's infinite. So you would never reach the point where you're going to start measuring. I don't know.
Water always finds this level. I don't know what he's asking.
I don't get the infinitely small part. I don't know what that implies.
It's a contradiction in terms, to be honest. So.
All right, from Earth is Light for $10, they say, Witsit, is there refraction in the black swan image?
Refraction is actually technically light from one medium to another. So technically, Snell's refraction, no. Snell's law of refraction, but sure, there's always refractive effects in the atmos, yeah. But actually, when it's clearer, you can see further. The globe claims when it's clearer and we see further, there's more refraction. So to me, that's just another religious stance.
All right, and then from Run Boston Bear for $19.99, they say, Austin, thanks for staying patient. Keep pushing back that the heliocentric deception. It's time that spells get shattered. Del, thanks for playing. Look into this stuff if you care about the truth. Thanks, MDD.
Is that a question for me, technically? Well, I guess I have looked into it because, again, I know it's getting repetitive at this point, but, pictures, satellite, personally done. Ooh, there we go. Neutrino detectors is also something that's a new college project that's actually very fun. And you can actually draw out the shape of the sun from through the other side of the Earth using neutrinos. It's very interesting. And this is also something that you could build in your own home for, what is it? I think it's around $4,000 to $7,000, which is fairly cheap for such sensitive equipment. It's an old CERN project that they open sourced. It's very interesting. If you're interested for doing real practical things and really actually learning, go build that.
And assume the sphere.
Well, you're not assuming it. So you have the detector.
Whoa, let's just
sorry, I wasn't trying to. Yeah, you're probably right.
All right. Well, you can draw a picture of it through the Earth.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. From Shawnee for $10, they say, I accept your idea that the globe Earth is wrong. I might not believe you, but I will accept it. But why would you say flat Earth is correct if you can't prove it's not just so large you can't see the curve?
Well, if the default position based on all empirical evidence that the Earth is flat and stationary, that's how we fly planes and how we use military equipment, and how we use electromagnetic propagation, and how we use radio transmissions, and how we measure the surface of the Earth, and then we know we have a magnetic field, which always has a block domain wall or an inertial plane. There's always a plane through the magnetic field. Then the default position based on all empirical evidence, including water finding its level, and we use sea level to get elevations, is that the Earth's a plane. So that's the default position using Occam's razor, that which assumes the least. So it has the least amount of assumptions. So that's the default position, a geocentric stationary plane Earth. And yeah, the globe Earth model is provably wrong. We tested the radius value. I mean, a bunch of people believe it. That doesn't make it real.
All right. From Jabril NTP for $2 Canadian. Question, how many people have been in space in percentages?
Like I think they said like less than 25 people have ever been past low Earth orbit in all of mankind's history.
That sounds fairly incorrect. Alexa, how many people have been past low Earth orbit?
From LosAngeles.com. More than 5 million people pass through the nation's airport security.
I don't think that's correct. Alexa, stop. We're not going to get into that.
Nah,
question.
yeah, dude, it's past low Earth orbit. It doesn't
But
count.
we
the
learned that
ISS,
5 million
so it's just
people
like-
pass through airport security every year.
It's just the Apollo missions, bro. That's the only people that have ever claimed to go past low Earth orbit. So it's like 24 people or something. So.
I think I read that one out of order.
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay. Repeats below. I'm not sure what you mean there, Nav. Feynman. Yeah, I did read that one. Okay. Yeah, read that one. From Samir Farsain for $5, they say, in order to communicate with spacecrafts 24/7, NASA uses a network of 3 antennas placed in different parts of the Earth. Why need 3 on flat Earth?
Are you serious? You're asking me why NASA using spacecrafts would do something if the Earth's flat? Dude, I don't believe the governmental agency founded by Nazis that lie about the international temperature recordings and doctored, data all the way back to the 50s. I don't believe their stories. Go look at China's space agencies. Footage is provably fake. It's the stupidest cartoons I've ever seen. We've catch NASA lying all the time. They glitch out all the time. I don't believe NASA, bro. And you think NASA's the only governmental agency that doesn't lie to us, bro? That's super sus to me. So, you can't come to me like with NASA stories and ask me to explain them. That's ridiculous.
All right, excellent. So that is all the questions that we've come to the end of the list. So I will take the other questions to the after show, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to come and hang out with me, and hopefully one of the debaters will come and join me as well. That'll be an open mic that will be joining starting in about 10 minutes after we end here. Other than that, both of my guests are linked in the description below, so please check them out. Please do that now if you have a chance. I want to say thank you to James for creating this platform, the moderators in the chat for keeping the conversation elevated, everybody in the audience who sent in super chats and questions and were civil. Just want to say once again, thank you to the debaters who are the lifeblood of the show. Thank you both so much for being here. And
Yeah, it was fun.
oh, go ahead. Sorry. Thank you. And so, like it if you loved it, share it if you want to spread it, and subscribe. We have many more debates coming your way. You don't want to miss. And remember, keep sifting out the reasonable from the unreasonable. Have a great night, everyone.
Love.
Good morning, everybody. Anybody alive out there other than the Flat Earth Discord robot?
Yeah, brah.
So I was just curious. Last night I was listening in, and it sounded like QE was really upset about something. I didn't catch what it was, though. Debate with Nathan Oakley or something. I'm not sure. Does anybody know anything about that?
Nah, QE kind of goes off all the time. What's the latest? Isn't it the Twangles? You've seen the Twangles?
I don't know. My latest is just being here on beautiful Los Angeles freeways, trying to make my way through work with about 500 million other people.
The latest drama is some guy on YouTube trying to debunk Nathan with the sextant triangle stuff.
And, you know, to tell you the truth, I've never listened to Nathan Oakley. I've heard the name quite a few times. So he's just another flat earth YouTuber.
Yeah, he does flat earth debates. So he's pretty good. He's good at good at articulating.
Does he ever come in here to the Discord?
No, very rarely. Don't think so. He's got his own thing.
And by the way, I'm Wave Mixer. You can probably, if you see the screen, who am I speaking to? I'm on in my car right now, so I can't really see any of the icons or avatars.
Electrizy.
Electra Z.
Yeah, like electricity, but Electrizy, the bit of Snoop Dogg.
All right, cool. I don't think we've ever spoken before, but I don't speak very often. I do a lot more listening than I do speaking.
True. So when did you wake up?
2017.
All right. So the YouTube stuff.
Yeah, with Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues, ODD, and Rob Skiba. You know, Rob Skiba really kind of like was the icing on the cake going across the Great Lake. So that prompted me to go out and buy my own P1000. And I actually, I've been in contact with Mark Sargent over the years. And I've been asking him to let me know when something is going on in California because I didn't know any flat earthers and I really needed to speak to somebody. So last year, he told me about a Sunset Beach meetup. And I went to that, got my P1000, got my own version of the Black Swan. I got some video of 2 oil derricks about 6 and 10 miles out. I can't see the horizon in the background because it was too overcast that day, but I could definitely see the bottom of where the oil derricks met the water and a little boat, like maybe about 4 passengers zipping around. And I could see the boat as it was coming, you know, up a little higher out of the water because it's a little bit choppy. So that had to have been at least several miles away. But after listening to, you know, just about everybody in Flat Earth, they say, don't believe us, go try it for yourself. And that's what really caught me is the fact of they're not saying, hey, believe us. They're saying, don't believe us. Believe yourself. Go try it. So I did. Here I am. Oh, excuse me.
Nice. There you go.
So what part of the world are you in, Electricity?
Sorry, you're breaking up.
Okay. Am I still breaking up?
Comes and goes.
All right. Well, I'm driving on the freeways, and I guess there's some spot of the freeway those satellites just can't reach me. What part of the world are you in?
Australia.
Oh, all right. I'm here in what I like to call Los Angeles, California.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I think I went to Big Bear snowboarding once.
Well, about the only thing that I can say that I actually like about this area is because I'm less than an hour away from the beach, from the mountains, from the desert, and a nanosecond away from my nearest neighbor.
Yeah, nice.
The nanosecond.
Is Big Bear in California?
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's not too far from here. It's a popular skiing resort.
Yeah. Yeah, I went there once. Pretty cool.
I've never been there. I'm not a skier, water skier, snow skier, not a surfer. Like a lot of people believe all Californians must be surfers. Not into that. Not much into basketball, baseball, football. When I was a kid, I was always into motorsports. So, but I didn't build. I got a motorcycle in boxes, parts, brought it home and put it all together when I was about 14. Became a mechanic and did that for about 20 years. Now for the past 20 years or so, I've been in the IT field.
Right,
So
yeah,
my
hacking into computers.
pretty much, yeah. But I got a love-hate relationship with them. I was in the beginning stages of the internet back in the 90s when it first started becoming popular. I went to work for an internet service provider. And now, I think what I see with the technology all around me that's been such a big part of my life, which I've embraced wholeheartedly, I see it can have a lot of negative aspects to it. Kind of like eating candy. It tastes really good, but it's not that good for you. But that does make it possible. It does make it possible for me to be driving in my car down the Southern California freeway, simultaneously talking to somebody else in Australia.
There you go. For free. How long you got to go to drive?
In the morning, it's about 45 minutes. They're going the same distance in the opposite direction. In the afternoon, it's about 2 hours. It's about a 20-mile drive.
Isn't it like 2 in the morning there or something?
But no, it's 6 a.m., 6:10.
Ah,
So my shift at work starts at 7 a.m. So I should have enough time to get to work, be able to heat up my breakfast, get some caffeine at me before it's time to go to work.
true. True. Oh, yeah, I want to get back to the States. I want to go to Las Vegas. Go to the casino.
So question, do you get a lot of chemtrails where you're at?
Yes and no. It depends. In the populated areas, I do see it more, but in the country, not as much.
Well, here in Los Angeles, the skies, it's very rare. You can never see any blue through all the chemtrails as they spread out, just turn the sky kind of a hazy gray, then still continue to spray. Then on days where it looks like natural man-made clouds, and then you can still see planes flying through, leaving their trails. That's one of my pet peeves.
Yeah, when I was in Big Bear, it was horrible. It was like grid lines.
Excuse me. What's funny is sometimes, you can see how they intersect like X's. Sometimes it even looks like they've made tic-tac-toe patterns there, the little crosshatch. It's almost like they're just, laughing at us and throwing it in our face.
Yeah. Yeah, I always see it. Always put in movies and everything, music videos.
But they put the chemtrails in the music videos?
It's just talking about flat Earth, and yeah, I guess that too. There's a video on YouTube. A dude goes through all the movies with the trails, and yeah, it's in like kids' cartoons and all over the place.
There's a drug that's advertised on TV. I forget what it's called offhand, but on the commercial at the end, they show something that looks kind of like a plane flying by, leaving a trail, and then it's got like an infinity figure 8 type symbol, but it's not quite like a figure 8. It almost looks like I forget what it's called, but like where they show the position of the sun up in the sky at different times of the year, and it kind of makes almost like a figure 8 pattern. And I think that's their logo. But that got my attention. So a lot of times I hear Ethergrass here this time of the morning. I don't hear him out there. I can't see any icons. But I don't know if he's out there. Hello to you. If you are, I hope you're feeling well.
It's a bit quiet, 6 in the morning.
It'll be about 9 o'clock in the morning. He's over on the other side of the coast from me. So right now it'd be about 9:15 for him, I believe. So what time is it there in the land down under?
11 p.m.
Ah, okay. And how many time zones do you have there in Australia?
3, 2, 3. I don't know.
Well, the next exit is my exit to pull in and go to work. I'll be logging off here. And when I get into my desk at work, I'll be listening in.
Sweet. Just crank it up so everyone at work hears it.
You know, the people on my team know I'm a flat earther. I got a flat earth sticker on my car. We've talked about it a little bit. But what I do is I got a set of stereo headphones, and I have those plugged into my computer, and I also have like a little wireless headset when I talk to techs out in the field. And what I do is I just switch the headsets. You know, my phone rings, I pull off the stereo headset, put on my mic headset, and I miss a lot of good conversations that way. Something will get really good, and all of a sudden my phone will ring, and I have to get to work. So that kind of sucks.
They're multitasking.
Hey, multitasking, chewing bubblegum and fart at the same time. I can do that. It just ends up making some smelly bubbles sometimes.
Wow, I think it's bedtime for me. Sapper, have a good day at work.
And you have a pleasant evening sleep.
Hey, peace.
Just getting ready to pull into the work 20 right now. Peace out, brother.
I don't know, but I mean, I get it, man. But fuck's sake, he's getting
All right,
louder and
you're-
louder, man.
Okay, I'll yield it. I'll yield to you for a bit.
No, on you go, but he's getting rah, rah, rah. He's fucking going crazy. I think that's why. he's
Alright, I
fucking-
think I'm back.
Hey,
So what I was saying was that refraction can cause things like the black swan to be explained on a globe. Is that correct? Yes or no?
not if you don't have any measurements for the globe in the first place.
God.
You don't need the measurements to put forth a model. A model can be completely hypothetical.
That's
Okay,
not science.
so your globe is completely hypothetical.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just not allowing you to move
Then
on
why
to the
say
R
that? Why
value
say that
until we
then?
deal with the refraction thing.
Why
So
put it?
Because I'm not allowing you to move on to radius until we've done refraction.
No, actually, we're not moving on to
Refraction assumes
radius.
a radius.
Started. Yeah,
That's what
we
you're trying to
started.
do, yes.
No, we're
Refraction
not
assumes a radius, bro. Nobody's measured the radius.
No, refraction just assumes that light bends along a given value according
terrestrial
to density gradients.
Terrestrial refraction.
I didn't say terrestrial refraction, I just said refraction. So the bending of light can cause the black swan to be explained on both a globe and a flat Earth.
I've said it 5 times. Terrestrial refraction assumes a radius, bro. Nobody's ever measured the radius.
Yeah, but I haven't been talking to you, I've been talking to the other guy.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking.
matter
I've
who
been
you're
saying it. I've been saying it for 15 minutes. Jesus Christ! Every time
I mean,
claim
you guys can
refraction,
keep trying to push this onto radius if you want, but I'm just talking
No,
about
it's
refraction.
about-
Haven't said anything about radius.
Dude, wait, hold on.
So-
That was the entire point. You haven't said anything about radius. That's the fucking problem because that's what we brought up and that's
Yes.
what we were asking you to prove. And now you are telling us that you're talking about something that has nothing to do with what we asked you to talk about. So that's your bad. You need to start over and tell us what you can do to prove this radius that you're now telling us you're not fucking talking about. That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, we weren't talking about radius at the start either. We were just saying that there is a curve.
you've not got a
You need the
radius.
radius to have the curve.
No,
You ain't got no radius, bro.
no, I don't need the
look,
radius
if
to
refraction
show the
has
curve.
nothing to do with the radius, like you just
You
said.
don't-
You just said
You don't need the
refraction has
radius
nothing to
to
do.
show them.
Yes, Spake, he just said that refraction has nothing to do with the radius. So if that's the case, the entire topic is a red herring. Let's go back to the radius, the thing we were asking about.
No, I'm talking about curve, not radius. So refraction
you need
can make it
radius
fit
to
a
have the
curve or fit a
You're not
hypothetical radius. I don't have to have measured the radius
Okay,
in
so
order
you
to
are
say
talking
that
about
refraction
radius. You
could
are
make it
talking-
fit a hypothetical radius.
Okay, so it's a hypothetical radius, not an actual measured radius.
Right.
Currently, it's a hypothetical radius for the purpose of this argument, so that you guys don't
No.
run away from refraction.
Okay, well that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a physical radius.
If you'd like to concede that refraction can explain the black swan, then we can move on to radius.
No.
Explain it. What's the effective radius that you need in
Right.
order to have a 10-mile horizon at a 1-foot observer height?
I can look it up. Can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah,
It's like-
look it up for me. Look up what I already know so that you can tell me.
well, you could just tell me because I don't memorize these numbers because I don't care about them. I
You
care
seem
about
to
the
care
logic.
about-
and the
No,
argument.
no. Why don't you go figure it out? Because you don't care about them. But a minute ago, you just said that everything fits into the range of possibility for the globe due to refraction, right? But you don't even know
Yes.
what this range is here because you don't know the range that you're actually inflating your radius to in this situation. So you
You
just
can
made
just
a
plug it
claim.
into a flat Earth calculator, and then you can change the value of the refraction. And
Well, what you
it works.
do, what refraction is actually
Is that
doing is
correct or not?
changing. Yeah, you're just changing the value of the radius, right? You're just making it a bigger ball effectively so that you can push the horizon distance back further, right? That's all you're doing. You're just using
Well,
refraction
not
to
if you're using a.
your ball. You said it works perfectly every single time, but you don't seem to even know that this is how it works, so I don't know how you knew that.
Well, the calculator doesn't do that. The calculator has a set value for the radius, and then
No,
you
it
change
doesn't.
the refractive
No, it
index
doesn't.
to
You're
change
just
it.
wrong. You're embarrassing yourself really badly right now. You need to go.
Should I go? How about I go away for 2 minutes?
go to-
I'll find the calculator and drop it in voice chat.
No, you're not going to steamroll now that you're
Dog,
caught.
stop
Look,
over
here's the
talking.
deal. Hold on, I'll let you, like, just right after this, but
I'm telling
you
him just
go
to
to the
stop
Walter-
over talking, dog.
Yeah,
Dog,
he's
stop
over talking because
speaking
he's
over him, man.
trapped. He doesn't.
Yeah,
He
man.
doesn't want me to go ahead because he's trapped. But
Go for
you
it.
need to go to the Walter Bislam globe calculator right now and look at the parameter that says apparent radius, and tell me what happens when you move that refraction slider up. You're on mute. Sorry. Yeah. Walter Bislam calculator. Move the refraction slider up. Look for the apparent radius parameter. Tell me what happens, docs. You there? Am I here?
Yeah, you're here. Everything.
Okay, cool.
I'm still here. Hello.
Yeah, did you guys not hear that I said I was going to go away for 2 minutes and I was going to find the Earth curve calculator that I used, and then I was going to come back and drop that in the chat? Did you not hear that? Or are you going to force me to go to Walter Bislin's, like you're trying to force the change from refraction to radius in the conversation?
No,
because that's all you guys have.
Not a change. You're trying to force it. It's the other way around. You're trying to change. You're trying to change it from radius to refraction, right? The whole.
No, I'm trying to keep the conversation.
The whole conversation started with radius, right? You're trying to keep it on something else. We're trying to keep it on the thing it started on. You're trying to take it somewhere else, and then you're projecting that and saying that we're doing what you're doing. So the reason I told you to go to Walter Bislin is because
Are you lying now?
No, I'm not. And so the reason that I told you to go to Walter Bislin is because you said that adjusting refraction does nothing to the effective radius. So go to Walter Bislin, move the refraction slider up, and see what happens to the parameter called apparent radius.
You're lying now. I never said that changing refraction can't change radius in some calculators. I said the one I use had a set R value, and then when you change refraction, it may make it look like the Earth is smaller, but in reality what it's doing is calculating it off light bending due to different densities of the thing it's going through.
It's not making the
maybe stop strawmanning me for a minute.
Hey, you said that you know exactly what happens. You said that you know that refraction can account for all these different scenarios that we look at, right? But you don't even actually know what the refraction claim is because it's not making the radius appear smaller in the black swan. It's making it appear way bigger. And you're trying to change what you said earlier. Which is that it doesn't affect
any of that. I didn't claim that it made it smaller or bigger. I never said any of that. You're the one that keeps saying I'm saying.
Look, am I going crazy, or is he just saying that he doesn't say things that he says? Okay, he's on a smoke break.
Maybe you're so used to these conversations going in a certain way that you're hearing things other than what I'm saying.
Okay.
And not actually what I'm saying. Okay, so we started this conversation with me saying there's curve because I see these certain things. And then you said, here's an image of something that doesn't fit what you think. And I said, oh, well, that can be explained with refraction. So I'm not saying that there's a set radius. I'm just saying that there is curve. There is a scale that refraction can change the how you see things off in the distance and the apparent location of that curve, okay? So far, I hadn't brought radius into any of that. And then you kept pushing it towards radius, didn't you?
Okay, so if you haven't brought radius into any of it, then all of it was a red herring because the whole point was radius. We wanted proof of that, right? And now you're telling us that the response that you gave us for that had nothing to do with radius, which was the point.
Now you're pushing me to radius. We were talking about is there curve and why this image doesn't fit what a geometric horizon would tell us it would fit. Okay, nowhere in there have I mentioned radius. We weren't discussing radius until you said, how do you derive radius? So you pushed that onto me without finishing the previous discussion, okay?
The curve is the consequence of the radius.
It could be, or it could be, say, due to some other effect. It may not be a full circle. It may be wavy, like there could be a double helix strand.
What range? It could be a double helix strand. So it could be curved. It could be a double helix strand, not necessarily a globe.
Yes. Therefore, it might not have a radius.
Is that what you're here today arguing for, a double helix strand Earth?
And see, here you are again trying to force me to move on to radius. So I'm going to go away for 5 minutes because I've got something to do, and then I'll come back. I'll bring up the calculator I was looking at, and we can move on to radius if you want, but you need to concede to start off with so I know that at least someone in this call is going to be good faith, because I haven't talked to anyone else yet, that we started out talking about just there is curve, and refraction can account for the black swan on a curved surface or a flat surface. You just need to say, yes, that makes sense for now, and then we can move on to radius.
Oh, just a curved surface in general. So you didn't know that we were talking about
just engage with what I said. don't move on to something else, okay?
Yeah, but what you said isn't engaging with what we said, which is we wanted the proof of the globe curvature, right? We checked you in. You said, yeah, it's a spinning space ball, right? Yeah, the 3959 globe is what we're all on the page of, clearly, right? That was the curvature
We can get to that.
we're looking for, right? And so now you're trying to get off of all of that and just say, oh, no.
I'm saying we need to finish up one thing before moving on to the other.
Yeah, but this is
before you try to force me onto the next thing.
Yeah, but this is the
without
one thing.
establishing the first thing.
You keep trying to redefine the one thing that we're actually talking about.
No, I'm trying to finish up a topic before we move on.
This is the topic. You still haven't figured it out. So we can't.
The topic was refraction on a curved surface and the image of the black swan. Now you're saying you need to show.
Okay, a curved surface. What curved surface?
I'll be back in 5 minutes to discuss that, okay?
Well, you said that like 2 minutes ago. Okay, there he goes.
No, I've gone through this again and again and again. What I see is not flat.
You know, it's interesting. You can think in 3D, but you're living in 2D.
So you don't see see a curved horizon left to right.
Yeah, I've got an image of it. Yeah, but that's not how I came to be a globe. I didn't.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber. Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
No, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
In the same way, It's the same way. I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not
it doesn't
understand
look
this?
curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah. So
Neither.
what does
Not
that
everything's
look like?
a false dichotomy.
If you were to draw neither on a piece of paper, what would that look like?
Do I have a ruler?
Yeah, you can have a ruler if you want, but then that would lean towards flat, wouldn't it?
Exactly. If I have a ruler, it's flat. And if I take a ruler out to the horizon, as the images that I posted before show, the horizon will be curved.
No, when you take a ruler and you
So
put it up
it's
to the
something
horizon,
that's indistinguishable until you measure.
Flat. We're not talking about
No,
compressing
I gave
just
images.
Photoshop, dogs.
Do you
I'm
have
talking
any
about what
images
you
that show
see with your eyeballs?
Do you have any images that are of
No.
flat
We're talking
horizon
about how you
measured with a
experience
square or a
horizon
level?
in reality,
Yeah,
right? So
I've told you I
said it's
experience
not
it as indeterminate. In the same way I experience timber as indeterminate.
No. I'm asking about the horizon, not timber.
Do you think saying no, and then repeating the same thing that I've answered again is like
No, but you
going
haven't
to change
answered
my
it.
answer?
You haven't answered it because
I have answered it.
It can't be.
Yes,
it
because
can't
you
be
presented
neither
a
curved
false
nor flat.
dichotomy. Do you know?
Dogs, I'm just going to mute you for a second because listen, I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
and there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point. But again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
Sir, that's a great point because none of us.
Don't call me sir. Be a big boy. We're all adults here. I'm not some professor that you need to acknowledge with sir. Just say hi or g'day.
Does the Earth look flat around? Does the Earth look flat around?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat around?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What the Earth look like? Flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question. It doesn't.
Are
make
you
sense.
allergic to the word flat?
I am allergic to you.
No.
No, I'm not. I'm just kidding.
No, weasel.
Almost at the end of this rope.
Yeah. Yeah, you're about to kick that stool underneath your feet, man.
Don't do that, guys.
Hey, you're doing it to yourself, man. We ain't doing it to you. You're doing it to yourself.
Am I?
Plain and simple.
I think you're engineering this.
It's real easy. It's real easy if you're honest, but you're not being honest, and that's where we draw the line. When people stop being honest.
No. I am being honest. Like,
all right. So when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like, you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer? We
know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally like fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
Okay. But you
Sounds like he just admitted that he's going to go off on the red.
I guess that was from a while ago. I haven't seen that guy around myself. Haven't had the honor, but I would like to hear such stupidity in lifetime. I want to say he's not good enough to be a paid shell, but maybe they just pay anybody. Just anybody with half a just desire to defend it. I mean, I did see somebody like even say it that they have been, that they are being paid, but I don't know how legit that is.
You don't have to pay people to defend the globe. You just gotta give them a salary.
Yeah, of course.
Question: who is that you're saying is a paid shell?
Whoever just spoke, you have a low volume, I guess.
Yeah, I was just asking who that was that is a paid shill.
I don't know. It was some random in lobby a while ago.
I think there's great possibilities. Obviously, we can't see their checking or banking accounts or whatever. But when Space Force was formed in December of 2019, and now they get $24.5 billion, 4% less than NASA gets. We think we know what NASA spends it on. NASA tells us what they spend it on. We have no idea because Space Force doesn't tell us what they spend their $24.5 billion on, which is only 4% less than NASA. December 2019, it was up there, bragging about Space Force. And 12 to 18 months later, Globe promoters, defenders started appearing on TikTok. It wasn't until Space Force got its money that TikTok started getting filled up with Globers. And it would only take out of that $24.5 billion about $500 million or 2% of Space Force budget to fully fund opposition to Flat Earth on social media. And whether they get paid per post, whether they have got AI bots that they've put out there, whether they're paying people. Some people will come out and say they are being paid. Others will laugh at you because obviously they can't admit they're getting paid. So I have an opinion that there's a good number of them that are being paid. Some people will go 25, 50%. I go 50 to 75%. I think there's evidence that there are AI bots that are in in chats alone, like the message boards that that put their crap out there. But I don't, obviously we can't confirm it, but we know that the money is there. The government foundations, they can print money. Governments can print money, borrow money, tax people to get money. We have no idea what Space Force is doing with 24.5 billion a year, and it only takes 2-3% of that to fully fund these people that come against us. Whether
I
dogs,
think it wouldn't even need to be that much. It could be much less. Like these people will just give away their sanity for just a little bit.
It's more simpler than that. You create the content in the public platforms, you put your donation link, and you get donations. It's pretty simple. And you get 100 here, 50 there, 1,000, 3,000. It's pretty simple.
Here's a thought that somebody gave me. It's not my thought. I steal most of my thoughts, most of what I say. Let's take example FTFE. Craig. It's very possible he doesn't get funding directly. For being online, or McToon. It's very possible that they have planted people in voice chats and in super chats to give money to them, so it looks like they're getting donations from just random people. But
Isn't it obvious? Isn't it obvious, bro? Isn't it kind of too obvious?
Yeah. So there's a lot of ways that you can slip money into somebody's pocket. I've seen 2 Reddit, I think it was Reddit, ads that ask for people to come and get $1.25 per post. And, they don't have to get in voice chat and, be like us who talk in voice chat or get on camera. They can just do that. But I think there is obviously there's no smoking gun that says, look at my checking account. Ha ha.
Bro, how many checking accounts you can have that you can fund money? You can have PayPal, you can have crypto, you can have, oh my goodness, YouTube, Google Sends. I mean, with the ads and stuff, that's a big incentive, the ads. But still, when you have the donation links, people can just throw money at you. That's it.
That's it. And Gemsy, I've seen, I've seen the term reference frame, from Special Relativity, just being brought up in the last 4 or 5 months by online Globers. You never heard about reference frames in 2022. Them talking about reference frame here and reference frame there. They're getting their information or marching orders from somewhere, because even the most stupid online Globers are saying reference frame, and they have no clue what they're talking about. But they use
they learn new words. They just gotta find the definition and the meaning of those words in relation to reality, right? Because you can know the words, but what does it actually means in reality, right?
Yeah, I just know I had a good conversation with somebody on TikTok who was on our side of the aisle, and he knew the first names of these Globers, who use their just TikTok name. He knows the first names of them, kind of knows their background. And he just goes, you didn't see any of these Globers on TikTok back in 2020. You didn't, because the money hadn't been funneled through yet, from December 2019. But you started seeing it in 2021, and second half or whatever. And I think TikTok has an evil agenda, but I wouldn't be surprised if that agenda isn't funneled over to Facebook and Discord. Because they got all the money guys, they got foundation money, they got NGO money, they got printed money, they got borrowed money, and they got taxpayer money. And what does our site have? We give some super chats out, or we have some PayPals or Cash App accounts. That's what our site has. And so, again, I can't prove it. Smoking gun, just from people I've talked to, say, hey, look at Space Force money. Nobody knows where that money's going to.
Well, we do have these self-admissions from guys like Professor Dave, who says, I have script writers who tell me things that I should say, and I consult with them and all that.
Yeah. That's a great point. I mean, somebody's paying the script writers, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing. Like last night, I had the opportunity to talk to Professor Parks on Troubling Tribune show, obviously we know that he's paid by a university or something. We know that, and that's fine. I mean, there's and when we go talk to a credentialed academic, we know that they're getting paid by the school, and who knows what else. But these people on I call them Globerville, village of Globers, population approximately 5,000, give or take 1,000, on social media. I mean, I personally would not go if I was a Globe whatever. I would personally not go onto a flat Earth site and waste my time when I believe 95% or plus of the world agrees with me, unless I was being paid to do so. If I was in Chicago, I'm pretty close to Chicago, and 95% of the people in Chicago thought the Chicago Cubs were the best baseball team, and only 5% thought the White Sox were the best team, I would, as a Cubs fan, I wouldn't spend a second trying to argue with a White Sox fan that they were wrong about being a White Sox fan, unless I was being paid to do so. I can say that about the Mets and the Yankees too.
Things people like promoting the Globe and stuff, but we don't see the private side of transactions, so you never know what's behind the scenes, because there's stuff behind the scenes, guys. Newsflash.
Their side's got all the money, folks. They got all the money.
Well, they have access to the money. We also have access to money. It's just that we're ignorant about to how access it correctly. It's that we're just, when it comes to finances, most people in the flat earth, I mean, not most people, I'm not going to say most people, but a lot of us are kind of like illiterate in finances because we grew up that way. We grew up learning about math and how many globes you need to make another globe, right? You need 2 globes to make another globe. Mama globe and daddy globe, right? You learn that shit.
I think I remember taxes last year, 2022. And I think people who pay $20,000 or $30,000 in taxes to the federal government, I think the last couple lines, I think one of the lines says, "Would you like to donate to a flat Earth group to help them, tell the truth about the world we live in?" I think I saw that one. You could check it off and donate $10. I think I saw that. I think I'm right.
This is not medical advice. Just kidding. This is not financial advice.
This is not. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you what. I think I'm not going to say the word. I think the last 39 months has been very organized against those that don't agree. I think it's. I don't say it's as organized. But I think organizations against flat Earth, or whatever you want to call us, is almost as organized. Almost as organized. Not quite, but almost.
It's almost like it was designed to be this way. Almost.
Are those conspiracy theorists?
Not me. The conspiracy theories that we live on a spinning, watery, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum of outer space. That's the conspiracy.
That's the conspiracy.
That's the conspiracy. The fact is, we live on a stationary topographical plane, and that we are. I hate to say this, but we are created by a creator, and so the conspiracy is on their side. We have real life observations.
Hey, Jim, and this is my point about, money, finances. Finances are dependent. The antecedent to finances is reality, right? Because that's the place you have to do the finances, the money moving. You can use balls and promote balls in reality to make money, but, the money is here, bro. The wealth is here. You don't need the balls to make it, right? I mean, you do need the balls, but you don't need the balls. But if you have got the balls, you can make the money.
There are some people on our side. I never agreed with them. I sympathize with him. But some people on our side said you should always give away your content. You should always give away your time as a flat earther or whatever, stationary planer. You should always give it away free because it's free, and we should be able to give it out. We don't care. The other side has spent $8 to $10 trillion with a T since 1958, adjusted for inflation, to push the ball. We don't care about that. But Austin and Troubling and Jaron, they should give it all out for free because they're good people. Yeah.
Value your time. Definitely value your time, your efforts. Put some value behind that. Even though, I think the most valuable things definitely starting by, yourself, because you have to value that somehow, somewhere. If you don't find value there, there's something wrong, right? You don't value yourself. But value your family, value your friends, value your community, and then value your skills and develop that and make money using your skills. And whatever skills it is, go ahead and use them. As long as you're being productive and doing something, right? Because you don't have to be the flat earth superhero. But if you want to do that and make some money doing that, go ahead, make money.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for any of us. No, I'm not saying we know what the financial situations that all of us are in or any of us are in. But if I listen to Austin and I take away hours and hours and hours of information from him, either write it down, make it part of my own, or I don't care who it is. I'm just bringing up Austin. If I do that and Austin spends his time and he has a wife and now a newborn baby, and he isn't doing anything else but what he's doing, helping me get smarter or more intelligent, and he's doing it on his own dime, and I don't support him when maybe I can, then that's not on Austin for not wanting to give away free content. That's on me for not wanting to say, thank you, Austin. Here's a few bucks for you. Thank you for your time. I think saying that we should give away free content because that's who we are, I think that's very short-sighted. Very short-sighted. And I didn't give any money to anybody until last October. 2022, I'd give money, churches once in a while and every random place. But I started giving money out, the little money that I do have, October of 2022, because of the fact that I felt bad that I was taking all this information from people and not saying thank you in some financial way. I think that's mistaken. If you don't have the money, that's great.
Hey Jim, I have a donation link as well, so I'll go ahead and DM you that. Okay.
One thing I would say is like,
since you're feeling very generous,
free, but when it comes to tutoring, if you want some help understanding the truth, that takes time. That costs money, and a worker's worthy of his wages.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah, I got $1 million. I'm not doing anything with Jamsey. I don't need it, so I won't miss it. So it'll be in your account by Thursday.
I'm gonna give you my my treasury account, so I'll get double. Send me a brochure. Don't send me cash. Send me a brochure of the amount. Okay. I'll take a check.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! I'm saying, guys, I'm just saying this: $5, $10, $20. Whether you do it monthly or just do it because you can. That tells the other person, whether it's Cash App or whatever it is, thank you. That's all it does. It says thank you. And whether it's $5 or $10 or whatever it is, that lets the other person know that maybe what they're doing gets them up in the morning, so they feel motivated to get up in the morning.
We never know what anybody's actually going through any given week either. $20 could change their whole life for a whole week. Just $20. Now they got gas to go to the store and shit. You don't know. Because nobody talks about their problems up here.
You said gas, yeah. $20 for gas can make a big difference. You can put $20 of gas in a vehicle and make money in that vehicle. So yeah, you could multiply that $20 into 10 times. 5 times. If
Those
you
blessings
want.
multiply.
I don't know.
Hey, Jim, what is the 4.5% of 1 million?
Jeez.
Is that
45,000?
45. Yeah.
All right, so if I grab that million that you're gonna send me, I'm gonna put it in an account that is gonna give me 4.5% every year. So that's a good deal.
That's a good deal, man. That's a good deal. Oh my goodness. Oh. I have when I set up a Cash App account for somebody last October, it's free to do it. So I just decided to set one up for myself, and I put it on my social media platforms. I don't advertise it other than my profile, and because I haven't got, I really haven't. If I ever try to monetize, it's going to be through videos I do of across Lake Michigan, showing Chicago, because I have somebody who's going to help me put videos together when I do that, and Alex, the music guru, has given me permission to use his music during my videos, which is nice. And so at the end of those videos, I'll put my Cash App account at the end of it. But until then, it's just going to be in my profile. But one person that got me on the Discord on March 2020 that lives in the UK that I became friends with on Facebook saw on somewhere that I had Cash App in my profile, and just profile. And he wrote me a letter on Facebook on DM and said, "I can't believe you did that. I'm leaving you," and he blocked me. It was just like he was like a good friend from the UK, and he blocked me because he saw I had a Cash App in one of my profiles, and I wasn't advertising it. I just had it there. I wasn't promoting it, and telling people please pay me and stuff like that. I just had it there, and he took offense to it and blocked me. A good friend from the UK. I just
can't be your friend because you put gas in your car.
Yeah, I don't care if somebody has 15, places they can, get money from on their profile or whatever they do, at the end of their podcast or at the bottom of their podcast. I could care less. Nobody is forcing me to give them money. I give them money because they enhance my life.
Yeah.
I have a verbal contract with you, Jim, already. So if you don't give me that million by tomorrow, we're gonna have to, use force.
You're gonna send the parasites after me, Jemsy?
My bad, Intergress. You coming in a little bit low. That's why I step over you. But my bad. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? I put my mic way away from me.
Yeah, your mic is gonna give you 5G parasites. Keep it away.
Oh my goodness.
Go ahead. Get closer to your mic.
5G parasites. Oh my.
That's what.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes.
I was talking to the wrong mic. My bad.
You were talking to the mute mic.
Now I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I said a worker's worthy of their wages, so it makes sense that, another thing is these people get pissed off, like, oh, you're a shill because you're... Dude, what do you expect the truth movement to run off of? Hopes, dreams, and unicorn farts? What the fuck? People gotta live.
Yeah, go to the supermarket and start spewing flat earth so people can give you groceries, bro.
Yeah, go preach flat earth and see if somebody gives you an apple or a steak.
Your wages, your effort, your currency, the energy that you put into some effort, it could be community service. You could do that. You could.
Yeah.
You don't really have to always be paid, but if you
what I was saying before is
community, and
firmly the truth should be free, bro. The truth is free, but if you want a tutor, if you want one of us to sit there and walk you through it, that takes time, and time is not free.
Yeah. Your wages should definitely be compensated somehow. Even if it's a smile. I'm sorry. Community service. If I'm gonna go clean the park with the children, hey, let's go. Let's pick up the trash. The park. We come here almost every day.
Yeah.
Let's pick up the trash. I want to see the children smiling, right, and learn something from there. That's an incentive. That's an incentive. But your efforts.
Stay blessed, Quetzalcoatl.
you can't just eat that. Right. You know, you can't just survive on that. So your wages, your efforts definitely should be compensated. So you can have a monetary exchange that you can go buy food, buy resources, and buy other stuff that you actually can survive with.
But that's another thing is people make the assumption, no, you're just in the flat Earth thing. For who the fuck is making money off of flat Earth? You make tons of money being an anti-flat earther. You can get mad views on that. But when you're talking about FE, yeah, your views are going to be low. You're not making bank off of this. Nobody is.
Well, it would have been a very trending topic, and people will be making money out of it. But you know, the advertisements companies and all the whole thing, it needs to be approved. So if the topic is not approved, then the ads are not approved. So there you go.
Sabotage.
But we live in America, you know, the land of the free, home of the brave,
land of the free and home of the slave.
I still think the FE has some niche, some type of. I think there's still a market for it. It's just I don't know, too much censoring. The censoring is definitely powerful when it comes to economics. Because if you censor a product, who's gonna buy it? If you're gonna have to go out there and sell it hand to hand, and you can do something doing that, make money doing that.
Honestly, I don't think the censorship would be so damn hard if it weren't for the fact that it's got to be at least about 25% of the population's interested. They're on that. They're at least got their ears tuned to it. Like, man, I'd listen to something about that FE stuff. They've got. That's why they're pushing so hard against it. We're beyond 10%. I've talked to people on the streets about this. They're open to talking about it. We're beyond the catalyst. We're beyond the tipping point.
Yeah, I agree. people do get it. A lot of people do get it. In the internet, we get a bunch of the trolls, the young minds that are just kind of like, you know, I don't know, super. How do you say?
And superimpose their own worldview onto other people.
Over motivated, like not motivated, no incentivized. All the stuff that the young people hear. Yeah, I remember. My bad. Forgive me.
Yeah, you're good. I don't know if Ketzel's hot miking or if he's
overstimulated with a bunch of stuff. You know, the stimulation with the young ones that come in here, they want to just talk trash and. They know better. The overstimulation kind of has served them on a little bit, but still,
do you remember high school, Jamesy?
Learn something, and definitely the truth is out there to be grasped at the least.
Yeah. You remember high school though? Like you see, like some of the boys would be like just talking crap, and now they're all laughing it up because one of them's talking shit to another guy, and they think that they've got everybody's on their side because I've got all these people laughing at what I'm saying, even though they're all just being idiots. That's what some of these trolls will do. They'll come in here and they've got a group of people watching what they're doing, so they're laughing it up with their like duper's delight and their whole Dunning-Kruger bullshit. And they'll come in here and they're talking crap. And the reason why they're laughing and they're so confident is their group of friends is in full support of them, so they think we are going against a bunch of idiots, and then they come in here and get thrown on their face. It's childish. It's a childish mentality of kind of this tribalism where it's a us versus them thing. It's also the same reason why they always come in and they're like, they think that it's flat versus globe, like that is the debate, and they don't understand that flat's not even a shape. But that laughter, it's intoxicating to them. I miss chatting with you guys. Ketzel, are you trying to talk or are you hot mic? Because I can't hear anything you're saying, man. Maybe I'll turn you up 200. You are on 200. What the? You must be hot micing, bro. And Jamesy will probably be back. Sound like he got a phone call. Well, I wasn't trying to take over the conversation or anything. I just missed you guys. I haven't chatted for a while, so I figured I'd hop in. I agree with what Amish said. The people trolling the FP, yep, money, ideology, challenge, ego. It's for their own pride and narcissism. They assume that this is an easy target. It's kind of like they think they're punching down, honestly, because they think flat earthers are retarded, so let me go pick on retards. That's what they're doing. That's why they're here. And then they, like I said, get knocked on their face because they are way out of their depth. They have no idea what they're dealing with.
Good morning, Ethergrass. I was wondering where you were on my way into work this morning.
How's it going, Wade Mixer? I hope all's well with you and yours, bro.
I'm doing well, man. I hope you're doing well too, you and your family.
We're staying blessed.
I'm gonna mic down because I'm back at work. I just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I hope you have a good one, and may the way of truth and life be with you always. You know, I'm so used to that insomnia thing that it's weird being awake during the day now.
Are you all revitalized after your kidney stone stuff that you had?
Yeah, that's what happened. Is after I passed those stones, my sleep schedule went back to relatively normal. I passed a ton. It was like a spoonful of freaking gravel, dude.
Yeah, I don't envy you.
My granddad works construction. I was joking on him when I got out of the hospital. I said, I brought you home a load of gravel for your next job.
That's funny.
He made a grimace like, ooh. If I didn't have a dark sense of humor, I'd have no sense of humor at all. That's kind of what happens when you live long enough, I guess. So I've been making AI mashups that remind me of the 90s when they used to do a whole bunch of mashups of songs. They'd combine like 2 or 3. And some of them are horrible. They're just trash. But then some of them line up so perfectly. I'm like, holy shit. Like, it's absolutely on point. I should edit them a little bit and post them online so you guys can hear them.
Like a duet or something with robots.
I enjoy the AI stuff as a toy. I don't think that it's good for real content creation, but it can be used as a tool. So I can take things like, because AI is not that good at doing what it does, but sometimes it'll have some stuff on point. You can crop the good stuff out, and then you edit it your way with the rest of it. Now you've got AI enhanced artwork. But to rely completely on it's kind of lame.
Well, yeah, you could like just input your own lyrics or something and let the AI do it.
I take it to the next level, though, dude. I'm copying these songs and combining them, and then I'll actually get down to finding the actual beats per minute for the song, like get the BPMs down, line up the songs based off of their times, and then line it up using the AI algorithm. And, dude, it's fire. It creates fire.
Okay, I'm intrigued. I want to hear this.
I combined Stronger by Kanye West with Kung Fu Fighting. Like, that song, dude. The music video made it so much more awesome because there's Japanese in it, I guess. And, yeah. It does the breakdown for the Kung Fu Fighting thing right as he does that thing with his head where he doesn't even hit them. He just kind of like lunges forward a little bit and then they fly back. But it's has the Kung Fu Fighting song playing in the background. I'm like, oh shit. That is some... And it titled it, named it Stronger Kung Fu. I'm like, damn.
It's a good mashup.
There's another one where they had the song by Yzma that talks about the darkness or whatever, and basically blotting out the lights and talking about it's pretty much worshiping darkness. And I'm like, well, Yzma and Madonna have a lot in common. So I layered that song over one of her songs, and oh my god, it looks like a worship. It looks like a worship service for evil. And I want to post it online because it's pretty much it's like the They Live glasses. It shows you exactly what it is.
Well, a lot of those songs kind of play along the same chords, so there could be a lot of overlap.
Because of the way their mind control works, they keep certain rhythmic processions for certain things, so it's easy to line up some of their songs. But then you've also got the common stuff about walking pace and then running, like jogging pace, and then the actual like kind of breakdown beat where you're hauling ass. You're running fast, about 200 beats per minute. Flat Earth Professor Dude knows what I'm talking about. These different paces for the heartbeat.
Yeah. I heard this from Owen Benjamin that the heart rate is also like the beats and songs is correlating with your heart rate.
And you can use a song to make somebody's heart rate go up and down too. You can manipulate people with your music, and it will influence their heart. Your heart will try and harmonize with the beat of whatever you're hearing the most, like that, the most heavily.
Mm-hmm.
It's weird. Like I noticed that playing with the sound waves. I've noticed that my heart rate tries to line up. And I'm like, what the? Because I'm like sitting there testing my own body on these using different sound waves and frequencies. I'm like, that is interesting.
And also, like certain higher notes will make your chest like rise up. You will feel elevated almost.
Yeah. And some stuff you can instill either I can cause fear. I can create really weird like sound effects that are contradictory to one another, and it'll make you have like this weird sense of dread. Or I can make dopamine release in your brain using another sound effect. I'm starting to learn how to do this shit. It's weird.
No, it's like when you watch movie trailers, right? That sound that they do when there's a clap.
And so once you learn how all that stuff works, you can use songs and you can basically influence emotions. Hollywood manipulates them. I'm not talking about manipulation. I'm talking about influencing.
I mean, you could say that's synonymous, but...
Well, manipulation would be doing it nefariously to try and like lock somebody's mind up. I'm saying more influencing, like, hey, check this out. Here's some truth. And then it makes you feel some kind of way like your eyes open a little bit. You know, like an alarm clock going off.
Yeah.
It's all about what you're trying to do with it, I think.
Well, yeah, I think God gave us these things to use them for good.
Yeah.
So we should.
When they're used for evil to twist people's minds, that it gets weird. Using that word etymologically, the power to control destiny, it gets weird.
Which word?
Weird. It means the power to control destiny, etymologically speaking, anyway. And it's tied into like the Shakespearean play, The Three Witches. But, yeah.
Weird.
So when they do that Hollywood shit, it's literally weird.
Interesting.
I took a song called I'm Dangerous. Hold on. I combined it with that Sinclair script where they're like, this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. And the AI merged it so perfect. Like, it's awesome. I should upload that one, actually. On its own, I don't have to do anything. It's fine.
Cross Americans.
When that clip came out with Dangerous to Our Democracy, they immediately just tried to pin it on, oh, this is Trump's theme. Like, Trump is pushing this thing. That's his fault.
As though he has any control over the Sinclair script.
Yeah. But they made it seem like, okay, it's just like everybody isn't doing this. It's only that faction does this. All of us are doing this.
That's the thing, though. It's all about money, the flow of money. How can one company keep the money flowing? They've got certain people that believe in certain things and they're supporting certain things. So they do anything against that, the money stops flowing. So they support that fully, especially once a year on Rainbow Month. And how all the companies change their logos because money. like Mr. Krabs.
And the people that do stay in power are also the ones that are following these things that lead us to corruption, as we had these events in the past years. Those were like kind of like weeded out the good people, and the bad people stayed in power in many cases.
You're right.
So the people that
Separating the
were
wheat from the tares, I guess.
all the bad stuff. Somebody is echoing when I speak. I don't know who it is.
That's me. My microphone, my headset broke, so I have to talk a certain way. It sucks.
Okay.
I'm trying to time it right so that I talk right when you're done talking, and it's not lining up. My bad.
That's all right.
Basically, I sat there messing with music, playing with Audacity, and creating a bunch of AI stuff, and messing with sound effects, and to the point where I think I blew my headset out, and my ears are still kind of sore. I went too far. Really? I went too far, man.
Seems like you did. I do wonder if there's also certain sounds that we don't perceive that are played in popular music that maybe resonate with animals.
Yeah, like a dog whistle. Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
You can read them. If you learn how to read the sound waves, you can start seeing things in there, and it's like, what the hell? And then you can isolate different. I'm just saying. The only way I can play is you have to watch sound waves for a very long period of time, and you'll start recognizing that certain sound waves do certain things. And it's just like reading English.
And I also learned this a couple of years ago.
Sorry, go ahead.
I learned this a couple of years ago that the older you get, certain frequencies you can't like hear anymore. So I was like staying at my mother's place, and she had this thermometer. She had a cold at the time, and it was beeping. It was making this very high frequency sound, and she couldn't hear it. I was like, your thermometer is notifying you that it's done measuring your temperature. And she didn't know, like she couldn't hear it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, there's it's like the high and low ends of our auditory spectrum end up fading away pretty fast, like halfway through our lives, and then it gets way worse as we're older.
So I also wonder maybe some of that is inflicted upon us, like
yes. Yeah. It's self-inflicted a lot too, because we're given this addicting music that has that dopamine feel. You listen to it, but then we crank up the volume and we hurt ourselves with it. Conspiracy music guru knows some stuff about this frequency stuff too, and I think he's onto something. We need to adjust how we release our music so that it's more sensitive to how the ears are. I've been doing that myself, trying to adjust my stuff to try and do what he's doing. Like adjust it down to the 4-3-2. I actually theorize that there's a way to make it literally 4-3-2-1-0. To me, it's more of like a hypothesis. It's got to be tested, but I'm in agreement that he's probably onto something there. That they're doing something to our frequencies, and we need to adjust how we do our stuff to be different, be more conscious about it.
Music is nuts. Like the type of reach that it has. Basically, like everybody's listening to music. Like my girl is addicted to it. Like she can't stop listening to music. It's insane.
I've started weaponizing music against negative energy. I'll put it that way to keep it simple. But if people around me start acting some kind of way, I'll put on certain music that I know has messages to it, and I've engineered the music myself by taking Bible verses or other certain songs with certain lyrics and I unleash that shit at 700 miles an hour out into the freaking aether, and I'm telling you, effects happen, cause and effect. People's attitudes change, and I use music to make it happen.
I certainly believe you.
I've decided there's only one. Like, you are going to lead some kind of worship, whether it be into negativity or positivity, in like one direction or the other. You're going to do it, so you may as well embrace it and just do it. Be the best version of yourself that you can be, kind of thing. And to me, I define worship as being worthiness. What you find to be worthy of your time. That is true worship.
Yeah, so like you flip the knob the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah. And focus on the good instead of, because most of the mainstream music's either negative, or carnality. How can I make myself feel better? Okay, well, what the hell is that going to do? It doesn't fix anything. And how can we fix things and make ourselves be more positive about stuff so we have hope for the future? That's the goal. I've also noticed this too. I know for a fact that I could probably make a shitload of the absolute dumbest stuff ever. Just lowest grade content ever, but at a premium quality, and it would go viral. I could probably make $1 million by like within a year, within 300 days, just making the dumbest shit. But oh my God, money's not that important to me, for one, and two, it's actually frustrating that that's the truth. Like, I should be able to tell the truth, and then people are like, hey, this is cool. There's truth here. Not the other way around. Like, hey, this is cool. There's a bunch of bullshit here. Let me enjoy this. What the hell? It makes sense, though. When I was a child, I thought as a child, I spake as a child, I acted as a child. When I became a man, I put away childish things. A lot of these men, in like damn 20s and going towards the 30s, they are still doing the exact childish things that they did back in the like 90s and 2000s. And they're identical to the teenage versions of themselves. They have not changed. There's no character development. They're the same.
Yeah, a lot of people I talk to, I'm like, you're just a kid that didn't grow up, and you're still in that mentality. It's kind of sad. Like you talk to them, and they're just talking about like, oh, I got drunk with my friends, like as if I am a fucking high schooler. Like, it's so silly.
And they expect you to be impressed that they like drank a case of beer or something. Like, dude, what?
Yeah.
Yeah, you've done so good. You went from throwing up to stealing one of Daddy's beers, so now you can drink a whole case to the face. Good job.
Yeah, it's like some of these people, I listen to them, and their stories are, how shit-faced we got, and let's talk about that for 20 minutes.
It sounds like talking to Beavis and Butthead, trying to figure out like who got laid the most when neither of them did or something.
Yeah.
That's my problem with. That's what actually triggers me to be bit like, it's righteous anger though, because I understand that everybody's capable of doing far more than whatever the fuck they're doing. Everyone is. And I'm talking to myself and everyone else. I know that we can. I just know what we're all capable of. And when I see people being the absolute lowest version of themselves, what are you doing? There's so much more you could be doing with your life, and you want to do that. And stare at a phone or a video game all day. Just watch the endless feed on Facebook or YouTube or TikTok forever until you die. Great job. I remember being a child, like when I was an early teenager, just going outside. Like we'd go exploring through the woods. It'd be like kind of like playing, but you're just exploring. You're going for a walk. You're using your imagination while actually exploring reality and just having fun. Playing around, but still learning too. Nobody wants to get off the couch anymore. Back in my day, we played outside.
The kids very rarely do that unless they're living in a village or something. When there's less people. Yeah.
I feel bad for the city folks though, because there's no country for them to go to. They walk outside and it's a concrete jungle. There's no outside for them to even see, because when they go outside, they're still in the city.
Yes, and then the only place they make friends is at school, and at school it's like you gotta roll the dice if it's gonna go well or not.
Yeah. What's messed up that people don't actually think about is the fact that C is average. So, like, students who are like D, C, and B, that's generally, the average population of humanity. That's what's out there. And your genius level people are the idiots who made nothing. They got basically absolute Fs and they figured out a way to, exist off of everybody else. Or the people who made straight A's and they did the same thing as the ones who made Fs. Figured out a way to exist off of everybody else. The Dunning-Kruger bell curve is what actually runs the soul currency system of this beast world. It occurred to me that having too much knowledge can actually inhibit wisdom. If you have too many answers and they all lead you into different directions, your wisdom for that knowledge becomes inhibited, becomes limited, because now there's too many options. You end up getting a what if this and what if that? Well, maybe this and probably that. And now your head's stuck in sophistry. And for all their knowledge, they are but fools.
So when your cup runs over, that's not a good thing.
People don't need to know things that are outside of their depth of understanding. Right? Having too much information can indeed be a thing. Another thing is you can't forget certain shit. You can know too much and it will scar you. There's certain things out there that you can figure out about this world that you don't want to know. I promise you that. And if you find out, you will never forget it. So don't dig too deep into things that you don't really want to know. It's not wise.
I don't know. I feel like we're equipped to deal with it, so it's something we are expected to deal with.
If you're seasoned, then yes. But you also know just as well as I that when you open a dumpster, there's going to be something grimy in there.
Yeah.
By the time we reach this point, it's like we don't even have to look anymore. We know that the shit's going to rise to the surface, and we'll see it then.
There's some layers that you need to figure out before everything ties together.
But see, that's why this is a fair warning to anybody who's new to this. You be careful what rabbit holes you go down. Some of them are not rabbit holes. That's a rat hole, and you're going to find a rat king. Do not want to be crawling through a shit tunnel. This is not the Shawshank Redemption. Or maybe it is. If it's a Shawshank Redemption for you, crawl through that shit tunnel, bro.
In the same vein as the bravery of a person is very valuable, but it also has to be very calculated. It can't be brainless. You can just run into traffic.
Well, there's a verse in the Bible, and I try not to cite too many things too much, but I do quote Proverbs all the time because that's super wise. It sounds like fortune cookies. But there's a verse in the Bible that talks about honey, how it's sweet, but too much of it will make you sick. In the same way, information's good, but knowing digging into subject matter that you can't even grasp, that's not good, and it can make you sick. It will mess you up. It'll scar you. We got to be ready to receive some before we figure it out. Otherwise, we'll be traumatized. It's kind of like you don't want somebody in the situation. Well, but why would she cheat on me? Well, now you're just traumatized. You need to relax, man.
Yeah. It's the same as why would they lie about the globe?
Yeah.
I
always, at this point, dude, I just tell people, just Google why do people lie? Why do people lie? That answers your question. people always want some kind of grand conspiracy, as though there's not already an internalized conspiracy of the ego to defend itself.
Exactly, yeah. So you just give the people things that they attach their ego to, and then they are willingly defending their ego.
Exactly. And once somebody's associated themselves with an ideal, now they'll defend that idea to the death. And there's nothing anybody can do to separate them from it. They identify as being that.
So again, it's like confidence is good, but when your confidence is blind, that's not good.
The only thing I identify is I know that for a fact that I'm male and I'm animated dirt. That's about it. The rest of it, whatever.
You're animated dirt?
Animated dirt, yeah. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, man.
Oh, okay. Well,
I am not saying that rocks are my cousins. That chick is weird. I'm just saying I'm going to turn into dirt.
I would say you're not yet that. Maybe you're going to be that one day.
Once I am released from this mortal coil.
But then that wouldn't really be you, though, right? It's going to be your vessel.
Yeah. Shed the skin like a cicada.
Yeah.
Become something else.
Or what you were all along.
Yeah. The best version of yourself that you can possibly be. At this point, I've come to the realization that there's nothing that we can do about certain things. We have influence over our storyline of what's within our grasp. But everything else may as well just be a story. Anything that happens is canon to it, and there's nothing that you can do to change it. You can only influence what's right there around you, and even then, how much control do you really have? Regardless of what we do, our control is always limited by the truth itself.
Yeah, and it comes down to somebody's ability to see the truth.
Yeah.
If they can't see it, then you can't really help them much. Although I do believe there's a path to helping anybody, but certain people you need to invest a lot of your time and effort, which you can't do for everybody.
And some folks, they will not. Yeah. Well, some folks, they're not going to receive the message from you. The sound of your voice, they cannot receive in their ears. Your appearance, they cannot receive in their eyes. And it's going to take somebody else delivering that message other than you in order for them to receive it. It is what it is. It's just how people are.
Yeah, there's also like an emotional connection goes a long way. Very long way.
So like somebody who's closer to somebody would be able to reach them much easier than you would, especially if they give off an appearance and an auditory sound that's more pleasing to their ears, whereas everybody's tuned differently to different sights and sounds. Your eyes literally see different colors than me. And they're mostly the same, but you literally see in a different view than I am. I assume you're hearing something different as well. Mostly the same. It's just slightly different. It gets back to what we were talking about before about how elderly people, they can't hear certain sounds, and younger people, they can pick up on, they're very sensitive, got super hearing, can pick up on certain things.
Yeah,
I have no idea what you can hear and what I can't hear that you can, or vice versa. This is one reason why I ask all of my family, and I ask my kids, my wife, and my brothers, and everybody to listen to my music or look at my art, because I want their opinions on it, because their perspective will be a little bit different, and they might notice something that I can adjust or fix. They might point something out that I can make it better, that sounds good for all of us. I do the same thing here. I'll send some of y'all stuff. I send CB things randomly all the time. Like, hey, listen to this, man. I need to borrow your ears for a second. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, you need the different inputs, and also sometimes you need to like step away. Like I saw Magnus Carlsen play chess. Sometimes he like gets up and just looks away from the board just to reset his mind.
Yeah. Or to step outside of your perspective so you get like a third person perspective of the situation and see it from a different angle.
Yeah.
Like when playing chess, it's like, say you and I are playing against each other, we're facing each other in the board set up normal. But if we step up from the board and go look at a different angle, now we're seeing what we'd be looking at from a third person perspective. Like one side of the board is on our left and the other's on our right, instead of being front and back.
Yes. Also, you get very zoned in into certain patterns of thinking, and you have to step outside of them.
Yeah, it gets too it's self-centered when it gets like hyper-fixated on what's really close. That is one of the key battles that everybody has to fight, is that desire to regress back to utter selfishness, which is an infantile state of being. But what about me? That's kind of why I like to regard myself as animated dirt at this point. Like, once my soul's released from this thing, it's just going to degrade and the body's gone. It's just a car I'm driving in.
You're going a bit too far with that.
Well, my point is this. The me part of stuff is like, you have to die to self before you can focus on this greater thing that is. And that's why a lot of these people in the world, they're so hyper fixated on the self that they don't have self-control. They don't make their body a slave to themselves.
But as you become aware of it, you can also recognize that you are that thing.
Yeah.
And
I'm not trying to like degrade the value of anything or anything. It's more like I'm missing a finger, for example, right? So my idea of what my body is, like, I can be missing parts of it and still be me. Yeah, you can reduce that down to the soul.
I have a question for your missing finger. Do you feel like a phantom finger?
Definitely when it first happened, it was very creepy. All the time, constantly. Still sometimes, especially if I hit my funny bone on my left hand, it'll make it weird. Like, I just got the finger. It's weird. It's so weird. It still happens, but only when there's a nerve issue where it. But when it first happened, I felt like the ghost pinky was there all the time. I felt like I could reach out and touch something with that thing, even though it wasn't there.
That almost gives me shivers. So, like,
I guess technically I'm part ghost.
Ghost. So, do you like feel that was all psychological? Is that what you feel like?
It's neurological connections that are being disconnected that your body's used to having. That's what it feels like to me. Like, it was like the connections, and like, say you've got connections in a robotic system for a robot hand, and it's got all the programming to make all of the fingers on that hand work. But now one of the fingers on that robotic hand's missing, and it's still going to initiate the programming, like, hey, it should do this, but there's no finger for it to move.
Yeah. And it still has that little part, like,
the brain's still initiating the program, like, hey, I'm going to move my finger, and there's there's a little thing there too, where it was connected, where like you can feel it, where the whole finger connects onto this little joint. It's bizarre. I met a dude who was missing half of his forearm the other day, like a month ago. Well, we had something in common. I'm like, well, yours is a little worse than mine. And we laughed about that. he was beside. They were beside the road though. The scooter broke down. They needed to get to the gas station. I'm like, well, nobody's gonna pull over. Let me turn around. But then that's when I realized he was missing an arm. I'm like, oh shit. And then we had a conversation about missing limbs. It was kind of cool.
It's funny. People usually are like, okay, I have a jersey with a sports team, and you have the same jersey. Oh, that's my friend. And you're like, oh, this guy doesn't have a finger or a fucking forearm. That's my friend.
That's true. I can do the same thing with people with long beards, like the beardos. I have a long beard, so I can just be like, oh, fellow beardo. Hang out. Hello, my fellow flatties, except for with beardos.
That's fine.
People do think we're weird because we have beards. That's why I say beardo. Because the longer the beard, the more weird people think we are.
Yeah, people usually think that you're, I don't know, a recluse or something. The longer the beard is.
Yes. But I have a feeling if it gets long enough, people will just start assuming I'm a wizard.
Well, you kind of are. With the music, but not.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Right now, I kind of look more like a Viking.
Around these parts, I feel like if I call somebody a wizard, they will maybe take that as an insult. But good that you didn't take it that way, because it certainly didn't mean it that way.
I take it as more of meaning what it means literarily, like etymologically. I don't put the Disney translation of the word wizard or magician on there, or magic. The magic stuff's actually a lot associated with stars. People making predictions and calculations based off of stars, and then people think, oh, you have all this power, and all they're doing is like looking at a clock and making a guess.
Yeah.
And then the wizardry has to do with wit. So it has to do with somebody's intelligence and intellect and being able to be witty about stuff, and kind of like being a czar of wit, so to speak.
Yeah, that's why would they say you're a math whiz.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like giving somebody kind of a lordship title over their intelligence. Is what a wizard is. That ties into the mystery colleges, like those mystery schools where they charge money to, and it's the whole reason why college costs money now. It's because it's a mystery school. Same reason why they put on the robes and do the whole ceremony when they graduate. Mystery school.
Wait, can you explain that?
So all of the information, like all the hierarchy of academia, is rooted in these old cults, where they would basically have the mystery knowledge of old, and if you wanted to learn something, you'd have to go to that school and learn about it from their peeps. You'd probably have to donate money and stuff too. They would take, there was fees involved. Same thing that you're doing now with colleges, except for we make it look more normal, and what, even though in reality, you see what I see. They're doing ceremonies.
You have any clue about the hat? The college hat?
Yeah. College hat. Yep. Saturn. Yep. It's the synagogue of Saturn.
What is that?
So the synagogue of the Temple of Saturn in the Roman Empire was basically the Internal Revenue Service and the Federal Reserve for the entire empire, and they had these ceremonial scales where they would weigh all of the precious metals and stuff that would enter into the empire, and they would do it ritualistically. So there was no separation of church and state at all. There was religion with it, and in the Bible, like, it talks about the synagogue of Satan, right? That Satan's associated with Saturn. And then he's talking to Matthew, who is literally at a building where, and this is extra biblically, but you can actually check the words, and it is directly connected to the Temple of Saturn, the building that Matthew, the tax collector, found out, where he's like, hey, you need to quit your job and come with me, dude. And he did. He left his job. He left the Temple of Saturn to go with Jesus. They knew what they were fighting against. So these college, and that's another thing, is that's why they hated him so much, is he's giving away the information for free, just matter of factly telling people the truth. Meanwhile, you've got all these Pharisees, scribes, and the Pharisees. They're sitting there, they're charging money for it. And they're pissed that people aren't going to pay for salvation anymore.
I see. So, would there be any symbology behind throwing the hats up? Is there anything there?
I think so. No, I'm not certain what it would exactly be, but I'm sure there is some kind of ritualistic meaning to it. I'll just Google what does hats off mean and see what that says. I mean, you think about it though, when people take their hat off and they're pledging to a flag, it's like a type of pledge and reverence and whatever, even if they're throwing it up, like still taking a hat off has to do with reverence or some kind of thing related to that.
But throwing it probably has something to do with like letting something
the sky. Yeah, that too. Letting your mind go.
Yeah, probably something with that.
Open-minded towards, yeah. Let me see what hats off just means. Plain and simple.
It means concave Earth.
Yeah. Used to give praise or credit to somebody. So they're praising the hierarchy of academia by throwing the hat up into the air and giving them all the credit for what is in their minds.
That could be it, yeah.
I'm trying to keep it simple. It's so simple a child could understand it, and that seems to make sense. Sometimes when we try and dig too deep, we miss the answer.
Yeah.
Big wave mixer knows what I'm talking about with the reading the waves. I don't know if he's still in.
I'm still here.
You know what I mean, though. Once you get used to actually seeing the waves, you can actually pick up, okay, that wave looks like this word. And I'll bet you that that's what's said. And you can click there, and it's probably that word or that sound. Like something similar to what you've already seen. It gets really weird.
Also, the top of the hat is flat, so they're throwing away the flat Earth.
Hey, there you go. Another thing that's interesting about the four corners, because a lot of people think, oh, so it's a flat, round thing on a square because corners, but the actual meaning of that word, like the corners of the earth, is talking about secret places or like edges. It doesn't actually say, like, you know, the angular corner of a freaking square. It's talking about a region, a location.
That's what I always thought what that means. Yeah.
Like it does, yeah. It doesn't even say corners. It's more like if you had a secret chambers that you could go and lock yourself away into, and it's like a private place to be. Something like that. It's actually what it seems to be implying, not like an actual square corner. Yes. There's 4 sections. There's 4 areas. There's 4 regions, limits. But like I said, I'm uncertain with that. I need to study more with it, but I do know that it doesn't say that it's a freaking square. It's not like square edges. That's not what it's saying. Something else. Which is perfect because we don't make any claims to this shape either.
So the thing I saw about this kind of idea about the areas outside, those would be the ones that are frozen over at the moment, and we are in the area that's currently active, and later one of the other areas will become active.
Maybe it might expand and shrink based off of like temperature variables with things. Like okay, the whole global warming, global cooling thing. Now think of that on a flat Earth map and think of it as a natural state of how things are supposed to be, like clockwork. So if it warms up and it cools down, the map would grow and shrink. The ice would grow and shrink based off of how warm or cold it is.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean there's another pond. It just means the pond can get bigger or smaller. The coast can enlarge.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you have ice and you have something warm, and you just kind of move it around where the warmness is, it's gonna thaw. Yeah. And where it moves away from, eventually that will freeze over again.
Yeah, wherever the cold parts are, it's going to get colder there. At some point, things will freeze over. But and that's another thing is we can't. There's no possible way of fathoming like the long term, like 1,000-year timeline of things either. So we can't even like position ourselves on what a normal temperature would be for this place.
So like I think that's the one thing that they tell us that is true, that there used to be an ice age. I think that's probably the one thing that's actually true.
Like post Great Deluge, things got a little frosty. That makes sense. That's also why I believe that we cannot go to Antarctica is because there are things frozen in the ice that they don't want us to see. Whatever that may be, who knows? But there's things frozen in the ice. Cryogenically frozen, stored away for later.
Oh yeah, that's why we have the freezer, right? You put things in the freezer and they stay alive.
Antarctica's God's deep freeze. I like what Admiral Byrd said about it. Antarctica should be used as kind of a reserve. Like, you could store food there long term, and if there's an emergency, send it off. Most of the problem with it is we got enough food to feed the entire world. We throw away more food than people eat. It's just the logistics for moving it to where people are hungry. That's the impossible part.
But I just see all this empty space where if somebody did want to have agriculture or animal husbandry, you could install that anywhere. You wouldn't really need to have trade as much as we do if people had the willingness for it.
Yeah. Or if people stopped growing grass. Like, why do people farm grass just so they can mow it?
I grow grass to smoke it, not to mow it. I mean, yeah,
I can understand having a bit of lawn, having a nice place to walk, but I'm talking about like huge fields of nothing but grass that you're just gonna ride that 0-point lawnmower on every freaking week all summer long for nothing, just so you can look at a big field of grass. That's kind of retarded.
No, you're looking at a field of short grass, because if you look at a field of grass, it's long grass. You haven't passed the machine yet. And it's beautiful. Like, fields of grass are pretty. Especially when
the picket fence standard for America, though, that people have where all their and it's like, and then some towns won't even let you have a garden in your front yard or anything like that. You can't grow food. You can grow flowers, but not food.
If you let the grass loose, it's gonna cover the property. In some senses, the plants are growing through everything.
And I'm not against mowing or anything. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just talking about utilizing space.
There's no grass in space. I mean, grass is occupying space.
You troll. Really, Gemsy. Stop fucking with me.
There might be.
I haven't had coffee yet.
I have a theory that there is actually.
Hey, wait a minute. You forgot about AstroTurf.
Listen to my theory. I think there's actually green grass at the other side of the moon. The back side of the moon. There is green grass.
Like a chia pet. Here, like Earth's cosmic chia pet. It's got some green moon grass up there. Some aether grass.
Yep, aether grass.
But wait, like a good glober, you should have an explanation for why you think that. Why did you imagine?
Aliens. It's got to be aliens.
The aliens don't want you to see the green grass, so that's why they planted it at the backside of the moon.
Sounds legit. Let me believe that too.
It's where the man on the moon lives, and he makes cheese because there's moon cows up there. So I mean, they got to eat something. They eat the moon grass. They ate their grass.
There's a market for alien grass, alien weed. There's a market for that, like space weed. A lot of money to be made, so just keeping it from you. Space weed. Want some? Well, we're talking about grass, right?
Different kind of grass, but sure. I mean, is that the kind of grass you meant that grows on the moon?
Yeah.
So we can send all the stoners to the moon.
No, then we'll have no grass.
Well, only the stoners need it, so it solves the problem.
That's why we test people for drugs before they become astronauts. I mean, not all drugs, but some drugs like weed. So when they make it there, they don't smoke it.
Thoughtful.
I'm just using some globe logic here. Don't quote me on anything.
Well, we're gonna print it in a book and tell it to somebody else.
Hey, I don't think you realize how many good things you wouldn't have if not for stoners. If you sent them all the way, the place would be real boring.
Perhaps, but I do know also that stoners are very defensive when you bring up anything to do with stoners being anything relatively bad, even not bad, but like something on the bad side. So
we all know stoners are lazy. Come on, stop the cap.
Yeah. That's about right though. You say something negative about something that you have in your mind that it's negative, and when someone like corrects you on it, they're like, well, "That's exactly what they would have said." Fuck off.
I mean, nothing wrong with being lazy, but don't be lazy all the time.
No, dude, I ain't. Hey,
go ahead.
If you did what I did in the day and smoked as much weed, you'd have a heart attack. I don't stop fucking moving.
Sure. You're a pretty active guy, always moving.
Dude, I'm up with the sun. I'm still working after the sun goes down. People who aren't stoners, they don't work as much as I do. It's one of those myths, one of those indoctrination tactics is what it is.
it's like just often those type of people gravitate towards being a stoner. So that's why that stereotype exists. The lazy people.
I actually like
their ass playing video games too. So
I'm not lazy. I just like playing video games.
It's just like, man, you got the strongest thumbs I've ever seen in my life.
That's what she said.
I don't think that qualifies for that.
He says, go back to the thumbs. I like that better.
That's not even funny.
I just built counters on my lemonade trailer. I'm about to put the second layer of shellac on it. I gotta have this thing ready by the weekend.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Bro, I'm driving my vehicle and I'm looking obviously through the window forward and I see a red tick. How do you call the ticks? The red parasites that get in on dogs?
Ticks. Yeah.
Yeah, ticks. It's on the fucking windshield walking across it and I had to wipe it away because I hate those things.
I mean, maybe just throw it out instead of still keeping it in the car. It's gonna crawl on you.
Some of those things, because some of those are weaponized. They're actually are disease cause. They have disease causing agents, so you don't want them on your skin or your pets.
Yeah.
Hey, my grandpa used to sit in the chair and pick him off his dog that lived out in the country, and he had like a quart jar of gasoline he would plink him into as he pulled him off, and he had a collection.
Oh wow, yeah.
He always had this jar of gasoline with these raisin-looking things floating around. It's so nasty.
Yeah, that was a bad case of ticks.
Yeah, when you're a dog running free out in the countryside, you know they can't really help it.
Yeah, there is the natural version of them, but there is the weaponized version as well. And you don't want to mess with those. There's some ticks that can bite you and make you allergic to certain foods, like even meat. You could be allergic to meat just because of a tick.
Yeah, whenever I was at a show one time, a guy was looking at my salsa and asked if there was onions in it, and of course it's salsa, there is. And he said ever since it was either a mosquito or a tick, he's allergic to onion juice. He can have it dried, he can have dehydrated onion, like onion powder, but he can't have any bit of juice in it.
So what would be the process behind having them be weaponized? How do you achieve that?
They're actually like in a laboratory, in a place, in a building. They grab these things and they feed them. They grow them, like when you feed an animal something. So you feed the tick disease-causing agents like toxins or other stuff.
Okay, makes sense.
Actually, you grow them to cause disease. You develop them to do that kind of stuff, and then you can look this up. The government actually did this. They sprayed those stuff in the air, like from airplanes. They throw them on the air, and for them to fall in the country and that kind of stuff. Why? I don't know. Don't ask me why. They just did it. If it does what they claim, I mean, just like the mosquitoes, remember the mosquitoes? Oh, we're going to release mosquitoes because the natural mosquitoes are bad, and these ones that we made in the lab are better than the bad ones. So they did that. They released mosquitoes.
Is something that happened?
What was that?
Is that a thing? Is that something that happened?
Look at DNA modified mosquitoes released by town. You're going to find many towns, many cities, many countries that do that.
What the hell?
And there is a theory out there that so they say, okay, we're gonna develop these mosquitoes, modify mosquitoes that are gonna go to the natural mosquitoes and make them infertile. They won't have eggs and they won't be able to reproduce, right? So good, no more mosquitoes, right? That makes sense. But the problem is that nature finds ways of doing things, right? We all know that. And the infertile mosquitoes will take the natural mosquito, whatever, and then you gotta get a hybrid, and then people get bitten by those mosquitoes or whatever, right? And then people turn infertile. Some people.
So what I'm wondering about the ticks is when I was in middle school, there was a girl in my school that had Lyme's disease, and she became like very, like she couldn't even really learn. Like she was in a normal school, but she was like a bit like slow, and she couldn't even speak properly. So like I wonder, is that like something that happened because of the disease, or because she went to the doctor and they gave her a shot and then it happened? I'm not sure.
I don't really know the answer to that, what happens to her, but the ticks have been weaponized to spread that one, the one that you mentioned, the Lyme disease, yeah. So possibility is that is a possibility. But what happened to her, I won't be able to tell 100% what happened to her. But yes, the Lyme disease stuff, it's been talked about, and you can look at the diseases that are being caused by some of the ticks and insects, and they say the Lyme disease is one of those. So yeah, but yeah, I think yes, but we can't tell for the girls, we can say that the insects can cause disease, like flies can cause disease, mosquitoes can cause disease. Everybody knows that. Ticks can cause disease. We can sure, yes, but what caused the disease for the girl? I can't really tell you.
Yeah, obviously because there's context, but also we have these hospitals where you go inside and you have whole floors painted in a way to advertise a certain job, and it has like ticks, like art of ticks. It's like this whole thing about Lyme disease. So it could be also used as a way to spread that thing.
But it's a pretty common disease out there, and I think that's one of the ones that have been weaponized, in my opinion, honestly. But yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay.
Yeah.
I keep trying to talk and I keep getting talked over. I didn't know if I was mute or what. Shit, my fucking phone's got the tires. I got 3%. I was going to say, whenever I was in grade school, one of our classmates was playing with their brother in the sandbox, and he had a tick and pulled it off of him, and he died from, it was called Rocky Mountain Spotted Fever.
oh my gosh, yeah, wow, that's crazy. Yeah.
I got 3% battery life. I'm gonna hop off here for a little bit and let this charge. I'll see you.
Yeah, check out the island next to Connecticut. I forgot the name of the island, but it's a facility that was used to develop this insect-causing diseases. One of the biggest ones in the U.S. And they're gonna move it inland because they're gonna move it away from the island, that facility, and they're gonna bring it inland. I think it's called Deer Island, something like that. Deer Island.
Will they develop the mosquitoes?
The facility that is used to develop these insects is in an island next to Connecticut. I think it's Deer Island, if I remember correctly. Deer Island. And that facility is gonna be closed down. They're gonna move it inland into a new facility. I don't know if that happened already, but that was the plan not too long ago. Deer Island, I think, is the name of the island. Bro, the city of Boston has this smoke, white smoke, and it's not normal. I know a lot of cities has been getting this smoke these past week. So this one is different. It's not like the one in New York. I mean, it's not as the pictures that I've seen, but the city is covered in some type of smoke. It's kind of weird.
Is it similar to fog, or what is it?
Yeah, I will say it's kind of similar to fog, but a little darker. I guess it's kind of probably the fog is mixed with the dirty air of the vehicles, and it's making it a little darker. Because the exhausts of the vehicles are releasing a bunch of shit.
Weird.
It looks like a dirty fog. Just get out here, government center. I passed next to the Federal Reserve building. It looks like a. Have you seen ever a wood washer? You know, the laundry wood washer that people used to take to the water and wash the clothes.
Yeah.
They designed that building, the Federal Reserve in Boston, just like a wood washer, but it's money washing, right? Money laundering.
Oh, yeah.
Just look Federal Reserve Boston and look at that building. And tell me it's an accident, please. Please tell me it's an accident.
All right, let's see.
Tell me it's a coincidence, please.
Mm-hmm.
You see it?
Yeah, looking at it, it looks either like that or a cheese grater, which also would make.
Ooh, they shredding the cheese. I like it. I like the cheese shredder. Yeah, the cheese.
The cheddar.
They have a lot of cheese to spread on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's it.
It's an interesting architecture design, huh?
Yeah, very strange.
Does it look like a wood washer, or is it just me?
Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, I see the resemblance.
Yeah. Well, many people these days won't get the resemblance because they never seen, use, or touch a wood washer. What I have, I know what it is. It looks like it. At least the design. Obviously, you're not gonna make the building as a wood washer functionally. But
There's always these buildings that have this sort of function are very stand out for some reason. Like everything around them looks very different usually.
That building is built like a fortress. It's surrounded by granite, whatever. You can't just drive into the building. It's like surrounded. It's a fortress surrounded by designed barricades. It looks pretty, but if you look at it, it's like a fortress.
It's probably the money inside though. It's probably empty.
I mean, you don't want the money running away from it with bags full of money, right? Want to have control access.
Yeah.
Guess what's around this building? Other banks. A bunch of other huge financial institutions.
Oh.
That it's just it's a monetary system. I mean the dollar version part of it, because they Federal Reserve, dollars, whatever.
Yeah.
Next to the Federal Reserve, there's a canal. It's connected to the sea, but they have like bridges, and it looks like a canal that is between the South Boston area and the financial area, and between that canal there's like a pyramid on the water. And during the day you see the pyramid and you see a shadow, you see a reflection of the pyramid on the water, and it looks like a perfect reflection of the pyramid. You see a pyramid on top of a pyramid, but you see the pyramid and the reflection of it. It's kind of cool.
I'm looking at a pyramid right now, right below the thing, but it's probably a different one.
The one that I'm talking about is actually on the canal, on the water. It's in the water and on above the water, because it's in the water, but the pyramid is above the water. So how do you say that? It is in and on. I don't know, in the water, sure. It's also I imagine that I don't see what's below the surface, so I see the pyramid above the surface. But I know that it probably has some foundation in the water, you know?
Yeah.
I'll try to pass again and take a picture later, but if I pass through it. When you are in the city, you don't see the fog. But when you're out, when you're coming into the city away from it, you can see the freaking fog all around it. But now on between the buildings, it looks just normal. It's like a fish in water. Yeah, once I look away through the buildings at a distance, you can see the fog all around the city.
Maybe it's a ghost city.
I'm always around the city, and it doesn't look normal today. It's not the normal kind of air. I know people have been talking about the air around the city in New York and stuff, and yeah, it's kind of similar, I'll say.
Has it been only today or multiple days?
It's been multiple days, yeah. It's been multiple days. Today, I noticed it the other day when they were talking about New York, and then today again that I'm driving around here, I can see it. You know what I see a lot around this city? Like a lot. Is the rainbow flag. It's like in the most important buildings, a bunch of the old cathedrals. The actual cathedrals that you come into the city and see, they're super impressive buildings.
Well, especially this month, it's supposed to be like Pride Month or something, right?
I think so, yeah. I believe so. So they're waving the flags everywhere. They're kind of pretty. I do like the flag. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, the rainbows are pretty. They hijacked the rainbow.
And it also has the pyramid. You see, it's the pyramid. It's an upside down pyramid. I mean, depending how you angle or whatever the flag, but it is a pyramid, and then the lines of light emanating from it. You see it?
It's like the Pink Floyd album.
I think it's the spectrum of light coming from the actual source, which is a pyramid of light that is up in heaven, above the sun and the moon. And they just perverted it. Has been perverted.
That's what they do. So when was the last encounter with a Glober? Today. Has it been hours? Like at least 5 hours? Because I've been here for like at least an hour.
No, I haven't.
Nobody?
No Globers to be seen. I think maybe in a few years and a few decades, we'll be finding globes. We'll be digging the soil, and you're gonna find globes. The globes that you can buy at Target or Walmart and put it at the school. We're gonna find those things, and that's gonna be served as evidence that globetards used to exist. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, we need some like campaign to bring people over to the server. Maybe some shirts, some merchandise. I don't know, something to spread the word to the Globers that this is the place you got to go to if you want to argue about Flat Earth. Because we do know they want to argue about it. They just don't know this place exists.
No, when they come in here, they actually are here as teachers. They want to teach you that you're wrong. They're gonna teach you the globe, even though they don't know about it. They don't know how it works. They're gonna tell you how it works, right? That's how the globe works. Nobody know how it works. Still, they're gonna teach you how it works. Make sense?
Yeah, of course they have the back behind them. Everything is science, so you can't argue against it. Somebody else figured it out. You don't have to argue from actual factual, observable things. You have to just have faith. Just repeat it.
Well, before you go do anything, you gotta believe you're gonna reach that place. You gotta believe it's there if you haven't been there, right? But once you make it, it is here. So yeah. But you can't just believe in Fantasyland and think, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to Fantasyland and do things there. Like, you can believe it all you want. Once you go there, you don't find it. It's not gonna make it real. I mean, once you try going to the fantasy place, you can't make it to the fantasy place. It's just not there.
They don't care about that. They only care about other people went to the fantasy place, therefore it's real.
Someone else did it, and therefore. Well, I mean, someone else can build that building that I'm looking at, and yeah, it's right there. Someone else did it. I don't have to doubt it.
Yeah, you can touch it. You can go inside.
Yep. Definitely not doubting that. Globe is real. Gravity is real. Okay, where's the evidence for that? Link in the internet. Okay, do you know what the link says? No, but... Okay, you don't know what it says? No. Okay, so how do you know it supports the cartoon Globetard? Ah, because Glob. Therefore Glob. Link, therefore Glob. I'm just talking like that because I have other circles of people that they actually kind of think like that. Oh, there you go, a freaking TikTok video. Therefore, globe. Someone said gravity in the TikTok video. Therefore, it's true because someone said it. Someone said the word
Somebody else
gravity.
said it, and there's a lot of comments underneath that agree with it. Therefore, it's real.
Yeah, the person just said gravity. Oh, this thing is falling because gravity. Oh, look, you see that person in TikTok said gravity and something fell, and yeah, that is the proof right there, bro. It's kind of silly. And it's not just that. It's not just the word gravity, but they say, okay, things are falling, therefore we live in a spinning globe. Bro, that's not how stuff works.
Things are falling, therefore, from all sides at once on the globe, the water is falling, and it just sticks like glue to the earth. That's why they're falling. And that's why the globe. It is just nonsense. It's just so stupid that I think to myself, and I'm embarrassed that I used to believe this. I'm embarrassed. Like, how could I ever believe this?
Because we were told so, because otherwise you wouldn't, right?
Because I didn't even think about it. That's the biggest thing. Like, as soon as you start thinking about it, it just falls apart. But I didn't even think about it. I just accepted it. Yeah.
But don't think, just believe, bro. Just believe in the lie. It's not just believe. Believe in the lie. That's the thing. Because you can believe in things that are true, but in this case, it's a lie.
So the Globers that stay Globers, they're refusing to think. They're just denying the thoughts. They're like just repeating it. Like, okay, this is what the story is. I'm not going to think. I just refuse to think at this time. Please stop convincing me to think because I'm not going to think. I'm just going to trust these people that said this is how it is. And they just keep rolling with it. It's just perpetual. There has to be a refraction index at every possible distance that would explain the inconsistency in our calculation. So it has to be there. And that's the only way it will work because globe. So at that point, you can't change somebody else's mind when they're that far gone. They have to somehow see it for themselves, maybe just to interact with us some more, but it will not happen overnight. Certainly. Oh yeah, key rings with sextants. Yeah, that's decent merch for the flat Earth. But I mean, I don't know if that's the best merch because the Globers will just associate that with the globe, right? So you just really need to plaster.
That will be a globe move. That will be. I mean, the astrolabe. They're gonna use the astrolabe to say globe. Did you say astrolabe or the sextant?
I said sextant. I was reading the chat.
Okay, you said sextant. I think that's a cool tool that can be used, kind of, to make, like you're saying, kind of like use it to spread the word, so people can start thinking about it. Because a lot of people don't know what a sextant is, right? Well, the iPhone that you're using right now that came from China. The boat that it came in, right? That boat has to travel across the world, right? And to do that, you need to know what a triangle is.
But like this is where it leads to. Where I've seen most of the time where it leads to is they took 1 or 2 trigonometry calculus class, and now they are stuck in that world of tangent to a circle. And they imagine that you can have a straight line alongside a circle, and therefore it works on a globe, so they can discount that. That's how it goes.
Yeah, they can discount it all they want. It's not going to change the facts.
Yeah, it won't, but I'm just saying, like, in their mind, it won't open up the pathway.
The coping, right? The coping. Because if they look through the information, they'll find out that it's pretty clear. It's super clear what he says about how the sextant works and how triangles are used to establish the position depending on the position on the luminaries and your position in the ground. You can tell your position. The other day was George here, and he connected the clock. How a watch, a wristwatch normally. That you have the center point, and it has the hands of the watch and that kind of stuff. And when you look at that and put it almost with the sextant, it's related. How the timing of the day and the position of the sun. It's pretty interesting. The people have been using this for a long time to tell the time and the positions on the Earth.
Yeah, everything is a bit kind of fractal in that sense as well.
GPS. Now we don't need. We have GPS. We have cell phones now. We don't need to know any of that, right? Now go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying everything is kind of fractal, like how things work above us, and also how we manufacture these tools to correlate with what's happening in reality. So it makes sense that it kind of looks in the same way.
You can see how clear the how functional the tools are, how the functionality of them are based on reality, and it's pretty clear. I mean, when I read through these documents, I can see how there's a lot of words that maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I was like, I will be like, what's going on here, right? I don't know what it's saying. But at this moment, I can comprehend what is being explained about the tools and how practical they are, and it's pretty clear. I don't know what's the confusion.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to find an excuse, there's always going to be something there to latch on to for Globers, so they can always find one.
If you want to hold to if they want to hold to that, right? They want to hold to the globe. They're gonna everything is globe. But now I only see the globe like a freaking cartoon, like a mathematical thing on a piece of paper. Like I'm looking down to it on a table or on a screen. That or let's say it's a globe. It's the globe on the classroom, the globe that you can buy in Target. That when I think about the globe, that's the globe. A lot of people think about the globe and they think that's where they're standing, right? That's where they are at. On the globe. And that mindset, it frames the thinking in certain ways. And it could be out of whack if you let your mind go freely like that. Gotta keep it under control. Bring your mind back to the relationship between your body and the medium that you're in. That's important. The immediate experience. Go ahead.
Just the experience of looking up and imagining that you're spinning is like such a huge thing, because as soon as you go outside, there's up, and if you look up, that's what you imagine, and that's not what's happening. So as soon as you imagine that, like your whole world is so upside down, it's not even funny.
Or you realize that your frame of reference where you're standing on top of the floor and you're not spinning like some guy told you, right? It's pretty sensical to come to those conclusions. Like, okay, the ground is level, horizontal. There is an up and a down. There is a horizontal and then a vertical. Yeah, that makes sense, right? And then some guy tells you, hey, I'm calling you from Australia and I'm below the ground, below you, or whatever.
Yeah. Basically, my legs are facing your legs, like in a way, like the bottoms of my feet are facing the bottoms of your feet. It's so comical and stupid.
Have you ever thought, when you believed in the globe, have you ever thought about, traveling? And I remember the distances, the trillions of miles. And I was like, one day there might be this great technology that we're going to develop and we're going to be able to go to these places in an instant, right? Like, you always was hoping that somehow the technology is going to show you and confirm the globe. You're going to be able to conquer the universe because outer space and movies and kind of trying to relate. I was trying to relate how the distances were, how crazy that was, and how practical would it be to accomplish reaching those distances. And it never added up. I was never able to make a functional thought that will bring me to the conclusion that, yeah, we can reach these distances practically in somehow, some way. I wasn't able to do it. I was hoping for the technology to arrive. Go ahead.
That's part of how it is, right? They give such ridiculous numbers that you can't even comprehend what they are, and you don't even investigate them because they're just like, this is what they told you, and it's like so ridiculous that there's no sense in even trying to understand it. It's so silly. And yeah, I remember like thinking the same things, like, okay, eventually we will be able to go like to the moon or to Mars. We will go and we will have pockets of civilization. The grass will grow there, as you said earlier, already growing, but we will grow grass or whatever. We'll have an ecosystem on these desolate planets where we will terraform them. You had these visions of grandeur in the faraway future, which might be in your lifetime. So it had like this part of you had some hope for some stupid fake vision of the future. And they just kind of keep selling you that. And now I see these people, and they have that in their mind constantly. They're hoping for something to happen, and it just keeps getting postponed, just kicked down the road. And they just keep hoping about it. Okay, we're going to go to the Mars, and we're going to do that, this and that. Or we're going to, oh, it's your birthday. Let me name a star after you. You have a document telling you that this star is named after you. Maybe, who knows, maybe in 50 years we'll go there with some new technology, teleportation or whatnot. Yeah, but it's all stupid, and it's all fantastical waxing in your stupid head that's been cretinized by these illusions. It's kind of a rabbit hole in a bad sense of the words. It's like you become more and more stupid the more you get invested in that lie. The further in you go, the more you fantasize about all of it, the dumber you become, one thing. And the other thing is, the harder it is for you to let go of the lie because it's so ingrained within you. You just have this backstory on all fronts of what space is and all these places you might go to, or we as a society, as one world, humanity might achieve. You know, as we have this one step for mankind, this giant leap for mankind. It's like everything is as a unison taken to be like an accomplishment for all of us, and therefore it's an illusion for all of us too. So that's kind of what they want to achieve, that by saying that, like, one small step for man, great leap for mankind, is like they just want to put you like you're on a team. This is our team. Our team is achieving this great thing, and you're on the winning side of this achievement. You're part of it. You did it. But of course, none of us go anywhere. Not to any space place, which doesn't exist, but it's a great, great way to sell it, though. So that's what I was talking about with the merch. We need our own spreading of the word that makes our team, if you will, the team of the Flat Earth side, more so stand out in the public eye. That there's another team you can join. I mean, not that there has to be a us versus them mentality, but, you know, That's why I'm kind of saddened by whenever I come here and there's no Globers on the live stream that we can talk to. So there should be more.
Let's get you one. Since you want to speak to one, let's get you one.
There should be more, man.
Bro, I'm on the other side of Boston, the other side of the bay. I can see East Boston, where I reside from here. Can kind of see my house from here.
You're gonna ambush somebody? We need shirts. Flat Earth Discord 24/7 shirts. So you walk down the street and somebody recognizes what it says on your shirt, and they're like, "What is that?" And then you tell them about it. Then you tell them, "Hey, this is the place you come to if you want to talk about this subject, which probably is on your mind at this time, that you want to discuss, you have questions about. And we have a place. You can come here and talk to us." Whatever you're trying to show, it doesn't show up, I guess. At least for me. It's probably for everybody.
What was that? You trying to show something?
No.
In the chat.
So the thing with the memes is like they're images, and the URL from the images, like Discord changes them. It like archives them and changes the URL. So if an image is so many like years old, so when we add it to the bot, it saves the URL of wherever it is, right? But then after like a couple of years, Discord archives it somewhere, and they change the URL, and then the freaking thing stops working. But we used to have a T-shirt that said, "I got banned from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord."
Yeah, maybe we need to like have also, if we're trying to expand, maybe like a website, dedicated website for archive that we can link to. That could be an idea if somebody has the resources to allocate.
I have a website. The wiki's hosted on a server I own.
Oh, okay.
The bot runs on that same server. So, like, yeah, we could have a website, whatever.
I mean, as far as like hosting the images on the website too?
Yeah, I can, but I have enough bandwidth and shit. That's actually not a problem, but it doesn't happen for like years. You know what I mean? It doesn't even happen to all of them, because some of them are like were made in like 2018 and they still work. I don't know how Discord does it. We haven't figured it out. Like all of a sudden an image will stop working. Like the URL will have changed or whatever.
You know, when I remember when I had a computer and I had like files saved on an area of the computer, and I was like, let me move it here, and I moved it, and then I had the shortcuts. I had to kind of fix that stuff for it to be able to work. So I got someone in Discord is just moving shit around. They probably don't even know what they're doing. They don't know how impractical it is. Whatever move they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I just know the URL changes to like some different URL, and that's why it doesn't work, because it saves it by the URL. Obviously, we could host them somewhere, or we could just upload them to like Imgur or some photo site. Yeah. It's not enough of a problem to even go through all that. I would say we have probably like 4,000 or 3,000 memes, and like maybe 200 of them don't work, maybe. And those are the ones that are so old, people don't even use them anymore because they forgot them.
As boomer memes, imagine boomer memes. How old is everything getting? Boomer memes.
Yeah,
boomer. I mean, it's probably going to just keep getting delayed. Everybody's going to be a boomer, even 2000 born people going to be boomers eventually. It just becomes synonymous with alt thought.
Me, a
Which
boomer
isn't
is a
even
baby
that old.
boomer.
Yeah.
They're trying to change the definition. I don't think so, man. I'm not going for it. I'm not letting them. I'm sick of people changing definitions. I'm tired of it. Boomer is a baby boomer. It isn't just somebody that's older than 12 years old.
But it's going that way. It's kind of being already hijacked a little bit.
Yeah, there'll be 6-year-olds on the internet calling 12-year-olds boomers eventually.
Yeah.
So this is the level of intelligence of the average Glober. Someone named Cypher enters debate text and says, "Do you guys not believe in air just because you can't see it?"
Hey, but I can feel it.
That's what I told them. You can feel air. Just wave your hand around.
I mean, they like to just come in with a straw man, just to like destroy the straw man, and then they're like, okay, I'm victorious. Time to leave.
Well, that in particular one, that's a false equivalence, right? Oh, you can't see the curve. It's like not believing in air. No, it's not, because you can feel air. You're breathing air. It creates air pressure. You can contain it. You can do whatever. Okay, so where's the indication of the curve? Can't feel the curve, can't contain the curve, can't do anything with the curve, because there is no curve. See, these are rhetorical gimmicks, and this is what we deal with all day. They're just sophistry gimmicks. And, like, why don't you actually have a real argument? Why don't you ask yourself that?
Are you saying that the curve doesn't exist? Does that mean that moms don't exist? Like, bro, you don't believe in your mom?
Oh, that's funny. At first, I was like, did I mishear him? Did he say mountains? And then I was like, okay, he said mom.
Well, if your mom is Kate Moss, she has no curves.
Damn, dude.
If you don't believe in curves,
You remember
how
who
do you?
Kate Moss is? Am I that old? What the fuck? I'm a boomer.
Hey, if you don't believe in your mom, how did your dad fell in love with her? You know?
Dude, you're going way too far. Doesn't take love to create a child.
Hey, I'm going way too deep, but let's move on.
Yeah, that just
I'm just putting a global mentality, global logic. That's I'm trying to use that, but it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Or the global non-logic. I don't even know how to call it. The logic, the non.
It's called irrational. That's the technical name. It's irrational. It's being irrational. See, being rational is being logical. Being irrational is being illogical.
I like the scientific term retarded.
I did
No, it's clinically retarded, which means they have an IQ below 83. So you can't get in trouble for that because that's a medical condition, right? So you're just making a medical statement. It's not a insult.
Just an accurate observation.
Yes, exactly. You're clinically retarded in all 50 states, meaning that they designated you below 83 IQ, and that is the threshold for clinically retarded, and you're eligible for benefits. You can apply to Social Security because you cannot work, you cannot perform any meaningful task. You have no marketable skills, because drooling is not a marketable skill.
And also, besides retardation, they suffer from schizophrenia, which is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally.
I I actually invented a subcategory for this topic. It's called pterodysphoria.
Dysphoria. That's fun.
Which means Earth delusion or something like that.
It's like somebody can be body dysmorphic.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
We call it gender dysmorphia.
yeah.
We could actually call it pterodysmorphia.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that's even better.
That's what I thought you meant.
I said dysphoria. Dysphoria is a little bit different, but
Oh, okay.
dysmorphia in the shape and size of a specified part of the body. But it's got to be the body.
Yeah, the whole body of the living space that we occupy.
Well, they call it the figure of the Earth, so it's close enough. Dysphoria means a state of unease or generalized dissatisfaction with life. Gender dysphoria. Strong desire to be of the other gender or of an instance of one other gender. Dysphoria means grievous, bad, difficult. A profound state of unease or dissatisfaction. It is the semantic opposite of euphoria. In a psychiatric context, dysphoria may be accompanied by depression, anxiety, and agitation. Seems to fit.
It's all like dysmorphia because it has to do with things, how they appear.
Yeah.
How you perceive them to appear.
Yeah, the morphology of something is its figure, right? So when we
Yeah.
talk about the morphology of a living organism, it's its shape, right? So a frog has one morphology, a human being has another morphology. So dysmorphia, I think that fits better. Pterodysmorphia. Oh God, I'm gonna be hammering people with that. Can't wait. Dude, I love just not trolling Globers. Like, you don't have to be a Glober. That's too broad of a category. Just like the cultish Globers. That's who I love trolling because I'm really trying to get them to like have a mental breakdown. Because, so check it out. Most people, in reality, right? Most change in most people only happens through trauma. Okay? So, you know, you're a drug addict. You don't stop until you OD or almost die. Or, you know, your whole family disowns you. Or you have a serious medical condition because of your drug use. So, like, there has to be some sort of trauma, like, as the phrase goes, hitting rock bottom. So I try to get the anti-flat earthers and cultist Globers to get to the rock bottom as fast as possible.
It makes sense. Makes sense, man.
As a foundation, a lot of the problems. There's something called German New Medicine, right? It's a term. You could look it up, and they talk about trauma since childhood, and they talk about traumas that you don't even know about, like separation traumas. The first time you get separated from your mom or your dad, and you cry, that is a trauma because the child doesn't know better, right? And there's many different traumas, like, you know, getting jibby jab and that kind of stuff. That those traumas do cause a lot of problems, and people don't even think about it. As I found, you can see these traumas is not just an emotional thing. It's actually something that it can be looked at in the brain, how the brain changes, parts of the brain changes in there depending on how the child, you know, obviously there is a combination of these, the environment, the food and all that kind of stuff. But the traumas definitely, as a foundation, it could be very problematic for an individual, and it could lead to disease causing adverse reactions, traumas. And you're saying the trauma can reverse certain things. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It alters behavior.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Yeah, so whenever I talk about childhood trauma, like when I went to kindergarten, right? So you start kindergarten, you don't know anybody, and of course, we're all kids, right? So there was a girl. Now remember, think of how long ago this was. I was 6, or I was 5. I'm like 50, 45 years ago. A girl sat next to me, behind me. Her name was Hannah. She was only in the class for a week. That's how she traumatized me by her trauma. Because she sat behind me for a week straight and cried the entire time. From the day we got into the classroom to the day they just pulled her out. Like, she didn't stop going, like, she just wasn't there anymore. But she cried, literally, the entire time. Like, you think, like, the kid cries when he first has to go to school, and then, like, maybe, a couple more times, and then eventually stops, right? Gets used to it, acclimated to their trauma. This chick did not get acclimated to anything. And I remember it to this day because it was so traumatic for me. Her trauma was traumatic for me because, like, imagine you're sitting in class all day, right? School is new for me, too. I'm a kindergartner. And there's a girl behind me who's crying all day, like for 6 hours straight.
Yeah.
Same thing, crying. And I'm not talking like whining. I'm talking about tears streaming down her face. I'm surprised she didn't die of dehydration, okay? Because she was literally crying all day. And I didn't believe it at first. Like, how could you cry that much? I turned around, and there would be tears on her face. Anytime I turned around to look at her, tears down her face. Like, it was insane. Eventually, they just took her out of the class. Like, I don't know. So this is back in, like, 1970. Shit, man.
You, as a child, you're observing a trauma.
77 or 76
77. Well, you're observing a trauma, and that can cause trauma to you. You're observing some type of trauma from the girl. Yeah, it could make you feel certain ways.
So, and here's another trauma that I got in kindergarten, right? They gave us shots. So, dude, and this still affects me to this day. Because I actually had to get, like, my blood drawn. And if there's, like, a needle anywhere near me, like, I freak out, dude. Like, not, like, right before the needle goes in, my whole body, like, there's a whole story behind, like, me and, like, getting shots and blood drawn and shit through my whole childhood. But I just realized just now where that started. So, they're vaccinating all the kids, like, in kindergarten, right? The entire class. So, but it's like, not just my class, the entire class of kindergartners all got in lines. There was 2 tables. One table, right, you couldn't see the person giving the shot, right? You could only see the person drawing funny faces on your arm. So, Gemsy, they would ask you, do you want a cat or a dog face?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I want a cat. They draw the cat and the whiskers and all that. Then you go around the corner to the person, and they're like, okay, we're going to make the mouth now. And they stab you with the fucking needle, dude.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, that is trauma. That is actual trauma. That causes trauma, 100%. And I remember when that happened to me, I remember what time waiting for that to happen. And during the happening of that, I remember people doing the same thing, people before me and after me. But when I went to the room, what happened in the room, I deleted. I don't remember 100%. It's very gray for me because I think some type of defense mechanism kind of like deleted that from my head.
Well, that's the thing. It was like a long line in a hallway, right? So, like, it wasn't anybody going separately into a room. It was literally like a mass vaccination, like walking through like a grocery store. Like the same way you'd go up to lunch and get your lunch tray. This is how they were doing it. What, you walk by the first table, do you want a cat or a dog? Okay, I'll just take the cat. Fucking. Then you get to the next one, and it's like you couldn't really see it while you're in line, like them stabbing people. And then they're like, just hold still. You couldn't even see like the needle. You had no idea. Like I had no idea what the hell was going on until she stabbed me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah,
pen is that? And I have no concept of shots or vaccines or anything like that.
I remember my little cousin. She was a girl. She was like 3 years younger than me, and I remember going with her, my aunt, and my grandmother. And when they told my cousin that she was gonna get like a jab, bro, she started yelling, crying, running away from people. No, like yeah, bro, crazy. She went crazy, berserk crazy, and they had to grab her. So like 3 people have to grab her, and the 4th person had to give her the shot. But she crying, yeah, like she was like probably like 6 or 7, and they did that to her like without her consent. So it is traumatic. And I remember me seeing that. I don't know what's going on. I just see my cousin crying and yelling and kicking and running. That's what I remember.
So Jemsy,
You got a
later
shot.
on,
Yeah.
like maybe a year later, right? So I got to go to the doctor. I got to get more. And I didn't know that, right? Just go to the doctor. I hadn't sunk in, like, associate the doctor with us getting stabbed. So, but this time, I'm sitting there, and I see him lay him out on the little tray, right? The needle.
Yep.
And they're like, okay, here's a cup, go in the bathroom, and we need a pee sample. So I go in the bathroom. It was outside the office, right? The little examination room. Yeah, peed in the cup, left on the back of the toilet, and fucking went right out the door. Went downstairs 2 flights and hid in a fucking trash can for 4 hours, man.
Wow. Yeah.
So they eventually someone they were all looking for me. I could hear them outside. It was like a metal trash can, man. So like with a lid. I took the trash bag out of it, set it beside the trash can, and jumped in. I didn't realize that like I left the evidence of where I was there. And like they were all freaking out. I didn't get it. I didn't get a shot that day. I avoided the whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
So when I got older, so another incident when I was 11 years old, I had strep throat, and I mean I had it really, 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 really bad. And they didn't want to like give me a shot. They wanted to draw blood. And they actually they had a chair that had like think of it like the old wooden desks, but this desk closed in on you and locked you in place so that you couldn't move.
Yeah, I remember those. They still have those.
They listen. There was 5 adults trying to hold my arm down at 11 years old, and they couldn't do it. They eventually had to give up too.
Yeah.
Like, no, if I don't want that, you're not making me do it. They were like, I cannot believe how strong this kid is, dude. Like,
that's why you.
And my
that's why you
stepfather's
are
like 6'4", dude, like 220 pounds, and he couldn't hold my fucking arm down, dude. And it seems absurd being locked in a chair and like all these adults trying to hold me down, but they just couldn't do it, right? Like, I don't know. Probably, maybe they were trying not to hurt me. I guess they could have ripped my arm off and then, like, injected the arm that was left. But like they just, so I got out of it that time too. But I didn't, and I put it back to that initial like trick that they pulled on me. That here's a cat. Think you're going to face painting? Fucking no.
To Rainbow Land. You're going to Rainbow Land, and you're gonna get a candy with it. You get a candy, a sticker, and a drawing.
And I always thought about like, right? Snakes. How do snakes work? Oh, they bite you and then they inject the venom inside your body, and that's bad. Oh, so now we're just gonna do the same thing. That dude, like, no. It's bad this way. It's bad the other way.
I think most of us in our adulthood have like this reaction when seeing a needle. You have this sense in the pit of your stomach or your chest, this sinking feeling, just to the sight of a needle. I think most of us have that. I do, at least.
Because like it's like an instinct, man, not to be stabbed with something.
Yeah.
So, any of you guys like being stabbed by mosquitoes or flies or any of those insects?
Dude, hell no, I hate mosquitoes. They're gross.
So imagine a man-made version of that, but even 1,000 times worse. There you go. That's why you don't like it. It's pretty simple.
No, it's like a snake, right? So a snake bites you, and I knew even then, like what a snake does, they bite you and they inject venom into your body. Right? So I associate a syringe filled with a liquid to that, because that's where the idea came from.
So the trauma thing, another thing that I remember, the days after that, me and my twin brother, we were throwing mucus with blood through our noses and spewing that, like spitting saliva with blood. That's a trauma. I remember that. Yeah. You know, like that's crazy. I'm fucking 9 years old, 9 years old, throwing mucus with blood, with headaches. What the fuck is happening? I don't know what's happening. Freaking trauma.
Was it an MMR?
Yeah, the MMR. Yeah.
Yeah. How did I know?
Yeah, that's the type 1 diabetes juice. Nah, just kidding.
That's the Russian roulette juice. That's what that is.
Yeah, Russian roulette. Yeah.
Because I think the problem with that is batch control. I don't think like every batch is the same. I think basically, like I said, Russian roulette.
Do you have the same reaction when they try to draw blood?
Yeah, that shit. Dude, I just had blood drawn, man. And like when she was about to stick the thing in me, dude, my whole body just locked up and they're like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, dude, I'm pretty like, never mind, dude. Just like, even though when she stuck it in, it didn't even fucking hurt. I barely felt it, and I have plenty of veins. There's no problem with that because I work out, so my veins are sticking out all over the place. So it's just the deep-seated childhood trauma. There's no other way to explain it.
It is trauma. I'm telling you, there's a foundation to that is part of the whole problematic mentality sickness that we have these days, and physical actual diseases that are rooted from traumas. So, yeah.
And the thing is, I can watch other people inject themselves, poke themselves with needles, freaking do whatever. It doesn't bother me one bit. It's only when it comes to my skin. That's the only skin I really give a shit about, is my skin. I don't like my skin being broken.
So now think about taking the needle 2-3 times a day since you're a child, Indio. That's my story. Imagine
Christ.
that.
Yeah.
And listen, they call it, India, they call it a treatment. Since I'm a child, I'm like, this is not a treatment. This is a torture. Because that's how it feels. Torture.
Yeah, I watched
Imagine
my
that for a
grandfather go
trauma.
through it. Shit, too. Stabbing himself and all that with the IVs. But that was a self-inflicted wound because he was like a serious alcoholic.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimsy, it has to hurt to help. It's kind of like meeting a woman. It's got to hurt to help. Remember that.
You know, I think that's another Glover line because I don't know, women they it's not like they like pain. You know, it hurts. It's good. I don't think that's factual.
I think women like to give pain. What do you think? To men?
Yeah, give pain. Yeah, that's probably factual.
No, it makes sense they have a higher pain tolerance because they have to deal with pregnancy and periods.
No, they don't. Maybe down there they do, but everywhere else is fucking, they're sissies.
No,
they don't have a higher pay. That's false.
I don't know. Feels like they might. But just listen.
No, they don't. Hey, guys, we're just going to have to agree to disagree, okay?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
You know, it probably don't even hurt, and women just say it does for sympathy.
I think the globe is some type of trauma as well, because I was thinking about, oh my goodness, asteroids are gonna kill. Bro, I was actually thinking that some of these movie asteroid was gonna fall one day, and that's it. I'm done. The rock from space. I had that trauma inside my head. It was imaginary, but I was thinking about it.
It's like the first episode of The Simpsons where Bart draws a meteor on the front of a telescope as if it's actually coming close to the Earth.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, the globe is traumatizing, and if you believe in the globe, that means that you are traumatized. Yes, makes sense to me.
Well, the globe gives us global warming. The globe gives us asteroids that can hit us and kill us. Global warming.
Global wars, global economics, global politics, global.
Yeah. A global science, unified field theory. Everything needs to be unified. So it's unbelievable.
So the global flyer.
But I would say it traumatized us in a good way. It made us like jolted awake. Like we see everything now.
You know what TikTok has? TikTok has global gifts. Like that GIFTS. You can give a gift and it's a global gift. I love it.
TikTok has the weirdest woke people that I've seen.
Hey, Jamesy, along with that $1 million I'm going to send you, I'm going to send you a global gift too. Is that okay?
You can skip that one. Send that to Indio.
Global
TikTok
gift.
TikTok is like, imagine you had a Jerry Springer episode, but there was like 1 trillion people on it, and then they all got like 30 seconds to talk. Okay, that's TikTok.
It is. It's where people go get their 15 seconds of fame and think they're famous.
And they always tell on themselves. That's the crazy part.
What do you do? I do TikTok. Oh, okay.
Do TikTok. That even sounds stupid.
You do TikTok? Oh, okay.
Cool, man. Cool, bro.
That translates to I do TikTok, wasting my time.
Yeah, I can see it.
There's a lot of girls here in Miami who are supposed TikTok influencers. I don't know what the fuck that is.
They show more skin than the average woman. That's what they do. That's why they're an influencer.
TikTok.
I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with showing skin, right, Gypsy?
Sensei, if your looks are your best asset, eventually you're gonna do some hoe shit.
Some hoe shit, yeah.
Well, if you monetize TikTok because you're good looking and show skin, that's basically it right there.
Imagine being the most famous hoe
and not even know it.
Who is the most famous hoe? Let's debate this. Who is the most famous hoe in world history?
Oh my goodness.
Jezebel?
Kim Kardashian.
Madonna?
Kim Kardashian. Madonna.
I was going to say Pamela Anderson, but she was actually kind of cute.
Yeah, she actually got married, so you can't count her as a hoe.
Yeah, she has under 12 husbands, doesn't qualify.
Joan Rivers, didn't she get married quite a few times? How the hell could she be? She's a dog.
Madonna's a Satanist, dude. Like she is fucking crazy.
She's out there, definitely is.
Oh, she gave her soul to the devil, dude. I'm telling you right now.
Oh, she was too crazy for Dennis Rodman. Okay.
What?
God damn.
But Dennis has both sides because Dennis he's bisexual. He likes men and women. Dennis Rodman. So. I mean, I don't have proof for that, but there's rumors.
I just remember Dennis Rodman when he would always go to Korea.
What's worse, a prostitute or a porn star? Like, so if you have a prostitute and her body count's 100, and you have a porn star whose body count's 100, who's the bigger hoe?
The one with more eyes during the activity.
Hey, Jemsy, you said Dennis Rodman
Be nastier. The prostitute would be nastier.
Jemsy, you said Dennis Rodman likes men and women, but you couldn't prove it. You should have saved that for Speculation Sunday.
Yeah.
But the porn star, like, so the prostitute is probably having encounters that last about 30 seconds, whilst the porn star is going at it for four hours with dudes with giant hogs. So, like, she's blown out. So I have to say she's a bigger hoe.
Wow. Yeah. By definition, a bigger hoe. Yeah, I get it.
Because actually, the total amount of time of hoeing, when you actually add it all up to actual act, is probably a lot higher with the porn star.
It's probably the wording's wrong. Only like porn star. It's making you feel that's like it's a star thing. You know, when it's probably doing the same thing as the prostitute.
More adultery would be involved with the porn star.
Yeah, probably.
Being porn star is not. No, it's not. They're not a star, are they?
Isn't it crazy how it all of a sudden becomes legal once you involve a camera? That's just crazy to me.
I didn't do anal in the last 10 films because my boyfriend didn't allow me.
I mean, why don't prostitutes stop getting arrested by just saying, "Oh, we have a camera, so we're making pornography. It's not illegal."
I'm not a hoe. I'm a porn star.
Yeah, I'm a star, man.
Who you calling hoe?
My prostitution racket is a non-profit, so he's volunteering here and paying me and donating $100 to my non-profit.
It's called donations, dude. I ain't no hoe. Community service. These men need help. I'm helping. And they donate. Someone gotta do it.
On that point, though, I was going to say earlier, but I was still trying to figure out this headset, that I think that married women, I don't buy into the whole red pill, like, shows and stuff that talk about men and women and how they should act and stuff, but I do think that women shouldn't be putting pictures of themselves on their, like, Facebook and Instagram, that they're just full revealing. I don't know. Just my opinion.
The fact of the matter is, when people see you like that, they make judgments about you. You're going to attract a certain type of attention. And you have to be pretty naive to not think that if your titties are hanging out, you're not going to attract sexual attention. You just have to be dumb and in denial of reality, because that's the attention you're going to get. It might not be all that attention, but some percentage, it's going to be lower than if you're sitting there dressed like a nun.
I mean, they know what they're doing. They're just making excuses if they say that it's not that.
Yeah, flying, you're right. They know what they're doing. They're not just dumb, they're playing dumb.
Have you heard these guys saying, like, yeah...
I don't know if you watch...
Go ahead, bro.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I don't know if you watch Fresh and Fit. A lot of them are really dumb.
Yeah, when they start saying a lot of things, and then they finish their sentence with, "On this planet, I'm the biggest man," or something like that. "I'm a man on this planet. The man of this planet." Oh, yeah?
Sometimes they use the word evolution on Fresh and Fit.
Yeah. They use that one.
Evolved to do this.
What's that?
Evolved to be hoe slayers. You're funny boy.
Yeah. Yeah, we evolved to be this type of man, and you woman evolved to be certain ways. It's evolution, bruh.
Devolution.
It's actually a dumb argument. This freaking hypergamy, this dual strategy hypergamy. It's a nonsense argument. It really is. Maybe not in the Western world, but in other parts of the world, They don't act like this. So it's a garbage argument.
Indio, you hear how they talk about logical fallacies, this and that, and then if you mention the globe, oh, but we live on a globe. Isn't that like a fallacy? I mean, they're telling the girls, you girls commit all these fallacies, and then in the next sentence they say, well, we live on a globe. How?
So brought on John Zerka, so listen, those dudes are just money opportunists. Obviously, some of the shit they say is true. But so in case anybody's unfamiliar, the theory, the evolution, what do they call it? The evolutionary explanation for the human female mating strategy is a dual mating strategy of hypergamy, either to try to climb up, either to marry up in social status or to marry based upon physical prowess, right? So it's a dual mating strategy. One way you could call it, Roll calls it alpha fucks and beta bucks. And this is actually, I don't know if anybody's seen Eyes Wide Shut. They actually talked about this years ago. Stanley Kubrick and Eyes Wide Shut. That women, so there's a line in it that says, women marry rich men so they can have sex with the guy that they really want to have sex with. Right? So you marry a rich guy, screw around with him, get pregnant by, some, buff, pool boy, and, but I don't actually think that this hypothesis is valid. I think it's horseshit, quite honestly. Based upon my own experience of living life, dude. I've never seen a woman actually, yes, women will get physically attracted to a guy and sleep with them, but typically they have to be under the influence of alcohol that rolls back their inhibition. Now, maybe I'm just dating myself and women act differently then than they do now, but a lot of things are the same. I don't know. I just don't think it's accurate. I think it's an oversimplification of the way it actually works.
Well, a lot of the roles make sense biologically.
Well, it quite makes sense, but that doesn't make it true. I mean, we can make up a story, right? We can make up any number of stories. If you go to other cultures, right? If you say, if you go to these Africa or South America, where they live in different things, they don't have social hierarchies.
Bro, go to the jungle.
The way that we have them, right? They don't have social.
Go to the jungle, right? Go to the jungle and meet a tribe that has never seen any civilization. What happens? The men are always hunters. The women are always, the caretakers. They're cooking. They're taking care of the tribe. What's within the tribe? It's always like that.
But the way the mating thing works is it's more familial, where the mating is like this dude marries this girl so that they can unite the families. Right? It isn't.
I got these guys arguing. I got these guys are arguing that men should be fucking all women around, 50 women, whatever, if they want to, and then go back home to their wives and everything is okay.
Dumb. That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's degenerate, man. I hate that shit when they start saying that. Look at all these people in the world. Genghis Khan, Genghis Khan was a psychopathic fucking murderer. Okay? That's who you want to emulate? A psychopathic fucking murderer that had 200 kids? Come on, he had slaves, concubines. He was a psychopath. He probably had people disemboweled for fun. Is that really what you want to emulate?
He killed millions of people, but he at least brought 200 of his own, right? But he only killed a couple million.
He got laid, right?
That's how men do it. This is kind of like the Glober history. Everything is war, massacres, and men have to do that because globe wars or whatever.
Yeah, Russian fit are materialist, freaking nihilists.
It also ties into evolution, so it goes to we're all animalistic and everything is like we're monkeys, but our hair has receded. So there's not as much hair. We're just still in that world of monkeys. we just fuck whoever.
The guy argue, who's gonna go to war and protect you, the woman? Who's gonna go invade the neighbors and shoot them in the head? Who's gonna do that? You or the man? Like, is that an argument?
Yeah,
Who's gonna go fight the wars?
I mean,
men.
in our crazy world right now, it kind of is an argument because who's going to do it? The men, right? I mean, it's not
The
going to be the
stupid
women.
global men that believe everything the politician says on TV, like the Globe and the global war on terror, and let's go fight the global. That man, that is that the real man? Is that real man?
Domination. Global hegemony of the United States over the rest of the globe.
Is that what men do? Go to the other nation and just do that? I don't know. That's
Anyway,
like a
my
global-
point is the red pill argument. The fundamental premise is like their philosophical foundation. I think is bullshit, and like then they built this whole narrative on top of it. Now, of course, it makes sense because they're cherry picking elements that exist in reality and then weaving a narrative right there. Oh, we make this observation. Let's tell a little story to make our little narrative intersect with that observation. And it's the same way they do it with everything. Instead of like making an observation and then constructing a theory to explain the observation, they already have their philosophical worldview and they're shaping it for the observation. It's a completely different thing. Just not based upon data. They talk about all the data they got. They got shit for data.
Statistically,
Oh, it's census data. Yeah, the biggest pile of dog shit in the world is census data.
Yeah, I hear
The
them
second
making
biggest
a lot
pile
of
of
the
dog shit
argument.
is data coming out of the social sciences because none of that shit's repeatable. So, like, what are you even talking about?
They go to Google and they just find the statistics, and that's must be true.
Or they get it out of Psychology Today or some stupid magazine. Like, the only place you can get actual divorce rates, right? Marriages, divorces, all this stuff. You actually have to go to individual courthouses and go through all the files and collate all the data. And then go to like the courthouse in the next county, in the next county, in the next county, in the next county. They might keep some vital records at the state level, but there's going to be some data missing. Okay, because when it comes to like the family courts and domestic relations, they're not obligated to keep pristine records for the state level because they are the only overarching thing that they have to abide by is their local rules because of the separation of powers. Because you have the judicial branch and the executive branch. Vital records is run by the executive branch. The judicial branch don't have to tell them shit. Right? And it only matters if they keep their own records accurately, not whether they transmit their own records accurately up to the frickin' executive branch. They don't have to tell them anything. Or the legislative branch, they don't have to tell them anything either because they got the separation of powers. So, if you wanted the accurate divorce marriage statistics, you have to go to each county courthouse all over the country. Right? So what is that? 2,000, 5,000, 8,000 counties? Go through all their records and come up with the figures.
Yeah. Who did that? I don't think this guy's.
Nobody. That would cost fucking millions of dollars.
I don't think you can do that in the U.S. because if you go county by county, town by town, it's gonna take you a lifetime unless the data is there just to pull it off. And I don't know. There should be a lot of data, but I don't think these guys are actually pulling the real data. I mean, I don't know.
The only thing that really matters is the case file, right? So, like, you could go in the computer system and it would be like, okay, how many divorces were filed? Okay, we had 1,200 divorces filed. How many actually got to completion, right? How many divorce decrees actually were ordered, right? Well, there's a 30-day waiting period for a divorce to go into effect. So you're going to have, like, that data is going to be separated just whether the ones got in effect versus the ones that people changed their mind. And, like, then you're going to have to actually go into the fucking docket and look to see what actually happened. Because that's the only real thing that happened is when the judge actually signs the goddamn order. So, you know,
Yeah, there is divorce file, but it never, let's say, went through, or the people are still together. Like, there's people that get divorced and they're still together to this day, and they're divorced legally, but they're together.
I had a personal experience where we went to go in a docket of a family court case, and it was the wrong shit in there.
Well,
I would bet most of you guys have been broken up with more than what you've broken up with. So I would bet women have broken up with you more than you have broken up with them.
You'd be wrong in my case, but whatever.
You know,
I'm a fucking
I will
dad,
say,
bro.
I will say that I did it a few times more than I should have, more than they did. So yeah, I see the girls in the show saying I broke up with my boyfriend and stuff, but in my case it did happen when I was younger. But I don't know, when you're in the market, there's so many options sometimes that you can just skip around if you're doing that. But in reality, it's better to concentrate your energies in something more productive instead of just wasting your time and arguing about this stuff. Anyways.
Last time I got dumped by a girl was 7th grade.
7th grade?
7th grade. That's because her parents didn't like me. They made her break up with me. Turns out she ended up being a lesbian anyway, so worked.
Yeah. Daddy's fault. Just kidding. I'm passing next to the Federal Reserve wood washer building. You need any cash? I could go in and...
Yeah, let's see if you can get through that door, man.
I've been in that building.
No, the door on the side where the truck's going. Let's see if we can get through that door.
Oh, my car is not gonna go in no matter what, because it's like a fortress. The car is not going in, but I walked in. Not important business. I mean, it was business, but not the one they do.
Yeah, so Jumsy, on the South Station side, there's a ramp that goes down. You ever seen that?
The ramp, yeah.
So that door is a rotating door. It's a big chunk of steel that rotates.
I see the one.
Think of it like a cylinder, like a pizza, right? With a slice cut off, and you like go inside of it, and the door like spins. Yeah, like you ain't getting through that fucking door, man.
The whole property is like a military base almost.
Actually, it's not even as bad as I thought it should be. Considering the location, right? It's like like if you wanted to do some fuck shit, you're not getting past the door, but like imagine you could get past the door. Like that place is like you could take it with like 30 people.
Well, I got my theories about that, because what are you gonna do? Go in and say, "Give me all the cash"? They're gonna be like, "No, it's all digital, bro."
No, they got some. They got some there. No,
they do got some cash.
They have that goddamn door like that.
Yeah, they do. They do have cash. They do have cash.
The one problem with it is its proximity to South Station. So, like, there's a lot of armed people in there that are protecting that place, right? So, but the other way, you're good. Coming across from Southie, you're good. You could get like. I could come up with a whole freaking plan right now.
Have you seen the police they got there? They got the Federal Reserve Police. It's like a special police that they got.
Yeah, they're their own jurisdiction. Did you know that the Federal Reserve, that property is not within the United States?
It's an island. It's its own isolated island.
Yes, that's exactly correct. And its officers are immune from prosecution while they are doing their duties.
Bro, when I say island, it's an actual island, because this is all like soil that was put here, and a bunch of, it's a field. A lot of these areas are filled.
Yeah, back bay and all that shit. Yeah.
The
backfill. They dredged the harbor and dumped it and made Boston bigger.
So yeah, the jurisdiction is separated from whatever other. Oh, I saw a place. I told you about Bostonia the other day, remember? And I saw another place. It was like a court. It was a court. And it was a government building. It had a court, and instead of Boston, it says Bostonia.
There's a lot of weird buildings downtown. I don't know if you go down how much you go down there. Like if you walk like the Milk Street, all that area, and if you like look at the buildings and like, you know, because they're old buildings, even though they're like they do like there's other stuff in there now, but they still got the old stonework with like, you know, what it was like carved into it. Like, you know, the state mutual insurance trust company and just all nonsense like that. And then when you actually try to like look up these companies, they're all just like these insurance scams.
Yeah. There is many buildings here that are. It looks like, you know, the Tartaria theory stuff. It looks like super like old tech or something. Like the infrastructure, it looks like cathedrals.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, there's a federal building down there. It's right like trying to think of the name of it. Post Office Square. It's right on Post Office Square, right there in the fucking center of everything. They had scaffolding over it, so I don't know if they changed the face, but the face used to be like crazy looking, man. Like Roman architecture, cathedral, crazy, like neo-Gothic, or I don't even know what you would call it. But it looks so out of place.
Yeah. I gotta check that one out. But there is there's many of those that were you less expected. There's some like they're actually like landmarks that are super old that you could still find them in the old maps. And some of these buildings are still, and there's other buildings that you don't see in any maps in the old maps. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like you're saying, this cathedral's Gothic, out of place looking building. When you put it next to the steel banking building, whatever, the modern ones, and then you look at that.
Now you mention that, I saw something. I was walking up Charles Street the other day. So I'm walking up Charles Street, and on the left-hand side, they have this. There's always like this. There's a wrought iron gate, and I've never seen it open. The gate opens. It goes under a building, and there's a walkway that goes up into I don't even know where. I've never seen it open. I don't know if it's private or what the deal is. It's freaking weird, dude. I'll post a picture in the live stream because I know I can find one.
You know what? A bunch of these buildings have today, and even the cathedral. I saw the cathedral in Boylston Street next to the library. It's like a huge cathedral.
Yeah,
it's really unique. You know what it has? A bunch of the flags, the rainbow flags. It's all covered on the like so many buildings are covered in the rainbow flags today for some reason. Are you celebrating something special, India?
No. What the hell?
I'm just saying that the rainbow flags are pretty. That's all I'm saying. I like them. They're pretty. And the American flag has been replaced in many of these buildings by the rainbow flag. So yeah, just letting you know.
Well, you can only have a rainbow on a flat Earth.
What? Rainbows everywhere. Oh, I just looked. I don't see any rainbow flags, and I looked back and I found one. So 15. Let me mute. I'm gonna do something.
Everyone quiet, or is it just me?
Everyone went quiet. I just posted an image in the live stream. This is Boston Garden. They have a nice rainbow staircase. They keep adding colors. Eventually, that staircase is just going to have to like go up into the sky or something because they're running out.
Yeah, I know I said it before, but the craziest thing to me is that here in America, you can burn the American flag, you can do whatever the fuck you want to it, but if you run out and you burn a rainbow flag, you're going to jail, which is crazy.
Hey, you see the pyramid on the flag, and then now you see the rainbow. You see the light coming from the pyramid. Huh? Huh? The pyramid in the sky. Huh? Triangle. I can see that in the garden. Pretty. So pretty.
Indio, is that one the meme? The t-shirt panel. I have that one, but I don't know if it was made by the moderator, Monkey Evil. James. Nobody.
What's up?
What's up?
Okay, it's a cool t-shirt. They're gonna run out of steps eventually with the flag.
Yeah.
I mean, soon you're gonna go to jail if you don't worship it.
Nah.
You can't even burn it anymore, dude.
Well, where I live, you can burn it, but maybe in America you can't. In my country, they would still clap about it if you burned it. I mean, that's kind of why. I mean, I'm not from Russia, but I'm in a country adjacent to Russia. But that's kind of why they want Russians to fight each other with Ukrainians. because they have that mentality about all this stuff. They don't like it.
Hey, Indio, the photograph that you posted is a rainbow bridge to the garden, right? It's a bridge to the garden. A rainbow, light, colors, light. Bridge of light to the garden.
Stairway to heaven.
But it's being perverted, obviously.
It sucks that they took the symbol of like one of the most beautiful natural phenomenons in the world, and they've taken it and they've like just destroyed the idea of it.
This is now sodomy.
They
This
just
is
adapted
equivalent.
it. They didn't destroy it. They adapted it to an agenda, and that's what it is. It's not gonna change the real thing that it's referencing, at least in the depictions. But it's for an agenda. It's being used as a tool for something, right?
Well, yeah, I mean that's what they always do, right? They don't really innovate. They kind of just get what's there, what's already there, and they destroy it. They do that with the movies. They do that with like the remakes of movies.
Who's talking? Who's the one who just talked?
But now we have woke movies. We have woke movies. You know, this is kind of
Hell, I guess. Why? What's wrong?
No, who's talked? Who was talking?
Me?
Me who? I'm not looking. Sorry. At the
Cal, I guess.
yeah. Okay.
How goes it, everybody?
What's wrong? You're taking notes, bro? What are you doing?
No, I just thought maybe it's Mayhem because maybe you sound a bit similar to him, and I was like, what?
No way. Mayhem has a way more manly voice than I do.
yeah. Males is Mayhem's younger brother, so that's
Yeah.
probably.
Yeah, I'm Mayo.
Did he change his microphone because he sounds different?
No, it's a different person.
Yeah, I got it now.
I did found the exact meme. That's the one Indio did post March 15 to 2021. That was the memes banner. Or memes t-shirt.
Oh yeah, the pink one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
But yeah, they can't innovate anything. They just take everything that has been previously made, and they just just fucking shit all over it.
It's not about innovation in the first place. It's about perverting what
What's
is.
already there, yeah, for sure. No, I agree. They really, they really hate gingers. I saw this. It was a really good meme. I don't know if I saw it here or on another Discord, where like it shows like Hollywood has basically just replaced all the gingers. That's fucking hilarious.
Is that really the case? I feel like that's a bit sus.
I wish it was sauce, but it was really funny because they showed like a bunch of older like movies characters, right, who were ginger, where they've all turned them into like a different gender, and like the last one they did was the Little Mermaid.
Okay, that's one.
Yeah, there's a lot. I need to find it. Fuck. I don't know where I'm gonna find it.
But I feel like the Little Mermaid is less about the ginger. It's just about another skin color, just to create division.
Well, I mean, if that's what you think.
That's what it is. I mean, that's what they do. They just create division with the race war.
If you fall for those agendas, you become a part of it. Just like the Glober becomes a part of the Globe agenda. Any agenda that's being pushed, or narrative that's being pushed, if you side with the agenda of any side, then you become a part of the problem instead of the solution.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, I don't mean this in a bad way, but that's a little bit hypocrite, because I mean, isn't that what you're doing right now?
No, we're exposing the false dichotomy.
Yeah.
False binary.
I guess.
What I just said was a blow to ego to anybody who has that kind of mentality. That's what it is.
Because if somebody were to look at it from the outside, they would think it's no different than any other two sides fighting against each other. Just saying.
I always talk about it being a false dichotomy. You hear me talking about it all the time. I'm the one that's saying that globe Earth and flat Earth is a false dichotomy. There is no division. It's only the Earth. But we speak about it. We speak about it in this way because it makes sense to the person who thinks about it like a false dichotomy.
Oh, I'm kind of new to all this, and I've been into politics my entire life, so you got to understand my mindset.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people come from that mindset, so I don't blame you. I don't harbor any ill will towards anybody that like to think like you. It's fine, you know.
So maybe just
and
take a step
inherently,
back.
there's nothing wrong with it, you know. Like you're not an evil person per se, but it's just if you think what I'm saying, man. If you just take a look at what it all means, you know. Okay, so you got the right and the left. You got the black and the white. You got fucking whatever agenda you want to talk about. You got religious, non-religious, anything. All these devices or vices are just set up there so that we can say we got Group A against Group B, and we're not looking at the agenda. We're just looking at each other. You don't like Trump? Well, fuck you. I like Trump. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? Like, what is that? You know what I'm saying? Trump's just a regular guy. He's a regular dude.
Tried to say something about how the Hegelian dialect, this is that to a T. Like they give you two different options to a problem that they create to get the solution, the outcome, the agenda across.
Mm-hmm. And so you're the one being used by the agenda ultimately. If you are baited to find a side and you're like, okay, I'm on this side right here. This side is the right side. Fuck the rest. It's like then you become a part of the problem once again. But the part of the solution is the one that's helping expose what is wrong with the situation. What's wrong with it? Well, it's the fact that we're trying to figure out how to divide ourselves and not to expose lies from truth, right? So we got to expose those lies. And so in the exposing of the lies, you start to realize where truth really resides. And so there isn't a dichotomy anymore. There isn't this or that. There's only the truth. That's
Mayhem, you can keep having fights with Globers, right? And I can do both. I can have fights with Globers, and I can have fight with Democrats. Okay, we can just leave it at that.
No, you can leave it at that. I'm not going to leave it at that. I'm going to keep educating people and letting them know that there's agendas that are being pushed on the people like yourself and younger people that want to fall for these agendas. I mean, you're going to be captivated by them because to you, in some way, it gives you, I don't know, not character, not meaning. Like people attribute that to your personality. Oh, he's a Republican. All right. Yeah, Republican stands for X, Y, and Z, right? And so to you, that makes you feel like that's how you want to be identified with. And I think Gemsy usually sometimes speaks about this too. It's like with Flat Earth, it's the same way.
How else do we distinguish something by not putting words into it? Like how else do we communicate?
Well, think about it like this, right? If you're going to talk about something being the right way, then it inherently should be looked at as in, okay, so whatever path you're on, if that is the right path, then there shouldn't be any way to divide the people as in just because of the agenda, but only because it's true, right? That's the only thing that could divide something. Like if it's true, then that's the reason, like whatever the else lies that come upon it, it's not going to affect it. So like let me give you an example. If the earth is not a globe or there isn't any measured curvature, then what else can it be? And so the people come in with hollow earth and they come in with concave earth and they come in with whatever they think the earth is, right? But if they cannot provide any evidence for that, it's a lie. It's not the truth. The truth is it will always remain to be that the earth is self-evidently looking to us like it's flat and it's stationary. It's not moving. So it's not that you're picking a side, you stand with the truth, right? The truth is that. So is whatever thing that you're calling truth, is it objectively true? Or is it only because you think it's true subjectively, right? That's the difference. Do you see what I mean? Because you think something is right and a bunch of people think something is right doesn't make it right. I don't care how many, you can have 1 million people thinking that what your side is saying the right thing. If it's not objectively true, then it's not truth. I don't know if that's making any sense to you or not, but I mean, that's where politics come in, where they try to build this idea that you can follow something and that it's true subjectively to this group of people, and it's not. It should be true for everyone. You know. I mean, you might feel differently about it, but that's fine. Like this whole thing that we're in here for. Gemsy speaks about it. I speak about it. Like it's always about this idea that people want to have. Like we understand the descriptions for flat Earth. We're describing the Earth, but that's not who you are. You know, you are a person. You are somebody who loves, who thinks, who feels. Right? That's who you are, and you're characterized by, you know, how you are to others. You know, people look at you. You're kind. You're this way. You're that way. You know, he's a good person in society. He gives back. You know, and all that. That can define you, not an idea of who you think you are. It's who you are, as in, like, you know, what you represent in and of yourself. And I don't know, because labels and things like this are not who you are. People can see who you are. You know, they know what your name is and they know what you stand for. But you know, some people like to have ideas attached to their persona, and that's your walk, man. That's your path. I can't say don't do that. You can do whatever you want. I'm just telling you that these agendas keep us divided. They do. And when we can sit at a table and say, okay, you're the Democrat, I'm the Republican, but what is wrong with the situation that we're dealing with? You know, let's try to find out what is the issue, and let's find a solution to that issue. And if we cannot find a solution, that means that you don't want to meet at the table. I want to meet at the table. I want to sit down with you and talk about how can we resolve this. Now, if you don't want to do that, then you want to have an agenda. I don't. I want to solve the problems. You know what I mean? I want results. I don't want to be, okay, I have my opinions, you have your opinions, we're going to all continuously fight about it because we're never going to sit down and try to discuss what's the problem. Why can't we find a solution? I don't know. If you see it that way, I think I could see that you're trying to make some progress. But if the two parties can't sit down, then we're never going to have peace, man. There's never going to be... burning a flag ain't going to do jack shit to any party. They burn the
Yeah.
American flag. They burn the colorful flag. That ain't gonna do shit, but just anger people. That's it on either side, right?
This
Wouldn't you
this whole
agree?
system is set up to be just like you just said, Mayhem. So nobody can sit down and actually fix anything. That's why everybody's always so riled up, because the whole system is set up to where nobody can sit down and agree on anything. They're always shouting at the top of their lungs what they want, what they want.
And here's the problem. And here's the way I see. Let me just speak for a second. And here's the way I see that mindset as not being. I don't know, because eventually, right? You live on the earth, right? Everyone else lives on the earth. The government basically controls what happens, right? And so eventually, it's gonna come up to your doorstep, right? And what if it's too late? I'm just saying.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What's happening in the world around you? Like, you can just ignore it. Obviously, that's okay. You can ignore it, but eventually, it's gonna come to your doorstep. Like,
I don't know what that means, Kel. Like, explain. What do you mean come to your doorstep?
I don't have to explain it. You know what I mean.
In a way, I do, but I don't.
Do you live out in the forest? Like, do you live out like in the forest alone with nobody around you, and nobody's ever gonna bother you, or do you live in the city?
Well, I live in a suburb, but yeah, I know what you mean by that.
Okay.
So, because you're exposed to people and ideas,
Just because you don't want to be involved in what's going on in politics, just because you don't want to be involved in what's going on with the rest of the humans in this world, it doesn't mean that you're excluded from it, because you're human. So eventually, it's going to come to your doorstep, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. Unless you decide to move out in the forest away from people. And you can't deny that.
come to your doorstep. We're living in strange times as it is.
I know.
I don't understand. I'm already involved. Whether everybody who's in this Discord is involved, it's already come to our doorstep. There is no coming to the doorstep. It's already here. So I don't know what you mean. I'm just like trying to figure out why you keep saying it's coming to your doorstep. It's already here. It's been here.
Okay.
It's already been here. So like I don't know what.
And you choose to
You're
ignore
trying
it,
to-
and I don't. That's all it is.
No, you're saying pick a side, basically.
Well, you have
Choose
to pick a
And
side.
I'm like, no, I want to say fuck the sides, because you're the one that wants to pick a side. That's your own thought process. I don't think picking a side is going to win anything. You're never going to win, Kel. You're always going to be at somebody's throat because of your agendas. That's it. But if you want to do that, that's your walk, because you think that's the right way, because maybe you heard some nice talk with some guys telling you, romanticizing this idea about how your side is better than all the other sides. Instead of saying, you know what, fuck all that. Let's just sit down, both of us, who we disagree on some shit, and let's figure this out. Now, the person who gets up from that table, that's the person who doesn't want to fix shit, Kel. Not because you are saying, nah, fuck you, I have my agenda, get with what I'm saying, or fuck off. It's like, we need to find out how we can figure this shit out, man, because it's all fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, that's the issue, bro. The issue is we don't want to, like, figure out how we're going to sit down and have those conversations, because we are so prideful in and of ourselves with our fucking agendas, and we just want to tell people, like, go fuck yourself because I got my agenda, so fuck you. Let me burn your flag, you burn mine. You know, we'll see who calls each other bitch fastest. Like, I don't think that's it, bro. That's not the problem solving. And you saying that, well, you got to pick a side, man. Fuck that, man. There's a lot of people who don't want that. They want to just say, you know what, fuck all these side shits. Let's all sit down and like stop arguing. And you know, why is this in a bad state that it is now? It's because everybody has an agenda, bro. That's all it is.
No, I think we're in a bad state because a lot of people have just decided not to fight. And they've allowed two sides to control everything. I think that's why we're in the current state that we are.
All right, look at it this way. So, you know what pro wrestling is, right? Where they have a stage and a couple of people in the ring fighting each other, putting on a show. So you're in the stands and you're cheering for one of the sides. You're going, oh, they're going to win. They're going to accomplish this and that. But are they really doing that? Or are you just cheering for a result that's foregone? It's a conclusion that is already scripted out. So what they're telling you is this selection you're making, you think you're making a choice, but it's not a choice. It's just what's happening part of the wrestling parade, the charade. It's not real. So the team you pick, it doesn't matter. It doesn't accomplish anything.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't think you do, brother.
No. I understand that. I'm just not going to think that it's just going to go away just because I don't choose a side.
We're not saying that.
Go away? Well, what's not going to go away? I don't understand what's not going to go away, Cal.
The problem that we're in right now. I mean, think about this. If it wasn't for people who just didn't fight back in the early 1900s, right, when they were teaching flat Earth in school, right, and they allowed them to start teaching the globe, and then people just didn't fight back, and eventually the narrative just changed to the globe.
Okay, but what does that have to do with being a...
We wouldn't be here today.
Okay, but what does that have to do with being a Republican or a Democrat? It does not pertain to that in whatsoever. Like, fighting back is not relevant to this at all. You get that? Like, choosing one of their sides that they present has nothing to do with us fighting back as a people.
It's hard to see flying when you've been of that mindset for a while. It's a residual baggage from that type of thinking, and I don't blame anybody for that. It's just it's hard to get away from. Like, you can have the mindset of looking at.
Hello, your mic cut out.
No, I had a call come in, but it's just the mindset that people have. It's residual baggage from the mindset of you have to choose what you want out of life because this is the choices you have, and it's like all these choices, were they because of they were my own doing, or as in, like it's kind of like when your mom or dad, when they would scold you as a child, and then they would tell you, okay, you can choose, but from one of these things, I'm going to give you a choice of. And so you couldn't choose freely, like of your own way. You have to choose whatever they told you to choose from. So they present the choices. You only choose from what they present. And in that way, that's what's happening today. They're presenting some choices for you. And you say, well, I like this one better than that one. But that's something that they've already catered in an entire, agenda to. That specific mindset,
Yeah, I like the analogy of your parent. It's like telling you, you're either going to get a timeout or a belt. Which one do you want? I don't want either of those. I don't want those.
It's a Hegelian dialect.
Yeah, but your parent is the guardian, right? He decides what you can and can't do as a child.
That's the thing. It's an illusion. It's an illusion. As long as you play the game of the guardian will be there. If you don't play the game, the guardian has no power.
Okay, don't pay your taxes.
That's not what he was saying, though. I mean, obviously we live in a world where we have to live, and do things, right? But how you perceive reality doesn't have to be dictated by their agendas. All the agendas that they give you are like, this is choice A and choice B. Pick one of these. Once you're done with that, you can choose one or two. You can choose one of those. And over here, you can choose the square or the circle. Which one do you want to pick? But they're giving you the options to choose from. You're not freely thinking about them. You have to choose from what they're presenting you.
I've always chosen to go the third route, though. I mean, I've always gone libertarian.
It doesn't sound that way, though.
No. Here's the thing. I've learned, though. That's the thing. I've learned that there is no point in a third way because it just doesn't happen. Like I've been through this already my entire life. They have all the control. Like, it's either you choose one side or the other.
No, that's a facade, bro. See, that's how they got you thinking. They have all the control. They don't have the control over your mind, brother. Like that, we've been helping people come out of this. It's a powerful toxin And if you allow it to, it will erode you. Your mindset will be like, you know what, fuck y'all. Y'all can't get with the Republican shit, then fuck all y'all. Like, and I see that. I can understand why you say that, because of the fact that it's like these other guys are romanticizing it, like in the prolific arenas. You know, you got your bigwig types, you know, that are really promoting the Republican. You got the bigwig types promoting Democrat, and it's just, I can see that in how it's you know, people got posters and hats, and you know, it's a gimmick, dude. It's all just like, it's clown fuckery. And so it might have some good ideals on either side, and I think that's why people are drawn to it, because certain people are drawn to those ideas. They're not wholeheartedly bought into those things. They just say, like, I like some things that they're saying. That's okay. And I don't say there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because you can like some things that Republicans are saying. You can like some things that Democrats are saying. But the all or nothing fallacy happens when you side with what, I only am a Republican and that's it, no more. I don't want to have shit to do with any ideas. Or if you're a libertarian, if you say anything, I'm fuck off. I don't want to hear anything. Even if it sounds good, it must be something evil that you have. Like, there's no, it's like an all or nothing fallacy. So you, man, it's these agendas, bro. They create this thing in your mind that you can't get out of. And you're like stuck in this, and then you start looking at the world as in, if they don't agree with me, fuck all y'all. And it's like, dude, relax, man. Like, nobody's arguing with you about stuff. You're the one that has set this kind of false dichotomy in your mind, and now you're propagating it like there is no other option. Well, who's giving you that mindset, bro? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Because you don't have to capitulate, bro. I'm just saying.
No, I understand. I wish there was a third option, fourth option, fifth option, right? I mean, but I've learned throughout the years that it's you know, the people who have all the control don't really allow there to be any more than like two options. And I understand that both options are basically the same, but
okay, you keep saying that people that have the control, so you're gonna play their game then? You're gonna play their controlled game?
I mean, if you're playing chess, right, and everyone's playing chess, but then you're like, oh no, I want to play Monopoly, or I want to play some other game. They're like, no, you can't play that game. You have to keep playing chess.
Okay, but why do you have to? There's a gun to your head?
Well, I mean, you could say that.
I could say that? Why? Is there a gun to your head?
Well, there could be.
There could be. Why would there be?
Because that's just the world we live in.
Okay. And how does that pertain to you being a Democrat or a Republican?
Well, I mean, I can choose not to participate. I mean, that's what probably most of you guys do. You don't participate in it, which is fine. I don't disagree with it.
If you did participate, how does that change that reality?
Maybe it doesn't.
It doesn't. It only perpetuates it. It keeps it alive.
No.
So that's why they always want to keep saying, oh, we have to vote. Because we have to keep playing the game. As long as they keep playing the game, all these things will go on. Because as long as the chessboard is on the table, the game will happen. It will not have a conclusion. There's no king that needs to be checkmated, because there's going to be a new game again right after. It's a whole tournament that doesn't end ever. Unless you don't play it.
Well, yeah, we're in the Hunger Games right now in real life.
Yeah, but we don't have to be. It's a choice that you make.
Well, there's a choice of voting, of course. But that doesn't mean the world doesn't keep running the way it is without you voting. And if the majority,
but if nobody did that,
yeah, but that's not going to happen. It's like trying to say like,
okay, but it's not going to happen because of people like you that keep saying it's not going to happen. That's why it doesn't happen, because you keep fucking doing this shit.
Bro, I don't want to argue with you anymore about this. Our mindsets are a little different. I mean, I don't hate you or anything. I'm just saying, like, I just think we're just gonna keep colliding.
I mean,
we're just gonna keep bumping heads, because I mean, it's like I don't know. It's like you can just ignore it. Of course, I would love
You
to.
don't have
ignore
to. I'm not saying ignore it. I'm just saying don't play their game. Don't ignore it. You don't have to put your head in the sand and pretend that that's not happening.
So,
you can still push back against these
What do
things.
you What do you think I should do?
can
Then?
go. Okay, you can go. Okay, I'm not gonna put my kid into this school where they're gonna teach him about the rainbow shit. I'm not gonna do that. Okay, that's a step toward the right direction. So you don't have to participate, and you don't have to take a side for that to happen.
Now,
You
what
can
if
just
I
make the right decisions.
What if I live in a state, right, and they had an election or whatever, right, for a governor or something like that, right? And this guy, his ideas are terrible. He's gonna force
Okay,
you.
listen.
He's gonna force your children to
Politics on
go.
like wait. Politics on like a local scale, there's more legitimacy there. Like you can probably influence it. Something bigger, a state probably is a bit too big, but like in your local area, you can influence things there. Nobody's thinking like there's a long arm that oversees every single little pocket of the world. That's not how it works. There's still things you can change in your neighborhood, so you can do that. You don't have to still take a side for that either. So nobody's like sitting just home with their hands on their lap and not doing anything and just like closing their eyes and hoping that it all goes away. That's not what we're proposing here.
Yeah, Flying's onto something. That's exactly what I'm saying as well. Be the change that you want to see in life, but you don't have to capitulate to what they're telling you. And hopefully you know what that word means. That's not following what they're telling you to, because they're giving you choices. You do the best you can following truth. Truth has its own path, my friend. It doesn't need to follow agendas. It is the truth. And so people need to sit down at that table, which is where we're at here with Flat Earth. We got people, I mean, think about it like this. We're sitting at this table of Flat Earth, which is the truth, right? It's not the idea that the Earth, in and of itself, its name is not Flat Earth. It's just Earth. You know, everybody calls it Earth. But how it's described is in a way that it is like Flat Earth. So it's described as flat and stationary. But in and of itself, we don't use it as a, like when we're talking to people, I live on Flat Earth. You say, I live on Earth. That's it. So our description of it will be Flat Earth, though. But it's not you just live on Earth. So you can push back on these agendas, but you don't have to play the choice game with those guys. You know, and I think that's more or less where you're falling in the category with like these guys, because they're telling you, yeah, well, you have to. What do you mean you don't want to? Because we're gonna keep running the shit the way it's gonna run. So, you know, this is it's a bunch of shit, bro. Hey, Flatsy, I remember I was mowing my lawn yesterday, and I heard you saying that there was a conversation that was happening on this Discord where people were talking about if somebody went to the moon and did a 360 panoramic view, that you would have to accept that as the truth of the Earth being a globe or some shit. What was it?
When somebody said, had said, we're gonna go to NASA and ask them questions and demand that they do this. And the way that the conversation was going, it had been said like, why can't they just do that? It would prove their point. Why can't they just? And I'm like, well, hold on. And I stopped the conversation. And I was like, what are you asking? So if tomorrow they have some pretty convincing footage that they do this 360 from the moon where they pan all the way around, you're going to accept that as evidence. Like I mean, that's not evidence, according to our standards. Evidence is too late to the game. They never supplied it to begin with. That's what I was trying to get at. So, but I got called a glober for saying that. What are you asking for? You think that that's going to actually be evidence? And I refuted that. But you can ask them for that footage if you want to. But at this rate, what is that going to mean?
Yeah, I think I had a conversation with somebody else about a similar topic. That's why I was asking you about it. And I think it was that if we send a rocket with uncut footage all the way up and then all the way back down, uncut, no cuts, then we would become globers, essentially. I think when we first started with Flat Earth, a lot of the bad energy was actually being said in this chat. All right, and I might rephrase it. I don't know. Some of the old guys in here might know what I'm saying. If you guys just show me a rocket with uncut footage, and it comes all the way back down, I'd believe the Earth was a globe. Or other phrases that they would say is like, I would be a glober.
The 24-hour sunny. If you show me a video of the 24-hour sunny Antarctica, then I'll be a glober. Stuff like that.
Glovers. Yeah, Gemsy, do you remember the other one? There was another one too. Oh, just show me evidence. But it was more like general. If you show me evidence for the Earth being a globe right now, just demonstrate it. I'll be happy. I would run back to the globe with open arms, and I would just man, because I'm tired of being a flat earther. I just want to be back again where I think space is real. And they were saying these things. I'm not even kidding, Gemsy. If you remember, people were saying in the chat these things.
Yeah.
All I need is evidence. I'll run back to the globe in a heartbeat. I'm tired of being a flat earther. It's hard. People don't like you. And I was always like, wow, why do you say these things? Like, this is such bad energy that you guys say with just putting it out there like that. Like you really hate this. Like it's such an awful thing. It's like, since when is truth? And I don't know. I guess I would always kind of argue with people but now I can see we've gotten away from that. But now it seems to me that that's coming back a little bit. Where I heard them telling Flatsy that if we have this evidence of the Earth or the Moon, you pan the camera around and you see it like 360, they will believe you that it's a globe. Once again. So I think that's some of the weak minds in here that really want the globe to be a reality because they don't want to be the reality that the Earth is not a globe because they love space and be a part of the families where they're not arguing anymore and all of these things. I don't know. Is that the case now? Are we back to saying things like that with bad energy in the chat?
Whenever I hear people say things like that, I always assume it's a bit tongue-in-cheek. It's not completely honest. Like they're kind of pulling your leg.
Well, yeah, we've had those discussions about that, Flying, because when the bad energy was being said in this chat, I was like, guys, we can't be saying these things because even I know it might be tongue-in-cheek or you might be like not saying it like the way I'm hearing it. But when you say it like this, the longer you keep saying it, the more often, you're going to start to feel this way. You're going to feel like, well, shit, what if they bring some evidence like this? This could be a case against the Earth being flat. I want to say it was early this year. I seen uncut footage from SpaceX. They sent a rocket up, and it had 2 stages, I think. And the second stage, the one that breaks off and lands, allegedly the one that doesn't crash into the Earth, like it lands with the reusable rocket, I think is what they call it. The second stage, when it breaks off, like it goes into space, and then it got the camera on it, and it's looking at all the way around of the rocket, and it's got the panoramic view uncut, and it lands all the way back down. Uncut footage. There's no cuts. And then it shows everybody that, the Earth is a globe. And then, and a lot of people said that this is the evidence they wanted. So, what now? We got some people now globers because of that video?
Yeah, that's silly.
So I think to Flatsy's point, what if they do come up with like this? Because I'm telling you, resolution these days is getting better and better. So eventually the graphics are going to get so crisp and so clean that you cannot distinguish them from reality. You cannot. By no way are you going to say that that's not my eyes are seeing right now on this screen is not reality, because it's going to look just the same. I'm telling you guys. And then at that point, are we going to believe everything? Because that's how. Listen, the people that sat down in front of their TVs in 1969, when they saw that man walking on the moon, they totally said that was the case. Because that technology for the time was advanced. It was like, moving pictures, and they got to see something that was never seen before. So it just made the experience feel like it was so real that they were witnessing a man walking on the moon. So what happens with the new technology that's coming out is going to become indistinguishable from reality. And what are we going to get now? That people are going to believe that? Is that what we're saying?
How far does that go too? If people are going to accept that and are turned around that easily, so then do they have to then rethink everything that they thought? Because I know a lot of us, this isn't the first place we came to when Flat Earth started with 9/11 and started with all these other ideas. So then if you accept that, do we have to then believe that what they say about us is true? We are just crazy, and every conspiracy theory that we ever thought is just because we have some poisoned mind. So then you have to accept everything. You have to accept every mainstream narrative that we've ever been given.
Yeah, dudes, I'm telling you. But it's gonna come in a form of like where that's so indistinguishable from reality. And it's really scary because I think a lot of people in the the ones that are sitting with us in Flat Earth and says, well, we cannot deny when they show us these images if they are real images. We cannot deny that. We have to believe that.
How do we distinguish the difference between real images and fake images?
But here's the thing. This is what I said something about along the lines of this yesterday. Like, I heard something and it resonated with me. It's like, soon you're going to have to really look inward to know if something is the truth or not, instead of trying to, take whatever is being given to you as evidence. Instead of looking at that, you're going to have to look inward. I mean, you kind of already have to, but
Yeah, at some point we have to start learning to trust ourselves, right?
That we already have done that, but these people will more easily believe these things. They will see this evidence, quote unquote, and they will just go with it more easily. And it's not only like all this NASA stuff or SpaceX, it's also like just people's faces. They can emulate that pretty well. They can have like somebody looking like somebody else. Pretty close to uncanny at this point. So that's also going to play part. You're just going to have people that are not real people. Just, you can't even investigate this person or that person because they don't even exist. And they're going to be like, this guy's an astronaut. And you can't even find out anything about him. It's not real.
Yeah, I've been looking into these topics, man, and like, I feel at some point we're going to be arguing amongst ourselves about this. What do you mean you're not accepting this? This is reality. The guy did a 360 panoramic view. At this point, you guys are just refusing to see reality for it being a globe. So you guys are just reality deniers now. You were calling Globers reality deniers, but now you're the reality denier. You're going to get people in our camp saying these things because they see these videos looking too indistinguishable from reality.
I had someone told me something similar. He's kind of like a glober. I already destroyed all of his arguments, but in the beginning he was arguing, but why are you denying reality? What reality are you trying to present? I'm like, oh my goodness. Yeah, it was the tough one, but at the end, I was the only one standing in the room. Everybody was like, I don't know. Exactly the arguments here. Like, I don't know anything. Yeah, you don't know anything. Okay, thanks. So why are you making claims? You don't know
I was
anything.
just gonna say that. Why are you arguing in the first place? Yeah.
That same person sent me a link from TikTok and a lady doing a demonstration with the wheel on the rope and say, you know what it's gravity pulling the thing down. And the lady said gravity, and that was his argument. She said gravity, you see, bro? Therefore globe, because she said gravity. Hey, bro, oh my goodness. I pointed out all the logical fallacies, gave him a list, gave him a bunch of definitions about different things. And I went, bro, when you can construct a cohesive argument about your claim, then come back to me. He hasn't come back yet. It was a productive conversation. They've been pretty good. And it's in a different group, and we get together sometimes, and they ask questions, but they do have kind of like the child globe mentality that they all they know is like a kind of like a child level about the globe. Globe because
globe. Yeah.
Earth globe because globe. That's that's basically what they know.
You know, I think you really, and I said this before, Jemsy, you always get people with their senses. When they are not engaging with their senses and you tell them about it, this is nonsense. You really drive the point home. So you probably had everybody understanding why they're not using their senses with these ideas. Because you can't.
I started saying that because I saw so many people just talking away from their immediate experience. They making all these claims from that place they've never been to and they never experienced, they never sensed themselves, and arguing from there. I'm like, well, what are these guys doing? Projecting away from reality? Oh yeah, they're denying their senses and claiming the opposite. It's nonsense by definition.
It is. It's nonsense, and it makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, the globe makes more sense than you guys talking about reality, bro. Just think about what you just said.
Yeah. No. It does not. But I'm a proponent of like getting everybody to realize. I mean, if we're asking for evidence from these guys, and they say, "What do you want for evidence? You tell us. What do you want to see? Do you want to see a rocket with uncut footage? Do you want to see an astronaut take a camera?" I heard this before. You take a camera from the ground, like inside of the capsule of the rocket taking off, uncut, all the way to the ISS, from the ISS out to do a spacewalk, from the spacewalk back to the ISS, and then back down to Earth. I will believe the Earth is a globe from right there. As soon as you give me that information, that's it. I'm like, bro, what happened to the standard? Like, we have set a standard for evidence that they cannot provide because it's not able. First of all, they can't do it because the globe is imaginary. You can't provide something that isn't there. So the claim, right? The radius, diameter, all that shit is not in reality. So when you ask for something other than that, which is the standard, you're going to get it because that's something that can be achieved. I mean, obviously, with technology advancing, I mean, we know movies. You can still know that there are when you go to the movies, you know it's movies. But I'm not saying that it's the future. What it holds is resolution is getting a lot more sharper and crisper and clearer, and you can't tell, man, the difference. You're not going to be able to. There's no way. And you got all the shit with the deep fakes, like faking somebody's facial features, like freaking their voice, like you can't compare with that shit. So obviously deception will be visualization and audio. So all of this combined is gonna attack your senses. You're gonna be like, well, shit, I can't deny this. I can hear the sounds and I can see them walking on the moon on my screen. So shit, well, I cannot deny this anymore.
I still think that most people that are gonna believe it is just because they want to stay in the belief and they protect it internally, obviously. But once, yeah, it's like a next level from the screen watching the globe, right? I see what you're saying. It's gonna keep more people just enjoying themselves in the belief of the lie.
Yeah,
and it's gonna reinforce it in many ways. But I still see people looking at that and saying, "BS. This is definitely BS." A lot of people can also figure it out just by going through the bullshit.
Yeah, we've always, the standard is always there. They cannot defeat that. That is truth.
Yeah, truth is there. It's gonna be there no matter what. It's gonna be there.
They
People
can
are
show
gonna
you
be
pictures.
persuaded away from it, or maybe kind of like incentivized to look away from reality and just look into the lies and look into the screen, the globe this, globe that, but still the real thing, they can't fake the real thing.
Well, Jemsy, that's the first thing they say when we ask them for globe evidence, right? Well, I have pictures from NASA. What do you mean? Those pictures are fake? So we got ISS, we got moon landings. You want to deny all of these things to believe in flat Earth. That's what you want to do. That's what they say. Because we say ask for the evidence, and their evidence is visualization. Look we got all these images. We can, satellite pictures and whatever.
And then the next step is, if you don't believe the pictures, how about we send you into space?
Yeah, the experience, right? You go experience it.
Even though they haven't experienced it themselves.
Oh, Donald C was talking about spacewalks, and Heretic asked him, "So did you go on a spacewalk?" He questioned him. It was funny because he was saying, "Oh, we can go to space. We can go on spacewalks." He talks with his like screeching voice because he wants to believe, and that's Hey, did that guy come back yesterday, Indio? The guy you were talking to yesterday? I had to leave early.
I don't know. I don't think so. You mean the one that was cock teasing?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see him, but I don't think I was on late last night. I went to bed early. To bed at like 11:30.
Shit, I had to go to bed because I'm trying to get a new gig where I can actually have my earbuds in where I'll talk to you guys.
Were you gonna be a cop?
Yeah. Hold on, guys. I gotta pull a couple of people over. They're speeding. Nah, fuck that, dude.
No,
They probably capped.
You were going too fast. Hold on a second. We just want some proof of fucking curvature. They're like, who are you talking to?
Hang on, man. What? You need to provide evidence right now, right fucking now. And they're like, dude, what the fuck? This is the strangest pull over I've ever had. Nah, it's not even like that, bro. I was looking for a gig that I can have, like, just be my own boss kind of thing. So I found a pretty cool gig. I applied for it and I got it. So,
oh, cool.
Yeah, set me up with a route and shit. So I'll be hanging out with you guys, man.
Well, if you're gonna be your own boss, you actually have to be your own boss, man. No slacking, man.
No, I mean, but like, I'm a get her done kind of guy, man. Let's fucking do this. Get up in the morning and we go hammer. We don't slouch, bro. Plus, I was telling them too, because they in that particular market you can upsell certain things. So I was like, oh baby.
Hey, did you try to live stream off a Rumble?
Oh shit. Yeah, well the option was there for me.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Let me see.
Cool.
Yeah, I have the go live button is not there if you don't supposedly meet a criteria or something, right?
I don't know. All I know is I click to go live, and then the whole the form comes up where you got to fill it all out.
Yeah,
now,
the panel.
Maybe you fill it out and you push the button, and they're like, "Fuck you!" Like, then I'll be pissed.
Yeah. Oh shit. Why don't we fucking test it out? How about that? Let's see here. Create new live stream. Yes. All right. Live stream title. All right.
What are you gonna stream right now?
If it works. They probably say, sorry, you need 100 people to be following you.
You were up to like 35 when I checked last.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, thank you for everybody who subbed to me though on Rumble. Yeah, I appreciate it. Let's see.
And if you haven't sub, dude. What the hell you?
You need to post a link so that I can sub.
Announcements. It's in announcements.
Yeah, it's up in announcements, brother. Let me see.
I'll post it again. I'm gonna post it in live stream chat too. Don't you guys check announcements? What the hell am I even doing that for then?
I always check
your videos. We got. Oh fuck.
I really try not to ping spam out of announcements. So typically if there's one up there, it's actually means something.
Pick a category or primary category: audio,
Science.
cooking, entertainment, finance, gaming, how-to, music, news, podcasts. No, science. Hey, I can put it. It's Rumble, right? Fuck
yeah.
It. Let's go.
I always put it as science, man.
Hell yeah! All right, science,
Indio,
and then
I'm next to Bunker Hill. Let's go to the beach, bro.
You man, I just got a shower, man. I'm relaxed. I ain't going nowhere.
he wants to grab a couple
I'm
of
not gonna
fucking
go get a bunch of salt on me and then have to take a shower again.
He wants to grab a couple of chili dogs and a beer and go flat smack some people on the beach.
Nah, I will be looking at the curves. At the beach,
Yeah.
What are you driving, Kempsey? When you drive over the bridge, I'll whip something at your car.
Now I'm going the other way. I'm not gonna go to Cambridge. I'm passing towards Everett, back to East Boston through the other side. No, I'm not paying for tolls.
Jemsy, are you saying when the cat's away, the mice will play?
I don't know about
You better
that,
not. Your fucking cat will scratch the shit out of you, bro. She'll kick your ass.
No, it's just sunny. It's good outside. It's kind of sunny. Did you notice that mist in the air early, India? That kind of it was kind of weird. Yeah.
There's all like misty and shit when I came out the gym, so that was like in downtown.
Hey,
by the time I got here. Oh, go ahead.
When I was in the city, I wasn't able to see much. But when I was away from the city, the whole city was kind of inside this mist.
Dude,
and
they got
the airport as well.
They got a second category.
What's that?
Fucking like airplane incidents, ASMR, babies and kids, beauty and fashion, Call of Duty, cats and kittens, caught dancing, celebrity gossip. Fuck, dude.
Do they have dead people waking up at their funerals? Because I just saw some news about that. This lady died from a heart attack at 70-something years old, and she woke up in her burial before she was gonna be buried. She woke up.
No, that's fucked up.
She woke up dead.
She woke up dead. Yeah.
The fuck? Don't they like take out your organs and all this shit? Like, don't they?
They do that in some countries. Not all countries do that. Not all countries.
Okay.
Second category, I could put weird science. That's a category, bro. Weird science.
Don't pander to those fuckers.
Where's world travel, weird mysteries, video game reviews, Valorant.
They don't have an option for kink science.
unusual talents,
Hey, in the Caribbean, they call him velar, like watching. They used to watch the dead people for 3 days to make sure they don't wake up before they bury them. Yeah, because that's a common thing that happens. People that supposedly die, they wake up again. It's actually, people talk about those stories all the time. So, something that, I mean, I haven't seen it, but people claim that. So I guess it might happen. Probably they have like a low heart rate or something like that, and they said, "Oh, you're dead," but no, they weren't dead.
I see these subcategories, man.
Oh fuck, dude, there's a lot. I don't know. I'm just maybe. Do I need to put something? I do, huh?
You don't have to, do you?
Creative.
Well,
just
how about, all right, compilations. How about that? Is that
others?
Put all the above so that everyone finds it.
Fuck, dude, all this shit.
No, I'm kidding.
Why the fuck does Zelda have its own category? Zelda.
I mean, epic fails. That kind of covers the globe. It's an
Epic fails, yeah, that's a good one. People like that stuff. The globe failed. Yeah.
It also has just chatting. You could have that.
How about epic? I like epic fails. Bro.
They have like an own category, like where they get owned. That's
epic fails. Epic fails, bro.
No, put space. Use space because that will frickin' drag them in, man.
Oh shit, dude, you're right. Hell
Space.
yeah.
Space.
Let's fucking go. Science and categories, or primary is science. The second one is space.
Yeah, that's gonna drag them right in, man.
High quality. Oh, this is gonna be great. High quality.
Space. I'm gonna go watch it.
All we're gonna get are like, yeah, dude, you should put just tags aliens. We'll get every freaking crazy.
Yes, dude. I want them all here. Let's see. Choose your own.
Guilty.
Choose my own thumbnail.
It's like you're choosing a lure for your fishing hook.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you want the right one though, man. You want to catch whoppers, not like fucking minnow bait.
A good fisherman will have all the lures he needs.
Well, you might be onto something, but I don't want to catch the fucking little fish. We're tired of those.
Dude, I want to cast a net, bro. A net. We'll catch all.
You want them all?
Yes.
Indio's like Pokemon. He wants them all. Got to catch them all. Fuck it.
That's right.
He said Pokemon.
Like, listen, it says dolphin-free tuna. We're trying to catch the dolphin too.
Oh, dude.
Low-key, I have one of those Gotta Catch 'em All collections in the attic. I'm probably gonna bring it out and sell it.
Are you a nerd, Gypsy?
I used to be. I mean, that's just it was like it's a collection that I have since I was like probably 11 or 12.
Since you were like 24.
Actually, no, I was in middle school. It was middle school, like 12, right?
You got the Pokemon cards?
Yeah, since back then. Yeah.
I have them too.
Oh, cool. Want to trade? Let's trade.
How many holographs do you have? I got Charizard. I have Blastoise.
Bro, the more you speak, Kel, the more.
Okay, man, I'm gonna mute just all you all.
Fucking, you're gonna.
Hey, you brought it up. Mute yourself.
Yeah, you said Pokemon, which I don't know what that is.
Mayhem said Pokemon. I didn't say Pokemon.
Hey, listen, dude, that's a hottie repellent, bro. You must not speak of these things. The guys that do that kind of stuff, that's a hush hush, man. That's when you're in a room by yourselves, you know.
Oh, so that's what you're trying to do here, right? You're trying to find.
Dude, speaking. No, fuck that, dude. Like I'm saying, you guys, like, fuck. If you have one that she accepts you the way you are with your Pokemon, collection, fuck it. But I'm saying if you're out there in the world, fuck, why are you saying that?
I haven't touched anything that has to do with Pokemon in like 10 years or more.
Okay, that's good. Save face, bro, because we gotta.
But I still have the cards though, because I got them when I was a kid.
You just came back. We got away from that, bro. You said 10 years ago. Now you're like, no, but I still got them.
No, what I meant is to sell them, monetary value, not to play with them as a nerd.
There you go.
To sell.
No, keep them. They might sell more later on.
Anyways, Indio, the freaking mist is all over the place. I'm gonna have to go to high ground, try to take a picture of this, because
just fuck, dude. Just go visit Indio for a little bit. Have a beer, pizza.
It's sunny where I live, man. It's sunny as hell, man. It's
No, bro.
you don't see the sun where you are.
Yeah, I can see the sun, but I'm telling you, bro, this freaking mist is even covering the airport. I can see the airplanes going into the mist down towards the airport. It's basically covering the visibility, even at the airport. Let me see.
Yeah. Well, why can't you see the China?
Yeah, why can't you see the China, Jimsy?
Yeah, because there's a freaking building in front of me right now.
Oh, well, just get a bigger telescope.
You need a bigger one.
Then you just need to climb the building. That's all.
You need a telescope that's actually bigger than the building.
You're not looking hard enough. That's all.
I'm gonna go up Captain's Hill in Chelsea.
That's Indio lives right around the corner, bro.
Across the river.
Close to Chelsea. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'm across the Tobin Bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Still, like when you say, yeah, I'm close to you, you could be like 2 miles away, but that's still like a 30-minute drive.
Yeah, because you gotta cross the river, and to cross the river, you have to go around town.
Jimsy, you gotta get some of those rocks, throw them at his window so he knows you're there, like outside of his window.
I'll hang out with Indio sometime, but I'm always like busy. He's always doing something. I'm always doing something.
Fucking Indio's a recluse, dude. He doesn't want to talk to people.
He's like
there's that, but like I'm also always busy.
And he's busy.
Almost always.
He's a hermit wrapped inside of a recluse.
Yeah, the three people I talk to in the world, like I'm busy with them, or hiding in my little cubby hole.
I thought you were gonna say something facetious like me, myself, and I. I was gonna be like, yeah, I could, yeah, I know. He has a cap that he wears every day, and it says "fuck off." So I don't know if you want to see him, Jimsy.
He's Master Roshi from from Dragon Ball.
Master Roshi. He's island.
Master Roshi's like a hippie.
Like a pervert hippie.
Pervert hippie, exactly.
Let's see this fucking thing.
Tell me when you start the stream, because I actually have a topic. I have something I've been wanting to talk about. Because some
let me
dumbass
see.
on Twitter.
When do you want to go live? Right fucking now. Let's see. Right now.
Hopefully ants don't bite my ass. I'm gonna sit here in the grass. Ooh, I can see across the river.
Oh, okay. So next, let's see. It says your licensing options: Rumble only, monetized, non-exclusive, similar to YouTube, or personal use, not monetized, not searchable, available to all your subscribers.
Which one costs?
Fuck, dude! I think this is where it costs money, bro. Right here. Look at this. There's a little I at the bottom of that category. It says you retain full control and all rights. Rumble will be granted a non-exclusive license for the Rumble video player and provide 60% of the net advertising revenue on any revenue generated within the video player. What the fuck? You have not signed an exclusive agreement with any other parties, right? Check here if you agree with our terms of service. I don't see why not. Submit.
Get the advertising rolling 100%.
All right, setting up a live stream says now there's another fucking rigmarole. Direct link, embed code.
Good thing about Rumble is you can just say pretty much anything, except like.
All right, Kel. If I get banned off this shit, man, I'm gonna come after you.
You can say anything in Discord.
Fucking Kel just told me I could say anything.
On Rumble, you can pretty much say anything, dude. I've heard some crazy shit.
Yeah, we like that, man. That's how we like it. We like it crazy.
I've heard some crazy shit in Discord.
Well,
the crazy smackdown of the globe, like it could get crazy with that globe being destroyed.
What the fuck? Set up a new stream button. Okay. Oh. Stream key. I gotta connect Streamlabs. Let's see. Open up Streamlabs. Oh, my Streamlabs needed to be updated.
Can you imagine someday there will be grandchildren and great grandchildren of the people in the panel right now that'll be going, that was my grandfather. He lived in a time when people thought they lived on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. Isn't that hilarious?
I was saying that earlier, Sonny. I was saying, hey, in 10 years, we're going to be digging holes or fixing a property, like the soil, flipping it, and we're going to find globes underground. And then say, look, this is evidence that globetrotters used to exist, but they're extinct now.
Exactly. The Globetards used to think there were fake huge dinosaurs too. They were fake also. And aliens.
They're like, Daddy, what's that round thing on the ground?
Your grandchildren are going to ask your children, who is your daddy and what did he do? Who was your daddy?
What's your name? Who's your daddy? Did he believe in a spinning ball?
Look at this view, Sonny. Look at this view, Sonny. Not too bad.
Oh, hold on. Has he taken the time to tell you what it means to live? Tell it to me slowly. I really want to know.
I have to take screenshots to send them in the. I can't send the original photograph because it doesn't load up or something. I have to take a screenshot of the photograph and then send it. It's a smaller file than the original.
What do you guys think about drinking a lot of caffeine? Do you guys do it? Do you?
No, I in my community, like the Spanish community, they do drink a lot of coffee, mostly black. Some people do like it with sugar and milk or cream. When I drink it, I just add cream, and that's it. And we drink it maybe like once a week. Not too often.
I drink coffee every single day. I love coffee, and what I've heard is certain blood types, and so I'm grateful that I have the blood type I do, because I can drink really coffee all day long.
Well, what would be the effect if you're like the wrong blood type drinking coffee?
You know what? I really couldn't tell you. I haven't done a whole lot of looking around at that. I just know that like it's something that seems to be some people really, it goes okay with some people, and other people it upsets their stomach or makes them feel jittery or whatever it is. But
I don't know if I'm that blood type, but what I do know is that when I do drink coffee, I have the opposite effect. I don't gain energy. I have less energy. Like it takes away. It makes me sleepy.
yeah, and actually that's good for me actually. So like I need something to bring me down, because my energy will take my body for a ride that it's not prepared for.
Yeah, I just asked because I drink a lot of coffee, like 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah. Well, if you're not noticing anything like really extreme happening that's like causing a problem, then I would say you're probably all right.
Probably.
This is not medical coffee advice.
All right, Sonny. All right, Sonny. I'll take your medical advice.
I just said this is not medical advice. I have to reiterate that.
Hey, how am I coming through right now? Is it loud? The same?
Really good. It sounds really good. It sounds nice and bassy, but not too much bass. It sounds right there in the middle. It sounds pretty good.
It's better than before, right?
Well, I'm using it sounds really good.
Okay.
I don't know. Mine sounds probably shitty. I'm using my phone. What does it sound like?
Sounds fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Mayhem sounds a little bit more crisp.
Is it crisp right now?
Yeah, it sounds really good. It sounds like the classic Miggy voice.
Hey, that's reassuring. Okay.
That's right. I mean,
Sounds almost like you're talking right next to me. Hardly any audio interference. No audio interference.
I think a lot of us have come a long ways as far as our audio goes. So
Yeah, it's just hard to
it's all
find the middle
sounding-
ground with what I'm using. So, okay. Let's see. Audio issues are better. Let's see.
Talking about coffee, I'm gonna go get some right now.
I gotta check out the live stream key. Let's see, where is it at? Output.
Yeah, I actually got this this drink subscription. What is it called? Subscription for drinks at this bagel chain like place. So I could get a free coffee every 2 hours. But after a while, you're just not drinking that much coffee. But it comes in handy on the days that you do need a coffee every 2 hours, because those days do occur. I guarantee you. Speaking
Do
personally,
they have a similar subscription for cannabis or no?
you know what? That's not a bad idea.
There you go. I said it. Now there's gonna be a place that they're gonna take my idea and profit from it. Make sure I'll take 0.5% of all sales.
Yeah, yeah. Speaking of, did you try the debit card I talked about a while ago?
Sonny, don't drink coffee every 2 hours, okay, Sonny?
I'm not. Actually, I'm sitting here having my first cup, and it's 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm just starting my breakfast.
Yeah, I woke up at 5:30 in the morning, and I've been up since then, and now I'm gonna make it home and do other stuff with the fam.
Yeah, my time, my natural rhythm has totally changed over. I used to get up like you at 4:30, 4:35 every morning. Before the sun came up, I'd be up. But now I'm staying up a little bit later because I'm feeling better. So I'm sleeping in as well, instead of just rush up and never stop moving all day long. And I wonder why when I lay down that I feel like I'm vibrating, like zzz. And I realize, holy crap, I haven't even like sat down but maybe once or twice and the rest of the time standing, moving, cleaning, vacuuming, walking to the store, coming back, putting groceries away, doing more cleaning, like cleaning myself, then cleaning my room again, then like getting ready for the next bike ride. Never ends. But it's all right.
Indio, are you there?
No, he said he was gonna be back in a bit.
Well, I gotta wait to pick up my my old lady, and then when I get back from that, I'll start streaming. But so far, the stream, everything with the stream seems to be okay. I just gotta hit start. So I'll do that when I get back. See if it works.
Sounds good to me, bro.
What's up, y'all? What's up?
What up, Eli?
Chilling, man. Dang, you wasn't around yesterday either. Oh shit.
Oh, we got. Well, someone down or what?
No, we were just like hyping up the big card fight.
Oh, Kiwi and what's his face? What's it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah,
Why
man.
not? Battle to the death. No, it's not gonna be that. But yeah, it's gonna be all right.
I mean, I've been. You know what? You know, it feels away, right? I'd say it's for lack of better words. It feels away talking about it, but actually, it's the most natural thing in the world because the conversation should have happened a long time ago, and I do think that it should have been a conversation where if I was in a conversation with you and you know we had a difference and based on the way that we've argued in here, you know, using logic, reason, and all of those other things, I would just expect us to have a conversation and who comes out, you know, with the most sound solid argument is just what it is. I'd be like, all right, cool, bro, I was wrong. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we had
But like that should have happened a long time ago, regardless of who, you know, who, what.
And me and Max kind of did that, but not so much with the latter topic. Max Mark 86 or something. We were talking about predestination and you know, of course. Yeah, we were having that conversation. So
yeah,
free will. You know, the idea of libertarian free will. It was that conversation we're having.
What is free will? I mean, these words are made up to define something that. I mean, what is it really?
Honestly, I feel like it's an abstraction of what the illusion of reality of what somebody would perceive it to be. And what I mean by that is that, okay, so we're all here created, right, by the creator. There's some fundamental knowledge that we're all agreeing on, right? In this arena, anyway. So we're all of the same mind that we all come from a creator, higher intelligence that made us, and you know, information that was passed from the creator to us, you know, via the creation. Then we are here because of that, right? Like, and because of such understanding, we're now going to then say, okay, because of that, either the creator has given us freedom to, you know, do the right or the wrong thing, and then by judgment of that, we are then to be judged as like, okay, well, you did the right thing, so you are now able to enter into the kingdom of heaven. Or if you did the wrong thing, you're not, right? So it's like there's this idea that you can pull up yourself. Morvis, you got some really bad feedback, brother.
Oh, sorry.
We got yeah, it's like scratching or something. I don't know.
No,
But it's like
it's a drill. I'm a mute.
well, we got like the idea that was his side of it, being like that. You know, we are beings of our own like freedom, and you know, we are in some way kind of captive by creation, but not in the sense that I'm exclaiming it to be. I'm more of like everything has been written, every jot, every tittle has been already, you know, all the T's have been crossed and all the I's have been dotted, right? That's it. There isn't any more, I'm going to dictate what the future is going to be for myself. I'm going to create my own destiny. That's retarded for me. That's never the case. All it is that I'm going to go through a procedure that's going to lead me to the end result where I don't know what that's going to be. I can't see that. I don't know what tomorrow brings. All I know is that the creator has designed it to be the way it was going to be since the beginning of time. So however it turns out, I wouldn't know what that looks like because I don't know what tomorrow, and my mind is not his mind. So I can only perceive what I know due to the fact that I think that that's very real to me. I don't know what tomorrow brings. So today I'm going to say tomorrow I'm going to eat a hamburger. But when tomorrow I'm not even going to get close to eating a hamburger, I'm going to eat seafood. I didn't know that. But tomorrow there might be something that comes into my reality and somebody will invite me over for some lobster or whatever, and then we'll have that. But I didn't know that today. But however, I would say something today like, I'm going to eat a hamburger tomorrow. I have bought all the meat. I plan to do something. This is going to be my thing, and I'm going to do it. That's exactly what I'm going to do. You can't tell me I'm not going to do that. And then tomorrow comes along, and all the forces pull me away from that to having lunch with a long-lost friend of mine whom I haven't seen in forever, and they bought me a lobster dinner, and you know what I mean? Like that. I didn't know that. So I can't say that I'm going to dictate my own reality. That's not how this works. The creator has set forth a path in your life that you're going to abide by, which you don't know. Like, you don't know the forces and the power that moves you. All you can do is follow the path. So whatever that path is, whether it's good or bad, you're going to find out tomorrow. And so when that comes, it's not like, why did this happen to me? It should be, what are you trying to show me in this? So my reality is based on trying to ask the creator, what are you trying to show me in this? Because everything that we have is never an action. It's only a reaction. You can't say that you have an action. I did this action. No, you didn't do an action. You did a reaction. It's just a reaction to something. And it regresses all the way back to the first cause. The first cause, whatever initiated everything to go forward, that's where it all started. So I could say, well, okay, Gemsy, you got a hot mic, bro. So you could say like, when I want to do something like, Gemsy, Gemsy, you got a hot mic, bro. But I don't think he knows. Yeah, so like if you're gonna say that that you're gonna do
what red makes up a rainbow, what color would it get?
The rainbow is all the colors.
Yo, Gemsy.
So when you mix the rainbow, you mix all the colors, you get this light. See?
Yeah, sorry about that. All right, so yeah, basically what it is like I've seen a lot of people say, well, no, we cause all the actions. Like I say tomorrow I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something right now. I'm going to pick up this bottle of water that I have on my desk, putting it back down. I did that. And I'm going to tell you, no, you didn't. There was a reaction to something, which was a precursor to you doing that. So the reason why you did that is because something else was precluding that. So you can't never say I did an action, because I'm going to tell you what prompted you to do that action, and then what prompted you to do that prompting of that action. And then from that, it's just regressing all the way back to the first cause, which was the creator initiating creation. Him saying, okay, creation is now, I'm going to put it into motion. Boom. All the things, creation, the plants, the animals, the people, all that stuff. But you can never say, I initiate. There's no action that you can take that he hasn't already.
Are you just talking about cause and effect?
If I could, I mean, because I think I hear what, some of my philosophy and what you're saying, and is it that regardless of what your intentions are, which may be of your own thinking, because you're free to fuck up or not fuck up, be a tool. Well, you consider yourself to be a tool that's purposeful. We're here for a purpose. So, success is fulfilling your purpose, whatever that is. And maybe we find out, maybe we don't. But ultimately, because we don't actually control things on the macro scale, that that may potentially be determined because, I mean, again, we're here for a reason. And so,
Yeah.
regardless of our wants or needs, which we're free to think, at the same time, the end will be what it will be, regardless.
You got it, muchacho.
Yeah.
It's just as easy as that, but it's more complicated on the micro. Because then you start getting into like, well, what the fuck does that mean? Am I a robot? Like, am I just a robot? Because
Well,
then
no,
that's
it's more interesting than that to me, because when you like, I know that when I'm faithful, and like I can be honest and say, well, I'm not being very faithful right now. You know, when you have doubts cloud your judgment, when you don't move sure-footedly, it's the reason you move sure-footed is because, well, you have faith. And the thing about that with me has always been, the more faith I've had, it's not like I can, things go according to plan, but not in the way that you think. And it's crazy how exponentially better your position can be based on people that you happen to run into, things that you like. It's almost like when you have faith, it's like I don't know, it's a boost in the positive direction, if you ask me. Like, because it's
flowing,
like,
yeah, you're flowing with the energy instead of like going against it.
yeah, shit happens, and
Yeah.
like it's shit that's so damn. How could that be a coincidence? That's crazy. That happens all the time.
Right, but it's never a coincidence. It's a divine appointment, which means that as you flow with the energy, nothing can stop you, because if God be for us, who be against us? So the thing is, when you're flowing in the Creator's energy, everything that's coming against that energy, it's like it's unstoppable energy. It's the truth. It's how energy flows. It flows in the direction the Creator created it to be. So when we go opposed to that energy, we are doing everything that's rough and tough, and we don't understand, and it's frustration, and it's anger, and it's bitterment, resentment. It's all the things that are against that. But when we flow with that energy, everything seems easy. Like your mindset is unleashed. You are flying at your fullest potential. Roadblocks aren't even that anymore. You just like bust right through them. There's nothing that can stop you. You have like a like, I don't know if you want to call like a powerful energy that you're tapping into. And so faith is kind of that way. When you understand the connection to the source is what you've been missing this whole time. So a lot of people don't, like, they think that it comes from riches or from, a really nice life with a spouse or whatever. It comes from none of that. It comes from this connection to the source, which is the positive energy, that a mindset can be unleashed. Like, people tap into this on occasion with like different mindsets, right? Like understanding how to manage your finances with like really knowing how to work your money. That's a way to tap into it. There's another way to, like, there's you get like little glimpses of it. But to unlock its full potential, which is the peace that surpasses understanding, all understanding, that's when you are connected to the Creator himself. And then everything is like, everything seems to be like a blur at that point. Like nothing matters but that. So it's almost like you realize that the deepest and truest meaning of love is the connection between you and the Creator, which is the source. So then you realize, man, why am I striving for all these things? And then everything becomes on easy mode. It's on easy mode because you're like, I don't have to struggle. I'm content right now. I'm drinking this cup of coffee and it's hot and it feels good. And I'm talking to my friends and I am enjoying myself. And I don't need $1 million to do that. Living on high on a hill somewhere. I'm doing that right now. And so you see that energy is flowing through you. And, mind you, you're going to come across people with the opposite, opposing energy. And so that's going to collide. And sometimes it might make you feel like you get taken in by that energy and it takes a while to rebuild it. You might know the feeling I'm talking about. But you seem to go back into the mindset back again, and then you kind of rest up a little bit, and then you go back to being that positive mindset. I'm not saying you're impervious to everything, the world around you. I'm just saying that you're flowing with that energy.
Yeah, that's so true. The energy is very real.
Yeah.
And everybody understands what a backslide is. When you're in the house and you're like, damn, I was supposed to be in this funk for like 2 days. Now all of a sudden, it's been a month, and all of these things or these inactions that I guess these actions I've not taken has caused, life to spiral out in a way that I wouldn't have expected. Just like being faithful causes your life to spiral in a way that you wouldn't expect. So it goes both ways.
Yeah, it does.
But
it really
it's
does.
very real. When you lose that energy, it takes a lot of time and effort to build it back. You can't just go, all right, I'm ready for will now. I'm ready for faithfulness, God. I'm here again. Like
That's not how it works.
For some
That's
reason,
not how
it's
it
not
works.
that easy.
Yeah, it's not how it works because he's gonna show you. Okay, you think you're ready? No, you're not ready yet. You're ready when I say you're ready, and so you're like, but I thought I was ready right now. And then when you come to find out that there's still some letting go of that, whatever it was, that baggage of holding on to that, you start to realize, oh, really? I needed to let this go? Okay, I'll let that go. And so, and then once pieces of you start falling away, then you're like, oh, I'm back in the groove again. I'm feeling that energy. And then, that's when he's like putting you in that mindset again. But I could, I want to tell people this stuff, but it's like you can't make them understand something that has to be given to them. That's
Are you saying that everything is predestined? Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%.
So then there really is no free will.
Well, I'll talk to you in a little. Just give me a second. I got a phone call.
Here's where I think the free will comes in, because we don't know exactly what's going to happen because of our actions. That's how it becomes our free will, because we're not really sure until after the fact if we've done the right thing.
Well, I mean, it's still just an illusion of free will.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, Kel, you can't ever claim that you know something. So, and that choice is very real to you, right? Like right now, if you say, an hour from now, I'm gonna go eat tacos, and then you decide to eat pizza or whatever. Like, choice is real to you, right? Right now, Kel.
Well, yeah, but is it really choice?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. But like when you say things, it seems like you're gonna do the thing you're saying you're gonna do. Correct? Like, you follow, right?
No, yeah, I think we do have free will.
Well,
I don't think everything is planned out.
Don't put the cart before the horse yet. Let me finish my analogy. So you're saying that, like, what I'm telling you, it's a real choice to you in your mind, right? Saying that you're gonna have tacos or pizza, like, that depends. You haven't decided yet, right?
Yeah, like, if I want to have pizza right now, I can have it. Yeah.
Right. What I'm saying, though, the thing that you don't see is that it's already been decided what was going to be. You don't know that, though. You think that the choice you're making right now, it's very real, and it is to you. You can even tell us, and it sounds real to us. It's like, yeah, well, Kel said he's probably going to eat pizza right now. But you haven't seen the future. So you don't know if your next door neighbor had won, some money off the, they went to go to the casino and came back and they're like, dude, I'm going to treat you to some tacos, man. Don't worry about it. I got you, bro. And all the trimmings and everything. And you're like, fuck, I don't have to pay for pizza now. You didn't expect that. You right now made a conscious choice, right? Because it's your will, but you can't tell what the future holds. And that's the place where God moves.
Yeah, I agree.
He can move in that. So
I agree. When I get in my car, right, I'm not driving to get into an accident, right? Obviously not, but it could happen.
Right. So the outcome of how things are going to be is the decision that has already been made. It's predetermined. You don't know that, right? You get it now?
So yeah, it's like, then there really is no true fruit.
your mind, and you're like, oh, I didn't know about this. But right now,
I think free will is more spiritual, and I think in the physical, I think we're kind of like we kind of succumb to the environment, and so there really is no free will. We have to kind of.
What was Neil's problem in the movie The Matrix? What was his issue? Remember what he said, or what the Oracle was telling him?
Yeah.
Remember what was his beef? What was his problem?
His problem is that like something like he couldn't let go. I don't know. It's been a while since I watched the movie.
He couldn't live in a world where everything was predetermined for him.
Yeah.
This was his issue in The Matrix.
No, that is so weird. I always, Miggy, if you haven't by now, there's a guy named Tom Althouse who originally did the Matrix. It wasn't called The Matrix, and something about Neo was supposed to be something like Jesus or something. So, and he's like, they totally bastardized like everything that he would have done and ruined his life and shit. And yeah, like I'm one of these super conspiracy theories. No, I watched this video, at least a few of his interviews, but this one particular interview with what's his name, something Barton. Anyway, he gave receipts, and I went back and watched the movie and found all the Easter eggs that were related to his life with his documentation that he had. Weird things in the movie, like the clock hands being in a position that was unusual, formation was his birthday. And I'm like, well, I mean, there you fucking have it. Like, they didn't stole the shit anyway. So it's the one of the most hyped up movies ever was actually more about spirituality than we would have thought, and some of it was like kind of bastardized, fucked up. But continue.
Yeah, I just think that free will is more of like a spiritual thing. I don't
free
think
will is our
it's physical.
intention and consent.
What does that mean? Well, you can't put will in a cup. Why would it be anything other than? Okay, so yeah, cool.
No one can stop you.
Why is everyone obsessed with free will? I mean, this place was created. Would people like it if you could breathe in one moment and the next there not be air, or if one moment you were like standing on the ground and then the next like you're being hurled off into the sky? Like we like rules for the universe, but not for ourselves. I mean, not only that, we've been given the illusion that we could do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah. And who's the giver of that illusion, Elijah? I'm gonna bake your guys' noodle right here in a second, because you thought that was a good thing, free will, freedom to do whatever we want and to behave good or bad. But like, whose idea was that to actually?
I'm a hammer. I want to massage someone. Like, you thought that was a good idea, right? I'll let you say it.
I think that our freedom.
Yeah, go on, Clancy.
I was going to say, I think that our freedom lies within our intention and our consent, but that's internal and spiritual. So,
Yeah, like no one can stop you from believing in God, right? Like no one can stop you from doing that, but people can stop you from doing things physically.
All right. What has been made in God's creation that He has not known about or created? You tell me. Does anybody have any evidence that's in God's creation that He created that He does not know anything about, or that will surprise Him? Tell me one thing. Just one.
yeah, there's nothing. I mean, to say that would mean that our Creator isn't the all-knowing, omnipotent, and Creator.
Okay, let's take that just one step farther, right? Because we're almost there. If you design something for a specific function, do you know the inner workings of that design to do the specific function that it's supposed to do at the specific time that it's supposed to do it? Yes or no?
Yep, absolutely.
So, if that is the case, then everything in creation, every blade of grass, every little mosquito flying in the wind, every bird, every hair falling off of your head, every sneeze, every person that's chewing gum right now, everything has a design and a purpose. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, when we think of this idea, and it was spoken of in many times, and the scriptures actually speak of it this way, but it's an understanding that we all have right now.
I've had this conversation a lot with people because there's something to what you're saying. It's just that we can't. Fathoming the inner workings and how intricate everything is, and how personal and intricately woven your personal subjective experience here is. It's beautiful that our Creator has that kind of power to create something that will, His will is overall, because it's just there's already the end from the beginning in creation. But then again, the beauty of living is that He gave you a personal, intricate experience.
So what is the folly of man? The folly of man is to perceive a world where he's independent from a creator, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So anybody propagating this information in any form is subject to the understanding that they are also they themselves propagating misinformation or false information, that they are themselves apart from, in any way, shape, or form, God's creation, as in God's intent or design. That He did not intend for this to be the case, but it is now. I am doing something that God didn't want me to do. That these words that are uttered by people because they want to see, these are okay. So, in the understanding of good versus evil, and the reason why Satan's agenda has been to deceive all of mankind, and for us to think that the earth is a globe, and all these things, everything that encumbers has to deal more with the pride of man and why we think the way we do, because it's an allure to our thinking, our human mind, to think of fantastic ideas of the earth being a globe, flying around in the vacuum of space, for us to be thinking about us doing things by our own free will. Like, all these things were created as illusions. They were not real things, but we follow them because they're alluring to us. What are they? Why are they so alluring?
Because then you can think, oh, I'm my own entity and I can do whatever I want and I can use my own will and power myself, motivate myself from myself, and I can be a free roaming entity where I don't have to obey rules.
Ding, 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 ding. Somebody won the big prize. Thanks, Sonny.
Yeah, basically where I can make up my own rules and I don't have to obey those rules that we know are written in our hearts, because every time we cross those lines, we feel this pain. We feel pangs of guilt, remorse, and shame. Those don't come from nowhere.
Anyway, it's been just kind of the thing that I usually. This is like this message, just like Flat Earth for me, it turns the world upside down. I had a conversation with a bunch of people who think the opposite of that, and that's fine. It's not something that I'm going to debate till the cows come home, because really, this understanding has to come from within. And the Flat Earth understanding, like when we talk about Flat Earth, I can go out and you can take, long distance observations and you can see it for yourself. But this understanding, it can't come from me going someplace and showing you. It has to be something that's given to you. Otherwise, if you think that, this free will is going to be a, something that you get, you comprehend, it will not be. Not by any stretch of the mean. I couldn't argue it into your mind. It's not going to work that way.
All right. I don't want to ruffle feathers, when it comes to God and all this stuff. Because, I do believe there is a God. But I don't know. Whenever I hear like this, that he's all knowing, I'm like, okay, so he created the earth. Okay. He knew what was going to happen. From the moment he created the earth, he knew everything that was going to happen. So what was the point of anything?
Well, he tells you. He did it for his good pleasure. He wanted to make everything.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense.
Everything was made because he wanted to make it.
Oh, okay. Because, we always think about like, you have to be a righteous person and this and that. But, I mean, he already knows. He already knows that guy who killed 30 people was going to kill 30 people the moment he was born. So what was there was no point of even judging him, because he's already been prejudged. Like, there's no.
Here's the thing. I don't want this to get lost on you, Kel. Mm-hmm. So that person who did that, there's a path that he's taking, but redemption is far greater than a path in someone's life. So if somebody's plucked out of this life, because everybody is not. How can I put it? We're not all children of God. And this is gonna ruffle feathers. We're not. Okay, he chooses whom he wants in his family. So those who he chooses, those are the ones that abide by the truth. They're the ones that, like, you might think aren't the ones that are going to be in heaven, right? Because to you and to some people, they might think, well, only good people go to heaven. No, that's not who goes to heaven. Good people don't go to heaven. People who repent go to heaven. That's what the standard is. Repentance. It's not good. Good is not a standard. Let me put it to you this way, right? If somebody knocks on your door and you open the door and says, hey, I'm a good person, let me in, would you let them in your house? Of course not.
No. But
you'd be like, hold on a second. Who are you? I don't know who you are. But yet, if you had a relationship with the person, like the person very well, and they knock on your door, and you open the door, and you're like, oh, hey, come on in, brother. Like, you invite them in, right?
Ma'am, let me ask you a question real quick before you continue. Let's say, does God know when you're born if you're going to repent in your life?
Everything, if we're talking about predetermination, of course.
Okay, so so it's just for his enjoyment, right? Like, just to...
Well, the thing about creation that we're trying to see in the micro scale, just only like right here and right now. That's not the way it's supposed to be viewed. Just like when people see the struggle that we go through with Flat Earth, this topic, right? They try to see the micro scale. Well, we're struggling right here, right now, but we don't see the way time was about all the struggles between good and evil, right? And the deception of like people thinking the earth is a globe is just one of those many other deceptions on the front of truth, the people fighting for truth. So that's just one little tidbit of it. There's many more other topics and things that are, right? People that stand for truth.
It's like you watch a movie that you've already watched, but you're just watching it again because you just, you want to watch it, right? You know what's going to happen in the movie. But, you like the movie, and so It's just
Well, what do you? Yeah, what do you think? What do you think the Bible is? You know, when we talk about biblical context, Genesis, Revelation, that's the beginning and the end. That's all encapsulated, and we're somewhere in between there currently.
Yeah, I mean that's why whenever people say that God is all-knowing, it kind of stumbles me because I'm like, okay, he's all-knowing, so what's the point of all this tests? Like, what's the point of all this?
Yeah.
He knows when you're born if you're gonna repent or not. Like
But you don't. Yeah, but you don't.
Well,
do you? Do you?
Okay. Well, obviously not.
Okay, so you don't. So the thing for us is not for him. We don't. You can attribute human characteristics or human type of ideas to the one who can be throughout all time. You're only you're only the created thing. You're not the creator.
No, yeah. So it's basically just a pointless existence.
No, you might look at it that way. It's purposeful in the eyes of the creator because you were specifically designed and created for specifically an intent in his mind. Why he wanted you here to exist in the first place. Yeah, otherwise, you would not even exist. Nobody would know that you even existed.
He's watching a predetermined existence. Like he's watching something that's predetermined. He already knows the outcome, right? You obviously don't, right? But it doesn't matter if you don't because it's already predetermined. So it's, I don't know. That's just the way I see it. I don't know.
Yeah, but like you're trying to find fault with that in some way, like as in like a human watching a movie. You know, like you're trying to make it like, I don't know, maybe downplaying this whole understanding. Like you can't. Well, the way the creator designed it and the way he wanted it to be is just the way it is. So you're trying to figure out how is it possible that the creator is just sitting back with his remote and flipping the channels and like he's, you know what I mean? Like you're trying to humanize something that has been only the creator's mind can perceive. But what we're understanding, you and me, are that we're in this existence as a created thing. So us, we don't have that knowledge. We couldn't even perceive what that looks like. I mean, the intricacies and the complicated understanding of how things are. You look at all of creation and you couldn't even fathom how it was made. So your feeble mind is trying to wrap itself around these crazy, complicated, like, ideas, right, of the creator. You couldn't even, there's nothing you could do to reach that mindset, like let alone try to contemplate it in a Discord call. Like, you know what I mean? It's too far above us. But people try, and then because of their feeble attempt, they fail, and because of their failure, they then resent the fact that God created them, and they're like, well, what's this all for? I might as well just be an atheist, because, you know, like, that's ridiculous. You don't have to go there. You can actually be who you are, understand you don't have full knowledge, and know that you can't know everything, but understand your position right here, right now. Because when you start to go to contemplate the things of God, that you're going to a realm that you can't perceive. Therefore, your feeble attempt will only end up in failure. Does this make sense, Kel?
Yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, it makes sense. It's always just been something that I've thought about, you know, like the whole, you know, all-knowing God. Because it, to me, like you said, my feeble mind is incapable of understanding why someone would do all of that for nothing, barely just to watch, just to rewatch what he's already predicted.
Yeah, that mindset ends up in failure, because the only thing you're going to draw from that is you can't understand why, right? Right, Kel?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure your mindset's the same too, right? You can't understand why, right? Or
I don't attempt to understand why he would want to do this. The only thing that I'm looking at right now is my position as a created being here on earth doing what I'm doing. So what I'm asking the questions, I'm asking, what are you trying to show me in whatever I'm enduring in this world? That's it. I don't contemplate why he did the things. It's like people asking for the motive on flat earth. Why do people lie? And then we're like, well, they lie because of God or money or power, or like, and then does that satisfy the person's mindset when we tell them all those things? Of course not, Kel. They're not satisfied.
I can throw it back at you and be like, so why does it matter if the earth is flat or a globe?
See, that's the thing. when you ask certain things, you haven't reached the point of the implications of it. You don't know, because it's like, to you, it's alien. You don't know why it should matter to you, because you haven't realized your position, where you're at, and you haven't seen the scope of like all things created. Like if you were to see all the countries of the world and how they exist, and the battle between good and evil, and like where you stand within it all, then you could probably get some context. But right now, because you're an American, because you live in a certain area, because you're catered to only one specific region, and your mindset's very closed, you think you have an open mind, but you haven't seen the atrocities of mankind. So you don't know the depth of ignorance and hate and all that stuff. Therefore, you're making conclusions based on these ideas, and it's really a folly to you. Because I mean,
and you do?
What else do you have? No, I don't attempt to contemplate those, because I know what I am, where I'm at. So that's what I'm saying, though. I can see the attempt to do these things it becomes a folly to you. And
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You made it sound like you knew. I'm sorry.
No, I don't attempt. That's the thing. It's like when falsification is independent of replacement. That's what happens here. It's like, just to tell you that I'm falsifying that doesn't mean that I'm going to give you a replacement to that. I'm not. It's the same thing. I wouldn't attempt to. There's no. How can you? Like, we're only like a speck in time. Like basically 100 good years, if that. What are you going to do with that? Like.
Yeah, so being that we don't know the mind of God, okay, and we don't actually know whose eyes we're looking through, we think they're our eyes. Okay, perhaps they are our eyes, but they were made by this creator. So in not knowing his intentions, it leaves it up to us. Now, we could contemplate all day long about what God is thinking. Now, maybe God's going, I know what this individual is going to do, because he has no other choices based in the parameters of his personality that I've put into him. But maybe he'll make a different decision this time. There could be that going on. We don't know if there's a this time or not. But like in not knowing these intentions of God, it leaves it up to us as an individual. Okay, you have to go along paths of your own guidance system. That guidance system has been set in place by somebody other than you. Now, can you wiggle around along the path of these parameters that have already been created? Yes. And I think that's the whole purpose. The purpose is to see, are you going to make the right decision or not? Do you ever notice how we seem to run into the same personal difficulties over and over and over again, and we're left dumbfounded? How did I make this decision again? Like, I could beat myself in the head for that. Like, I think some of those things are because we're literally stuck within boundaries of our own self. We can't get out of ourself. Like what's his name says, you can't go out of Earth. There's no place to go. You're in there with you and God. Everything you see outside of you are just images and signals coming in. So like there's a decision-making process. Okay, the person that murdered 30 people, there was a point in time when that person made a choice.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I guess.
But God knew he was going to make that choice.
Yeah, all I could. Yeah, of course, it was.
That part doesn't matter. Like what God knows is beyond our scope. So we can only go by what we do.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell him it's beyond our scope. You want to make it seem like, okay, so everything's predetermined. God knows everything. So how come, like, it's still going on? How come things are still happening like that? Like you're trying to get in the mindset of the creator. Like, move over, let me have a seat and see if I can figure this all out myself. But you can't do that. You're a created thing in this creation. So from your perspective, it's not to you to ask like why, but for you to ask what are you trying to show me in this like ordeal that's happening right now? Because like I guarantee you, your perspective right now might change if you're in a different place. Let's say you go to a different country, and I'm not claiming that you haven't seen this, right? But I'm saying to some people who say like, well, I've seen like really bad things, but you haven't seen the worst of atrocities when you go to places where they're happening constantly, where stuff is like really crazy, you know? And then it gives you perspective of like, oh shit, I thought I had it bad, but look at this poor fellow over here. This is really bad. You know what I mean? So it's like always, you don't know because your perspective hasn't been changed. So you have like this really stubborn mindset that you think that you got a handle on things, and nobody really does. So we just have to keep asking the questions. What am I being shown in this thing that's happening in my life? Instead of like, why is this happening to me? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could ever have an answer for my question because I would have to ask the creator himself.
Right, but why would you? Because you know what, you are saying. You know what, your words right now, Kel, are so scriptural. They're so to the scriptures, right? Because like there was a question that Paul was actually getting rebuttals from the people he was speaking of, right? The book of Romans, and Back to Sleep put it in live stream voice text. All right, so there's a part in scripture. It's Romans 9. I think he even quoted 18 through 19, right? It says, therefore, he has mercy on whom he will, and whom he will, he hardens. Then you will say to me, why does he still find fault? For who has resisted his will? It's like basically what you're saying. And then his reply to that, Paul's reply to the people that were questioning that, but who are you, O man, to contradict God? Shall the thing formed say to him who formed it, why have you made me this way? Does not indeed the potter have authority over the clay to make from the same lump one vessel unto honor and another unto dishonor? So this was all the things that have been said throughout time, what you've been saying.
Oh yeah, I mean,
these same questions have been asked.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, it's because they're very relevant, right? Like it makes you think.
Yeah,
because the age-old thing that is like what Miggy was saying about the folly man. The age-old thing is that man wanting to be his own entity, man wanting to know everything about everything. So it's almost this desire. What you're saying is God knows everything. You want to be inside the mind of God. This is an age-old question that man has had.
And his folly.
Yep. And I think that's what the story of the Tower of Babel is. I think there's a literal sense to all of those things, even though the places have been changed to protect the guilty.
You're not the first person to ask these questions, Kel, in the form that you did, and you won't be the last.
Oh, I guarantee that I won't be the last. But that's why I said I was gonna ruffle some feathers, because I know it's like one of those like weird.
It's kind of like me hearing. It's like me hearing somebody that's asking why would they lie, and me being patient enough to be able to kind of explain, at least from the part of us being able to tell them a straightforward answer without trying to, you know. And in this way, you hear the answer, and it's up to you to contemplate the answer, and whether it's good for you or not. I can't be the decider of that. If you say I'm not satisfied with that answer, I'm like, well, that's just you then. You have your answer, but now you're unsatisfied. I mean, that's your unsatisfaction you're gonna have to stay and live with. Like,
yeah, and I don't think like ruffling feathers. Like, you're not really ruffling feathers, because I would say every one of us have had these thoughts that you're verbalizing.
But I always tie it back to flat Earth because I think it's relevant. It's just the same thing, you know, because with flat Earth, people ask the same questions, you know, why would they lie? And it's always pertaining to, the motive versus the evidence, because the evidence would still remain to be the thing that trumps everything, right? Once you find that out, it's like you can find out the motive later, but it's not really going to be something that's really bugging you, you know, once you know that the Earth isn't what you've been told. It's, I don't know. It just seems now like people that come in here are like, no, but you're not answering my question. Why would they lie? Why, Mr. Anderson? Why? You know, like the question that what's his name? The agent was telling Neil. It's like he's frustrated because he doesn't understand. Like why do you get up? Why do you resist? So there's like people are asking the question why because it frustrates them.
Yeah, I think really this is pent up anger towards our parents for lying to us because I don't know, maybe some people confronted their parents after and realizing that they were lied to, but most of us are just quietly going, oh, okay, well, so Santa Claus doesn't exist. But the whole thing is inside we're like, they lied though. And so it's almost like it's almost like us measly humans like trying to figure out, okay, so
well, and
why am I here
piece,
rather than what can I do here?
Listen, the peace that you have when you understand that the earth isn't what you've been told, nobody can give you that. Like, that's something that you attain once you really know, look, man, it isn't what this fairy tale flying, spinning spaceball monkey religion is telling you. It's not that. And you know that for sure. And once you're there, you're like, I'm good, homie. Like, I don't have to be worried about asteroids and we're running out of resources. And do you know what I'm saying? Like, none of that even bothers you anymore because you're like, you understand the truth is found out.
Yeah. Now I feel more stable on the ground because I go, that's a solid foundation for me to place my feet. Like, I'm not going to be, I can be sure-footed because I know that where I land or where I step is solid. It's not moving. It's not spinning. It's flat as I see it. Perspective is in effect. All of that.
So, hey, Sun came up with me.
Yeah, that was my mistake. I'm sorry.
Thinking
that I would ruffle feathers. You know, I forget that when I'm on here, a lot of people here are very, very sound of mind and very stable. So maybe it's because I'm used to talking to people who are fucking crazy.
Yeah, the flying off the handle. Yeah, but what'd you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you still going to stream, or did you already do it?
No, I was waiting for you to come back. I don't know if you were
okay. So some shit came up. I have to run. I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes tops. So I'll be ready to go.
Dude, take your time. Like, whatever you're doing, just don't worry. I'm good whenever you know.
People are always injecting themselves into my lives and turning it into chaos, disturbing my peace.
Hey, wear your cap, dude. Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah. God damn it. I need the cap, the t-shirt. Freaking need to use
the foam finger.
Yeah.
But it's actually
exactly.
All right, so we're all thinking kind things towards Indio and sending them serenity.
Yeah.
No,
it's like it's not my problem; it's somebody else's problem. But like, they can't fix it, so I have to fix it. So a little bit of hand holding going on.
You seem to collect those kind of like situations, don't you? I get the feeling.
Yes.
Much to your chagrin. That's interesting how we get to know each other here.
I attract two types of people: either very needy people and like sociopaths. Like those are the two types of people. I'm like a magnet.
Well, I mean, those things cross lines. They can intersect. So one can envelope the other.
Well, the sociopaths come to me to die. So.
Yeah, I'm glad. Well, I'm not one of those.
Anyway, I'll be back in like 15. I just have to run like a couple blocks away and I'll be back.
I hate to be that guy, but I'm just going to say
Indio's a testament to people who wring out their own clothing are very strong individuals. So just saying.
What'd you say, back to sleep?
So I hate to be that guy, but I'm just going to say it. I think Donald Trump's under arrest right now.
Oh, really?
Under arrest?
That's good to get news
No
here.
way.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
The headline on Drudge right now is Trump under arrest.
Oh, damn.
Well, is he really?
When have we heard that before?
Can you go
I
investigate?
was gonna say, dude, he's been under arrest for like what, 2 months already? 3 months?
Hasn't he been under arrest for like 6 years?
Yo,
No,
ever since listen,
he's just
ever
been
since he
under
was born, he's
indictment.
been under arrest, bro.
But really, go check it out if you got feelers into the media. Go bring us the news. Go check it out and find out for us.
My feelers is I click on Drudge and that's all I see. That's all I see.
Well, why don't you check a couple other sources and tell us if he really is
Hey,
or not? That would be helpful.
Sonny, what mic are you using, man? You got some like weird stuff happening with that stuff. You're like
What's
a
that?
buzz or something. Every time you talk, you're like, like it buzzes like when you speak.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to switch to the laptop. Over and out.
All right. Same, bruh. We got, we're just hanging out. We're about to go live on Rumble. Well, if all things work out and I don't hit a paywall. I don't think so, but. The hell the Globers at? You think that we would provoke them by now?
We scared him away with the religious talk.
Yeah, no, they're not coming in because of that. They're so testy,
sorry.
man. Anything we talk about, well, I can't go in there talking about this. Well, now I can't go in because it's Tuesday. Well, fuck, I can't go in now because Back to Sleep is talking. What the fuck?
You got to start with flat Earth. No religion. Flat Earth comes first with them.
Yeah, so long as we, dude. On my Rumble account, the categories that you put for the video to be flagged with is science and epic fails. Oh wait, no, science and space. The primary category is science and the subcategory is space. So hopefully that's gonna bring the allure of all the fanboys to click on my videos. I go, let's watch a space video. Huh, space. And they see my video. That would be great. Bring them in here. You haven't gotten a debate yet, have you? Back to Sleep.
A debate?
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty much in agreement with the main current around here, you know. Although I do have, I think, like, kind of like how you brought up, like, you know, kind of like a theological issue today. You know what I mean? You brought up like I think like once you kind of like establish that, yeah, like flat Earth is true, Creator is true, then you can kind of like maybe introduce kind of like something else after that. Like, let's say like free will we discussed today. I do think there are certain other things that
that ties into that. Well, yeah, but it's.
Like things that would be not related to flat Earth anymore, you know? Things that have become like a theological issue, like, for example, who is the Antichrist? You know,
that's those like, topics.
That's like these like those are like kind of like their own explosive topics.
Pre-trib or post-trib, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Or what's the?
Are you trying to say Donald Trump is the Antichrist?
I absolutely.
I've heard that. I've heard people say that.
There are people very seriously, like, they have full like documentaries out there, like, trying to say that. I absolutely don't believe that at all.
They even made a coin of him looking like Cyrus.
But it is a big issue right now, to tell you the truth. Like, who is the Antichrist? I have my view on it, but, you know,
it's not. No, man. It's This guy is going to be loud and proud. He ain't going to be like, who is it? Is it Trump? Is it Obama? Who is it? No, he's going to be like, man, this is who I am. And I am the one who's declaring myself as God in the temple of God. And that's who I am. And so he's going to declare himself that. So he's going to make it known to everyone who he is. There's not going to be no secrets. Is it Trump or not? Or Biden or whatever? No, it's not going to be any of that.
You won't have to add up the letters to his name to find out who he is.
Yeah, basically, it's just gonna be he will be proudly announcing his reign as God on earth.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's not gonna be no question. But with that, he's gonna take a bunch of people who want if the elect might even be deceived if it were possible, right? Because that's what the scriptures say. So them guys are gonna be like, dude, is it him? Is it really him? Could it be him? He's doing miracles. Could it be him? And you're going to get a lot of people backlashing on that and, arguing with us about it. But
my view is the traditional view of the Reformation, which is that the Roman papacy is the true and real Antichrist of prophecy. It's not a future.
Well,
it's not a future fulfillment. In other words, the Antichrist has already been here for like well over 1,500 years. It's the papacy.
Yeah, but it's not. It still isn't over yet. God's government is still not instilled. So
I agree.
We have yet to see the full force of the tribulation. Period. Which, like I said, we get into like post and pre, and then you got like the people on both sides, and they're like, nah, we're going to be whisked away. And somebody like, no, just like Noah went through the flood, we're going to go through the tribulation, because it's not God's wrath. However, that's one thing we don't endure. But, the tribulation, which is what the Antichrist brings, that you will. But yeah, I've heard that both sides. It gets, I don't know. It's too far into the weeds with that stuff.
It certainly
get lost in it.
It gets way into the weeds. That's why it's like. There's another issue though, besides that one. It's like kind of related, but how about this? How about what's the truth about Christmas?
No, I know that.
What is Christmas as a holiday? What is the real truth about the holiday of Christmas?
I learned that a long time ago. That was actually before predestination. Before I learned that. All the holidays, every single one of them, outsies, none of them. When I did learn about them, I was like, damn, because like we don't look into things, bro. We take shit for granted. I'm telling you, like. The things that you're doing, it's like, don't take my Christmas away. It's like, well, it's not us. Your own mind's going to do that if you're convicted. If not, you're going to keep doing the thing.
That one's a whopper. That's a big one, man. That is a big one.
Oh, dude, it is. Especially if you're a big time Christmas fan. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Get ready to be, your world's going to be rock, son. Like, you're going to be like, no freaking way. And I'll be like, yes way. It even says so in Jeremiah 10, bro. Go look at it. It's right there.
Yeah.
I looked into that years ago. I don't know if it's true. It was documentaries about, and they were saying that on that date of 25th of December was born like, more than 100 gods in the history.
Now, there's a lot of things, Sasha, that were said about that.
Yeah, I'm saying that is. I'm not saying that is true, but it was. I was watching that documentaries. I cannot remember all things. Yeah, also that things about what is written in the Bible, 12 apostles. It was everywhere was 12 people, And
No, I mean, well, what's being said also about that is numerology is a big thing, and people's names, what they spelled, like in I think the prophets, I think the prophets of old, and their names signified something, right? That, like, there was some guy that actually put their numerology and the names together, and then you put all the names of the prophets together, and it spelled out the God who came from heaven, rescued each one of their names meant something in time, and then when you put all their names together, it actually spells the redemption of man through God. Like, it's crazy. Like, but I mean, go try to figure that one out. It's somebody has a YouTube video about it, man, but it's like I've seen that before. There's a lot of stuff, bro. But these are derivatives of derivatives, so
Yeah, I mean,
Not
if
for
I
everyone.
figured once the flat Earth thing goes, like, I guess yeah, you could start at a more basic thing. Like, if someone thinks like, okay, flat Earth is true, but that doesn't make them accept Christianity or the Bible as true necessarily either. So you definitely have a big,
Bro,
that's a leap. That's a leap.
there's so much division within like the inner workings of like what we think we know, like the name of Yeshua, from that, are we saying the correct name? The name that's above all names, like, and then there's just many different topics that you can get into, from whether you think a certain paragraphs were actually in the Bible, who put them in there, and like it's crazy stuff, right? Wording that wasn't there, transliterations are losing meaning, like on and on. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you can get into a lot of stuff within this particular mindset.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I do also agree that you can ferret out the truth pretty good if you want to. If you want to put in the time. I mean, it doesn't mean that like my conclusion's right because I researched it, and anyone could say that, right? But I feel like eventually we have to kind of come to our own. Like, you have to put in an effort. Sometimes there's tough questions, but you do, like, if you want the truth, it's not just going to be told to you as a matter of fact thing. You have to learn it yourself. You have to do the legwork yourself most of the time.
And yeah, deception usually comes in when you don't know something and somebody presents something new to you, and they show you a specific way of doctrine, and then you're like, oh yeah, I think I can get with that. I didn't know that before. And then they sweep you away with this like new thinking, and now it's like the word Christianity. I don't know if you knew it or not, but it's actually derives itself from a derogatory term where people that were called Christians, they are actually were being mocked, like little Christ, so they were called Christians, and it's kind of mocking them. It wasn't actually like a good thing. Calling yourself a Christian was like, why would you do that? It's like somebody mocking somebody and then you mocking them. Like, it's so followers of Yeshua, Jesus, right? They were looked at as followers of the way. Basically, it's the way, the truth, and the life. So if you're a follower of Yeshua, you're a follower of the way. So, and he was always speaking of the way. But I know we got factions these days. We got Christians. We got, denominational labels, if you want to call them that. Baptist, Lutheran, Protestant.
Yeah, we got Democrat, Republican.
Well, yeah, these are labels, aren't they? And so people want to attribute themselves. Well, I'm this. No, you're not that. I mean, you have the mindset to think like this, but then when something's, Kel, think about it, man. When something's disagreeable with even that specific idea that you might have, do you state it or do you withhold it? Because you think, like, if I say this thing that I disagree with, it's going to turn me not a Republican anymore. If I say, like, I don't agree with what they just said, and so it's blasphemy, don't speak it. So that's what I was telling you before. It's like when you have that mindset, it keeps you from actually saying, no, I don't agree with that.
No, I can. No, I'm not like that.
Well,
like, I can actually look at a Republican and be like, I don't agree with what he's saying. But if the overall message is, something I agree with, that's fine, Yeah, I don't agree with everything Trump says, but I still support him to an extent.
Yeah.
Obviously, he likes being around goblins, but whatever, it is what it is, right?
And he's under arrest like about 1,000 times a day. Like, every time you see he's under. We got him, boys. It's like, what do you got, man? He's been under arrest for a while now. When is he actually going to be under arrest? Like, what the fuck, dude?
I see it like the same way that the flat Earth is always being attacked and kind of being ridiculed. I kind of see it like when I see somebody playing from, you know, I mean, I'm not. The guy's a billionaire, right? But he's still not like. I don't know how to explain it, but he's not like how they treat the other side. That's all I'll say.
Well, he's not a martyr either.
Oh,
he's
obviously.
just an actor on the world stage, just like they all are.
Sure. Everyone has to play their role, right?
He's the one who sits pretty in the desk, signing away your life to policies and executive orders that, you know, slowly but surely kind of formulate this agenda.
Would you say that God gave us all something to do in this world?
Yeah.
Whether it be good or bad.
Yeah,
Be
destroy Glover.
sober-minded, be vigilant.
Destroy Glover.
Yeah, he created me for times such as these, right, Jedi? He felt Jedi's with me on this. So I don't know about you guys. And he made me for this, bro.
This is what I was created for. To destroy people's beliefs.
Nothing else. I'd give you a fist bump, Jedi, but you're gonna have to settle for a digital one, bro.
No, you're super. Yeah, you're fine, man. No worries. Virtual high five.
There you go.
I did see somebody new in the server, but when I went to look for them again, they'd fucked off. What the fuck?
Just like gas in a vacuum. I mean, how many times do we have to go over this, guys?
I think it's about 5 times a day, on average.
Yep.
So what's been going on in here today, then, guys? Happy to see you all. Hope you're all well.
I don't know. We're trying to have teamwork make the dream work, bro. So we're trying to get Kel back from his Republican mindset back to the real world. I'm just kidding, Kel. Saying he's gonna be like, no, I love Trump. Just kidding, bro.
Oh God.
He doesn't love
Kel,
Trump.
get away from the political shit, man. Move away from the political shit, man.
Kel, get away from that political shit, bro. We don't want to lose you.
What's Morvis doing? Mincing Globers?
Yeah. Once we package them in dries, we send them to Morvis, he's got a warehouse.
Oh, am I hot micing again?
Yeah. You're making this delicious popcorn. That's what he's doing.
Check it out here. I'll throw it up in the chat. What I'm doing today. I need to do popcorn. It was a good day to do it today, but I got other priorities right now. Let's see here. Just excuse the mess.
Send him over to the UK. Give Jedi a bag over there.
Yes.
So right now on that open end, I'm putting in a little display shelf system. So it's my lemonade trailer.
Oh wow!
So the service side is going to be on that passenger side, and I'm building little shelves in it right now to display general merchant. Like I do salsa and bags of smoked nuts and stuff, and they're going to be displayed in there. So that's my week. This is my last week in this week.
Look at Morvis, man.
But I don't never rest, dude.
Yeah,
all right, now I got the good setup.
Awesome stuff, man.
There we go.
Stunning. Let us know when you're finished. I want to see it.
I ain't even 20% done with what I'm doing with this. I got to get lift support shocks for my van because it's squatty as hell right now. But I'm going to get some helper springs on it and maybe even some airbags so I can pump it up. But yeah, it's going to take a bit.
Hey, Morvis, do you sell that popcorn?
I do here. I haven't got to a point yet where I'm able to ship it because I've got so much other stuff going on.
I see.
So I got a few people waiting though. So.
I was hoping to buy some.
Yeah, you're on the list.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
funny.
whenever I get to a point where I can do something like that. I've got so much stuff going on. I'm only really popping enough popcorn to get me from week to week. Otherwise, because it's hot popping it right now.
Yeah, you don't ever do cannabis butter with it or anything like that.
No, I haven't got there yet.
Hey, Morvis, Jedi request 2 bags full, please. One for him and one for his.
Yes.
Well,
Angel with that.
So check it
Angel
out.
has some for sure.
I can make the cannabis cocoa butter myself, so maybe I can. It's a kitchen product, right? So it's just like sending somebody a recipe, like you can ship those things, right?
Well, you have to give it to him on the cheap though, man, because he can't spend a lot. Morvis is just coming up.
Oh, I know.
He's like, you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
Exactly.
Dude, I've got a lot of pounds of beef that only really cost me like 75 cents out of pocket. Just
what?
Just trading popcorn bags and stuff.
Wow, bro. Morvis, the freaking popcorn pimp.
Well, that and lemonades and stuff. I do carnival food.
You're the popcorn pimp, bro. That's all.
I have been dying to eat elephant ears for so many years now.
Elephant ears.
Oh yeah, they're good, bro.
They're so good.
Hold on, my ignorance is going to show. My ignorance is going to show. Are you talking about literal elephant ears? Because I've heard of buffalo wings as well, and buffalo's fucking wings.
Buffalo wings and elephant ears. Oh, shit. That made me think of Dumbo or whatever, the flying elephant.
No, it's like it's like this dough, sugar powdered food.
It's delicious.
Yeah, it's like it's.
You know what? He hasn't had elote.
¿Cómo?
He hasn't had elote.
I'm sorry, my dog is going crazy.
Those are elotes, man. Elotes, okay?
Oh, you had those too? Morris, do you make those?
No, but I am gonna. Once I get this up and going, I'm gonna do pork skins. Like they get them in little hard chunks, and you basically pop them like popcorn.
Yeah.
So I'll do that. That's one of my plans to expand to over the next cool season.
Bro, elote is gonna be the big game changer for you. I'm telling you.
What are they? I've seen them, but I don't know what they are. I mean, I've seen the words.
Basically. Yeah. Okay. So you get the white corn, you get like the ears of corn, and what you do is you drench them in like butter. You put mayonnaise. You put what's that? Kel, what's that salsa they put on it?
Oh, give me a second, dude. My dog's going crazy.
Fuck, dude. The name of it escapes me.
Oh, okay, which one are you talking about?
What's the red salsa they put on elote?
Elote? I don't think that's a Cuban food. I don't know. That's not Cuban, is it?
Yeah, it's just the freaking ears of corn
sell around here.
Yeah,
but I've never had it.
You've never had it.
I probably know what it is, but I don't know what.
I'm sure I've had it. I'm sure I've had it, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, Flat Lloyd has it. It's chamoy. You put chamoy on it. Hang on, let me see. I'm gonna shoot.
Yeah, I've seen that word. There's taco trucks that sell them, but I've never ordered. I always get barbacoa tacos. That or
let me put an image. I'm gonna put a picture. If you do it like this, Morvis, I guarantee you're gonna be an overnight celebrity. Right here.
I'm gonna do it myself, man.
All right, this is going on live stream voice text.
Right on. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, bro. Look here. Hang on a second. Well, we ain't done yet.
Oh, I have never eaten those.
I'm not done yet, bro.
You make me hungry, man. What is that? There's a Taco Gordo shop right down the street. That's where they carve it right off the freaking.
It's called Taco Gordo?
Yeah, that's where they slice it right off of the freaking above the flame. They have a flame and they have this hanging big huge things of pork hanging above the flame while it's cooking to slice it off. Like these guys were
Look, man.
experts.
Morvis, if you're there, bro, if you make this right here,
hey,
you'd be a superhero.
Hey,
that's what's really hitting right now.
Yeah,
Like that.
Miggy, do you know what state that's from? Because I lived in Mexico a couple different times. I've traveled to Puebla through driving Trompo. I'm just wondering what state that's popular in Mexico. Do you happen to know?
I mean, I know Texas has this like.
Oh, okay,
it's really a Tex-Mex. It's Tex-Mex, but I know they do have them in like, and the border towns. They're really popular.
That's why I'm not familiar with it, because it's quite different. Like on the west, if you go to West Coast food, I'm sorry,
They don't have that here in the
No,
East
it's
Coast.
okay. I was just going to say,
When I had some badass corn
maybe got a
salsa
new person in the server that goes by the name of Cardi, and Cardi doesn't have any roles.
Well,
it's all clear now? Yeah? Good. No.
I think Cardi can still speak though, right?
I can't see any roles, buddy.
No rolls yet, but are you there, Cardi? It looks like you're lit up.
Hiya, Cardi. So welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Sunny is giving...
Yeah, Jedi, you're cutting out every so often, so catching a few words, then missing and catching them. Yeah, Cardi, check your audio devices, because I do see you lighting up, but we're not hearing you yet. So you have to go to your settings and click on the correct output device, whichever device you're using. I'm not sure if you're mobile or if you can write into the voice text and tell us what the situation is. We could walk you through it. Still not hearing you.
Here, let me disconnect Cardi. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah,
Just come back, Cardi.
Yeah, come right back. Are you there, Jedi?
Cardi, they want to... I'm back, buddy. Yeah. As soon as I started to talk, Discord gods decided, no, Jedi, you will not talk. We will kick you out of the Discord server.
It does seem that. It seems that way sometimes, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it does, buddy. I reckon there's some kind of conspiracy. As soon as somebody starts speaking truth, they press a button and we fuck off.
I know. I tend to think that too. Like it's
either that or my internet or phone is fucking stupid, and I'm going to go with the second answer because that's usually what it is.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah, but hopefully Cardi will return soon. Mayhem, I put you a message in the live stream voice text just to let you know that even though I said I was going to be having a YouTube channel, it is getting closer to it actually happening, my friend. So I've collected a few clips of myself and everybody else over the last couple of weeks or so, and I'm going to start a YouTube channel starring yours truly. You might even get to see my exceptionally good-looking bearded face.
Wow.
There you go, man. I can't wait.
Yeah, I still owe Miggy a video, and I'm not sure if that track I made, if it's good enough. Like I can still do some like final little tweaking of it. So
we'll just wait we got to run it to Helio and all that.
Helio still, I guess he hasn't gotten the start on it yet. So
yeah, I just wanted to say, Jedi, also make sure that you start off on the right foot with Rumble. Also, make a Rumble account. Because we got to get all the people who are going to be streaming on a Rumble account. Because if, for some reason YouTube shuts us down over there, we'll have Rumble.
Yeah, I understand that, buddy. No problem at all. I'll do that as well.
Yeah, you see that a lot of YouTubers are going to Rumble. Or at least they have a second account.
Yeah, I'm just saying if we're starting off on the right foot. If we're starting off on the right foot, I think Rumble should be the foot we're starting off with. Because, we don't want to just be solely on YouTube.
10-4, big buddy. No worries at all.
I'm just glad we have a kumbaya moment where we can agree to disagree. That's what I seek.
Oh,
seek
hell
that
no.
level. I
Oh,
seek that
oh.
level.
Well, hold on.
I want people to, to seek the level of understanding.
You're stirring the pot there, Jim. That's what you're doing.
Know. I love you guys because you're so funny.
You
said agree to disagree. Get him.
You guys are so
stirring
funny.
the shit pot, bro.
Triggered.
Get him.
Hey, it's okay if you disagree. You could agree to disagree on anything except for the topic that we talk about here in this live stream. So you're free to talk about that somewhere else.
Hey, when we go to Rumble, and talk about virology, can we agree to disagree? Oh my goodness!
Yeah, nobody that's in this server is gonna go to the arena and say agree to disagree. Fuck that.
If you're
part of this server, if you're a flat earther part of this server, and you say that in the arena, I'm going to ban you, hard ban.
So in other words, it's not a democracy. If you're a flat earther, no, you have no other choice. If everybody's streaming on Rumble, you must become a Rumble.
Oh my goodness. This is too much fun. This is too much fun.
You are directed to do so. And
we had last night on Troubling's podcast, we had Professor Parks there, and it was Troubling as host, and Troubling gave me the floor to go with Professor Parks for a little over 2 hours before Austin came in, about 2 hours and 15 minutes in. And so I had a chance to go with Professor Parks for a little over 2 hours. And it was too easy, man. He believes all this garbage that I just laugh at now, like a photon traveling 13.7 billion years, and then the ever expanding universe and then redshift. Hubble talked about the whole universe redshifting, but Andromeda galaxy today is blue shifting. Is like, how in the heck can you ever measure that? And he believes all that garbage.
Yeah, because it's spectroscopy.
Oh my god!
Hey, no, it was that fun old game when you used to play as kids. When you used to say redshift, and then the people would stop and freeze, and it would be like blue shift, and you would be running, and it would be like redshift, and you stop, and then.
Is that where that came from? Seriously?
Yeah, redshift, blue shift.
It came from Hubble's ever expanding universe.
Yeah, because like when things are blue shifting away from you, then they're not close to you. So when you're red shifting, you're running towards redshift.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't know that's where it came from.
So it's a kid's game.
It is a kid's game. It's for kids.
It's a kid's game, but I just made it up. But it sounds good either way.
Yeah, the ever expanding universe is a kid's game. I can go with that.
No, but Hubble himself was, he's the progenitor of the freaking kids game, the red shift, blue shift game. So we got to give all hail to Mr. Hubble. Thanks for bringing us kids games.
Well, they keep throwing the fucking pebble on the ground and trying to hopscotch through it, and like, you don't want to play. You're like, fuck no, dude, that's a stupid game. Nobody wants to play that shit.
We left the playground a long time ago. Why are you still over there?
Yeah, wait. You're still trying to draw fucking circular triangles on a globe, bro. Come on.
Yeah, like it's actually during a marble game. Like at kids, we used to shoot the marbles. So there's the heliocentrists are over there playing marbles. Get out of the playground. You're grown up now. Stop playing over there. That's for kids. Leave their marbles alone.
Hey, teacher. Leave these kids alone.
Yeah, perfect.
Hey, teacher, get these globers out of the playground.
And what we should say, Sonny, is, hey, TV, leave those adults alone. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, man.
I'm like, come on, TV, give me a break. Hollywood, leave those kids alone.
Freaking locked in with the freaking fantasy.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, I'm back.
It's like before I knew the truth about the cosmology. I really liked Martian with Matt Damon. I got into that movie. I kind of liked it. And you know what? And when Sandra Bullock, in the movie Gravity,
space,
when down to the Earth, I believe that too, man.
Yeah, the tranny in space when she got, that made me cry.
The things that we believe because of indoctrination is unbelievable.
I'm like, I felt like I was lost in space too.
let's see if I can get this thing cooking. But
so just remember, in the 60s it was cislunar space, but now it's translunar space.
Oh shit!
I'm actually not even joking. That's the sad part.
Going further.
I tell you that.
Look it up. Look up cislunar space, man.
Can you imagine spending all that time becoming a PhD in astronomy and astrophysics? And I mean, there's no way your Stockholm Syndrome and cognitive dissonance will ever let you think that it's pseudoscience. But that's all it is, man. I mean, when you get outside of where we live and go to outer space, which is astrophysics and astronomy, it's all pseudoscience. And think of all the thousands of people running around. I don't know if it's thousands, hundreds of PhDs around the world that have PhDs in those things. It's all pseudoscience. It's just nonsense.
The media is so responsible for so much of it, for projecting so much of the nonsense too. Like, I know physicists lately are complaining that string theory has gotten all the attention and gotten all the money for the last 40 years, and nothing has really has come from it, and everyone in the field is kind of angry now in hindsight. But a large part of it is also because the media would really hype some of the hype statements made by the string theorists. So it was the string theorists hyped it, and then the media double hyped it, and it just got super hyped. And the dog doesn't hunt. There's just nothing there.
String theory, I don't think anybody knows what string. I mean, general relativity, you can kind of go, okay, space and time warps. All right, whatever. But with string theory, I don't know if anybody knows what string theory is.
I certainly do not.
It all comes from one guy named Edward Wittgenstein. He's considered. No, I'm serious. He's considered in physics. He's still alive. He's considered to be the smartest physicist in the world among his peers. Not in the, Stephen Hawking was considered the smartest among the mainstream because of the popular press. But among his peers, Edward Wittgenstein is considered the smartest dude.
So it's a cult.
But string theory is the concept of all these different realities happening all at once.
Kind of in a way, but not really. I mean, it's more complicated.
I think the multiverse is a consequence of string theory, but it certainly is bit more than just that. It's a lot of different speculative things.
Now I get to look up his name and see what he's all about. Thanks, Indio.
Yeah. He also wrote. He's also well regarded because he's got a Fields Medal too. So he's a mathematician and a physicist. But he wrote something pretty well known in scientific circles called "The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics." So basically the argument is mathematics is so awesome at describing the universe that it can't be just a mere coincidence and make some metaphysical argument that, but there's a refutation of that, right? So that's just cherry picking, and how many mathematical, models are wrong, right? You try hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them, then you cherry pick the one that works. So it's not actually that effective because it takes so long to reach one that works.
So basically what they say is math doesn't prove the spinning ball. Math predicts the spinning ball. Is that kind of what we can say?
Yes. Mathematics is the language of the universe. I'm sure you've heard people say this stupid, idiotic shit, dude. It really it fucking grates me. But string theory, string theory is it's a string that goes through depending on how many dimensions that particular model has. So let's just use it doesn't matter. So it's a thread that goes through a one-dimensional thread that goes through multiple dimensions, and because But in our dimension, right, our three-dimensional space or four-dimensional space-time, whatever you want, we only see it as a point. So that's what they're saying. We see the particle. We see the cross-section of the string, and that's the particle that we see. The quantum particles, right? Electrons, neutrons, protons, all that shit. But it's actually not just a proton particle in our universe. It's an 11-dimensional string that stretches it through 11 dimensions.
Okay. Is that why that Asian gentleman, I forget his Makul, whatever his name is that why he's on video saying that we live in an 11-dimension universe, but 12, 13, and 14 wouldn't work because they would collapse down in each other? Is that what?
Yeah. There's only a couple that work in their model. I think it's like 11, 64, and like 184 or something weird like that.
Yeah, he's got that video out where he says it only works in 11, and I couldn't understand why 11, because he started talking about 12, 13, and 14, and they would collapse down to each other if they ever went that way. It's like, whatever.
So it even goes beyond this. So someone's like, one-dimensional string. Fuck, dude. Like, let's make a two-dimensional one. We'll call it a brain, right? So we have like these. So it's an area instead of like, it's a 3D. It's a multi-dimensional structure, but we only see an area of it in our dimension because it's just passing through, right? So like it's dumb, dude. I don't know how to describe it, man. It's called brain theory, but it's a BRANE.
Hello?
So there's like multiverses that are like touching each other. And yeah, it's weird. Yeah, hello, what's up?
Who are you?
I'm Indio. Who are you?
He's Indio.
Hold on. Nothing.
Hold on, your name is Haz. So, hiya, Haz. Haz has been speaking to me in the lobby. I've been waiting for Haz to join to have a conversation with us because he wants to learn about the flat Earth. So that's why Haz has joined us, India.
Oh, awesome.
That was the most weirdest interaction ever.
What does he know so far?
What I know? Well, I know that there are like two main models of flat Earth. It's like one that is where flat Earth is still in a dome, and one where it's moving upwards somewhere. I know that.
Sorry, Haz, 2 seconds. We'll go through them one by one. Please be careful, because us flat earthers will say that we do not have a model. So if you're going to say that there's two flat earth models, you're not going to find them in here. The one that you're referencing that rises up at 9.8 seconds per meter squared, that's the Flat Earth Society.
Okay.
Or Einstein, depending on your pick. Einstein first came up with that idea.
That's a shill organisation that make ridiculous claims like the Earth is moving option. Again, there's no way to prove any idea of a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm gonna continue. My next idea about my next what I know about flat Earth is that well, for me personally, no offense, I have not heard proof of it. I'm trying to be open-minded here. Minded here. I am not Christian, so you can try to convince me, but it might work. Then I also know that flat Earth has probably made some good debunks on certain stuff like curvature. I know very little. I saw a video on TikTok and I became curious, so I joined the Discord. I barely know anything. I know that many flat earthers believe in flat Earth because of something that was said in the Bible.
No, okay, buddy.
Christians
really
got nothing
stop
to do.
you there. Yeah. Really going to stop you. So, welcome to our server, Haz. It's really impressed by everything that you said because you've said some interesting things. I will guarantee to you that the majority, if not all of us flat earthers in the server, haven't come to the understanding that the Earth is flat because it says so in a book. It may say the Bible, for example, that the Earth is flat and stationary, but the reality demonstrates that that book is actually true with regards to the shape of the Earth or it being flat, for example. You spoke earlier that flat earthers have. You said earlier that some flat earthers have given some information regarding, good debunks of the curvature. Yeah. So if we've removed the curvature from the Earth, then the Earth cannot be a So just understanding that we've debunked the ghost means the Earth isn't a ball, right?
Well, I'm not. I'm like I said, I'm not 100% convinced. What I heard from India was a way where heat and other factors can result in it looking like a boat is going over the curvature or whatever. That's the debunk I heard from India. Then I have. They also claim that there are many long distance photos, which I have personally not seen, and yeah, that is basically it. I have seen the debunk that it's not that a boat seemingly going over the curvature is not necessarily a boat going over the curvature.
Okay.
That's what I have seen.
Okay, so let me cover this, Joey. So for thousands of years, there's been the claim on the table that as a ship sails away from you, the bottom of it will disappear, then halfway up, then the mast, and then it'll disappear. And it'll appear as if it's sinking around the curvature of the Earth. Right?
Yeah.
So you've heard this.
Yeah.
Does this happen every single time?
I don't know.
Well, it does not. I know that because I personally have done this test personally. So if this happened on any given day, you could just go down to the seashore and just film this happening. But this doesn't happen every day. It only happens every once in a while. It's captured on camera. Right? So you have two claims on the table, right? Basically, you have when a boat disappears bottom up, it's because of the curvature of the Earth. When a boat disappears bottom up, it's because of an optical effect, that the horizon is optical, that it's not an actual physical location, that you're just seeing, not a mirage, but typically when you see this, there's mirroring. So you do see like a slight mirrored layer right below the boat, almost every single time.
Yeah.
So consider like, their claim is, if we don't see this happening, light is bending up from around the curve, making it so you can see farther. Okay, so you ask them, is the horizon, the thing that's blocking the bottom of the boat, is that like part of the Earth, or is it just an optical effect? And do you know what Globers say? They'll say, oh, the horizon is apparent. It's not an actual blockage of the boat. It's not an actual edge of the Earth. It's just an optical effect. And the reason they say this is because we have multiple imagery where the horizon is way too far, 10 times too far. Right?
Yeah,
so they have to say this, right? Because if the horizon's physical, it would always be at one location. And that one location is predictable. 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's where the horizon should always be. But we know it's not always there. So if the horizon's not always there, then it has to be an optical effect. So if it's an optical effect, the boat looking like something being blocked by the horizon is an optical effect by default. It has to be. Because the horizon's either physical or optical, right?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so if it's optical, the bottom of the boat isn't being blocked by the Earth. It's being blocked by an optical effect. So, with that background, we can actually demonstrate this on things we know are flat, on known flat surfaces. So, for example, there's a YouTube channel called Sky Free. So what she's done, Sky Free is the name of the YouTube channel. So what she does, she takes a radio-controlled boat, and it's a small pond or a lake, like it's only like 1,000 feet long, which is like 300 meters, right? And she sails the boat away from the camera. And the boat slowly disappears bottom first.
Yeah.
Well, here's the problem. It can't be because of curvature.
Yes.
Because the horizon is supposed to be 2,600 feet away.
Yes.
So if the lake is only 1,000 feet long, so the entire lake, the length of the lake is 1,000 feet. But the horizon's 2,000 feet, 2,600 feet away. How can the horizon be blocking the bottom of the boat?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? So we know from demonstration and experiment that what this looks like, something getting blocked bottom up, is a completely optical effect, has nothing to do with curvature or anything like that.
Yes. Well, what is there? Yeah, she proved that there can be other factors that make it seem like it's going over the curvature. Indio already explained that to me. Are you Indio, by the way? Who are you?
Yeah, this is Indio, dude.
Ah. Yeah. Can you send me like an experiment where? Oh yes, yes. Is there like an experiment where? Is there any laser experiment that has been done?
Plenty.
Can I mean like you get what I mean with laser experiment, right? You put up two pieces and then you with holes inside them, and then you see like how much they go. If you have the laser pointed straight through the both holes, then if it's flat, then it should go through both with perfect precision. You get that experiment, right? Can you like send one of those?
You're talking about Netflix. You're talking about the Netflix video, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
That wasn't a laser. That was a flashlight.
Yeah, it maybe was, but do you is there an experiment, because that would confirm flat Earth? I'm just asking. Do you
going through holes? No, it couldn't. It's actually impossible.
No,
it's impossible because of diffraction.
Can you explain?
So when light passes through a hole, it spreads out.
So
because of the wave nature of light. It's called diffraction. You can look it up. When light passes through a small aperture, it spreads out. So every time light passes through a hole, instead of getting the entire intensity of the light, it's going to be less than it normally would be, because once it goes through the hole, it spreads out, right? And then only a portion of the light gets to the second hole, and then it spreads out again.
All
right. So you're not getting the full. Now think about just think about it like this. Think about you tried to do this test at home. You took two pieces of paper, you took a pin or a needle, right? You stuck a hole in each piece of paper. Then you lined up the holes perfectly. And then took a light on the other side of the two pieces of paper and tried to see the light through one of those holes. You'd never see the light. You'd see the brightness, right? You'd see the light, but you'd never have a direct view of that light.
Okay, but is there any other, can you send like experiments?
We have a laser channel.
Yeah. Thanks.
Like, if you go down, right, there's an information section, and there's, I don't know, like 50 channels or something, 20 channels. So on everything, Coriolis, curvature, eclipses, you name it, everything's in there.
Check out the fake ISS videos too. Those are pretty good too. Like how they fake all that stuff.
Okay.
Check out the Chinese space station. That's awesome, man. Chinese.
Those long distance observations done by flat earthers.
No, go ahead, Jai.
No, if you don't like the ones done by flat earthers, then we can provide you with ones done by the militaries of the world. You know, Navy ships that use line of sight laser targeting up to 100 miles. We can do that if you want.
Are you talking to me or you're talking to me?
I'm talking directly to you. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm talking to you. So if we provide you with quote-unquote experiments or laser tests over distances of water done by flat Earth up to a distance of 25 miles, we can then provide you applicable technology that is used on the surface of the Earth daily by the militaries of the world, usually the Navy, with laser targeting systems from vessels at sea, up to a distance of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be flat, if you want.
What channel?
Same again. Long distance observations, laser tests.
Can you say it again?
Long distance observations and laser tests. It's in the live stream voice text for you.
Thanks.
# laser test. Long distance observations. No. You understand the premise, right? Of a laser passing over. Yeah. Awesome stuff. So it's interesting that, say, at a distance of 25 miles, when tested, we can hit a target over a distance of water where the curve of the Earth should be in the way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So demonstrating that the water is level. Now, that's what we're primarily dealing with, because they tell us that 70% of the surface of the Earth is water. Now, if you understand the natural physics of water, when it's contained, for example, the water is level upon the surface. Now, we're looking for curvature over evidence, but we don't find that. We don't measure that. In actual fact, we don't practically use that at all.
Okay. Now, except for the curvature of the Earth, is there any other major arguments for flat Earth? Yeah.
Yes.
Do we need
yes.
another
Yes.
one?
Yes. So,
Well, I just
let's talk about.
I want to hear
Let's talk about
everything.
the vacuum. Cool. So let's talk about the vacuum of space. You know, where they send rockets, turn around and take pictures of the Earth that is a ball, cars to Mars. So that vacuum of space cannot be real because it violates laws of nature. You understand what entropy is, my friend, right?
Let me search it up.
That's okay. If you want to search it, that's fine. Would you understand if I said to you if I left a hot... Oh, go on.
No. Tell me.
Okay. Would you understand that if I left a hot cup of coffee by itself, it would get cold?
Yeah.
Awesome. And you would understand that if I burst a tire, the high pressure would go outwards into the lower pressure environment, yes?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's a direction. It's called entropy. It's the way that energy moves. Heat in
yes, I understand.
one example and air pressure in another example. Yeah, good stuff. So we're breathing gas pressure right now. And that gas pressure, we are told, is uncontained from the vacuum of space. According to natural law and entropy, the gas that we breathe, if uncontained, should disperse into the vacuum of space. The thing is that to have gas pressure in the first place, it needs something to press upon. That's what gas pressure is, the force of the gas exerted on the inside of the container. So if they tell us that the Earth is an open system within the vacuum of space, you and I would not be breathing gas pressure because there's no thing for the gas to press upon. In an actual fact, we wouldn't be breathing any gas at all because it would dispersed into the vacuum of space. So understanding that removes all of the stories that they tell us about the vacuum of space, especially when they turn around to us and say, hey, look, the Earth is a ball. Because that place up there, the vacuum of space, cannot be real according to laws of nature. We might as well call it Narnia.
Yeah. Is there any more? I just want to hear everything. So that
so there's three questions. Yeah, that's fine. The rotation of the Earth. Do you feel or notice any movement to the Earth?
I don't.
That was a question. No, exactly. So you do not notice or feel within your senses the Earth to be moving. There is, in fact, no direct measurement of the surface of the Earth or in its entirety, the mass of the Earth, doing anything, not rotating on its axis and not orbiting around the sun in the vacuum of space. Being as we've demonstrated, because the horizon is optical and the limitation of your view, and that the Earth is not obviously moving.
I don't understand. You're saying that because I don't feel the Earth moving,
and there's no
and there's
centric model is debunked because there are three major claims.
You're cutting out, Jedi, a lot.
I'm sorry. Either it's my internet is being bad. I just you're lagging, I think, or it's me lagging. Okay, say that again. Say that again. I'm sorry. Hello?
Well, he was talking about Earth's rotation. So, you can even just use your common sense. Like, you see a helicopter hovering in the air. Have you ever seen the Earth start moving underneath it?
Oh, so that's basically the argument.
Yes, that there is no measurable rotation of the Earth. That we are exactly, as we experience it, stationary and still.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else?
Yeah, well, those are the big three ones: curvature, gas pressure, and the rotation of the Earth. But they're all like huge blows to the globe model. And then another simple way to think of the gas pressure is just like if you were holding a propane tank of gas in your hands, right? So if you were to remove the container and replace the surrounding atmosphere with a ridiculously powerful vacuum, it's like, do you think there's any way that the entropy is not going to take effect and the gas will not immediately disperse and fill the available volume?
All right.
That's
those were the three main arguments. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, there's lots. I would just recommend looking. Yeah, take your time, check it out.
Okay. You say okay. I see ya. Thank you. Are you Jedi or are you Indio?
No, I'm neither. Someone else.
Who are you?
77 Khan.
77 Khan. Thanks. See ya.
And feel free to hang out though, or ask any more questions or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, it's very simple, gas pressure, because the Globers will tell you that gravity is what holds down the gas, right? And prevents it from going into space. But we know that, and we can prove that on Earth, that gas is not a container, right? Gas cannot contain itself. And we notice that gravity doesn't actually push gases down, right? Gases they can go wherever the hell they want. And so this whole idea that somehow the gravity is somehow preventing gas from going out into space, that's impossible. We live in a container, some kind of container. Who knows what it is, but because we have gas pressure, right? We're breathing it.
It's a good point, but he's gone for sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it. A lot of times, like when you talk, when some people explain some things, like they do it so like I understand it, right? Some people will understand it, but then like you gotta dumb it down to like the point where they, where they can understand it. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. You got to keep it as simple as possible. Because it's like trying to teach a child. Like it's like when you teach a child, and it's like everything's brand new. They've never even used their brain before. You got to break it down like super simple.
I bet a lot of people don't even know that right now we're in there's gas pressure around us, right? Like there's pressurized gas around us. And a lot of people actually don't even know that. They think like we're just in an open system. Well, I find that pretty funny.
They think they're in a vacuum?
I don't know where they think they are, but yeah, the propane example is a really good example of how, like, if you take away the tank, right, the gases will spread out because our atmosphere is at a much lower pressure than what would be in the propane tank, and so all that gas would just go out into the open space. And so the idea is the same thing would happen to Earth's atmosphere if there was no container. It would just go out into space. Like there's nothing holding it from, nothing stopping it from doing that. Yeah, I don't think gravity is strong enough. Like whatever they think gravity is, I don't think it's not. It's definitely not strong enough to hold gases because we don't observe that.
Clouds don't seem to care about gravity being giant mass.
Think you having technical difficulties, or you just not here?
No, I'm actually here. I was waiting for you to come back. Or were you always back?
Oh, I've been back for a little bit, man.
Oh shit!
But now I'm leaving again. No.
Oh fuck!
No, I'll be ready in listen, because I actually have a topic. So just start the stream.
Just start it. Okay.
Yeah, because the topic is going to be, how do I put this? Well, I'm going to focus primarily on eclipses, but it's about people that believe that the heliocentric model, right? So they're educated about something about the heliocentric model, but it's actually not true, and then they try to argue it. And then when they find out that factually that's not even the part of the heliocentric model, they still don't believe it. So eclipses is a good example of this. I'll wait till that was kind of too windy of it, long-winded of a topic.
Isn't their model always changing too? It's never really the same.
Well, they're why did everybody lie? Why would they lie to us? So what are all the teachers lying? Dude, they taught you eclipses are predicted by the heliocentric model. Almost everybody that's aware of the heliocentric model believes that, and it's not true. It's just not true at all. No one ever said it was true. But they teach it in school as if it is true. How many people come in here and go, what about eclipses? Hundreds, right?
I don't know if this is true or not, but I heard this somewhere where they used to, when they started teaching the globe in school, they would not that they were arrested, but they would I don't know, something was happening to them.
Yeah, there was a small community, I think it was in Ohio, where they forbid teaching the globe in school. They actually arrested the teachers.
Yeah.
Creek County. I remember Creek County. Save somewhere. Give me a second.
Well, imagine being taught Carl Sagan's version of your position in the universe when you're a young child. Imagine that. Hey, children, we just wanted you to know that you're worthless, you're insignificant, you're never going to amount to anything, you're nothing but a fart in the cosmic wind. Oh, by the way, you're also special because you deserve a cookie. I mean, come on, be psychological torture.
Does anybody know what year globes were put into public school classrooms? I mean, was it a school board, local decision to do it? Did states do it individually? Was it mandated by, Congress? So how did the globe, because the globe wasn't always in classrooms. So does anybody know, was it after Rockefeller, 1920? Was it before Rockefeller? Does anybody know the year that a globe first appeared in a public school classroom?
Might be interesting, because I know that local school districts, they get funding from different departments of education, right? The State Department of Education, and then the Federal Department of Education. But that money is just not for free. They have to teach some type of curriculum. So I wonder if there was federal funding for globes in the classroom, back in whenever they started putting them in the classroom.
Yeah, I would.
We'll buy your globe. We'll buy a globe for every classroom in your school. Just apply for this grant money, right?
They were just paying them to teach them the globe. That's what it was.
Well,
most likely.
what they did when they started building all these public schools, that you see, and then they had to take down a cornfield to put a public school there. What they did was they got rid of the corn. They put a globe out in the middle of the dirt, and they built the public school around it. That's how it happened.
Well, it's common knowledge that the system, at least in the education fields, that the system we have today is a vestige of the industrial era expansion, and the curriculum and everything was geared towards making essentially industrial workers and factory workers, right? And so you're giving them a whole worldview and skill set for that. Now there's a lot of people nowadays. Most famous one that I know of by name is called Ken Robinson, Sir Ken Robinson. And he has TED Talks and stuff about trying to change the education system and where it all began. So I'm actually interested now that you said that, to go back and figure out what was linked to the teaching of that. Because you remember back in the day, the Scopes monkey trial, you remember that? Yeah. You didn't really hear, that was about evolution, whether, being taught in schools. But you never really heard anything equivalent to the globe being taught in schools, which, if you think about it, a lot of grassroots, hometown religious people would probably be just as upset about heliocentrism as they would be about evolution prior to that. So that's actually very intriguing. I think I'll look it up when I get a chance.
Yeah, I didn't go deep into it, but I googled, and Google won't tell me anything probably. I googled, when did globes, turn up in classroom? Because when I went to kindergarten in 1964, it was there. And I'm going to drop, a Dick Van Dyke Show was mid 60s, early 60s. I'm going to drop a link when Dick Van Dyke went into a public school, room on TV, and right behind him was a globe. And so, I'll drop that right now.
So where you want to focus a search probably is, like Idio said, the government organizations that are linked to the Department of Education and the foundation and funding of the schools, and what curriculums were mandatory to be attached to that funding. So in other words, you have a school that's basically doing what they want in a local environment, right, satisfying the parents, and then along comes this money, and it says, hey, if you accept this money, you could have a better school, but you also have to accept this curriculum. A lot of people will fall for it and be like, hey, well, curriculum, we need our kids to be competing on the world stage, so we got to accept this. We got to teach them science. We got to teach them evolution. We got to teach them heliocentrism. Yada yada yada, on it goes, and then all of a sudden you have a completely overtaken local school system. But all that stuff is going to be in the documents of the charters or commissions or funding documents when the schools are originated. And if it says in there, like, the science curriculum you have to teach, I'm very interested if it actually alludes that they have to teach.
AI, we can't hear you, bro.
Roboting really bad.
Yeah, there seems to be more of a paper trail for virology starting in 1902 than there is for cosmology. So the paper trail is there for virology, but I'm trying to find the paper trail for cosmology being taught in public school.
All right, I'm going to try out streaming here. See if it works. With Rumble.
So you got to 100 that quick? I thought it was 28 yesterday, so you got added over the night, huh? Cool.
No, not 100. Just I have the ability to stream without getting that far. I don't know.
Cool.
If it's something new that they started, well, it's something new, but I didn't know.
Awesome.
So let's let's see if that works. All right, so let's see. 3, 2, 1.
Wig snatchers,
All right.
arise.
Supposedly, we should be streaming right now.
Exactly.
Okay, didn't respond. Try again.
Did you say nice thing? Did you say nice thing to it? Hello. Am I coming in clear?
You're coming in.
I'm back if you guys were waiting for me.
Yeah, but this thing's acting up, man.
What are you using, OBS?
No, Streamlabs.
I'm not familiar with that. I haven't used that, really. Should be a tutorial. I know it works with it.
Well, I have all the information input incorrectly.
What does that mean? I mean, incorrectly.
I mean, correctly. Sorry.
Maybe like, 'cause it says right now, it says offline, right? For me. I just refreshed it. Let me try.
Can you drop the Rumble link again? Is it in the live stream somewhere?
I'm not streaming at the moment. I'm trying to figure out how to get on, because I hit go live on Streamlabs and it's not doing anything for my stream. Is not up.
But you have a Rumble page or a Rumble channel or whatever, right?
Yeah, here. I'll post that.
So did I hear right earlier that Quantum and Witsit have secured a plan for a debate?
Yeah, but it's not going to be till like the end of July or. Well, we haven't secured a time with
The
like
end of
Witsit.
July.
Yeah. QE said he's not going to be like available till then. We want to hype it anyway. We need 2 weeks of hype.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, they want to know if you can mediate that AI.
Oh yeah.
You want to moderate? Well, the conditions were, or the requirements were for you to be drafted, where you're 18 years old or over. You know what logical fallacies are, and you know the arguments. So,
What's the topic of the debate?
I don't think we've ironed that out yet.
Who's debating?
The topic is listen. The topic is how much space time affects dick size.
It's QE and Witsit are debating some scientific points. Is that what it is?
It's inversely proportional to the size of the whiskey bottle.
The main problem with a debate like that is you don't want the debate to overspill into debating the moderator. What I mean by that is if I tell one of them, okay, what you just said is a fallacy, if they appeal to me to arbitrate, it's like, what's the point of that arbitration? If I disagree and they don't agree, it'll just be an opinion clash. Then it'll be three people debating. So, I think I'm in a bad signal again. Darn it.
I hear.
So I did like what we used to do on Friday Night Fights. I think we had the objection where you call objection on the other person and then you get an uninterrupted minute. I don't hear anybody.
So BS shit is fucking weird.
So if anybody remembers the Friday night fights and what we used to do in the arena, we had two different tempos. One was where the guys would go at it freely. They would only be moderated for egregious ad homs. Otherwise, they could take the floor anytime they wanted to by calling an objection, which they would get 1 minute uninterrupted, where the other party was muted. And then they had a cooldown period, which was essentially like 2 minutes. So what that meant is that if the parties desired, they could basically ping pong it back and forth 1 minute of uninterrupted time, or as they're free flowing together in mutual agreement, hash it out on the spot. But when they felt like, okay, I can't argue with this guy or I can't overtalk him, I want my 1 minute, you'd call objection and you'd have a free open minute. And if both parties did that, it would just be 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute, versus when they're allowing each other to play with each other in the sense of no one's muted. And that worked quite well. Then the other one was where you had to appeal to the referee to try to, arbitrate whether the person was committing a logical fallacy or not. But I don't remember if there was a penalty given if you committed a logical fallacy.
Yeah, the penalty was.
I do. Go ahead.
The penalty was that you get one of those of 3 objections taken away until you were left with none. That you couldn't stop the other party from continuing to speak, even if it was logically fallacious. You couldn't object to it.
So which isn't bad for the arena style, but with a more like highlight debate, I don't think that's conducive to the duration of it, because then you just end up with both people using out their objections and then just being left to talk over each other.
No, the thing is, the moderator would let the people know that it wasn't like whatever. I don't think it's going to happen that way, to be honest. It has to be like these two are very careful with logical reasoning, so they're not just going to call fallacious reasoning on the opponent if it's not something they are understood. Like, it's going to be well within the boundary of it. So I think if they lose one, it'll be because of a folly of perhaps, whatever.
Well, I don't think they shouldn't lose any. Like, the guys are so prominent that they should be adept enough to understand that if they just have a matrix of control where they can seize 1 minute of uninterrupted time, they can then create for themselves a 1 minute back and forth. Or when they're allowed to free flow with each other, they're basically negotiating on the fly, whether they're speaking over each other, interrupting each other, or whatever. And then the moderator only needs to come in when there's something like egregious going on.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, I think the penalty is what keeps it in check. It keeps it like so that in the heat of the moment, it might be caught up with maybe a fallacy. They can be drawn, and they might not see it because they're fired up, in the moment. And so that would be to their detriment, and then of course, I don't know. If the party, it's going to be like to the person who's really hot-headed, they're going to lose all control and then therefore not be able to stop the next person. They might even just say, fuck it, I quit. But the thing is, like the person
that's not something we'd want to achieve in this type of debate. This is the type of debate that you don't want it to end. You want it to go to its fruition.
No, but I'm saying why not? Like, because that would kind of isn't the whole thing to actually get to the bottom of like if this kind of discourse can be handled within the context of the arena, then it should be. But if it's not, it's an example of like what people that can be in the arena and know what to do in the arena. So if the two are able to handle themselves, then everybody who wants to be their opponent in the future will be able to say like, no, these guys got some logic and reason. Like they're not saying anything illogical, but if they get caught in the moment, it will then just expose them to the fact that they are, and just like everybody else, prone to these logical fallacies. And that's why it's like, if we take that away and make it to where just we want to continue the argument, then we're never going to expose the logical
No, you can
fallacies.
still do that. you could still do that when they appeal to the moderator to pause. So basically, when they do that, it pauses and it allows them to make their case uninterrupted of why what that person said is a logical fallacy, and then the moderator would agree or disagree.
I don't know. I just, because this type of debate, if it can actually last longer than an hour and a half to 2 hours, but I don't really know if people's attention spans would want it to be that long. Because there's also the time limit constraint. I mean, we have to be courteous to the viewer. Like, we don't want to let them linger for well, we're going into our 4th hour. Like, it has to be.
Well, yeah, you have to, as the moderator has to say, okay, you guys have had 6 exchanges back and forth on the same topic. It's not going anywhere. So one of you move on,
or you will move them on, because you're going to be that guy if you so choose. And it's
So, Miggy, did you get your stream key from Rumble? Because I did it, but I had problems and
Yeah, me too. That's what I was trying to figure out right here.
So I set it so that it would save it, and it ended up saving. I don't know. OBS was dropping 65% of the frames.
Which
is ridiculous. Because I only have it set because it's only a static image, right, of the live stream chat.
Yeah.
So I have it at 20 frames a second, and it's dropping 65% of the frames. I mean, it's going. That's horrible. That's 8 frames a second or something.
Dude. Indio. Okay, That's how you solve that. Go to your tabs, go to Fortnite, do pause download.
Yeah. Fortnite was on this computer. I would be going to add and remove programs, okay?
I'm not a smart man. All right, let's see.
That trash off of here.
All right, so I'm going to go live right now and see if it works this time, because I have to redo the whole thing all over again. Let's see. Go live. Are we live yet?
Dude, it's so annoying when you have a program ecosystem that does a circular check for updates, right? So you start your system, 30 seconds later, some program's updating. 60 seconds later, a different program's updating. And you have to stop each one individually. It's so annoying.
Oh, yeah. I got your chat. Let's see.
I'm looking at you, Phil Spencer.
Maybe I'll tell you when I see an image right now. I just got the offline thing going.
Why is it moving that slow? It's like doing it in chunks or something. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know.
What's wrong with this thing?
I would bet it's Rumble more than it's... Oh, there you go. We got it.
Yeah, but is it live?
There's a 5-second delay about...
Let's see. At the restart.
No, don't restart it.
No, I mean, I refresh the page. I'm sorry. Refresh the page.
Oh, you froze, man. Oh, you do.
What happened?
Okay, so Miggy, say test, and nobody say anything after that. I want to count what the delay is.
Test.
$15 seconds.
Good Lord.
There's a 15-second delay. Exactly. Maybe that's built in that way. 15-second buffer.
It's really bad, though. Let's see.
I mean, maybe it's built in that way.
It still says offline on the friggin' page.
I see you. I see you. No problem.
Mine has in the bottom like a progression bar. Does yours have that progression bar?
Yeah.
Does it reach all the way to the end? Is it reaching to the end?
It like goes back and forth, right? So it like reaches the end and then it jumps back. Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now. Pretty strange, but yeah, it looks like we're live.
Talk about science and shit. This is a science and space stream.
Let's see how many of them big fish we can get.
Hey, brothers. Speaking of science and space streams, so go watch some physics lectures, especially astrophysics, right? Like TED Talks, university lectures, hall lectures, right? Put them on repeat, or sorry, autoplay. Listen to the first one. It's going to be very legit, right? It's going to just be basically a legit scientist, a legit pursuit. The next one is going to be a little out there. By the third one that autoplays, they're going to be talking about turning yourself into an astral being via downloading your brain into a computer and joining with the universe clouds of sentient entity clouds and all this weird stuff. They're going to talk about particle theory, where the entire universe is made of one particle. Not like it's made of a building block of particles that are the same, but one particle, one. And that particle goes back in time and all spaces to render the entire universe that we know and love, right? They will go out there, bro. But guess what? Here's the best part. They'll start to talk about the necessity to solve their math problems of the multiverse. And then they'll go on to say that in the multiverse, since it's infinite, all permutations of physics that could happen not only will happen, but have happened. Now, the implications of that, since we know mathematically you can have a flat Earth with all forms of gravity, if the Earth is a globe and the multiverse is true, then one instance of the multiverse, the Earth is flat. So if the Earth is a globe, the Earth is flat. By necessity. Slow clap.
Yeah, I've done that by accident. I've like left. I usually don't have autoplay on, but I left it on, and I'll watch. I don't know. Listen to something, but it doesn't actually matter what I'm watching. It just automatically goes to like astrophysics, physics, science, and like I'll wake up at like 4 a.m. and I'll be like, "What the hell is this shit they're talking about?" They're talking about like oh my god, dude.
Yeah,
black holes could have a white hole on the other side, and we could spit out at the other end of the multiverse, and like,
Yep. Or what happens if you fall in love with a celestial being? How do you have sex with something that doesn't have body parts?
Very careful.
What are your kids going?
Wear protection, man. That's all I'm saying, man.
Dude, the best part about this is we're not joking here. This is literally what people with astrophysics, advanced degrees, advanced placement at universities and organizational levels at the highest order, people that are directors of certain divisions at CERN, these people just talk religious, pie-in-the-sky, fantasist nonsense.
It's actually scary. Because it is so far out there, and these people actually think they're talking about that there's like some scientific basis for it. Listen, the moment you say in the mainstream cosmology, the moment you say we're going to go to another star, you're talking outside of mainstream cosmology. It's not possible in their cosmology. Not in your lifetime. Not in any lifetime. Because this is what some people don't consider. Well, we could have a ship that goes, almost the speed of light. No one considers the slow down part, right? You don't stop on a dime at the other star. You have to slow down. And as you slow down, right, that time dilation starts speeding back up. So no matter what, it's still taking like, I cut it from 300,000 years down to 150,000 years. Congratulations. You're only half as a decade.
unless they can create an energetic field that stops all particles, let's say, within the field simultaneously, which essentially would be magic.
What was that? What was that movie? What was that movie where the guy goes into space and then he comes back and then everyone is old and he's still the same age?
Dude, freaking Planet of the Apes, bro. He came back and the Earth already evolved.
Actually, he went back in time because he came back as Moses.
Oh yeah, that's right.
No, there was another one that had to do with like.
No, Charlton Heston was in the Planet of the Apes sequel called Moses.
Yeah, I know Planet of the Apes, but I was talking about another one that just recently came out, like maybe like 3-4 years ago.
I don't think we're talking about the same Planet of the Apes. Are you talking about the new one or the old one?
It has nothing to do with Planet of the Apes, dude. The guy goes out into space, right? And then he travels and something happens, and then he comes back and everyone's old and he's the same age. I just forget the name of the movie.
Interstellar?
I think it's that one. Yeah, I think it's Interstellar.
I don't know what happened. Yeah, he found the library of all divine knowledge in the black hole rather than being crushed into oblivion.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
So retarded, dude. Like it's so pathetic how these guys will believe in like this knowledge base that these other entities that came before us are going to give us, right? And then it's going to give us the keys to reality and the human condition and all of these things, right? A higher, more advanced, more superpowered, race that maybe even created us, right? So they'll gladly entertain the idea that a highly advanced, super-powered entity created humans, but only if it's not anything remotely like a god. As long as it's an alien, they're cool with it.
All right, we still live, Miggy? Still working?
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
I don't see you.
Oh, I just I hid my cam.
Ah, that's fine. I don't have to see you. I just wasn't sure if something was wrong.
No, we're good. I was trying to figure out how I'm gonna place all the stuff that I have on here on my screen, because I want to put the text chat from Rumble on here, so I got to make room for it.
Oh, okay, cool. Just take your time, man. I'm not in a hurry.
Well, this is the chat that I want to. You'll see it on screen in just a moment. Now I have to make the webcam window invisible, like so. And then make this box bigger.
So this is thing I'm going to talk about was inspired by a Twitter comment that someone made to somebody else. When we're good to go, I'll read it.
I'm ready when you are.
Oh boy. Okay. So, there's a little back and forth on Twitter about, shape the earth, blah, 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 blah. So then some Cobra chimes in and says, I assume you're aware that solar and lunar eclipses are predictable. But I would defy you to try and predict any future eclipses without using the astrophysics model of our current solar system for your attempt to predict all of them or even one. If you do attempt to use Flat Earth Map to do so, please invite me over. I'll serve Hors d'Oeuvres and cocktails and watch the fun with my friends if you don't mind. Now, what's so disturbing about this, and maybe not disturbing, it triggered me enough where I actually had to leave a comment. Because this is a perfect example of people being taught something, or maybe they're not even taught it directly. It's kind of like insinuated, but it's not directly taught. They don't like tell you in school, yeah, they use the current astrophysics model to predict eclipses, and they like plot the positions of planets, and then based upon that geometry, they know when eclipses are going to happen. They don't outright tell them that. But when they teach them eclipses, right, they show them the diagram with the three balls and the moon's in the way, and then the Earth's in the way, right, of the sun. But that's actually like misinformation or wrong information, because that's not how eclipses are actually predicted. And so many people come into the server, hundreds of people have posted, what about eclipses? As if that's some sort of gotcha. Now, the heliocentric model is not actually used to predict eclipses. But many, many, many people believe this. And then but the main point I'm trying to make isn't the fact that, yes, it's the Saros cycle that's predicted eclipses. Yes, that's what NASA uses. It's the reaction after they're informed of this. They pretend they never heard it. They act like, okay, let's just go on to the next thing. What about ships over the horizon? What about NASA pictures? What about this? What about that? And it doesn't register in their mind that, like, oh my God, I just spent 30 years of my life believing something that was false based upon what I was taught in school. And all my friends and all my peers think the same false information. And this isn't a trivial piece of information. It goes to the heart of this heliocentric model. It's part of the heliocentric model and an argument used to support the heliocentric model. And it's factually wrong. And millions of people believe it. And then when they're informed about, they have an erroneous belief in the heliocentric model and what it's capable of doing, they just pretend it didn't happen. This is, I don't know how you call it, delusion or cognitive dissonance or whatever. It's like you got your girl's phone, you see a video on it of her kissing a guy on there, and you just like, it just doesn't even register in your mind. You just like, you tell yourself that must be her brother or that must be her father, right? Even though her father and her brother are black and that's a white dude, right? So like, it just like goes out of their mind. And if you try to bring it up to one of them, because I have, like, listen, you just like, you just believed something. We just showed you, this flat earther just showed you that you believed something that was factually wrong. And you come in here and go, why are they all lying to us? Well, why'd they lie to you about this? And they didn't really lie to you. The teacher was ignorant, and they passed their ignorance on to you, and you just tried to pass your ignorance on to me. You know, and it's just not a problem. I mean, I guess what I'm trying to say is, these are the signs of a cult. I don't know what else more evidence you need. There's so many like red flags of like, what's the cult? Flat Earth or Globe Earth? The Globe Earth people that believe it, they're in a cult, and most of them don't even realize they're in it. But there's obviously there's other examples other than eclipses of things that Globers think are predicted by the heliocentric model, but it's actually not, such as, oh, the sun arises due east everywhere on Earth on the equinox, which is false. Just like there's a myriad of these claims that they think happen in reality, but they don't. But even pointing it out doesn't affect them. Does not affect their worldview. It's like, okay, here's this huge speed bump. No, they floored it. Right through the speed bump, they just blew their shocks. They don't care. They're still driving. Hubcap blew off. It's going down the road. The wheel's now frickin', wobbling. They don't care. So, I just wanted to point that out, like, just like, little factoid. So I also sent this guy, not only, I sent him a catalog of lunar eclipse predictions from antiquity to the present. And I'll post the image of it in the chat. This is, so there's more than just the Sorrow cycle. There's many cycles. There's cycles within cycles. So there's the Soros. There's a Metonic cycle, which is 19 years. There's that Exeologimus cycle, which is every 54 years. There's the Hipparchus cycle, which is every 345 years. There's the Babylonian period, which is 441 years. New World Maya astronomers appear to have been familiar with the hepton, octon, and tritose cycles, and the thick cycle and the triple tritose cycle, which was employed by ancient Chinese astronomers for predicting eclipses. So the evidence that the heliocentric model is not used to predict eclipses is overwhelming. It is demonstrated by practice that it's not true, and it's demonstrated by practice that they don't use them. But it won't stop a globe earther. That's my rant, if anybody has anything to comment on. Just the brainwashing that irritates me. And how they don't even see their own brainwashing, even when it's pointed out to them.
Yeah, that's got to be one of the scariest parts of it, right? They don't even realize what's happening.
Hand wave your own brainwashing. That's crazy, man. You're in prison. No, I'm not. What the hell? There's walls all around you. What are you talking about? Those aren't walls. That's where I hang my art.
It kind of ties into the everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome, too, because they just don't want to hear it from you.
They always turn it on you.
Yeah, perhaps if it came from the news, like, you are in a prison, or whatever the situation is, they'd be more inclined to listen.
Yeah, Walter Cronkite has to tell them they're in prison or they don't believe it.
Yeah, they're not going to hear it from you or me. You can't possibly have figured it out before all these other big brains over here.
Well, this particular Twitter individual, he just went silent. He just, disappeared. After arguing in this thread, back and forth for, days, it looks like. And I just pop in and, rip the rug out from him, and he just vanishes. Because what's his choices? Concede, double down, or disappear. He took the honorable position and disappeared. Honorable for a Glober, right? So you don't want to get kicked out of the cult, so you can't concede to a flat earther in front of the other members, or you'll be sent into the desert or something. So, you just disappear and pretend it didn't happen. And here's the funny thing. This guy will pop up in a month and make the same claim to some other flat earther, knowing he's wrong. That doesn't matter. You get to respawn.
We need to start a top 15. I've been thinking about ways to incorporate ranks, top 15 worst syndromes from a flat earther or from a globe earther. One of them is definitely the respawn. How they'll just respawn back right to the start of the argument road.
We could actually write a little text bot, right? That actually does this routine. And it would be I don't know if you remember the text-based role-playing games. Just make a little text that just does the same thing, right? It makes a claim. Yeah, like Zork or any one of these text-based RPG games from the past, right? Multi-user dungeons, whatever. You type in something, it argues like a Glober, right? And eventually it just respawns. The game starts over. Like it never happened. It goes something like this. Dude makes claim. refute claim. Dude replies, nuh-uh. Refute claim some more. Respawn, make the same claim.
I don't know. Do you think they realize they're doing it? I don't know. Sometimes it seems like they don't even recognize they're doing it because, I mean, those are the moments I'll chime in like, hey, listen, dude, you're just repeating the claim. I'm sure you guys have heard me say it so many times. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I get
Yeah, I
annoying.
know.
That's like, it bothers me. It's like, how do you not realize that you are just a claim repeater or you're a claim stacker? Like, that's not what we're asking for. So I don't know if
This is
they
why
recognize
games are
it.
so popular.
But
Yeah. This is why games are so popular because you can respawn. You know, you can try again. Like,
right. Yeah, if you come
sorry,
in here,
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry about that, creation. I'm on my phone and I'm outside.
you're good, man. I appreciate the input always. Doesn't bother me. I was gonna say that if you come in here, it's like coming on expert mode. I mean, you don't get that many respawns in here, but they'll just do it anyway. They'll just freaking hit the pause button, go through the start menu down to respawn, restart. That's not how.
Oh, wait a second. Discord, you could say Discord is kind of like a game, in the sense that you don't know who they are, right? They can say whatever the fuck they want. There's no repercussions, you know. In real world, if you were to speak like this, people there might be some, some actual kickback, some sort of like a repercussion or something. Something could happen, But in the internet, there is none. Like, you can just say whatever the fuck you want, and you're anonymous, and and nothing matters.
The funny thing is, I feel like a broken record, just like me repeating what they do over and over again. But it's funny, I can go on any platform. I can go on Twitter, I can go on Telegram, I can go on Discord, I can go on YouTube comments, and pretty soon probably Rumble comments. And they have it's the same thing over and over again. It's like this weird programming. And like, if I didn't know any better, I might be running on this like it might be a simulation and none of these people are actually real.
NPCs type of thing.
Yeah, man, it's just so weird. Like, because how could you have such a diverse... So it's diverse everything, right? But we can exclude females. It's men. The women actually have diverse questions and answers. They don't sound all the same. But the men, right? It's the same answer, same questions, same things, like over and over and over again. It doesn't matter how old they are, what their level of education is. Like, it's only a variation of, like, stupid, right? It's not like a variation of, like, like, this guy knows this much versus this guy. They all have the same background, right? The only variation is the stuff that comes out of their mouth, how like devoid of reason, rationality, and logic it is, right? And then also there's a variation in emotional response, right? Some are angry, some are like viciously angry and wish you would die. Some take it as a joke, some take it like that's their variations of their emotions. But the baseline of their knowledge, right, is their knowledge, such as their quote-unquote knowledge that the heliocentric model predicts eclipses, and we're just stupid, right? Like, oh, goddamn, the heliocentric model predicts eclipses. It must be right. How do you count with that, flat earther? Can't you predict eclipses on a flat earth? Oh, yeah, we can't, because the method of eclipse prediction has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. It only has to do with when they happen, the cyclical period. So, well, like I said, even when they get this information. Yeah, might cut out. Anyway. But even when they get this information, there's like no difference, man. Like in people from 16 to 60.
Yeah, you think maybe it would scale up or something, get better. It's all
because they don't even have the same education, right? So someone that went to school that's 60 years old, they went to school back in the 50s or 60s. The method of education, what they were taught, everything's different versus the methods now. But you can go any generation, any 10-year, bracket, it's still the same. Like their responses, their everything that they do is just all the same.
Yeah, the programming. It's scary how well it's worked on people. And you pointed out it's got all ages and creeds. I just want to give a quick shout out to Enrico, who joined the panel. Welcome.
Yeah, Enrico. You're a multitasker, man. How did you get listed as past and VC verified?
Why would NASA?
No, go ahead.
Why would NASA be using flat earthers' predictions? I'm sorry. Must be a lag.
It sounds like you got some audio in the back there, Sonny. Mute that watch page. Well, we can hear you fine.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's so strange that we have to sit here and psychoanalyze globers instead of dealing with measurements of curvature. Right? Like all this comes out by asking them, the 3 points. We ask them 3 simple questions. And instead, we get this crazy psychosis amongst, a vast myriad of people from all sorts of demographics over all sorts of ages. And we get the same response to a simple 3 questions instead of the answers.
No, I just had to stop listening on the Rumble and listen on.
I thought so.
I was like,
all good.
Why do you guys think that they put out the flat Earth thing?
Who's they?
In the open.
It's always been in the open. What are you talking about?
I mean, why did they make it, so known to everybody?
Why
it's
did they
already known? What are you talking about? Like it's already go outside. It's already known. Is it flat outside or is it curving?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
I know what you're saying. How did it become mainstream like a meme or something?
Yeah.
Well, it is probably, in my estimation, the Chicago skyline video. That's just my guess. That video.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
So it's kind of like made it undeniable, right? And that, you got the YouTube algorithm. Because flat Earth, you can actually find flat Earth stuff going back to the 2000s. It's not like it was not there, but they started yeah, man. I've seen flat Earth posts going back to 2007, 2006.
Wow. Yeah.
So if I can talk for a second, there's actually, if you know about, this goes back more than 20 years. This goes all the way back to 1800s. It's always been in debate. For as long as as long as they've said there's a globe, it's been in debate. And it's really nothing new. It's just something that's always been talked about. But the real reason that it's so popular right now is because the media, they like to use things against people. So they say this is, a joke, and they're going to be happy to label you as their joke and make that a popular thing. In one way it works, but in the other, it gives us the attention, and let's share the truth. So that's nice.
Right.
I think what kind of made me focus on it was I noticed what happened in 2020, right? I noticed how YouTube started censoring those videos. They started giving warnings on the bottom, right?
Yeah.
And so I looked at flat Earth videos, and I saw the same thing, right? And I put 2 and 2 together, right? Because you have to think logically. There's something, they're hiding something. They don't want you to know something.
Definitely. Don't want you to believe it. They want you to know it, but not to believe it.
Yeah, there's like plenty of alien videos on YouTube. There's alien videos. There's Bigfoot videos. There's
Yeah,
a bunch of
they
other
don't
crazy
censor that.
shit. They don't give you any warning with that, you know? Like, hey, this is crazy. This is not science. Don't watch this. No, they don't say that. They only do it with the flat Earth. This is crazy. This is not science. Don't look at it, right? We'll tell you what to do. We'll tell you what to listen to.
They want us to believe in aliens now.
Have you guys ever seen it? It was a television program. I don't know what network it was on, but it was like a talk show, kind of like in the format of like, you know, Geraldo Rivera, Bill Donahue, you know, and they interviewed like the so-called president of the Flat Earth Society. This is like back in the 80s.
President of the Flat Earth.
The Flat Earth Society. I think he was like the president or the International
Oh, the
Flat Earth
fake society.
No. This is they were fake back. I don't know. I don't remember exactly. He used to go all around the country, this person, and like do interviews and stuff.
Right.
And
Flat Earth Society was founded in 1950.
The point is, it was like from the 80s, right? It's on TV, so it didn't start with YouTube.
Right. Yeah. I didn't know that.
Yeah, they used some of his clips in ODD, Hibbler, and all that have used some of their clips.
Yeah, you've seen it. You know what I'm talking about, right? Like he's an old guy, right? And he's like doing like an interview, and the other guy's getting all mad, right? The interviewer, he's getting all pissed off because he was saying that like all the moon landing shit's fake. You know how it goes.
Yeah, I've seen a bit. Yeah, Ferrari.
Yeah, that could be it. Ferrari.
Aussie guy, I think.
Car.
He went on TV and said that he showed the rock that saved him from falling off the edge and shit like that. Yeah, it was just mockery.
Yeah, Leo Ferrari, Flat Earth Society Canada.
Oh, Canada. I thought he was. I thought he did his studies in Australia. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, that's the website. Hold on, Flat Earth Society Canada. Leo Ferrari.
Was he a guest on one of these TV shows? Remember?
Yes.
Remember Rebecca Lamorne? Her father is this blonde-haired dude. Used to have this talk show on TV. God, I can't remember his name either. Damn it! I bet I could find it.
It used to be on YouTube. I'm having trouble finding it. Let me see. You know, YouTube is always nuking shit. Yeah, they must have killed that channel or something. Man, it's so hard. How come all I'm getting is this Dave McKagan guy for Flat Earth? Like, who the hell is this guy?
Oh, I'm thinking of Wally George. Remember that shit? Wow.
Wally George? Who's that?
Yeah. Firebrand hosts. He pioneered the
Charles Johnson. Okay, I found it.
No, Wally George, just real quick to clear the air. He pioneered insult television on his long-running Orange County talk show Hot Seat in the 1980s. Died on Sunday in Fountain Valley. This is from 2003. So he was Wally George was the father of Rebecca De Mornay. Her father.
Look in the chat, Sonny.
Okay.
See the video?
Yeah. So I was freaking right. It is Wally.
Good job, man. Yeah. There's some brain cells left up in there after all.
I freaking figured it out, man. Like, I'm going, wait a minute. I remember some of that stuff. I lived through that whole period. Yeah. I remember because he always had some controversial people on there, and he was very controversial himself.
Yeah, you remember like Maury, not Maury Povich. Who was the other guy? The guy that faked his assault. You know what I'm talking about?
Faked his own assault.
Remember he drew a swastika on his head in the bathroom or something?
He did what in the bathroom?
He drew it like he faked like he was attacked by skinheads in the bathroom and like drew a swastika on his own head.
I vaguely remember that.
Who the hell was that guy?
Yeah, there's so much weird shit going on. I mean, like
he used to smoke on TV, dude. You don't remember that?
Used to smoke on TV, yeah. Around
Morton Downey Jr.
What? That's right. Morton. Another nutcase.
Yeah, so point is, Flat Earth was around before YouTube. I think it blew up on YouTube because of things like I think like, you know, because the way the algorithm works, I think like people like, oh, this is curious, and then the algorithm just keeps feeding you the same thing. But like, I think most people are averse to it, and they must have heard like good information right from the beginning to like continue going. Otherwise, they'll just dismiss it, right? So like Eric DeBay's 200 proofs. I actually saw a video from like 2011. It was originally uploaded on YouTube videos. It's supposed to be like Flat Earth from Outer Space. Has anyone ever seen that one?
Maybe. What was it about exactly?
It was just like supposedly leaked video of Flat Earth from Outer Space. It was stupid. But it was like way back. So the video was uploaded in 2011 to Google Videos.
I don't think I saw it.
The problem with the algorithm right now with YouTube is that when you look up Flat Earth, somebody who just wants to know about it, when they look up Flat Earth, the first thing they see is that Professor Dave guy, or whatever his name is.
Anymore.
What?
Now they get this Dave McKeegan guy.
Oh, it's some other dude now?
Yeah, that was the first research result for me, Dave McKeegan. I don't even know who that is, to be honest. I've heard people talk about him here.
He's an asshat.
But I'm still like...
Who the fuck is that guy?
I mean, this is hard for me to say, but he actually seems dumber than Dave. Like, as if that's even possible, right? Like, Dave is just like a bunch of logical fallacies and rudeness. This guy's actually trying to make... No, Professor Dave. Not a Professor Dave.
It was a Dave who was black and was talking about Flat Earth.
No, this is an anti-Flat Earther I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Like, if you type in Flat Earther, you get anti-Flat Earth videos. You don't get Flat Earth videos.
Yeah, exactly.
So Professor Dave used to show up all the time. Now he's been supplanted by this Dave McKeegan guy who's like, his arguments are horrible. Okay, so here was his argument. If you sent up a hot air balloon, right, and because like there's hot air balloons that show like flat horizon, he's like, the only way you could see a flat horizon 360 is if the balloon was in the center of the Earth, right? It was right above the North Pole, because otherwise you would see off the edge. This is what's being promoted by YouTube. It's craziness.
So you think... No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, so I just typed Flat Earth into YouTube. I get proving the world is flat. So there's this pilot, and this pilot did a challenge, like, oh, pay me like, if you have this much money, I can do I can fly over Antarctica. So some flat earthers, Jeranism, tried to get him to do it. He's like, well, I'm not going to do it. Or like, so he just like totally backed out. And this is like the second thing, right? A second thing. Graham Hancock saying the Earth's not flat. Inside Attack. This Dave McKeegan. Professor Dave humiliates flat earther Dave Weiss. A debate that actually he only humiliated himself. They counted the logical fallacies that he used, like the number. It was 281 logical fallacies in an hour. Think about that for a second. How large of a number that is in an hour. Literally almost everything that came out of his mouth was irrational, logically fallacious, and nonsense.
It's like 5 fallacies a minute.
It's mind-boggling. The most I've seen in a single sentence was 11. 11 logical fallacies in a single sentence. It's amazing that you can even do that.
Yeah, you go to that debate, right, and you look down on the comments, and oh my god, the comments are fucking crazy. Like, there are some stupid people out there. Like, they actually think that his points were good, that they weren't valid.
That's just home team cheering, and then because there's more Globers, they just upvote the comments, right? So like, that's the way it's always going to be. Even if they're dumb, like Globers, this is kind of like the point of what I was talking about. Is like they're just like rooting for their team, right? It's like one of those things where I'm rooting for my team no matter what they do, right?
Yeah.
It's like being for your family, right? Oh, my brother, he went out and shot someone, but I'm supporting my family. I'm not gonna I know he's being charged for murder, but I'm not gonna reject him. I'm gonna defend my brother. And that's good to a point, but you have to speak truth too. You have to rebuke your own brother if that's the case.
You talking about that Charlie Johnson clip?
Yeah, I was, yeah. Just the fact
I just watched that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He does make some pretty good arguments in it. He isn't he isn't way out there.
No, he pretty much started off sounding like, could have been from here,
Yeah,
you
right.
mean your only evidence is TV, like that. That's what he said,
I mean, that's a pretty good point. I mean,
it is.
I mean, because think about the court rule, right? Hearsay. Can't allow hearsay into evidence. What kind of hearsay? Imagine going into court and being like, I'm going to testify against this person. Oh, well, what did you witness? Well, I witnessed the TV. They said on TV he was guilty, so he's guilty.
It was on NCSI.
What do you guys think about this fucking AI?
Which one?
All the AI that's coming out. Even for example, in Photoshop, AI in ChatGPT,
I mean, it's not really AI. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's not really AI. It's not really smart, right?
Yeah, it's just machine learning. It's just fucking.
But it's right now. To me, that's fucked up. Because back in the past, we could have a video and say, that's proof. But in the future, a video is not proof anymore, and the photo is not proof anymore. So, which videos and photos are you gonna believe? The official ones.
It's never been proof.
Never.
And I have to tell people this all the time. Okay, how do you enter a piece of video or a photograph into court? Do you just go, oh, here's some video, and they just put it in the file? No, that's not how it works. No piece of evidence, no item, photograph, audio, video gets into evidence without a witness to testify about that, right? That they took the video, that they took the audio, that they set it up, right? So what's important is the witness. The video itself doesn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with it. So some person has to authenticate that video as being an accurate representation of whatever is shown in the video.
I need to know that.
It's really the testimony of the person. It's not the video itself.
But where's the proof of the witness that witnessed it?
Think about it like this. Say you got me on video and you saw me with a crack lighter smoking out of a glass pipe, and they found they're charging me with possession of crack cocaine. Do you think that would fly? You can't know what's in the pipe, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, what I'm saying also is like the justice system. I mean, the way it works with the witnesses and shit, it doesn't always, to me, feel like it works because a witness can lie and shit. Witnesses don't have to prove it; they just say it and you believe it. You know.
Yes and no. What typically happens is a witness will say something and then like they don't challenge it. So like whatever a witness says, right? So the way court works is you take evidence. So you have evidence on one side, evidence on the other. You go through each piece, right? Each sides, and all of the claims that are unrebutted, right? So if I say, yeah, there was a car parked on this corner on Tuesday, and the other side doesn't go, nuh-uh, it wasn't, that car was parked here, right? That piece, whatever that claim was, stays, right? That the witness said, it stays, because there's nothing to controvert it. So they take all the facts that are uncontroverted, right? And they take that and they mush it together. And then there's only the facts that are left which are in controversy. And then the jury decides which ones are in controversy, and then they weigh like the credibility of the witnesses and all that stuff. And then there's what's left, and then they take all the facts together, and then they decide whether somebody's guilty or not guilty. So it's actually like a process that people just don't understand, that an unrebutted fact is proven. So if there's a fact in evidence, and by fact I mean someone testified to some event, right? Someone got on the stand and said XYZ happened. If no one rebuts XYZ happening, it's proven.
Right.
And that's typically what happens. Someone will make some claim and the other side. Well, I mean, typically what happens to people who plead guilty, let's keep it real. Typically what happens is there ain't even a trial. But I don't want to get off on all that. I'm just saying the standard of evidence, like what's the standard of evidence for video in like court or whatever, where someone's life is in jeopardy? It's not just like, here's the video, believe it. It's not that.
Yeah, there's a lot of information that is that's not given to you in a trial. Like I did jury duty for like a month, and we weren't allowed to find out any information about the suspect that was on trial for murder. And if we would have known a lot of his prior information, we would have probably convicted him as guilty. But because the defendant said that you couldn't talk about anything but what was being what he was being prosecuted for, right? The actual crime. And so that's why I think it's kind of corrupted, because they admit a lot of information that could lean you a certain way just because it has nothing to do with the case. I don't know. I hate it.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
What's up, guys?
Is that your observation, Eli?
What happened?
Is that your observation?
Yeah, man. Like I you know what's crazy? Like I don't come to the beach often, even though I live right here. In fact, I lived on the beach like for 2 years in Queens at some point in my life, and I only went to the beach like once. And it's right there. I live right there. It's crazy when you live here. It's like, okay, but now, like every time I come to the beach, it's like I gotta thank God, man. When you come to the beach and you know what you know, it's undeniable. Like, yeah, when you come in here, you know, you know that the globe is absurd, but just being out here, sitting out here is like I don't even have time to address anybody that's gonna be extra silly, because we're all looking at the same shit. You know, I'm here, Jersey is over there. You can see from, you know, I could be laying down right there. I could be in the water,
Yeah.
and you can still fucking see the shore of Jersey.
Yeah.
Like shut up. You know, like it's over.
You're
It's
right.
over.
You're right in front of Coney Island, basically, right?
Yep. And another thing I noticed is that as Mickey and I, well, Mickey be saying more than me, but I agree. The orientation of the land masses, I don't know. I mean, I know for a fact that the way that this looks on Google Earth and what I'm looking at right now is not the same.
Yo, for real, New York City never made sense to me looking at the map versus being there. Like driving there or driving on the roads, like don't matter what way you come in or what side you come from, it don't make sense. Then when looking at the map, it just doesn't. And I like
not at all.
I'm pretty good with direction, man. Like, like I don't get confused very easily, but it's never made sense.
I'm looking at the landmass over there in New Jersey, and there's a lighthouse. Now, I assumed it was I think it's Westfield Lighthouse, because, you know, from the orientation of where I'm sitting in the land and over there, I looked it up on Google Maps and I'm like, oh, based on the angle, we're looking at, you know, this lighthouse. But then when I went to Google Earth, I'm like, oh no, actually, how could that be? Because New Jersey Lighthouse, well, Sandy Hook Lighthouse is closer than the Westfield Lighthouse. So I said, why am I seeing Westfield, but I don't see Jersey Lighthouse? So I don't see Sandy Hook Lighthouse at all. Come to find out, what I'm looking at is Sandy Hook Lighthouse, and it just looks like it's going across. When in actuality, on the map, it looks like the landmass is almost perpendicular to my location. But that's not what it looks like in reality.
I actually can see that. Yeah, it's going left to right, and in the map, it's going almost straight towards you. Is that what you mean?
Yep. So anyway, that's about just the tip of that land. There's 6 miles and change. So I'm like, yeah, no horizon in sight. I can see that with my eyeballs. You know, that the horizon is not blocking the land there.
That's a mirage.
Hey,
I'm looking at look at the shore, bro. It's not that far away. It's right there.
Hey, this would be a good test to see what the actual navigation chart looks like in that area, and then compare. Because the navigational chart is what you would actually be sailing using.
Yeah.
On the water, and which would be where your fixes would be, as far as like those locations of the land, the points, the lighthouses are all fixes that you can fix your location by doing triangulation.
Yeah, true that.
Of more than one landmark.
Yeah, I got 3. As a matter of fact, I got some building that's before the lighthouse. I can clearly see it. Then I can use the lighthouse, and I can also use to my left. There's something about 3 miles out on that end. I'm definitely gonna come back. I just came here for my mama's birthday because we're both Gemini. My birthday is a few days ago, but I got here and I'm like, damn, I should have came out here with my my binoculars.
yeah, so it's like I need to come back out here. I want to come back out here at night and see what the sky looks like. You know, I'm gonna have to make some kind of excuse to get a girl out here. And
I've only
you're
seen New
supposed to
York
be paying
City.
attention to me. Hold on, hun. I'm just trying to take some data.
I've only seen New York City from flying into Newark Airport, and flying out of Newark. So I only saw it from the air, from landing and taking off.
Yeah, I can't wait. Cause why would Google Map do that? I don't. It's clearly. I mean, I'm like, wow. Is perspective? No, clearly not. If I was looking at something straight on from that angle,
Yeah.
it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. But I mean, you know, it's
Well,
exciting nonetheless because I'm sitting here just looking at how bunk the globe is. That's the easy part. Everything else is like, what's going on? You know, but the first thing is like, oh yeah, it's not a globe for sure. Anyway, what else can I see?
so about how far is that distance from Coney Island to Sandy Hook Lighthouse?
Let me see here. 7.86 miles. It's
Damn.
not that
See,
far.
I mean, even that is far enough that little strip of land, you can tell from the kind of like the lower
I mean,
areas.
it doesn't even look well. Actually, I don't know what the elevation of it is. I guess they show elevations on the real Google Maps. I just have the app, but I mean, I can see it clear as day. Man. It's right. Like 7 miles is not that far. That's why I'm like, what are Globers smoking when they're saying that everything beyond 1.2 miles is a mirage? You're smoking drugs. Yeah, when you're looking at the black swan and you know you got the color contrast change and everything. It's like, all right, I feel you. You don't know what you're looking at, but you can't tell me looking at this in real life that at 1 mile everything beyond that is a mirage. That's obviously moronic. That's
Hey,
crazy as hell.
real quick, I just want to see if you guys can see we're live streaming right now on Rumble, so I put the link in the live stream voice text. So we are live stream on Rumble as well as YouTube.
What's up? Shout out to you guys out on Rumble. Appreciate you being here. You're not going to get any flat earth arguments quite like this place. So we appreciate you and hope that you can appreciate the information that we bring to you guys.
Meow.
I put the channel.
That's all I wanted to say for now. Sorry, go ahead. Yeah, that's all I really had to say for now because I'm gonna come back out, probably set up my tripod and try to like get some video. I'm
Of what? Video of
we
what,
don't
man?
have nothing new, so
Video of what, man?
Indio, are you there?
video of what? I don't know.
Yeah.
Stuff in the sky, celestial bodies, the lighthouses.
I see.
Anything I can see out there.
What camera are you gonna be using?
My phone camera.
Oh, your phone camera.
Yeah, but it's going to be connected to my Celestron binoculars, though. 25 by 80 zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, they're badass motherfucker. They're huge. That's why they need a tripod.
So you're gonna record that?
Yeah, why not?
I even think the military uses that brand. Actually, I think I remember seeing those Celestion. I think we used to have a good pair on board my dad's boat as well.
I had a
Any follow up questions, sir? Oh, just hey, you got some equipment. What are you gonna do with that? That's it.
Who, me?
No, Jesus Christ.
No, I just gonna record it, man. You said it. You explained it. You're gonna find something to record. Do you want to talk more about it, maybe?
No, I don't know. I just thought that was evident. Seeing is that I had spoke for the last like 5 minutes.
I made some of
But
this.
yeah, that's all I got for you guys now.
Right on. Can't wait till it gets clearer later in the year. Here we have kind of a hazy, overcast few months. Once it gets in like past July or the middle of July, we can have some super clear days. Great for observations. I can't wait. Rumble. Yeah, maybe next year I'll be able to afford a P900.
Do they still sell it?
You can buy used ones.
Nice.
It'd be weird if they didn't still sell those, but you could still find VCRs and shit. You know, like you can't find those, but you could find like an old Blu-ray player.
Yeah.
Old cassette tape, old record player. Can't find no P900s though.
That would be weird. Oh man.
Hey, so if you guys are listening to me right now, if anybody's on the Rumble chat, let me know so I can give you the moderator for the guys who are on the panel right now with the moderator in here. Just go to Rumble and then I'll type something in the text chat and I'll give you moderator.
All right, I will. On 2017, the Flat Earth 2017 consciousness.
Yeah, you gotta say hi in the text chat.
There you go.
TV, dude, you're hilarious.
You talking about the chat, the lobby?
Yeah.
I got the
Is Sonny taking a leak or is his toilet just running?
Oh,
that's
sorry
the
about that.
distiller in ASMR, Lou.
Both.
Distilling water.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I'll turn the mic this way. It should be better. Silly. But I'm definitely a multitasker. Hey, good to see you, Lou.
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's up, Lou?
Oh, I don't need sound effects. How you doing, India?
Yeah.
Doing good. Hope you're doing good. We're all doing good.
Yeah, man. Getting settled into the new place and everything, and I spent like a few hours this afternoon going through all the different making my address changes with all the different financial institutions and health insurance and freaking job and like all that shit. There needs to be some way where you could just update it once and everything else is taken care of. I'm sure they'll do that with, once we have no anonymity and AI completely controls everything.
There will be no need to, because they'll just plug you into something.
Yeah.
Where's the socket going to be, Sonny?
I don't know, but your kids are going to have one too, and they're going to be there. There will be no more reason to go to school anymore. You'll just have a mandatory plug-in period where your kids got to be plugged in, where they're just mindlessly downloading the latest propaganda.
You're gonna sit down and it's gonna get plugged right in.
Yeah, there will be certain conveniences to having like no anonymity, or what's a better word for it? Not just that, but there's another big smart word about like your what
privacy?
It makes you to be you. Yeah, well, privacy has to do with anonymity, but no.
Your metadata metrics.
Thinking something along the lines of like solitude or your whatever. I don't know. Just
Maybe like personal sovereignty.
Sovereignty. That might be the one I was looking for. Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Hey, Grim, is that you in the chat? Grim247.
Yeah, I'm Grim247.
Okay, I'm gonna mod you.
Cool, bro.
Are my settings good here? You guys getting any feedback or anything? Because I'm on my Yeti and everything.
You sound good.
All right, cool.
Goo, you got Rumble? You got a Rumble account?
I have it on my. I don't know if I set up an actual account, but you can only view so much without having it like actually set up, right? Like you can only see. Like I'm not sure if I do.
I mean, if you don't worry about it.
Yeah, I have it installed. I use it occasionally. What's up, though?
Well, if you happen to have an account, sub to Miggy's channel if you get a chance. The channel's in announcements.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's also in live stream text, voice text.
Are you going 24/7 over there, or just certain shows, or what?
Well, I want to try it out.
We could do one of two things. Yeah, well, that too. We're kind of a trial run at the moment, but we could do one of two things. Eventually, someone could set up a backup for Rumble just to go 24/7. But what I'm thinking is we could do with smaller segments, cut to YouTube for a little bit, let loose on Rumble. Of course, we kind of have to dance around whatever Discord, TOS. But Rumble, you can say a lot of things that you can't say on YouTube. So
basically, the things that you want to say, Lou. Like, remember the stuff that you. Yeah, that's
no. You guys will still freaking censor me anyway for half the shit I want to say.
No, I'm saying that's what Rumble's for. It's
So I mean, we can do that at any point. Obviously, I mean, kind of would have to say sorry to the YouTube chat for a little while, but they can join us on Rumble. Maybe that could boost some of the subs over there. So yeah, I mean, kind of be fun. Anyone that wants to do a little, I call it Flat Earth After Dark. Go on Rumble, going deep on Rumble, something like that would be kind of fun.
It's Let's Get Ready to Rumble.
You know what's going to be like? It's going to feel so good to be running around, butt ass naked. You're not going to want to come back to YouTube.
I know.
You're gonna be like,
I know what you.
Fuck YouTube. You're going to be like, I ain't going back.
I mean, so we can do this now if we want to, but yeah, it's up to you guys. You don't
wait for nighttime
simulcast.
The freaks come out at night.
Yeah, we gotta wait for Helios here. You know that. It's gotta be Helio, Bong, and
It's like 6 o'clock. Helio already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
And Spake.
Oh, and Spake, yeah.
This fucking Spake gets kicked out of all kinds. He gets kicked out of Discord. Fucking yeah.
He has like a time limit, man. Like, how long can you be in the server before you get booted or muted? 30 seconds later. I don't know how he does it. He doesn't even really say anything bad. Like, I don't know. It's because you just...
Well, you have to be careful too when you say on Discord, because I was on another server and people started going crazy and talking about, like, you know, what what you should not talk about when it comes to, you know, the goblins and them boys. And the Discord actually got taken down.
Was that in voice or text?
I think it's in text, bro.
It was probably in text.
I was gonna say you got to be careful in text, but I think voice is a little bit more open.
Yeah, we can be on voice, just not in text.
Yeah, from our experience, people can record you all they want. Discord won't take it as like any kind of evidence or anything. No third-party apps, no live streams from YouTube or anything like that. It's got to be in text form before they'll get you.
Yep. So don't be posting no fucking links and shit. Be like to the Rainbow Club and fucking Small Hat community. You know, that's.
We should start. This might be a little thing to like augment the arena. Is like start a road crew, man. Start going to other servers.
With Rumble? Hey, Rumble's like the perfect shit to do that.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Make an instructional video how to burn the flag, the rainbow flag.
Hey, so Talib Matter, is that you, TOS? Or Grim, do you know if that's TOS? I was gonna mod him, but I didn't know if that was him or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's him. I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, when you guys type now, there's a little shield next to your name, it looks like. Okay. I'm gonna mod him then. By the way, if you're going to the Rumble channel, if you're a mod here or Gold Plus, go over there and I'll give you mod so that we can have that account set up so that you can already be modded over there. All right, TOS, you are modded. Big Goods, go to Rumble so I can mod you over there. And Clipcord, if you're listening, you as well.
Yeah, to kind of build on the Eclipse thing that I started off with, like, I think I'm going to start asking them. I'm not even going to debunk them anymore. I'm going to ask them why they think that. When they say, like, the gold model predicts eclipses perfectly. And I'll ask them why they think that.
Hey, you just mentioned the eclipse. Let me ask you guys a question. I was listening to Witsit the other day, and he was talking about this, and I thought it was really intriguing. He was talking about how, like, when there's an eclipse, you don't see any stars, right? Which that doesn't make sense on a globe.
I mean, I haven't personally. I don't think I've ever seen a full solar eclipse.
Hey, I don't know if this is due to the fact that you can only live stream for a short amount of time, but it only capped me out at 1 hour.
Oh God!
I was wondering how you did it without the 100 subs. Maybe that's why. Maybe they have like a limit, a trial period.
Look, it's big.
We're up to.
I think when I was in elementary school, there was a full solar eclipse, but we Yeah, I kind of think they actually like held us from going out to recess in fear that we might stare right at it or something. Like I know that it was like I never saw the full eclipse, but I remember it being a thing.
Well, yeah, supposedly, right? It supposedly when there's a solar eclipse, the sun, the whole sky turns black, right? But yet you don't see any stars, and so he said supposedly it's because it's a nighttime phenomenon that only happens at night when the moon is out or when the moon is.
I mean, the thing is as far as my understanding with a solar eclipse is you still see some daylight. Like it's not completely nighttime. Like it's not completely blocked. There's still like a little bit of sun shining around it. Right.
Yeah, there is. It's not complete darkness.
Yeah.
It's more like a clouds in front of the sun or something.
But here's the thing. You can see planets. You can see planets, but you can't see stars.
Well, if I was gonna argue for the heliocentrist, then I would say how the planets are so much closer and the stars are so much farther, and that would have something to do with it.
Yeah, it's like when you can see planets and stars at dusk, but you're going to see, the ones that are really noticeable. I guess the next time the solar eclipse comes around, I'll have to go out and do planet searching. But yeah, the sky does not turn black.
Right. I got another eclipse question. Like, you know how when supposedly when there's a lunar eclipse, the moon is supposed to be in the umbra? That's what makes it red. Anybody?
Oh shit, my fucking power's leaving out for some reason. I might get dropped.
Why the eclipse is red?
Right. That's the reason the heliocentrists say that the moon turns red is because the moon is in the umbra of the Earth.
I thought that the heliocentric model said that the light, because sunsets are red. They said that the atmosphere of the Earth absorbs the blue light, and only red light gets through. So it's refracted. Yeah, exactly. So it's refracted light that's making the moon red.
Right.
I mean, I could be wrong. It wouldn't surprise you if they had more than one answer.
Right. But I mean, you understand what I'm saying? Like it's doing that umbra thing. It's in the umbra.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not even in the umbra. It's in the freaking. It's being lit up by the Earth. Like.
Oh, okay.
The light is being refracted around the Earth, and let me see.
Well, my specific question doesn't pertain to the moon. Like, why isn't there a satellite camera, whatever that's out there, that goes out and then turns around and takes a picture of that Earth sign with the sun behind it, not visible, but the entire Earth is illuminated from behind? Does that make sense? And it'd be like walking 30 paces and then turning around and looking. Like,
yeah,
that's a horrible concept, but that's all I'm saying is like, why don't you see the full Earth with the sun behind it, not in a where it's peeking around the corner of the Earth. No. I'm talking about where the sun is behind it and you're seeing like the Earth eclipsing the sun.
So, yeah.
But the whole Earth. Like, you would think that they would have pictures like that. That would be a cool picture, right? I'm just.
Well, shouldn't eclipses of the sun happen more often if you were on the moon?
Yeah.
Anyway, so I actually have a third version of why the moon is red. So it's diffraction. Apparently, the atmosphere is like a prism.
Bruh. Interesting.
So that means if you stick something just outside of the moon's orbit, it'll be lit up green or yellow or blue.
right?
Right. So you should see a green moon.
Oh my God. The mental contortions.
I mean, logic follows logic, right?
Oh, it gets better, dude. Some of these diagrams are awesome, man. They're so comical.
Wow. Like, look at all those lights on Earth. But you know what I mean, right? Like every picture you're gonna find like that is going to be CGI. Like they're like you would think they would have a real picture of that by now. Hey, that's probably where they get the Rainbow Road, dude.
And also think globe proof, right? What's their globe proof? Why is the shadow of the Earth round on the moon? Well, I used to ask them this all the time. Like, I've never seen a red shadow. What are you talking about?
I've never seen the Earth shadow on the moon before.
Yeah, that's one of the sillier things. I feel like my role lately in season 9 has been to point out
season 9, mother. Season 9.
It's just to point out the ridiculousness and things like that. I even drew how they think that the ground makes shadows or blocks their view of things in the sky. Like, that's ridiculous. You know, we're supposed to be the crazy one, but that's crazy if you ask me. I'll post it in the chat right now. And that you make a good point there, Indio, the red shadow. I have so many pictures of a red moon as well. It's like, what the hell?
Right.
There's the picture that I drew. It's a CB original.
But like, you know how they always use the argument of the ping pong ball, holding the ping pong ball up, and you see like the shadow behind it, and so that's why the moon is a sphere.
Yeah, it's so dumb because do that at night.
But that, like, when they say that the Earth's shadow is on the moon, they're debunking their moon shadow nonsense.
Oh yeah, they think it's the moon shadow on itself.
Right. So when would the Earth ever have its shadow on the moon?
Yeah, that's stupid.
So, no, the more I argue with these like globe zealots on social media, like the more y'all's arguments make more sense. I'm just like, now I know why y'all stop them literally at every single step of the way, break every single step down to the elementary level, the root level. It's important. Like when they say, what's the thing that spins, that detects Earth spin?
The gyro?
Not Cavendish, the other one.
The pendulum, the Foucault pendulum.
Oh, pendulum. So, like, my question to them is always, what is the proof that the rotation of that pendulum is mimicking the rotation of the Earth? You can't prove it. You just can't prove it. Simple as that. You can jump through a bunch of mental gymnastics, and then that gets into like a 5-day argument that I just don't like getting into. But sometimes you have to. Yeah, I've seen that picture before too. But even then, look at like how straight those lines are going into the fade, Indio. Like, I don't know. It looks like somebody's just putting a lens in front of it. That's it.
I'm basic. I just asked them what globe there is to cast a shadow.
Man, but you're like, it's funny with you because, like I said, I don't know if you were here, CB. I said when Heretic gets on his little cringe, man, he gives the Globies nurse elbow, dude. He just jerks them around. Let's go here. Look. Let's go here. Look.
Yeah, they try to escape. Don't let them.
No.
Yeah, I talked about this recently because I noticed people. It's like EXO always used to say they sprint away from their claim. In boxing, in MMA, they have a cage because if you didn't have the cage, people could just evade. They could basically just back away infinitely. So you put the cage there so they can't just keep escaping. And we don't really have a cage when you're in a debate. You kind of have to linguistically keep them in their own logic and topic. It's kind of frustrating because you don't really have the cage to keep them within their own claims and stuff. They can just keep evading and dodging and fleeing from previous claims and stuff like that. It's kind of frustrating.
It is, but just like in boxing in K1, if you get knocked out of the ring, you lost.
Yeah.
Like, you better not get knocked out of the ring. It's not like in wrestling where, if you get out of the circle, then we go back to the center and we restart. So, but no, and I love all these fight analogies too. I know you do too. It is. It's a battle of the mind. So what's been going on today? What have I missed?
Yeah, I'm kind of just popping in as well. What's going on?
Mayhem's working on the new alternative channel, possible replacement channel.
Does that mean you're cutting Helio out finally?
No, I wouldn't say replacement, boy. It's more like addition.
Addition. There you go. Well, definitely an alternative to, because YouTube's always going to be primary just because everybody goes to YouTube.
Yeah, of course. I think, so we need to hit the 100 sub mark. I think still we need to hit that goal.
About the subs, that's just followers on there, right? You don't have to do anything else. There's not a difference between subs and followers over there, is there?
No, same thing. Follow, sub.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think once we hit the 100 mark, you can live stream, hopefully unlimited. I think that's what you should be able to do. Looks like we just did a trial period today, but I think it'd be fun. I think it'd be kind of fun just to, we've kind of been bottling up and tap dancing around the little code words and so on, the Coco and all this stuff. And of course, we don't want to get shut down. We want to obey Discord's TOS, but I think for maybe 30 minutes or half an hour, a little hour show, we let loose, let people have some fun, maybe make analogies that, you can test out different skits and ideas, maybe in a more free platform. So kind of be fun to just do 30 minutes to an hour, maybe let loose over on Rumble. So we'll see. But you guys got to get us to 100 subs first before we do something like that. So guys, if you're not subbed to the channel, I'll drop a link again in the YouTube or in the chat there.
That's right. That's right. I'm gonna DM a bunch of my Twitter friends and see if I can't get some help on this.
I created an event in the server called Flat Earth After Dark. Maybe we could fire up that little event during our Rumble show. Kind of let out some more of your rated Earth thoughts and ideas. We'll do it in live stream too. Of course, we'll have to. We'll keep our live stream running, and for anyone that wants to tune in from the YouTube side, but we could jump down to you live stream too and do a little bit. Have a little fun, if you will. So to be announced, but I'll be on the lookout. But thanks for helping us get the subs up, guys. I think last I checked, we're at like 42, 43.
It's pretty good, man. When I liked it, it was only at 6, so it's getting good.
So what kicked this all? I'll kind of give some background. I can't believe it took this long to kind of think about it, but I was just tuning into Fresh and Fit this week. They got the old infamous YouTube strike, so they do their backups on Rumble. And one of the girls on the panel was just dropping bombs, absolute bombs, about the cocoa and some other things. The other girls on the panel. And it was kind of funny because one of them went full like Agent Smith, and like it's like she turned into like a damn CDC freaking spokesperson. It was kind of funny to see it happen live. But yeah, so it just made me realize like, oh, wait a minute, like we haven't heard this kind of discussion in a while. Obviously, not too concerned with the cocoa topic, but there are other things that you can sort of speak freely about, as opposed to YouTube's playground, little playpen. So yeah, I don't know why I just now thought of this, but I think it would be fun to do like just a small segment over on Rumble, and we can come back. Kind of how we do Speculation Sunday. We just condense it down. Let people come in, let loose. If you want to speculate, that's fine. I think it'd be something like that, but maybe even a smaller, more condensed period, an hour or so, just kind of. Whatever you want to say, man. I've got some ideas, some more adult type jokes and skits that would probably be better fit for a place like that than the live stream. Crypto has his like micro peen argument, so things like that you could work on perhaps in a place like that. So just be on the lookout. If you guys want to help get us up to 100 subs, let me just check and see where we're at here.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to kind of get people into the community through other means than just Flat Earth, right? You catch them, maybe you talk about other things, and then they come into the community, and then they'll get into Flat Earth as well. I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
What's cool too is if you go to Rumble and just search Flat Earth, it's not the same as when you go to YouTube and search Flat Earth. Like, let me see if I can post a screenshot. But yeah, I mean, there's no Grabble, there's no text boxes over there trying to steer you to freaking Professor Dave or whatever. Here it is. The first top result was 44 government documents, Flat Earth, newspaper articles on Flat Earth from the 1900s, debate, Dr. Sigaloff, taboo conspiracy. So the top few results there, if you just search Flat Earth, there's no Grabble over there. So we'll see. Maybe we could catch a few people from there as well. But we're up to 45, folks. 45. So we're almost at the halfway point. It's a pretty good job, though. Yesterday, around this time, we were at 20, 23. So we about doubled. So it's good to see, man. Keep the subs up. And we'll hopefully reward you all with a Rumble stream exclusive in the future, to be determined. So
Yeah, kind of like what Indio said earlier. You gotta throw out a net. Right now, we're fishing with a flat Earth lure. Hey, be quiet.
I'll do dynamite fishing. I don't care, man. Throw dynamite in wet water and let them all float to the top.
Posting a clip in the chat from the episode. Just like 15-second clip where this girl just blurts out something about flat Earth. I'll play it through the bot so you can hear. She was trolling the whole episode. These two British girls, just trolling the whole episode. But yeah, she just kind of blurts out something about flat Earth. So you guys can hear it here.
Right, and then we could.
You got hungry children.
And then, but then the hunger is driven by something called global warming, right? There's
The world is
more
flat as
limited
well.
arrays.
I mean, there's clearly enough food to go around.
Al Gore
right
started
now there
that.
is. Yeah, absolutely. We throw away food.
Yeah, so the girl that was talking about global warming. Go ahead.
I don't think she was joking. Maybe. I didn't see the whole episode, but I don't know, man.
She was dude, I thought she was going to get Frank Castle because she was genuinely trolling the whole episode. It made me realize how I don't like British trolls. but that's just me. But now I guess the other girl, the girl that was sitting to the right of the panel, you can't see her in this clip, but she was the one dropping bombs about like cocoa and global warming and all this, that, and the other. And so the girl talking was like, well, there's global warming and whatnot. And so, yeah, she was the girl that kind of turned into the CDC spokesperson all of a sudden when the cocoa came up. But the British girl blurts out about the flat Earth. I thought it was funny. The world is flat. It's kind of funny when people use the word world instead of like Earth. I don't think I say like the world is flat, right? I mean, not that's kind of a small critique, I guess, but
I think the etymology of the world is from German. It's evolved or something. It might mean like the ground. Something weird.
Well, I guess I shouldn't be too harsh on her for saying it that way because I do have another clip of a guy. Maybe I'll load it in the hopper here.
Yeah,
who says it the same way. Go ahead.
That chick that you're talking about, right? I saw that, and she was also on another show, McQueen's show, which I also watch sometimes, and Zerka was there too. And dude, those girls are insane. Those two British girls, holy shit.
Yeah, it was kind of a train wreck, but
no, they're like.
That was kind of funny that she blurted out flat Earth, though.
Some of the biggest hoes I've ever seen in my life. Like, holy shit.
She belongs to the streets.
But yeah, I mean, let me just play the other clip where the guy says the world is flat instead of the Earth is flat.
Cruiserweight title via knockout. He cut an interesting promo of his own afterwards. Let's listen to it.
2 things, 3 things. The world is flat, God is black, and there will no champ unless I say so. Ladies and gentlemen.
What was the last one?
I don't know. I couldn't really decipher. I did hear God is black. Like it was a wild.
Yeah, the world's not flat. I don't know what color God is, and I couldn't get the last part.
All right, thank you for that. Luke Thomas approved breakdown of his words.
The world is definitely not flat.
Luke, I heard some disturbing audio this
week. Dude,
holy shit! Did you see that?
Who you trying to convince, man? Yourself?
I know, exactly. Luke Thomas.
Out of everything, he could not stand the fact that he said the world is flat.
Yeah,
the Earth is flat.
I sometimes call him Cuck Thomas. He's very blue pill, if you will. But yeah, I guess after fights they'll give the fighter the microphone, and the guy chose to say, I guess he needed to gather his thoughts because he kind of goofed it up. 2 things, 3 things, and he didn't even say the third thing right. But yeah. Luke could not help himself at the end there. It's definitely not flat. Thanks, Luke. Appreciate it, buddy. Jeez.
Wait. Who? Luke? What?
Yeah, the guy's name is Luke Thomas.
Oh, Luke. Got it.
Yeah, Luke Thomas. He's one half of the Morning Combat is the name of the kind of fighting podcast, if you will. The guy though that won, actually, I think his name is Lorenzo Hunt. He still has the belt, so we do have some flat earthers out there fighting that are, doing pretty well for themselves. Let me post him in the chat.
Is that the one that
He's
called
actually
Joe Rogan?
double champ? I'm not sure. What? I did what to Joe Rogan?
He called out Joe Rogan because he said something about his mom, and then I don't know. Something was said.
I don't know. I didn't even hear about that.
What was his name? I'll look him up.
This guy's in BKFC, Lorenzo the Juggernaut Hunt. I'll post a screenshot.
I've been thinking for a while now to whenever I go out to the supermarket or to the wherever place, right? I'm gonna start wearing like the Earth is flat shirt because I don't know why. I just want to start doing it. I wonder how many people will come up to me and talk to me.
You want to know something now? I even thought about it too. Like having these conversations with these people online, I'm like, I'm constantly getting berated with messages, and I'm like, I'm sitting there in the middle of typing it out. I'm like, do you think I like being ridiculed nonstop? And then I thought about it before I sent it. I'm like, actually, I'm starting to like it. As deranged as it sounds, I'm like, getting a flat Earth shirt might be the next step in having the conversation.
Yeah, because I want somebody to come up to me all crazy. Like, you're fucking with the wrong guy, buddy. No, I don't want that. I'm just curious as to what people will say, and maybe I'll meet like somebody who also thinks the Earth is, who also knows the Earth is flat, and then we can talk and stuff like that. Because the internet is the internet is filled with snakes.
Yep, that's why this place is full of lawnmowers. You heard? The snakes in the grass is time to mow.
So, because the only reason why people act crazy is because it's the internet. There's no repercussion. But when you're in front of somebody, it's a whole different story.
Heretic too, baby.
Hey guys, what type of fallacy is the one that let's say I present, water level, I present evidence like that stuff, water level, whatever, right? And someone says, "Hey, but last time you said that Donald Trump was gonna win the presidency, right? For example, but he didn't win. What fallacy is that?
Non sequitur.
Non sequitur. Yeah. Is there anything I can throw? Oh, now since you were wrong about something in the past, therefore everything you say is wrong now.
It's a red herring.
Red herring. There you go.
Red herring.
A non sequitur means literally it does not follow. So it'd be like if I said, "I know that grass is green because goblins are green." Like that doesn't matter. It's not relevant.
What are you talking about? That sounds pretty important.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the grass was made out of goblins, then maybe it'd be irrelevant.
So a non sequitur, because it's kind of silly, but he's just trying to kind of like discredit my brother, because my brother, I don't know, he says something about the vaccines in the past or whatever, right? And the guy's, oh, but you said this about the V shot, right? So therefore, if you're talking about the Earth, you're wrong because you said something in the past.
Oh, it's also a genetic fallacy. Yeah, if he's trying to, I mean, it depends. It could either be a genetic fallacy or a poison the well fallacy. Poison the well is like a genetic fallacy that's presented just before someone's about to be presented to an audience. So, for instance, let's say you and I were debating and I was to say, oh, Gemsy is a murderer and a rapist. Here he is. Yeah. You know, that's like a poison the well fallacy, whereas genetic fallacy is just you criticize the... Let me get the exact definition, because I'm pretty sure what you're saying is just, rejecting or accepting an argument on the basis of its origin rather than its content. You are a bad person, therefore you're... Although that would be an ad hom as well. I don't know, yeah. It's in that area.
I think this guy is a walking, talking fallacy.
Hey.
Thanks for that, Crypto. Perfect. Assuming the will is a good one.
Are you sure they'll even understand what you're saying, Gemsy?
What was that?
Oh, I just said, are you sure they'll even understand what you're saying when you call them out?
Oh yeah, I comprehend it. I have a reading and word comprehension skills that have been developed in multiple languages.
No. I'm talking about them.
They actually, I think a lot of the stuff goes over their heads, honestly. But I'm still just throwing it at them because they're kind of like not in the inner circle of the family, but around those circles, So whatever.
Yeah, I don't even talk to my family about any of this stuff.
No, I don't talk to them, but they bring up a lot of stuff, many topics, and it's pretty clear they're kind of like ignorant about many topics. But earlier, they brought out one of these Neil deGrasse Tyson videos that he's talking about the tides of the world and how the moon is causing the tides and this and that, and they brought out that to a shadow. And I'm like bombarding, just showing them that that's not what they think it is. But let me check on the poison in the well.
Why did you tell them why aren't there any tides in big bodies of fresh water?
I brought some examples from here in the server, and I brought up the water level and all that kind of stuff because he's saying, look, tides, therefore globe. There's tides. The tides go up and down, therefore globe, right? And I was showing them the level and the maps of the tides and a lot of the writings that is in the server about the tides. I'm just copy paste a lot of stuff. I'm also replying to them in text, but mostly it's stuff that we have here already. Because if it wasn't a voice call, it would be better. But yeah, not easy because people are just. I'm pretty sure I'm sending information that probably most of it they're just ignoring it, right? I don't even know if they're actually reading it, but based on their arguments, it's a tough one.
So it looks like we have a new Glover in the chat. Sasha, would you like to open your mic and introduce yourself? I thought it was funny. Nobody here. Hey, what's up, Kiwi Buzz? Pretty big panel right now. no Globers out there want to come and ask us flat earthers why we think the Earth is flat? It's not a matter of the Earth being flat. It's just a matter of the Earth not being a globe. So if you're out there listening, you want to come in here and, you know, argue. You can argue.
Maybe Prissy Cow can tell us.
Bring your debate skills. Prissy Cow?
Yeah.
Who's that?
I can tell you why the Earth is flat.
No, why it's the globe?
I thought he just said why you think the Earth is flat. I'd be happy to know why.
Because it's not a globe. There's no curvature.
Really?
Yeah. Unless you have any evidence for that curvature.
Well, if you don't claim anything, like, you have evidence that it's flat?
I claim that there is no evidence for the curvature.
I didn't claim that there was. I said, do you have any evidence that it's flat?
I don't need to. I just need to falsify the claim of the curvature.
So you don't need to know that you're right.
I don't need to replace a fake story with another fake story.
But doesn't that mean if you can prove my thing's wrong, you can say anything and that's right?
Let me ask you a simple question. It's a dichotomy.
No, I'm not here to be asked questions. I wanted to know why you think the Earth is flat.
Because it's not curved.
I'm not. Hang on. What the fuck?
What?
I'm not here to be asked questions. Fuck you, dude. Answer our questions. You're on an R forum, dumbass.
Go somewhere else if you don't want to.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You're gonna answer the fucking question.
Hey, Mayhem, you having a bad day? Why are you cussing at me?
No. Fuck you. That's what.
Fuck off if you don't want to answer questions.
Bitch.
Wait a second.
Answer the
I just know about why the Earth is flat.
Answer the questions that we're gonna ask you. So fuck off and answer the questions. If not, then you're gonna get the fuck out. How about that?
I thought I was here to learn about flat Earth.
You're here to answer the questions.
Yeah, I thought I was here to talk about flat Earth.
No,
this isn't a democracy.
We're not here to talk about flat Earth on the flat Earth server.
1 second, bro.
1 second. This is not a democracy.
I know that.
Yeah, he heard you already. So, look, Prissy, you're gonna answer the goddamn questions that we're gonna ask you.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Why can't I just listen like everyone else on the call?
No, because you're the one that you think you're calling the shots. You're a guest, bro.
Okay, I'll go back to being a quiet guest.
Well, fuck it then. You don't want to answer no questions, then be a quiet guest.
You'll be a quiet guest and answer questions, or you'll just be disconnected.
Prissy rhymes with sissy.
Prissy Cow, the lack of globe evidence that you provided, that would be our evidence. Thanks.
Fuck is wrong with you, dude? No, I'm not gonna answer it. Fuck you.
They come strolling in. That's enough. That'll be enough of this just strolling in and tromping your feet all over the fine rug.
Fuck you think you are?
Well, the fuck do you think the Earth is? A globe by default? We don't see any globe out there, and you can't provide any evidence for one, so why would anybody think that? Why would anybody think it's anything other than a plane? You got any reason for us to?
If the Earth isn't curving, what's it doing?
Crickets. Noted.
Come on, Prissy Cow. If the Earth is not curving, what's it doing?
Come on, Prissy, don't be a sissy.
Yeah, he's a fucking sissy.
Got nothing for the globe. He's got to turn it around on reality. Got any proof for reality? Got any proof of water resting flat and horizontal? Is that the best you can do?
I want to know, Mayhem, the other day you got really mad because I insulted a flat earther. But now you're insulting and cussing at me and it's hurting my feelings.
Oh, bullshit, dude. Don't play the victim. The fuck, dude.
I didn't say anything mean to you. I came here respectfully. I don't know why you're talking to me like that.
You're bringing your muddy shoes all over this chat and saying, I'm not here to answer your questions. What the fuck?
I didn't say anything mean to any of you. And all you do is insult and cuss at me.
Come on, dude. With your bullshit ass victim.
The one time I said something mean, I apologized like you asked me to. I don't know why you're talking to me like this. You didn't apologize to Sheepdog when he was asking you a question. You said, I'm not here to answer questions. Okay, I apologize that I was a bit brash, but I would not like to answer any questions.
Yeah, but that's not what... Listen, well, I'm sorry, but that's not how we run the forum. The forum is here for an exchange, back and forth. And if you're not here for that, then I don't know, like, we can't help you. Like, this is here for an exchange.
Why can't I...
understand that's... Huh?
Why can't I learn about flat Earth here? I thought
you're going to with an exchange. So if you want to come in here and tell us how to run our platform, that's the wrong thing to do. You're here, and this is platform that you're here. You're a guest.
Yeah, but
yeah. How you learn here is by interacting with us. If you just want to listen, just go on YouTube and listen.
But I can't find the information on YouTube because it's being censored.
Yeah,
that's
but
why
can you not ask this? When you engage with one of the people on the panel, all you got to do is be cordial or whatever you want to do. But you want to come in here and talk about, I'm not going to answer your questions. What the fuck?
I didn't say it like that, and you know that.
Oh, bullshit, prissy cow. That's the reason why I got upset. I wouldn't be this way if you were doing it right, man. Everybody here is just wanting to have an exchange. And Sheepdog wasn't even speaking to you roughly. You're the one that came off that way. Fuck, man.
Okay.
I'm just saying, man, like, if you were coming in here being cool and whatnot, none of us would be, getting all riled up and whatnot.
I see the stream, Sheepdog, but a lot of people in here are just listening. I don't know why I can't just listen in the call too.
Flat Earthers, man.
It's an exchange. That's the way we communicate back and forth. But like I said, if that's not what you want to do and you want to dictate what you want, that's not going to fly. That's not what we do here. We do an exchange back and forth. It's not whatever you want or whatever. Oh, let's just cater to what everybody wants. Fuck that.
I didn't put anything out, though. It was no back and forth. I didn't put anything out. I didn't force anything.
No, but Sheepdog was asking you questions, and you're like, I'm not here to answer questions.
Yeah, I just wanted something to listen to while I work on something.
Yeah, but can he ask you questions? What's wrong with that?
What if I'm busy?
You're here and talking. You can't talk and work at the same time?
Oh,
Mike.
Oh, because I was asked to. Mayhem said Prissy would like to talk. I didn't say anything like that.
Yeah, but you did talk, and then so Sheepdog was talking to you, and then
you asked if I was here, so I said yes.
Yeah, but engaging with us also is like, okay, so we're having a back and forth now, right?
I didn't want any of that. I just wanted to just say yes, I am here because you asked.
Oh God, I don't know, Sheepdog. You can take it from here, man. I'm messing with Rumble right now.
The only reason you must be saying these things is because you believe in a globe. I know that sounds like like convoluted, but it's probably true.
Yes, but do you have any justification for this belief?
A belief in a globe?
Yeah. Yeah, that.
Well, right now I'm kind of in between. So whoever comes to me with more proof, I'll accept their.
Nobody's in between. Listen, nobody is in between anything.
No, you have a whole rule for it called on the fence.
I'm not hearing any justification for the globe belief in any of this.
That's not what on the fence is.
What does on the fence mean?
Don't worry about it. You'll know when you get there. Why are you still holding on to the gold globe belief? Why do you feel like you are, quote unquote, on the fence about leaving the globe? Like you don't want to leave the globe just yet. You still want to hold on to it. Why do you want to hold on to it?
Because I've heard a lot of stuff disproving the globe, but not proving the flat Earth. So once I get a little more evidence on the flat Earth side, then I'm happy to jump over.
Okay, well, wait a minute. What proof do you have of the globe in the first place?
I didn't say I did.
Okay, well, you must because you believe it still.
No, I was told from birth that it was a globe.
Right. So is there any particular part of it that keeps you clinging to the globe or gives backing to your belief in the globe?
No, I'm not saying I believe there's a globe. I'm just saying I don't know the Earth is flat. What if it's a rectangle?
Okay. We're not claiming a shape by saying it's flat. Rectangle is a shape. No one here claimed a shape.
Okay, so if it's flat, means it's not round.
A flat is a surface description. Yeah.
Round, okay, so what it's a cube.
Listen, round or spherical is an actual shape claim. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Right. So that has the burden of proof. That's why flat Earth doesn't have the burden of proof. Because we didn't make a shape claim.
So the Earth isn't flat. It's just...
in its whole, nobody knows what if it has a shape or not. Nobody's been to the extremes. All we're saying is on the surface, it's flat and level and horizontal.
I think he's not tracking with what you're saying. He's not picking up that what you're pointing out is that flat is not a shape, and so it's not a shape claim. Right.
Okay. So what shapes are flat? Maybe we can narrow it down.
Listen, we're not making any kind of shape claim at all, period. End of that.
We can narrow it down this much. We can rule out any sort of curved object like a sphere. Anything that has continuous
or a circle
like that can't be that, right?
Can't be a circle.
Like I'll give you another example. What's the shape of the floor in your home?
Which room?
All of them.
All the rooms?
Yeah,
if
you walk through your entire home, what is the shape?
Like my bedroom has a square, but my laundry room has a rectangle.
You have to walk around things, man. Not everything is a perfect shape. It's just flat everywhere you go, right?
No, it's not necessarily flat.
You got walls in the way, right? You got to walk around the walls.
Also, like at the entrance, like in each doorway, there's a little hump. That ain't flat.
So you have surface undulations like mountains, valleys. So we know this. But most of the Earth is supposedly, what we're told is it's mostly made of water, right? 70% water?
Well, how do we know that?
Well, we're just told that, okay? We're told the globe is 3,959 miles in radius. So we didn't so that's why the globe has the shape claim. What we're saying is we checked over water drop over distance test. There is no curve on the surface of Earth ever been detected or measured. Unless you have contrary information. Do you know of a direct measurement anytime in history of curvature on the surface of Earth? Have you ever heard of one?
I guess not.
Okay, that's honest. So neither have we, and that's why we're still here.
Can we measure it?
We measured through a line of sight test to see if there's drop over distance. It's very simple. Anyone could do it. You could do this now if you have a lake, a large body of water of some sort, the ocean.
Can we measure the flat Earth?
We measure Earth that's practically used as flat, and we measure it. We're showing no curvature at all and no motion as well.
Do we know how big the Earth is?
Nobody's measured the whole Earth. That's why we're asking if anybody's measured the curvature, because no one has ever given us an actual measurement.
How come we haven't? But I'm saying, how come we haven't measured the flat Earth? If Earth's a plane, don't we just need to walk from one side to the other?
No, because walking is not measuring. Listen,
can you walk on water? Like, you know how long your pace is.
Can you walk on sight? Listen, you're not accounting for elevation change. Over water is what we want. Water achieves a mean sea level, right?
Okay. What if you cloud it as you walk?
So if we look over water from one landmark to another landmark, those landmarks aren't moving around, right, from each other. They're solid, like on the ground. You get that, right?
We're stuck in the ground.
So if you're looking for one landmark on shore, across a bay, across water, to another landmark on the other shore, then the mean level over that water is level. So we know at a certain distance, there should be a drop in elevation, right?
Why would there be a drop in elevation if it's flat?
No, if it's curved.
Yeah, but you said it's flat.
Yeah, so listen, if it's flat, then we find no drop in elevation, which is exactly what we see in reality.
Yeah, I asked if we can measure the flat Earth.
That's it. It's flat. It's not a measurement. It's just a test.
But we don't know how big the Earth is.
We're not saying how big it is.
I'm asking if we know how big the Earth is. That's
nobody. No one knows. No. Listen.
Why?
It's not measurable.
Why?
Why would you know how big? Have you been everywhere? It's not like the Earth is completely explored, my friend.
Yeah, listen. Can you tell us what method we would use to measure the entire Earth? Can you tell us how we would do that?
Okay, so
you could barely
go
to the
somewhere
grocery store and buy toilet paper 3 years ago. You're talking about exploring the whole Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, how would we go about doing that, Priska? How would we start out? What method would we use to measure the entire Earth?
So I know how long my pace is, right?
Okay, walk on water.
Listen, you can't use.
What if I just use a boat?
You can't use walking or anything.
Then your paces don't matter.
Wait. You can't, Prissy. You can't use anything over land because you have elevation changes unless you're accounting for every single elevation change per foot, let's say. How are you doing that? It's not possible unless you plan on unless you plan on gathering the data that shows every single elevation change from every step you take. Impossible, bro. Do you know how many data points that is in, let's say 5 miles? All you got to do
if we get an estimate.
Hold on. All you got to do is look over 5 miles of water, and you got it right there. There's the landmark. It's either dropped 16 feet or it's not. 10 miles. In 10 miles, like the Black Swan, there would be 67 feet of vertical drop from your line of sight. You could never see those oil rigs.
Okay. So do we know how long, Missouri is?
You're talking over land again, bro. Stop it.
So we don't know from the... Yeah, but I'm just saying measuring distance.
Yeah, but Prissy Cow, why are you saying that? Do you see how you don't actually have to measure the entire dimensions of this place just to measure no surface curvature of it? Are you missing that part?
I didn't say anything about curvature.
I know, but that's our point, though. That's the whole problem. You're not saying anything about curvature, which is our point here. That's the topic of discussion, right?
I didn't claim anything about curvature. I'm not looking for curvature. I want to know how big the Earth is.
You didn't say anything about curvature.
No one knows, bro.
Curvature is the point.
Can we try?
So you're in a red herring. That's the whole point. You're asking us questions that don't really have anything to do with the discussion, not directly.
I didn't start a discussion about the curved Earth.
That's the problem. That's the problem. The curve is the discussion, and you're not talking about it. You're addressing.
I didn't want to talk about it. You guys yelled at me and said I had to. I'm asking how big the Earth is.
It's fine. He doesn't want to talk about it because it doesn't exist. That's fine.
Yeah, we get it. It doesn't exist. But that's the topic of this entire server, is talking about exactly what you don't want to talk about.
So
He's
why?
basically,
Let's just
he's
make it
basically
clear.
conceded that that there is no curve. So yeah,
I thought we were talking about the flat Earth, not the globe Earth.
No, he's not conceding, Kel. He's avoiding.
no.
Yeah,
He's
he's
conceding.
avoiding. No, he's avoiding.
Okay,
There's a difference.
if I say that the Earth is flat, can you tell me how big the flat Earth is?
No.
Nope.
No.
Can we brainstorm and figure out how to measure it?
Why?
No.
Because
we're not
why
gonna-
wouldn't you? Aren't you curious?
1 second. I'm gonna have to mute this guy. We're not gonna fucking follow his little bunny trails. He's gonna answer the fucking question, or we're not gonna move off of it. All right, Prissy Cow.
Okay, the Earth's flat.
No, that's not.
Why?
You're not gonna get away from this. There's no way you're gonna get away from this. You're gonna have to tell us how you figured out the Earth is not a globe. So you're gonna have to swallow some pride here if you're gonna do it. But
It's observed as flat, and I don't see curvature when I stand on the beach.
well, how can we measure that there is no curve? That's the next step. Not just seeing something.
I don't need that. I don't need to
Oh,
disprove
yes,
the
we do.
globe to prove
Oh,
the flat
yes.
Earth.
Oh yes, we do. Oh yes, we do.
But I see it's flat. I'm standing
Okay.
here. I feel it's flat.
How-
I look
how is
over
it-
the beach.
how-
It's all flat. No, there's no curve.
How is it measured flat?
How's it measured flat?
Yes.
Okay, we have a standard of how long, like, we can. So, like, you take a measuring tape, right?
Holy
Nope.
crap.
Nope.
And then. So
Nope.
that's not how you measure things?
That's
That's how I've been measuring. Is that the Globetard way?
This way.
Is the Globetard way measuring tapes?
Don't you
How
think
do you
there's
measure? How did you measure the? How did they measure the globe? How did they measure that? Direct measurement of the curvature.
They clearly didn't.
Okay. So
Because
what
the
makes you
Earth's
think?
flat.
Well, that's not it though. You're just saying things now. We haven't even got to like how we can discover if the Earth is measured flat. So you can say that you can see it that way. Now we're going to get to measuring it.
Okay.
The next step. So, if you're going to measure the Earth, what can you do to measure it?
I don't know.
Well, see, that's the issue. Then now we're going to have to address that, right? So let us talk about long distance observations, right? We're going to be talking about line of sight. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
What is it?
How much stuff I can see till I can't see anymore.
Okay, we'll walk you through it. How about that? And then we'll hear you replay back what we're saying so that you can understand.
Okay.
I also got something for him too when you're done, Miggy.
Sure. All right, so line of sight. We're going to do a line of sight test. Real easy. We call it the black swan. Let me see if I can bring up the image here. Oh, is that not the thing? I have to put abbreviation.
I can put some stuff in there for
Never
you
mind. I had to put it
as well.
Okay.
Archie's good at it.
Yeah, no worries. All right, do you see that, Prissy Cow?
Mm-hmm.
Click on the image.
Mm-hmm.
All right, opens up, and so we're gonna take it from the top. Do you know the measurement? Somebody's hot biking, by the way. Check your mics, fellas. All right, so we're gonna take it from the top. Do you know the measurements or the values that the Earth has been given for radius, diameter, and circumference? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, I need you to Google that right now. What is the radius of Earth? Type that into your Google.
It's going to give me some Globetard answer that's clearly wrong.
Well, we're not worried about that. We just want to know what it says.
Is 3,958.8 miles.
Okay.
Did you do that, Prissy?
No, I just heard someone else say it.
Well, go ahead and type it in.
Well, we need to make sure that you got to follow along with this here.
I can also read incorrect information.
Yeah, but still, we'll walk together because we don't want you.
So,
to
which question?
Okay, what is the radius of Earth? Type that in.
What does this have to do with measuring a flat Earth?
Okay, when you talk to a teacher who's trying to teach you something, would you do what you're doing right now, or would you clam up and just do what you're told?
No, I would definitely ask how this relates to the topic.
We're answering it for you. So just keep following along. What's the radius of the Earth? Claimed.
Type that in.
3,958.8 miles.
Okay, that's important, right? Because now we have the radius. Or at least the value anyway. Not that we actually have it in reality, but that's the value. Okay, so now the next thing you need to do is type in what is the circumference of Earth. Type that in.
Okay. 24,901 miles.
901 miles.
Correct. All right, so we got some values. We got radius, diameter. Well, we didn't get diameter. We got radius and circumference. But you can also type in what is the diameter of the Earth. That just, to cover all our bases.
Okay. $7,917.5 miles.
Excellent. So now we have the size of the sphere. The geometric shape that we're standing on right now has a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Not that you're saying that it is, but this is the claim, right? So everybody now knows, since you looked it up and you read the values out loud, we all know, everybody here, that there's a set size of dimensions to the Earth, which is radius, diameter, circumference. 3,958 miles, rounded off, 3,959. But you get it, right? Now there's values. So what can we do with these values? Well, we can apply some geometry, some math, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna look at the black swan, which is the image that you clicked on. I told you earlier, and when you blow it up, and we're taking a look at it, right? So we're gonna actually form a logical syllogism, so that it's called the modus tollens, right? So basically, if we're gonna formulate it this way, if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? That's the way we're going to formulate this. So it's going to sound like this. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3,959 miles, which stands for P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which is Q, right? And then geometric horizon Earth curve calculator. So that's what it should be, right? No more than. You can't go beyond 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, it's not Q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles, therefore not P. The Earth is not a sphere. So, not Q, therefore not P. So, it's just the same way that we formed the modus tollens. So, we're going to look at it in this way, right? So, we're saying that an observer height at 1 foot, the maximum geometric horizon distance should be at 1.22 miles, right? So at 1 foot observer height, the distance to the geometric horizon should be located at 1.22 miles. With these oil rigs in the distance, it's going to give us values. So we're going to get some known values, right? The known values from the observer to those oil rigs, Platform Hill House stands to be at 6.21 miles, Platform Habitat at 9.41 miles. So we got an observer height, we got a distance from the observer to those oil rigs, and better than that, we got the horizon distance. At least we can see, more or less an estimated value where the horizon is. Now, when we're talking about the geometric horizon, at a 1 foot observer height, the distance should be no more than 1.22 miles. But from the observer height, we can see Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. So what else can we see in the far distance? Do you see the horizon in the far distance, Persical?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the horizon appears to be in that photo beyond Platform Habitat. Do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do we have here with this understanding? Because we did the modus tollens, but now you can see when we're formulating this in a way that you can understand. So if the Earth curve, right? Now we got the value.
Dumb?
What's that?
You call me dumb? You said it in a way I can understand.
Well, no, I'm not inferring anything. What I'm saying is, as we're going through this, we understand that the values that are given for the Earth being whatever they're claiming that it is, right? Those radius, diameter, circumference, they're telling us these values. And basically you believe them, but now we're going to be talking about, it's not about a belief. We're putting it to the test. So if these values are to remain in reality, then those values aren't going to change. They're going to remain. The Earth will be conforming to a ball via the metrics. So at 1.22 miles, we should start seeing the horizon where the Earth meets the sky. Where the Earth meets the sky in this photo is beyond 9.41 miles. So at 1.22 miles is where the Earth meets the sky should be. We don't see the Earth meets the sky at 1.22 miles. We see the Earth meets the sky beyond 9.41 miles. So we can safely say around 10 miles away. And if that's the case, then the Earth, according to the metrics, is not in reality. We don't see Earth curve where it should be at 1.22 miles, where the Earth meets the sky. Where the Earth meets the sky is actually beyond 9.41 miles. So what do you think is wrong? What do you think is wrong with this, Prissy Cow? With what I just said about
Nothing's wrong with it.
Nothing's wrong with it. Why not?
Because if we're on a flat Earth, then I should be able to see as far as I want, as long as the weather's
We're
clear.
not talking about the flat Earth. Did you lose the plot?
We're talking about the round Earth?
Did you lost the plot? And then you're telling me.
Yeah.
And then you're telling. Listen. And then you're telling me.
Earth is round. It's not.
Prissy Cow. Prissy Cow.
And then you made a globe claim.
You just hang on, guys. You just finished telling me that you understood what I was saying. Are you calling me dumb? And you lost the plot right now. What does that signify to me? That you lose the plot within. Yeah, you did. We're talking about the Earth being a globe. We're talking about the Earth being a globe. Right?
Yeah, which this pokes a hole in, because this doesn't work if the Earth is a globe.
You said that we're talking about the flat Earth. I'm talking to you about what we're measuring with the Earth being a globe. Right?
You said, what's wrong with it? I said, nothing's wrong with the picture because the Earth's not a globe.
That's not what you said.
That is what I said.
I mean, it was all good until you said, "Are you calling me dumb?"
Okay, he's saying now. Let's say he's saying now.
But let's before you go, Sasha. Can you tell us what the argument is, Prissy? Because if you're not dumb, right? So you were able to kind of follow along. So what is the argument as you understand it?
If the globe earthers say we can only see 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height on a globed Earth before the curved horizon would cut it off. This picture shows things exceeding that distance, which means that the size and shape of the Earth cannot be what they say it is.
Correct. And so
you got some brownie points there. Go ahead, man.
Now let's complete this logical statement. If the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
Flat.
That's it. Tell him what he's won. A washer and dryer.
Where are these oil rigs? Can I visit them?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're off the coast of Santa Barbara, California. Let me just double check that. But yeah, they're off the coast of California. I'm pretty sure it's Santa Barbara.
Okay, cool.
And there you have it. It's just that easy. Wasn't hard at all, was it?
Santa Barbara, California is correct, and that is actually Miramar Beach, looking across at the Santa Barbara Channel Islands, home of pygmy mammoths and the shelf down. No, what was his name? Oh my God. Okay, a giant man found there on Santa Rosa Island. Yes.
But look at the.
Congratulations! You've just
Look
won
at
free expense paid
I
trip to
appreciate it.
Space Australia.
Consolation prize. You get a tooth from a pygmy mammoth. Just kidding.
And look at the devil. It's not only Santa Barbara Beach. It's every beach on the world. In the world.
All right, we can proper feedback up on the table and smoke stogies, guys. I think he's got it.
Okay. Now let's measure entire Earth.
Yeah, okay, there's a couple things we need to address. Sheepdog's got one of them, and I've got another for you. Because how to measure whether it's curved or not. So, Prissy, are you still with us, buddy?
Yeah.
I want you to take 30 seconds, maybe a minute, just kind of look around the room you're in at all the surfaces, your table, your computer, your phone screen, whatever, walls, floor. You'll notice that there seems to be really, for me, there's only two options here. You've got surfaces that are either rounded in some way or they're not. So when we're asking you how to measure for that roundedness, think of a hood of a car. Most hoods of a car are generally curved unless you drive like an old Cadillac or something. So let's take the hood of that car and we're going to blow it up to the size of a country. And your challenge is to find out, you just want to measure it and confirm its curvature. So how do you go about that? Your first thing you said, you were like, well, you get a tape measure. That's the wrong tool for the job. You need some sort of, well, the way I see it, you need some sort of straight edge. If you can have a straight edge over top of the surface, any deviation away from that straight edge tells you, well, it can't be a flat surface. So that's what we're doing. We're testing for this roundedness, and you need some sort of. If you really wanted to test for the curvature like that, you would need some sort of straight edge to look for that. That's one way to look for this curvature. So people have done laser tests. That's their straight edge.
I wasn't looking for curvature. I said I'd use a measuring tape to measure a flat Earth.
Well, that's what I'm. Well, the measuring tape is the wrong tool for the job because we don't know how big this place is. So, what are you going to take a tape measure across the ocean? We're just trying to find out if the surface is curved or not, because it can't be both.
Yeah, lay off the lame jokes, will you, Chrissy? You're not funny.
And there's no third option.
Jokes.
There you are.
Yeah, I said I'm accepting that it's flat. I didn't say I wanted to measure its curvature.
So let's address that too, because we're not claiming how big the Earth is. The Team Globe has claimed its size. So when you go to test, you're testing that claim. We're not trying to tell you how big the Earth is. We don't know. I don't know. How would I know?
Okay.
Number one, there's no like quote unquote picture of the whole Earth, so no one is seeing the whole thing. I can't imagine you have been everywhere.
Yeah, but like, why hasn't anyone?
Well, dude, people talk about exploring the whole Earth when you could barely explore the grocery store 3 years ago, buy toilet paper. So where do people get this idea you can just freely roam and go wherever the hell you want?
You could buy a boat.
Yeah, okay. And then what?
Where
are you going to start from?
Go in a direction.
Where do you start from?
Cape Cod.
All right, so you start from Cape Cod. You got enough resources? Do you have permission from?
Of course.
You're going to have to. Oh yeah, you just got enough resources. How much food are you packing? How much gasoline are you bringing? Come on, dude. You got to be realistic, Christy. You got to be realistic. You can't just jump on a boat and just travel somewhere randomly. It doesn't work that way. You need a crew. You need resources. You need things more than just spawn a boat in Cape Cod. Go ahead, Sasha.
Where is that Cape Town? Is that in South Africa?
Cape Cod's in Massachusetts.
In Massachusetts, okay. And then you will buy a boat, and in which direction you will go?
I don't know. South?
South? Ooh, nice, good. Good luck. Like that, south, and yeah, you go.
Hey, I got a 5-day backpack I can loan you if you want it.
Yeah. You might need about 50 of those, but listen. This type of mentality is a lot like.
I have a suggestion.
This type of mentality. Go ahead.
Okay, let's do it like this. Let's buy a boat and start from the London, and let's go to the France. Only that. Let's not go to the south. Let's go only to France. Let's cross the La Manche only. Do you think that we will cross the La Manche?
Yeah, probably.
Are you sure?
If you mean the English Channel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like this, we take a boat and we go and we cross.
Yeah, people could just do that.
Without any permission?
Yeah.
Yeah, Sasha's kind of
Oh
funny. I
my-
was thinking the same thing. Let me give it my example. So this type of mentality is almost like I don't know, a bunch of like high schoolers gathering up in a parking lot with their hot rods, their cars. And they're like, all right, guys, once we leave this parking lot, we're just gonna drive loose, wild. We're gonna speed. We're not gonna obey laws. We're just gonna do whatever we want. They can't catch all of us. This is the kind of mindset that you have to be like, well, let's just get in a boat and just go wherever. There are rules. There are regulations. I don't even own a drone, and I know that you can't just fly a drone wherever the hell you want to. So you surely can't just get in a boat and just travel in restricted waters, and it just doesn't work that way. This idea you can just freely go wherever you want. Just like, okay, it's like the highway, right? When you get on the highway, there doesn't need to be a police officer at every mile. Sure, you don't want to obey the speed limit? You can drive 100 miles an hour, that's fine. They have faster cars than you. They have planes, helicopters. They can get you, okay? They don't have to be waiting for you with guns at every mile. So they don't have to be waiting for you on the water. But if you just start going places that you're not supposed to be, they got planes, faster boats, helicopters, jets. So not Captain Explorer, okay? Sorry.
And can I say something about, do you remember, Siri, that tool circle? Do you know how much we can go? It's 60 degrees south.
No.
And now that is missing that 30 degrees. Do you know that 30 degrees circle, it's maybe bigger than this 60 inside?
Well, like, I feel like degrees wouldn't really work on a flat Earth. Well, no, I guess if you were
Do you understand me? If you only imagine, you do know how looks that flat Earth map, but I don't want to put that like a model. Because we have Antarctica Treaty and it's saying we cannot cross that 60 degrees south. That means everything, and we have 90 degrees Earth. At least we believe in that. That means it's missing 30 degrees. That 30 degrees, it's a bigger circle than inside circle. Do you understand?
Why doesn't anyone just like someone who does own a boat and like we have enough people to crew a boat?
Prissy, I just explained it.
You didn't let me finish.
No, but
you don't have permission.
I answered it before you even said it. That's the thing, though. We've already addressed it.
But if we don't have
because
permission,
you have a boat doesn't mean you can just break laws. Just because you have a car doesn't mean you can just drive however the hell you want to.
Like you still got to register it, you still got to insure it, you still got to like pass the driver's license test.
You told me no one in the server has a boat?
Prissy,
but they legally own?
Prissy, listen, you're not listening to the point. Even if you had a boat, having the boat is not the problem. It's that you don't have the ability to just go wherever the hell you want and do whatever the hell you want to. Whenever
have they stopped you?
They don't need to. They don't need to be waiting for you. Just like when you drive, they don't need to be waiting for you at every corner, every block. There doesn't need to be a police officer every single corner in the town. But if you start driving wild, they can get your ass, and you best believe it. If you have a car, you should know this. So the same thing applies to the water. You don't just get in a boat and just like, see you guys. There's things called navies. There's Air Force. You don't just get to go wherever you want to. Having the boat's not the problem.
But what if you just give permission?
Okay, you're just trolling at this point, Prissy.
No, I'm genuinely serious.
No, you're genuinely trolling. You're genuinely trolling.
You can go in the ocean with a boat.
You're trolling. You're trolling. You can also get on the highway and just drive recklessly. You can do that.
I'm not saying drive recklessly.
Excuse me. What's going to happen if you just do that? They can get you. They have faster cars. They have faster planes. They have jets and all that stuff. Yeah. You can do it. Technically, no one's stopping you from just driving 100 miles an hour. No one's stopping you.
So, listen, when you leave any port going somewhere else, you have to report where you're going. You think you're just going to go offshore, keep sailing away from land, and you don't have to tell them who you are, what your hull number is, and what your destination is.
Okay. What if I set my destination to be like
you have to report where you're going. Listen, you have to report where you're going to the authorities. You're going to get pulled over by a ship, by a Coast Guard cutter, if you don't do this. If you're offshore, you get into international waters, someone's going to freaking stop you, especially if you're not in like the regular shipping lanes. And even if you're the wrong tonnage and you're in the shipping lanes, they're going to pull you over. You don't just get to go anywhere you want to in the oceans.
And is it Sunny? You don't need one permissions. You need more from all countries.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so what if I'm asking to go from one country to another?
You have to report the one you're leaving and report to the one you're porting into. The one that's gonna be your destination port. You have to report. Like if you're leaving the U.S., you need to let them know you're leaving. The Coast Guard will stop you before you hit international waters and ask you.
I sent the Coast Guard, by the way, to the people who said I didn't.
They'll flag you down and stop you, and if you don't, they'll sink your ass.
Let me ask it a different way. Percy, do you think nobody in the flat earth community has ever tried this?
Yeah, as far as I know. If they have, I would like to know.
Stories upon stories, man. The most famous one is Jarl Andhoy.
Hey, Percy, I posted a video. It's called Antarctica, Sorry We're Closed. It's 30 minutes. Just go watch that for 30 minutes, and then you can come back and tell us, it'll break down the Antarctic Treaty really well and lay out all the different perspectives and all that stuff, so...
What about
make one thing really clear though, Percy? You don't need to go anywhere to prove that the Earth isn't a globe. It's a bit of a red herring to point and go, "Well, you guys need to go over there." No, we don't.
Exactly.
I didn't say
I'm just saying, even if we could go, I think there's not a lot of people that would sign up for that. Even if it was open, anyone could go, doesn't matter. And we had like a Flat Earth Navy SEALs that was dedicated. It's for some people, that's a one-way trip. How many people in this panel are down to take a one-way trip to the south? I doubt that a lot of people would be willing and happy to sign up for that. Some people would, but not everybody. But you also don't need to go there to prove that the Earth isn't a globe either. So,
Percy, we can do it easier. Let's stop the NASA program and let's do it.
Okay, so the whole reason I brought up the boat thing was because I want to know how big the Earth is.
We don't know, bro. This place is I would imagine, very big.
All right.
And also places that haven't been explored. Go ahead, Jed.